I was panicking because the Beast Tamer awakening test would begin in a few minutes. The students around me were also nervous. Some were praying for the gods to bless them, while others were worried that they would have to go to work in the electronics factory if they failed the test. And I suddenly fainted at the door of the women's restroom in the chaos. When I slowly opened my eyes, I felt that the surrounding environment was extremely unfamiliar. Fuck, where is this? It hurts. I held my head with both hands, and a memory suddenly flooded into my mind. I actually traveled through time, and it started in hell mode. I was originally a Chinese on Earth, and I woke up inexplicably in this parallel world. Coincidentally, the owner of this body is also called Qin Hao, also 18 years old, and looks exactly the same as when I was on Earth. From my new memories, I learned that this parallel world is full of monsters, and humans live in killing and fear all the time. 100 years ago, the Earth was in disaster, and alien monsters came through the cracks of time and space. The spirit energy revived, and animals and plants mutated wildly, became demons, and advanced, which eventually triggered the monster crisis. Those monsters with strong genes are ferocious and bloodthirsty, and like to kill humans. They are so powerful that even nuclear weapons can hardly compete. The living space of mankind is constantly squeezed, and the shadow of death hangs over everyone. Fortunately, humans created the profession of Beastmaster in desperate situations. Beastmasters have powerful soul power and can sign a blood contract with monsters, making monsters their own beasts and commanding them to fight. After the rise of the Beastmaster camp, humans began to fight back and have now built many cities, fortresses, and safe zones to form the Yanxia Empire. But I am very unlucky. I am in Xiangnan City, a dangerous area on the border of the Yanxia Empire, area number 10086. Brutal monsters often appear nearby and the mortality rate is extremely high. Brother Hao, why are you daydreaming? The test is about to begin, let's hurry over. A chubby boy pulled me. I recognized him as Wang Dachui, the best friend of the original owner of this body. When we were kids, we used to compete to see who could pee farther. Soon, we arrived at the school playground, which was already full of students preparing for the test. According to the regulations, humans aged 13 to 18 have one opportunity to take the awakening test. Wang Dachui was so nervous that he kept rubbing his hands, muttering that he hoped we could all pass and become Beastmasters. But I was in a complicated mood. I had just crossed over and was still wondering if I didn't have to pay back the Huabei and phone bills I owed on Earth. But I knew that in this doomsday world, only awakening and becoming a Beastmaster can survive. Otherwise, you either have to work in a factory or move bricks on a construction site. A handsome boy like me might even be kidnapped by a rich woman. At this time, a middle-aged man in a white animal-taming robe came to the center of the playground. He was very impressive, wearing round-frame glasses and a beard. Next to him was an ice-blue alligator turtle that was twice the size of a tiger. Everyone was attracted by the alligator turtle, including me. This must be the middle-aged man's animal. The middle-aged man introduced himself as the examiner for this time, Chen Boki, from Suzaku Academy. Hearing this, the students were all silent. Suzaku Academy is one of the 4 great beast taming academy along with Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise Academy, and is the highest hall for training beastmasters. Wang Dachui leaned close to my ear and whispered that this teacher Chen was not simple, and that the one who could wear the white uniform was a 5-star beastmaster. At this moment, I suddenly fainted again. Although I was conscious, I heard a mechanical contralto, ding. Host awakens, strongest divine pet evolution system, binding is successful. Newbie benefits are issued. Reward, Ancient Beast Tamer's Eye, 9-turn Dark Eye. My right eye instantly felt a strong burning sensation. Brother Hao, wake up quickly. Ma Dongmei, you come and give Brother Hao artificial respiration. This is my first kiss, don't bother. Artificial respiration is unreliable, use urine to wake him up. You have diabetes, don't let Qin Hao get away with it, let me do it. Hearing these words, I was so scared that I woke up immediately. My classmates stepped back, thinking that I had come back to life. Chen Boki walked up to me quickly and asked if I was okay. I quickly waved my hand and said I was fine. Suddenly, my eyes were attracted by the alligator snapping turtle beside him. A charming purple light flashed in his right eye, and the 9-turn dark eye was activated. I saw the detailed data of the alligator snapping turtle at a glance. Name, Ice Armor War Turtle. Level 50, Ultimate Form. Bloodline, Rare. Talent, Super Long Life. Attributes, Ice, Defense. Loyalty, 90. Weakness, Noise, Fire. Skills, 1, Ice Shield, 2, Ice Cannon, 3, Shell Rebound. Evolution Route. Hobbies. I was shocked. I didn't expect that I could see all the data of the beast, including its evolution path and habits. After being surprised, I calmed down, touched my right eye, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. With this 9 transformation dark eye, I will definitely be the world's #1 beastmaster. Classmate, if you are okay, please return to the team. The awakening assessment will begin next. Chen Boki's voice brought me back to reality. The students stood in a row, their faces full of anticipation and nervousness. Success or failure depends on this one move, and awakening is related to everyone's future destiny. I rubbed my right eye and could sense the power of the ancient beastmaster. I found that Chinboki was looking at me. He might think I was weird. Others were nervous, but I was calm. After all, I have the memory of 2 lives, my personality is much calmer, and I just got the 9 transformation dark eye. It is easy for me to pass the test. Chen Boki picked up the soul testing stone, spit out by the Ice Armor War Turtle and introduced it to everyone. Put your hand on the stone, close your eyes and concentrate. If the soul power reaches the standard, the soul testing stone will flash white light. The stronger the soul power, the brighter the white light. The students began to take the test one after another, but most of them failed, and the soul testing stone showed no reaction. After testing 1,000 people, only a dozen of them succeeded in awakening, and their talents were all mediocre, so the soul testing stone only glowed slightly. Chen Boki looked serious and sighed, saying that he didn't have high expectations for the students from Xiangnan City. The next tester is Qin Hao. Brother Hao, it's your turn. Don't be nervous. You can do it. Wang Dachui pushed me in front of Chen Boki. Chen Boki looked at me and smiled. Qin Hao, right. What a nice name. The word Hao can be broken down into Qin Ritian. I scratched my head shyly, thinking that when I was on Earth, I was a science nerd and was often nicknamed Qin Ritian. Student Qin Hao, put your hand on the soul testing stone. I raised my hand and pressed it. Time passed by, and after half a minute, the soul testing stone still did not respond. The students around me began to make noises and ridicule. Qin Hao, I haven't even awakened yet, and you think you can succeed? What a joke. Not everyone can be a beastmaster. You don't have the talent, so why don't you come with us to work in the electronics factory? Don't waste time, we'll be in a hurry later. Qin Hao, don't just sit there and do nothing. Chen Boki frowned and was about to announce that I had failed in awakening, when suddenly there was a bang, and the soul testing stone exploded on the spot. Everyone was stunned, and Chen Boki was also shocked. He had never seen such a thing in his more than 30 years of work. I said innocently, well, it's not my fault. Chen Boki thought, it's your fault, it's you who caused the explosion. The playground was in chaos, and the students were talking about it. Chen Boki looked at me again, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and he murmured, could it be that this kid has the physique of a Soul King? And it's stronger than the normal one. The Soul King physique is extremely rare. The soul power of the owner is several times that of an ordinary beastmaster. He can sign a blood contract with more beasts and control multiple beasts to fight. I asked weakly, Teacher Boki, is this considered a successful or failed awakening? Chen Boki glared at me, ahem, don't talk nonsense, just call me Teacher Chen. Me, okay, Teacher Boki. Chen Boki was almost depressed by me. After discussing with his adjutant, Chen Boki announced, Student Qin Hao, awakening is successful. The playground was in uproar, and the classmates were not convinced. After all, I blew up the soul testing stone, which was not a success strictly speaking. Chen Boki explained that I had a special physique, a Soul King physique, and was an excellent beastmaster seedling. The classmates changed their faces instantly and rushed over to flatter me. Some female classmates even wanted to sacrifice their looks to get close to me. In this doomsday era, everyone is snobbish, which is very sad. I was not surprised by the flattery. I have the 9-turn dark eyes, so it is normal for me to awaken successfully. Tisk, what's so great about that? A poor bastard is qualified to be a beastmaster. Even if I awaken successfully, so what? You can't afford a divine pet egg anyway, you're useless. In the corner of the playground, a boy with a pointed face and monkey cheeks stared at me fiercely. He was Li Kai, the son of the principal Li Nanshan. He had just passed the assessment and was feeling proud when I stole the limelight, so he was jealous. Chen Boki changed a soul-testing stone and continued the assessment. Half an hour later, the assessment was over. Of the more than 2,000 people in the school, only 28 had successfully awakened. Except for me, the others were mediocre. Wang Dachui was among them, and I was very pleased. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind: unlock achievement, the host has completed the Beast Tamer Awakening assessment. Achievement reward, get a Beast Tamer Evolution post. After school in the evening, Wang Dachui and I walked out of the teaching building. Wang Dachui said excitedly, "Brother Hao, we have both awakened successfully. We will apply to the same beast taming academy and become partners in the future." I smiled and said, "Don't be too happy too early. Awakening is just the first step. If you want to tame beasts, you have to buy a divine pet egg. The cheapest one costs 1,000 gold coins. Can you afford it?" Wang Dachui said honestly, "My dad sold the electronics factory yesterday and saved enough money. I can afford it." I was stunned and said self-deprecatingly, "Damn, I am the clown. I have no parents and depend on my sister for life. My family is so poor that we can't afford a divine pet egg. I feel guilty when I think of my sister working 3 jobs every day to support my studies." After walking to the school gate, Wang Dachui and I said goodbye and prepared to ride a shared bike home. Suddenly, I heard a dog barking. I turned around and saw that it was the school's guard dog, the husky. I opened the 9-turn dark eyes and found that this seemingly ordinary husky actually carried the recessive gene of the Wolf King. I suddenly had an idea. Since I couldn't afford the god pet egg, I might as well try the Beast Taming Evolution post, rewarded by the system. I used a bag of spicy snacks to trick the husky into an alley, took out the Beast Evolution sticker that emitted a golden halo, and pressed it on its head without hesitation. The dog was instantly enveloped by white light, and when I regained my vision, a heroic wolf appeared in front of me. It was all white, with elegant and handsome purple eyes, strong muscles in its limbs, sharp silver teeth and claws, and red flames wrapped around its body, exuding a domineering aura. I opened the 9 transformation dark eye again to check the data. Name, Flame Howling Wolf. Level 5, Juvenile. Bloodline, Rare. Talent, Wolf King Aura. Attributes, Fire, King, Fierce Attack. Loyalty, 100. Weakness, Water. Skills, 1, Wolf King Shock, 2, Explosive Claw, 3, Flame Breath. Evolution Route, there are 4 routes in total: 1, Demon Route, 2, Heavenly Demon Route, 3, Ghost Route, 4, Hell Ashura Route, Hidden Evolution Route. Hobbies and habits, I like to eat spicy noodles and I like to destroy the house. I was overjoyed. The blood of this fiery howling wolf is rare and cannot be bought in Shonen City. I made a fortune. Although it is a royal wolf species with noble blood, it is like a cute pet in front of me, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail, waiting for me to feed it spicy noodles. "Oh whoa, please give me spicy noodles." I pinched my chin and said, "Is there something wrong with my eyes? The more I look at this guy, the more I think he is handsome." I decided to sign a blood contract with it, bit my finger and squeezed out a drop of blood to drip on its head, and the souls of man and wolf resonated. I asked with my mind, and the flame howling wolf nodded frantically, because it thought it would have spicy snacks to eat if it followed me. Just like that, the blood contract was signed successfully. From then on, there was one less stupid dog in Xiangnan High School, and I had one more super beast by my side. The howling flame wolf is my first beast, and it has a special status, just like my first girlfriend. But it is only a juvenile now, and the road to growth and evolution is long, and it requires Krypton gold, so I have to find a way to make money. I can't help but sigh. I really hope there is a rich woman who can see through my bravado and let me work less for 50 years. I don't want to work hard anymore. I rode a shared bike and headed home with the flame-howling wolf. On the way, I saw armored vehicles and tanks returning with wounded soldiers and bloody beasts. It was obvious that the battle outside the city had failed again, with heavy losses. I realized that Shonen City was too dangerous, and I had to take my sister away to a safer urban area. Thinking of my sister, I quickly took out my second-hand old phone and called. "Hello Xiaohao, school is over, how long will it take you to get home? The meal is almost ready." My sister's gentle voice came from the phone. I smiled and said, "Sister, I will be home in 5 minutes. Wait for me to get home and I will give you a surprise." "What surprise?" I touched the head of the flame-howling wolf and said, "Keep it secret for now, I will tell you when I get home." "Hey, you little brat, you are keeping me in suspense again. Sister made you your favorite egg fried rice. Hurry back, otherwise the food will be cold." As I was talking, I heard the voice of the landlady on the phone. "Chin girl, it's time to pay the rent. Together with the money owed last year, it's a total of 250 gold coins. You can't delay it any longer. Landlady, please give me a few more days. I just used my salary to pay my brother's tuition and book fees. No matter what, you must pay it today, otherwise you will get out and sleep on the street. But I have a suggestion for you. You are beautiful and you can go to a nightclub to hook up with a rich old man. Are you still worried about not being able to pay the rent? Are you still worried about not being able to support your brother? In this day and age, there is no point in pretending to be noble if you don't have money." The landlady's words made me furious, and I said to my sister, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon and I'll tear her mouth to pieces." But my sister asked me to stay at a classmate's house overnight, saying she could take care of the rent. My sister is always like this, she takes care of everything herself. I turned over and rode on the fiery howling wolf. It understood my thoughts and roared, then galloped towards the suburbs. My family lives in a dilapidated apartment building in the remote suburbs of Xiangnan City. We rent the house and have to look at the landlady's face every day. At this time, the landlady stood at the door of my house with a rolling pin in her hand and yelled at my sister, "Chin girl, stop talking nonsense and pay the rent quickly. If you can't pay, get out." The elder sister begged bitterly, "Landlady, please give me a few more days. I can help you with laundry, cooking, and housework. Just let my brother and I stay for a while. The rent has been delayed for more than half a year, and you still have the nerve to refuse to pay. With your looks, you can enjoy wealth and glory by hooking up with a rich man. Besides, why do you bother to send your useless brother to school? That boy is a fool, and it's a waste of money to go to school." The elder sister's pretty face turned cold, and she said angrily, "Landlady, you can insult me, but don't insult my brother." The landlady sneered, "Oh, you are still protecting your shortcomings. Believe it or not, I will kick you out now." At this moment, there was a noise outside the window, and screams and cries came from downstairs. Before the landlady could react, the window glass shattered, and a ferocious-looking bat rushed in. The bat was huge, with blood-red eyes, emitting poisonous gas all over its body, with a wingspan of 1.5 meters, and holding a human head in its mouth. The sister looked closely and found that it was the head of the landlady's husband. The landlady was so frightened that she screamed, "Demon! Monster, help! The monster is eating people." At this time, many blood demon bats were hovering above the apartment building. They rushed into the windows, frantically gnawing at the flesh and blood of the residents, and screaming continuously. My sister fled outside the building with the survivors, but was surrounded by a dozen blood demon bats. These bats spread their wings and formed an iron wall, and humans could not escape at all. At this desperate moment, I arrived on the flame-howling wolf. The landlady's eyes widened as she shouted, "Chin's kid!" When my sister saw me, her pupils shrank, her face was full of disbelief, and her lips moved slightly. She certainly didn't expect that I would become a beastmaster, and even have a flame-howling wolf with a rare bloodline. I jumped off the wolf's back, pushed through the crowd and walked to my sister, asking with concern, "Sister, are you okay? Are you hurt? Let me see." The memories of the two lives merged, and I knew that my sister was my only relative, and I cherished her very much. My sister looked at me, stunned at first, and then smiled gently, "Don't worry, sister is fine." At this time, the huge blood demon bat climbed up from the ground, glared at me, and made a sharp cry. The blood demon bats in the sky heard the order and swooped down to surround us. With a fierce look in my eyes, I ordered the flame-howling wolf, tear it apart. The flame-howling wolf leaped into the air, and its sharp claws ignited with red flames. In an instant, the temperature within 100 meters rose, the ground was scorching, and a cross of flaming claws appeared in the air. It launched, explosive claws, again, and the blood demon bat was unable to dodge. Its wings and chest were torn apart, blood splattered, and screams resounded through the sky. Everyone was stunned. My beast control was too fierce. It tore the beast soldier-level monster into pieces with one move. The flame-howling wolf stepped on the corpse of the blood demon bat, looking very majestic. The other blood demon bats were very afraid and were afraid to act. I gave another order, Wolf King, shock. The flame-howling wolf took a deep breath and howled to the sky. The roar was so loud that it made people's scalps numb. The blood demon bats were so scared that their livers and gallbladders were broken and they fled. Wolf King deterrence comes from the Wolf King gene of the flame-howling wolf. Even if it is a juvenile, the king bloodline can suppress low-level magical beasts such as the blood demon bat. As the sun set, the crowd was silent at first, then cheered. Everyone who had survived the disaster applauded, thanked me, and flattered me. The landlady also came over to flatter me. Chin Hao, you have made it. You have become a beastmaster. You are the pride of our poor area. I looked icy and stared at the landlady and said, Landlady, don't try to get close to me. Just now you insulted my sister, advised her to go out and hook up with men, and threatened to drive us away. The landlady wanted to cry but had no tears. She didn't expect that I, a former waste, would become a beastmaster. In this world, beastmasters have a noble status, and she is extremely humble in front of me. The landlady fell to her knees and said in shame, I'm sorry Mr. Chin Hao, I was wrong before. I apologize to you and Miss Chin Yan. If you are still angry, I will kowtow to you to make amends. I stopped her, no need to kowtow, I just want an apology. Those who have bullied my sister before, stand up and line up to apologize, otherwise you will never see tomorrow's sun. My sister was stunned, then smiled with relief. The residents felt guilty and ashamed. They had bullied my sister and me a lot in the past. Now they could only line up and apologize to my sister. After everyone apologized, I looked at the landlady and said, Is it about the rent? The landlady panicked and said, I was wrong about the rent. You two can live here as you like and don't have to pay a penny. Chin Hao shook his head, one thing is one thing, I will definitely pay the rent. My sister and I may be poor, but we won't owe anyone anything. Looking at Chin Hao's clear eyes, the landlady was speechless for a moment. She suddenly felt that she was not a human being and wanted to slap herself. After the crowd dispersed, Chin Hao quickly walked to the body of the blood demon bat. Chin Hao squatted down and searched out a crystal emitting dark green light from the body of the blood demon bat. This crystal is only the size of a baby's fist and is very light. It is called magic crystal and contains the powerful strength and attribute elements of magic beasts. It is the primary trophy after killing magic beasts. At the same time, magic crystals are also one of the important materials needed for the advancement and evolution of beasts. If a beast eats magic crystals with corresponding properties, its strength will be improved. Moreover, magic crystals can be used for market transactions. The higher the level of the magic crystal and the better the properties, the more valuable it is. Chin Hao held the magic crystal and said to himself, Beast soldier level magic crystal, not bad. Unfortunately, the blood demon bat is a poison-type magic beast, and this poison attribute magic crystal is not suitable for my flame-howling wolf. I might as well sell it for money to improve my sister and I's lives. After stuffing the magic crystal into his pocket, Chin Hao quickly ran to Chin Yan, his eyes full of excitement, and said proudly, Sister, you can see that I am now a beastmaster. No one will bully you in the future. You don't have to work part-time anymore, I will support you. Chin Yan smiled but there was a hint of worry between her brows. Seeing Chin Yan's reaction, Chin Hao stared in confusion, Sister, I have become a beastmaster, why are you not happy? Chin Yan sighed silently in her heart, then pretended to be happy, holding Chin Hao's hand and walking towards home, saying something against her will. Xiao Hao, I'm actually happy for you and proud of you. Let's go home and eat first. Qin Hao curled his lips. Out of a man's sixth sense, he always felt that Qin Yan was strange today, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. The weather in Shonen City is as unpredictable as a girlfriend's changing face. The sky was full of stars just now, but now it is suddenly stormy. Late at night, in the living room of the rental house, Qin Hao was eating like crazy while holding his bowl. Controlling the beast to fight would consume a lot of soul power, and only eating could replenish it. Qin Yan's eyes were gentle, and she reminded him lovingly from time to time, "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you, don't choke." "Sister, your egg fried rice is really amazing, even better than my ex-girlfriend's." "Ex-girlfriend? Xiaohao, you have never been in a relationship since you were born, so where does your ex-girlfriend come from? Did you have a fever and start talking nonsense?" Qin Yan didn't know that the brother in front of her was no longer the useless boy, but an ambitious boy with memories of two lives. Before Qin Hao traveled through time, he had been in love a lot in China on Earth. Qin Hao used to be a romantic figure, who never got hurt by any of the flowers. But now it was a doomsday world full of monsters, and he had no time to talk about love with women. It was still the right thing to do to improve his own strength, train more beasts, and protect his sister and home. In a short while, Qin Hao had already eaten 3 bowls of egg fried rice. The fiery howling wolf, who was lying under the table, had an even bigger appetite. He ate 5 bowls of rice in one breath and still felt unsatisfied. It looked like he could really bankrupt Qin Hao. Putting down his chopsticks, Qin Hao glanced at the flaming howling wolf and was surprised to find that this guy had upgraded without him noticing. There are 2 ways to upgrade your beast. 1. Take various supplements and elixirs specifically for beast taming, or swallow magic crystals. 2. Fight with beasts and monsters, and the combat experience can be converted into upgrades. Through these 2 methods, the beast will be upgraded over time. When the upgrade reaches a bottleneck, there is a certain probability of breaking through the bottleneck and evolving into a new form. After a battle with the blood demon bat, the flame howling wolf successfully upgraded from level 5 to level 6. Although it is still in its juvenile form, it has unlimited potential. Qin Hao was full of anticipation, thinking to himself, "This is just a juvenile form, the road of evolution for the Beastmaster is very long, I just need to develop slowly and not waste time." The level system of Beast Tamer is different from that of Warcraft. The level classification of Warcraft is simple and rough, divided into 9 levels, the most basic level, Beast Soldier level, General level, Commander level, Monarch level, Emperor level, Dominance level, Immortal level, and Eternal level. The level division of Beast Tamers is relatively complex, with the maximum level being 100, and they evolve every 10 levels, with the difficulty of evolution increasing exponentially. Level 1 to 10, Juvenile. Level 11 to 20, Mature. Level 21 to 30, Complete. Level 31-40, Transcendent Body. Level 41-50, Ultimate Body. Level 51-60, Beast King Body. Level 61-70, Beast King Body. Level 71-80, Beast God Body. Level 81-90, God Devourer. Level 91-100, Dream Body. Qin Hao secretly set a small goal for himself, first to evolve the flame howling wolf into a level 100 fantasy beast, and by the way, earn another 100 million yuan, and then he could live a good life with his sister. After eating and drinking, the brother and sister had a long chat. The Qin family has excellent genes, and both siblings are good-looking. Especially the elder sister Qin Yan, who has a beautiful and delicate face, red lips and white teeth, and exudes a classical beauty with full charm in every frown and frown. "Sister, have you read the headlines of today's news? Many residents of our shonen city have died at the hands of monsters, and the army and the Beastmaster team have failed in their expedition. Anyway, it's not safe here, let's leave." Leaving. So suddenly, Xiaohao, you can't be too hasty in moving. What are your plans? I will graduate from high school in a few days, and then I will apply to the 4 major beast taming academies. I heard that the admissions examinations of the 4 major beast academies are very strict. They only recruit the best talents, 1 in a million. It is very difficult to pass the examinations. Don't worry, sister. The admissions test is easy for me. All I need is a hand. Then, we can live in a top-ranked city. The 4 major Beastmaster academies are the highest places for training young Beastmasters. All 4 academies are located in Xiling City. Xiling City is the 101st city in Yanxia Empire. Compared with Xiangnan City, which is ranked 10,086th, Xiling City is rich in resources, has a large army, and complete defense facilities, so the safety of residents is guaranteed. Qin Hao then began to talk non-stop, looking forward to and planning the future of the 2 siblings. But Qin Yan seemed absent-minded, her eyes were always fixed on the flame-howling wolf who was busy eating, her eyes full of confusion. This is strange. Logically speaking, Xiao Hao's current physical condition makes it impossible for him to sign a blood contract and become a Beastmaster. So what went wrong? Qin Hao was very conscious and suddenly asked, "Sister, I think you are a little weird today. What's wrong with you? Do you want me to make you a bowl of brown sugar water?" Qin Yan adjusted her mood in time and smiled, "Stinky boy, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm just a little tired. It's getting late, go to bed." At 1 in the morning, it was pouring rain outside the window. Qin Hao was holding the furry wolf tail, with his feet stuffed into the mouth of the fiery howling wolf. The man and the wolf were sleeping soundly in bed. The snoring of the howling flame wolf was as loud as an earthquake, but no neighbor dared to complain to Qin Hao for disturbing the neighbors. Squeak. At this moment, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Qin Yan walked to the bedside unnoticed, her beautiful face shrouded in darkness and her expression was unpredictable. Even though the flame-howling wolf was born with extremely sharp hearing, it did not notice Qin Yan entering the room, and it slept worse than a pig. Qin Yan looked at Qin Hao who was sleeping soundly, frowned, and her eyes shone with a golden light. She saw a crescent-shaped birthmark on Qin Hao's buttocks. The birthmark was the size of a palm and was particularly eye-catching. A scarlet light flashed across the birthmark, and extremely complex curse patterns appeared around it. Seeing this, Qin Yan narrowed her eyes and wondered in her heart. The blood sacrifice seal clearly showed no signs of loosening, so how did Xiao Hao sign a blood contract with the flame-howling wolf? This is unscientific. Qin Hao suddenly turned over, muttering to himself. "Waiter, give me a set of jianbing guizi, a luxurious one with 2 eggs, no chopped green onions and no spicy sauce." When Qin Yan heard Qin Hao's voice, she was startled at first, but later realized that Qin Hao was just talking in his sleep. Qin Yan's expression then returned to gentleness, but this did not prevent an indescribable sadness from flashing across her eyes. She helped Qin Hao cover himself with the quilt and then left the bedroom. 10 minutes later, Qin Yan came to the public telephone booth downstairs holding an umbrella. After confirming that there was no one around, Qin Yan skillfully dialed a mysterious number. After a while, the call was connected. "Qin Yan, Dad, something happened." The man on the other end of the phone said in a deep voice, "Xiao Hao." Qin Yan, "Yes. Although there is no problem with the blood sacrifice seal, Xiao Hao has awakened. He also signed a blood contract with a flaming howling wolf and became a Beastmaster." Awakened, after a moment of silence, the man sighed, "It seems that this is my fate. What should I do next? Should I confront Xiao Hao? Keep it a secret for now, and don't let Xiao Hao know too much. As for Xiao Hao becoming a Beastmaster, just let it happen naturally, and you observe in secret." Less than 2 minutes into the conversation, Qin Yan hung up the phone, her eyes unfocused and her heart in turmoil. Just when Qin Yan was about to return, she suddenly noticed something strange, and then the ground began to shake. Qin Yan turned her head suddenly, and her pupils contracted rapidly involuntarily. A terrifying monster suddenly appeared on the street not far away. It was a giant python with purple gold light shining all over its body, and its 2 scarlet eyes were like blood moons. Judging from the terrifying aura emanating from this giant python, it is obviously an emperor-level magical beast. Although Shonen City is a dangerous area, no emperor-level monsters have appeared there for decades. Qin Yan raised her eyebrows slightly and uttered a few words. "The calamity god python Medusa is doing a lot of strange things today." The natural disaster python was just passing by. It accidentally made eye contact with Qin Yan. It was stunned at first, then its eyes flashed with ferocity and it spewed out a mighty demonic energy from its mouth. Qin Yan rolled up her sleeves. The next morning, the rain stopped and the sky cleared up. The dazzling sunlight shone through the window onto Qin Hao's face. Qin Hao opened his eyes and found that the flame-howling wolf was not in the bedroom. Langing Jiwen, where have you been? Qin Hao called out while putting on his clothes. The flame-howling wolf looks handsome and domineering. In order to facilitate his address and registration, Qin Hao gave the flame-howling wolf a catchy name last night, Wolf Handsome. Qin Hao had just put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom when he smelled a burst of fragrance coming from the kitchen. In the kitchen, Qin Yan was wearing an apron around her waist and frying eggs in a frying pan. Good morning, sis. Good morning, Xiao Hao. Breakfast will be ready soon. By the way, our gas stove is broken, so I have to let your beastman act as the gas stove. Qin Hao took a closer look and found that the flaming tail of the flame-howling wolf was now raised high and resting against the bottom of the frying pan. It could also intelligently adjust the size of the flame, making it better than a gas stove and most importantly, saving a lot of gas bills. Awo. Awo. The flame-howling wolf bared its teeth and shouted happily at Qin Hao, as if to say, "Your friend, Tool Wolf, is online." After breakfast, Qin Hao collapsed on the sofa. Today, Saturday, he didn't have to go to school, so he could help his sister with the housework at home and share his sister's responsibilities. Such relaxing time is actually rare, because Qin Yan also has to work part-time on Saturdays just to earn more money to supplement the family income and support Qin Hao's studies. The high school Qin Hao attends is a private school, and the tuition is extremely expensive. Qin Yan has to work 6 jobs just to barely pay for the family's expenses. Ingjuan, turn on the TV. The howling flame wolf was very intelligent. It used its heavy claws to press the remote control switch, change channels, and adjust the volume in one go. Then it lay down at Qin Hao's feet and took a nap. The morning news is on TV. Dear viewers, here's an urgent news interruption. Qin Hao was attracted by the news and immediately stared at the TV screen intently. The news anchor looked terrified, his voice trembling and serious. Emergency report, early this morning, traces of unknown monsters were found in the poor area. Based on the footage taken at the scene, we can infer that this might be an Emperor-level monster. Please be vigilant, prepare for the worst and buy life insurance in advance. An extremely horrifying scene was displayed on the TV screen. On the edge of the poor area, a huge deep pit appeared out of nowhere. The pit was over 100 meters in diameter, bottomless, and filled with smoke and dust. The surrounding walls and ruins were all over the pit, and the forest had turned into a scorched earth. Qin Hao instantly got goosebumps all over his body. The apartment building where he lived was very close to the scene of the incident. However, the strange thing was that he didn't hear any noise when he went to bed last night. Oh my goodness, only an Emperor-level monster can do such terrible destructive power. Sister, come and read the news. Qin Yan walked over and sat next to Qin Hao. She glanced at the TV news, and a hidden light flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Qin Hao held Qin Yan's hand tightly, worriedly. It seems that we really can't stay in Xiangnan City any longer, it's too dangerous here. Qin Yan gathered her hair and responded calmly, maybe this Emperor-level monster is just passing by. Qin Hao's face was solemn. He knew very well how dangerous the Emperor-level monsters were. Generally speaking, Emperor-level monsters possess divine blood and a huge body that covers the sky and the sun. With just one big move, they can make an entire city disappear from the map immediately. Sister, you don't understand. The Emperor-level monster is very terrifying. It can easily destroy the entire Shonen city. Oh, is that so? It's really scary, but it won't affect my work or going to the market to buy groceries. By the way, I'll go to the market to buy some ingredients and make you braised prawns tonight. Just stay home. Qin Hao felt confused, wondering whether this beautiful sister was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, and whether her IQ was occasionally offline. Sister, it's too dangerous outside. Let me go buy some groceries. You stay at home. Qin Hao snatched the basket of vegetables from Qin Yan's hand, then took the flaming howling wolf and went out. Qin Yan was the only one left at home. Qin Yan continued to watch the TV news, took a sip of tea, and murmured leisurely, it seems that I was too heavy-handed last night. It is better to be cautious in the future. After Qin Hao went out, he found that the sky was blood red. It is said that when the emperor-level monsters appear, strange weather conditions will often occur. The smell of the end of the world is getting stronger and stronger. Cordons and protective nets have been set up around the poor areas. Armed special forces, tank troops, and destroyers are everywhere, and sirens are blaring one after another. On the streets, people were running towards the station carrying large and small bags. This time of leaving their hometown was filled with tears and sadness. After learning that the emperor-level monster had appeared, most citizens chose to buy standing tickets and flee Shonan City overnight. The remaining few citizens could not even afford standing tickets. Qin Hao looked up and saw a ridiculous and sarcastic message on the electronic screen of the commercial building. Humans seem too humble in front of overly powerful monsters. Qin Hao clenched his fists. The most urgent thing was to take his sister away from this dangerous city as soon as possible. In the evening, the sun was setting and the temperature dropped sharply to freezing point. Qin Yan felt very uncomfortable, so she paced around the living room, her eyes full of worry and concern. Xiao Hao left this morning, and it's already 7 o'clock in the evening. Why hasn't he come back yet? I can't get through on the phone either. If anything happens to Xiao Hao, I won't be able to forgive myself. I only have one brother like this. I have to go out and find him. Qin Yan didn't even have time to change her slippers before going out to find Qin Hao. Just then, the door lock turned and a figure rushed into the living room carrying large and small bags. Sister, I'm back. The door was suddenly pushed open. Qin Hao had 7 or 8 shopping bags hanging from his arms, and the flame-howling wolf also had a bunch of heavy packages on its back. The man and the wolf stood at the door, like refugees fleeing. Xiao Hao, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. Xiao Hao, didn't you go out to buy groceries? Why did you buy so many things? Qin Yan looked at the shopping bags of various sizes in Qin Hao's hands, puzzled. Qin Hao piled all the shopping bags on the sofa and said seriously, I went to the mall to do some shopping. I bought food and daily necessities that are easy to carry. We will move out of Xiangnan City tomorrow, and these things will be useful on the road. When the emperor-level monster attacks, the only way to survive is to escape as quickly as possible. Qin Hao didn't have time to think too much. He just wanted to take his sister and run away from this place of trouble. Xiao Hao, moving is not an easy thing, don't worry. Oh my sister, saving your life is the most important thing. Let's leave here tomorrow morning. Qin Hao looked anxious. He was not able to fight against the emperor-level monsters now. He always remembered a truth, that the best way was to develop slowly. Xiao Hao, that's not right. I just realized, where did you get the money to buy so many things? Did you rob a bank? The Qin family was very poor, and Qin Yan could only give Qin Hao 1 gold coin pocket money every week, so Qin Hao didn't even dare to add 2 eggs when he bought pancakes. However, the supplies Qin Hao purchased cost at least several hundred gold coins, which made Qin Yan feel confused and worried. Qin Hao put his arm around Qin Yan's shoulders and explained with a smile, I went to the divine pet shop this morning and sold the magic crystal of the blood demon bat, earning 1,000 gold coins. The blood demon bat is a beast soldier level magical beast. Although its bloodline is cheap, its magic crystal can be sold for 1,000 gold coins in the secondary market. 1,000 gold coins is a huge sum of money for an ordinary family. In addition to paying the rent and major purchases, Qin Hao still had 300 gold coins left, which was enough for the daily expenses of the 2 siblings this month. Qin Yan smiled with relief and whispered, it seems that being a beastmaster is indeed a very profitable profession. You can earn a lot of money just by killing a monster. Xiao Hao, I am proud of you. Sister, when I make money, I will buy you a nice skirt, the most expensive one. Qin Yan smiled with relief. It seemed that her brother had grown up and knew how to feel sorry for her. Late at night, Qin Hao was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling covered with spider webs, his 9-turned dark eyes flashing with a lavender halo. The flame-howling wolf was lying next to Qin Hao, snoring without any hesitation. Qin Hao turned his head to look at the flaming howling wolf, and a string of data appeared before his eyes. Flame howling wolf, evolution route, 4 routes in total. 1. Demon route, 2. Heavenly demon route, 3. Ghost route, 4. Hell Ashura route, hidden evolution route. One of the special abilities of the 9-turn Dark Eye is the ability to easily see through the hidden evolutionary paths of Beastmasters. This is a supernatural ability that no other Beastmaster possesses. Qin Hao began to analyze carefully. The Demon King route is more power-oriented, and can greatly improve physical attack and resistance in the later stages. In the Heavenly Demon route, you can develop demonic power in the later stages and light up a series of demonic skill points. Ghost route, in the midterm, ghost attributes can be added to the basic attributes to improve the comprehensiveness of beast taming. However, these 3 evolutionary routes are all conventional evolutionary routes, which are clearly written in the People's Education Press version of the Beastmaster Training Manual, and are not surprising. The 4th evolutionary route, Hell Azura route, that Qin Hao saw is a hidden evolutionary route, that is, a high-level evolutionary route that has not yet been researched by all the Beastmasters in the world. It is unprecedented. Hell Ashura route, unlock the power of Hell in the early stage. Increase the Ashura attribute in the middle stage, and you can control the undead beasts. In the late stage, you can integrate Hellfire to increase the bloodline level. When you evolve to the full level, you can control the power of Ashura Road, one of the 6 paths. From the perspective of data analysis, the advantages of hidden evolutionary routes are far greater than those of conventional evolutionary routes. So Qin Hao didn't have to worry about it at all, and decisively decided to let the flame-howling wolf take the Hell Azura route. Ingjuan is already level 6 now. If he goes to the wild area to level up, he will probably reach level 10, the bottleneck of the first evolution, soon. I guess I need to prepare the necessary items for the first evolution in advance. Each evolution of the beast requires different kinds of supplements, herbs, and magic crystals to help break through the bottleneck. This requires not only Krypton gold, but also luck and opportunity. After Qin Hao fell asleep, Qin Yen tiptoed to the public telephone booth downstairs again. After dialing the phone, Qin Yen bit her lower lip and said embarrassedly, "Dad, Xiao Hao is an adult after all. What should I do if he falls in love in the future? Ahem, this boy really has the demeanor of me when I was young, full of vigor and vitality." The mysterious man choked, then joked, "In that case, then find a chance to find a few daughters-in-law for me." Qin Yen, any requests? I don't have any requirements, as long as Xiao Hao likes it. Suddenly, the mysterious man changed the subject, his tone mixed with coldness, but with the exception of the Shangguan family and the Situ family, the women of these 2 families must not be touched. Yeah, I understand. Qin Yen looked solemn and nodded slightly to show her agreement. The next morning, the Qin siblings were sitting at the dining table eating, while Flame Howling Wolf was lying on the ground chewing a bag of dog food and potato chips. The family was very harmonious. Qin Hao held a fried dough stick in his mouth, and his mouth was like a suppository, and he kept mumbling, "Sister, to be honest, I thought the Emperor-level monster would come out to wreak havoc in the city last night, but I didn't expect that nothing happened overnight. Could it be that you were right, that the Emperor-level monster was really just passing by?" At this time, related news was also broadcast on TV. Because there was no sign of the Emperor-level monster appearing again, the crisis alert in Shonen City was temporarily lifted. Qin Yen showed a meaningful smile. "I told you, that Emperor-level monster was just passing by." Qin Hao ate a tea egg in one gulp and said, "Even if it's just passing by, we still have to move. Xiangnan City is not safe after all. Xiao Hao, don't worry. You are going to take the entrance exam for the 4 major beast taming academies. You can sign up for the exam next week anyway, so it won't be too late for us to leave next week." "That makes sense. Then we can leave next week." After breakfast, Qin Hao got dressed and prepared to go out. Qin Yen quickly stopped Qin Hao and said, "It's the weekend today. Why don't you stay at home and help your sister knit sweaters?" "Where are you going?" Qin Hao patted the head of the flame-howling wolf. "I'm taking Ingjuan to Whitebone Mountain to level up, accelerate its growth, accumulate some combat experience, and practice some new skills." Qin Yan's body trembled when she heard that Qin Hao was going to Whitebone Mountain. Whitebone Mountain is located on the edge of Xiangnan City, and there are many monsters hidden on the mountain. Qin Yan disagreed at first because she was worried about her brother's safety. However, Qin Hao's temper was more stubborn than the donkey in the production team. Qin Yan couldn't persuade Qin Hao, so she had to let Qin Hao go out. An hour later, Qin Hao and the flame-howling wolf walked into the heart of White Bone Mountain. Although the Bone Mountain sounds scary, in fact, 90% of the monsters entrenched here are the most basic monsters, which are the weakest among all monsters. For example, the blood demon bats would be frightened to death just by hearing the roar of the flame-howling wolf. Even if there are occasionally some beast-level monsters in the mountains, Qin Hao can deal with them. Handsome, move like a snake. Look back and grab. Monkey steals peaches. A set of combos takes away the demon-fanged boar. Ouch. Under Qin Hao's guidance, the flame-howling wolf learned several new skills. Each one was more vulgar than the other, but they were really practical. For example, looking back to grab, and monkey stealing peaches, with these two dirty tricks, the most basic monsters in the mountains were chased all over the mountain by the fiery howling wolf. Under Qin Hao's devilish training, the flame-howling wolf's combat experience was greatly improved, and he even learned Wing Chun and Foshan's shadowless kick. As a royal beast of rare bloodline, the flame-howling wolf has great fighting talent and spiritual wisdom. In just one day, the tacit understanding between it and Qin Hao has reached the level of telepathy. For example, as soon as Qin Hao sticks out his butt, it knows what shape of shit Qin Hao is going to poop, and then brings a roll of toilet paper to Qin Hao in advance. It was approaching dusk and the sun was setting. Qin Hao sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, and the flame-howling wolf squatted beside him. The man and the wolf enjoyed the beautiful sunset together. Ingjuan, you did a good job today. You have a high level of understanding. I'll reward you. Qin Hao took out a bag of Weilong spicy strips from his backpack, with a larger quantity but no higher price. The fiery howling wolf let out a cheerful cry, opened its big mouth and slurped up the spicy strips, with a look of satisfaction and happiness on its face. Qin Hao gently stroked the fur of the flame-howling wolf and said with emotion, "Alas, the magic beasts in the White Bone Mountain are basically non-attribute or poisonous magic beasts. If my Ingjuan wants to evolve, he needs a high-quality beast soldier-level fire attribute magic crystal. It's difficult. The high-quality beast soldier-level fire attribute magic crystal is not cheap. If you can't get it by hunting monsters, you have to go to the God Pet store and spend about 3,000 gold coins to buy it. Qin Hao only has more than 300 gold coins left. It's so funny that he can't afford it even with Huabei. In addition to the beast soldier-level fire attribute magic crystal, the materials needed for evolution also include 3 hellfire grasses, a fire evolution pill, and a bottle of beast essence. Altogether, it would cost at least tens of thousands of gold coins. This made Qin Hao's already poor family even worse. In fact, if the flame-howling wolf follows the conventional evolutionary route, it would not need so many complex evolutionary materials. But since Qin Hao chose to let the flame-howling wolf take the hidden evolutionary route, Hell Azura route, he will naturally have to pay a higher price. If you want to become stronger, you have to spend money. Mr. Ma Huateng once said, "If you don't spend money, you can't play the game." Time flies, and night falls. The roar of high-level monsters can be heard from the depths of White Bone Mountain. The temperature drops sharply, and the woods are filled with a strong demonic aura. Once night falls on the White Bone Mountain, the danger level will skyrocket, because many higher-level monsters like to appear at night. They hide underground during the day and hibernate, and only come out to look for food at night. They will also hunt and devour monsters of lower levels than themselves, and they are extremely ferocious. Those mysterious high-level magical beasts are not something that the juvenile flame-howling wolf can deal with. Qin Hao knew when to quit, stood up, patted his butt, and prepared to go home. Ingjuan, we've almost finished training for today. Shift to 4th gear and let's go home. Qin Hao had just ridden on the back of the fiery howling wolf when his expression suddenly froze and he was attracted by the peripheral vision. Looking in the direction of his peripheral vision, Qin Hao showed a look of ecstasy. Oh my goodness, it's actually hellfire grass, am I just lucky? On the cliff opposite the cliff, there grows a cluster of red plants, their shapes like swaying flames. These red plants are hellfire grass, one of the spiritual herbs needed for the evolution of fire-attributed beasts, and are rare spiritual herbs. According to the market price in the Divine Pet Shop, a plant of hellfire grass costs about 800 gold coins. Looking at the lush wild hellfire grass, Qin Hao couldn't stop smiling. It was easy to get, and I saved a lot of money. Ingjuan, I need those red plants. Ouch. The flaming howling wolf is also skilled and courageous. He gathered strength in his limbs, leaped up, drew a graceful arc in the air, and landed steadily on the edge of the cliff with Qin Hao on his back. This operation must be awarded full marks. Next, Qin Hao only needed to raise his hand to easily pick up a dozen hellfire grasses. Keep 3 hellfire grasses as evolution materials, and sell the rest for money. How wonderful. Just when Qin Hao was feeling gratified, a crisp, crackling sound came from under the feet of the fiery howling wolf. Could it be? The cliff rocks were not strong enough to bear the weight of a man and a wolf. The next second, a tragic scene took place, and Qin Hao and the flame-howling wolf fell together. A melodious echoed in the deep valley. After an unknown amount of time, when Qin Hao woke up, he found himself lying on the shore of a pond. It was already completely dark, the blue-gray night was filled with thunder and lightning, and the cold icy rain was beating heavily on his crotch. Qin Hao sat up and turned his head to see the flame-howling wolf squatting beside him, licking the wounds on his body with its tongue. This was saliva therapy. Observing the surrounding environment, Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out there is a pool of water under the cliff. Fortunately, I am lucky. Now Qin Hao is at the bottom of the cliff of Baigushan Mountain, surrounded by towering ancient trees, and the weather is bad, making it impossible to identify the direction. The phone was out of battery, so Qin Hao couldn't get in touch with the outside world. If he forced his way in the dark, he would easily get lost, and he might even run into a high-level monster with ghost attributes, which would definitely kill him. After thinking for a moment, Qin Hao decided to spend the night under the cliff. Ingjuan, there is a cave ahead. Qin Hao and the flame-howling wolf hid in a cave to avoid the heavy rain. Then Qin Hao took off his wet clothes. Ingjuan, help me dry it. The flame-howling wolf opened its mouth and spit out a fireball. Qin Hao was stunned. His clothes had turned into charcoal ash and were blown away by the wind. Ingjuan, you are messing with me. I asked you to dry it, not cremate it. Woo-woo. The flame-howling wolf whimpered in shame and embarrassment. It didn't do it on purpose, it was just because it didn't get the timing right. Now Qin Hao is only wearing a pair of yellow shorts with SpongeBob SquarePants printed on it, and the scene is a bit awkward. No, there's movement. Suddenly, Qin Hao's eyes became sharp and he made a hush gesture towards the flame-howling wolf. The man and the wolf held their breath and concentrated, and the dark cave fell into deathly silence. Then Qin Hao looked deep into the cave, and unexpectedly heard heavy and rapid breathing sounds from deep inside the cave. Qin Hao swallowed his saliva. Judging from the sound of the breathing, there should be an extremely terrifying monster hiding deep in the cave. And the breathing sound is getting closer. Qin Hao's hair stood on end, and he shouted urgently, Ingjuan, run! It's too late. In an instant, a huge black shadow flashed by and blocked the exit of the cave. The violent and dense demonic energy seemed to burst the entire cave. The flame-howling wolf's tail ignited into flames like a candle, instantly illuminating the cave. Qin Hao looked around and was almost frightened to death. The monster blocking the entrance to the cave turned out to be a giant python wrapped in demonic energy. The giant python was covered with sharp scales, had sharp fangs, and its 2 eyes were like deep blood-red whirlpools. Qin Hao looked into its eyes and felt a strong sense of suffocation, as if his soul was being sucked away. In the critical moment, Qin Hao forced himself to remain calm, his 9-turned dark pupil opened, and a purple light flashed in his right eye. A string of data appeared in Qin Hao's mind. Name, Calamity God Python Medusa, the 3rd Queen. Level, Emperor level Warcraft, peak period. Bloodline, Demigod, Legend. Talent, Medusa's Curse. Attributes, Poison, Royal. Weakness, None. Skills, Petrifying Eyes, Rain of Poison Arrows, Death Coil. Evolution Route. Hobbies. Qin Hao felt his scalp tingling after checking the data information. It seems that the Emperor-level monster was not passing by, it was just hiding in this cave. As fate would have it, Qin Hao felt that he had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Before he even left the novice village, he encountered an Emperor-level boss. Qin Hao took another look at the flaming howling wolf beside him. The flame-howling wolf was suppressed by the blood of the emperor-level magical beast and was so frightened that it fell to the ground. Qin Hao was in tears at this moment. With his current strength, he could not compete with the emperor-level monster. You know, in the Warcraft system, the emperor-level Warcraft is in the upper zone of honor, with great strength, and can easily destroy a city. What's more, this natural disaster python is the legend plus demigod, blood of Queen Medusa. In other words, it is the leader of the divine python clan. Qin Hao is very self-aware. He and the fiery howling wolf together are not enough to fill the teeth of Queen Medusa. Hiss! Queen Medusa opened her bloody mouth, revealing her scarlet tongue. A large amount of dark green venom oozed from her fangs. Her powerful aura seemed to have drained all the oxygen from the entire cave. Qin Hao rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Shit, it seems that I have to get a box lunch. I died before I could accomplish my mission. I traveled through time and space for nothing. Is there no protection period for novices? My youth is over." Since he was going to die anyway, Qin Hao became calm instead. He took out his ID card and held it in his mouth, planning to find a cool place to lie down. One was to prevent the body from rotting, and the other was to make it easier for the police to confirm his identity later and not cause trouble for the police station. However, Queen Medusa did not move for a long time. Qin Hao was puzzled. He opened his eyes and looked again, and finally found a clue. There was a long and narrow blood mark on Queen Medusa's snake belly. A large amount of blood gushed out, the wound was so deep that the bone was visible, and the severely damaged internal organs could be vaguely seen. Qin Hao was shocked. A peak-level emperor-level monster was actually so badly injured. What kind of horrible creature could have injured it? There is always a way out, it looks like there is still hope. Qin Hao once again opened the 9 transformation dark eyes, locked his sights on Queen Medusa's wound, and at the same time developed his eye power to the extreme. Soon, a string of data information appeared in front of Qin Hao. Monster status, severely injured, dying. Health, less than 3%. Death expectation, about 20 minutes later. The situation is reversed. The corners of Qin Hao's lips rose higher and higher, and his smile became more and more wild. Regardless of the reason, this emperor-level monster was seriously injured and on the verge of death. At best, it was a paper tiger and not that scary at all. Then Qin Hao told the details to the howling flame wolf. After hearing this, the howling flame wolf smiled arrogantly, straightened his back immediately, and roared provocatively at Queen Medusa. Generally speaking, a magical beast of Queen Medusa's level would have been furious if provoked by a young beastmaster. But at this moment, Queen Medusa was dying and had no strength to kill Qin Hao and the flame-howling wolf. The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment, and Queen Medusa could no longer hold on. She fell heavily to the ground with a thud, and then turned into a human form. Qin Hao remembered that it was written in the Warcraft Illustrated Book, Required Course 1, the peak emperor-level Warcraft is extremely intelligent and can cultivate into a human form. It can also switch freely between human and beast forms and is good at disguise and deception. Now Queen Medusa was seriously injured, and the remaining demonic energy was not enough to maintain her powerful body. So she could only transform into a weak human form, which at least could reduce the loss of life energy to a certain extent and allow her to survive for a while longer. Qin Hao took a closer look and his eyes lit up immediately. He exclaimed in a teasing tone, "Wow, a monster is so beautiful. Could it be that he paid for the skin? Is he a RMB player?" Queen Medusa in human form is simply stunning. Under the red gauze skirt, her charming and seductive figure is curvy, and her 2 long legs are faintly visible. It would be a pity if they were not pedaling the tricycle. With a cold and noble face and a domineering golden crown, Queen Medusa is just like the demon empresses in novels, charming everyone with her every move. However, even after transforming into a human form, Queen Medusa's abdomen showed a shocking wound. Her whole body collapsed in the blood, her face was as pale as paper, and she had no strength in her body. Qin Hao walked up to Queen Medusa, took out a dagger from his waist, and said with a smile, "I really got a great bargain today. The magic crystal of the peak emperor-level magic beast should be able to sell for a good price, enough for my sister and I to squander for a lifetime." Queen Medusa looked grim, raised her noble head, and angrily shouted, "Asshole, if I hadn't been injured, How could I allow a lowly beastmaster like you to act so presumptuously in front of me with a young beastmaster? Fuck, keep scolding me. Ingjuan, don't stop me. I want to kill this self-righteous bitch. Don't stop me. I'll be angry with anyone who tries to stop me. The howling flame wolf was confused. Master, no one stopped you, you are so dramatic. Qin Hao suddenly put the dagger against Queen Medusa's neck, with the sharp tip of the knife only an inch away from the carotid artery. Queen Medusa was furious, but she could do nothing. She was so badly injured that even this tiny human in front of her could take her life at any time. How ironic. Damn it, it's all that horrible woman's fault. If it weren't for her, how could I have ended up like this? Thinking of this, the face of a gentle queen emerged in Queen Medusa's mind, and then resentment and fear flashed in her eyes. Last night, when she passed by Shonen City, she was beaten by the gentle queen who looked powerless and injured to the point of being on the verge of death. Wait a minute, kid. Before Qin Hao took action, Queen Medusa suddenly made a request. I have never hurt a human being in my life. Don't kill me. Qin Hao sneered after hearing this and said sarcastically, haha, aren't you ashamed to say that? You are an emperor-level monster. It would probably take the flesh and blood of hundreds of thousands of humans to fill your stomach. Queen Medusa said seriously, I am a vegetarian. Eat vegetarian. Qin Hao was stunned for a moment, and he once again scanned Queen Medusa with his 9-turn dark pupil. The 9-turn dark eye can see through the habits and preferences of magical beasts and beast tamers. Qin Hao was surprised to find that Medusa's hobby was eating bamboo shoots. Then Qin Hao covered his head with his hands and said in dismay, this is outrageous. An emperor-level monster actually eats vegetarian food. Beautiful sister, you are the queen of Medusa, the calamity python, with a demigod plus legend level bloodline. If you don't eat meat, what's the point of living? Or do you believe in Buddhism? Queen Medusa glared at Qin Hao and said coldly, eating meat makes you fat. I like to eat vegetarian food. What does it have to do with you? Self-cultivation of a beauty. Qin Hao hesitated for a while and asked sternly, even if you have never hurt any human, you are still a demon beast and a mortal enemy of us humans. If you want me to give up killing you, please give me a reason not to kill you. A tiger in a low position is bullied by a dog and has no choice but to bow his head. Queen Medusa bit her lower lip tightly and frowned deeply. Thinking about the mission she was carrying out, she must not die here. Finally, Queen Medusa had to lower her noble head. But even if I let you go, given your serious injuries, I'm afraid you won't survive this night. Queen Medusa's mouth was filled with bitterness, and her eyes dimmed instantly. Qin Hao was right. Her injuries were too severe, and the magic crystal in her body had cracked. Even if Qin Hao didn't kill her, she would still die. At most, she could survive in this cave for a while, but it was useless. Qin Hao looked at Queen Medusa who had fallen into silence, and felt secretly delighted. He had the absolute initiative in this negotiation. Beauty, I have a deal, do you want to make it? Queen Medusa looked at Qin Hao with a blank look. What deal? Qin Hao raised his hand and pinched Queen Medusa's delicate chin, and said with a smile, I can heal your injury. But there is a prerequisite. Haha, do you know how serious my injury is? Do you think you can heal me? In this situation, you have no choice but to trust me or you will die. Queen Medusa narrowed her eyes. She had no choice now, so she might as well try to trust the young man in front of her. Little ghost, what are the prerequisites? I have a name. My name is Qin Hao. Qin Hao, tell me the conditions. Qin Hao smiled slightly, you, be my beastmaster. Ridiculous. I am Queen Medusa of the Divine Python clan, with noble blood. How could I possibly be a beast controlled by a little brat like you? Queen Medusa was furious, and a fierceness burst out from the depths of her charming snake pupils. She felt that she had been insulted like never before. If she became Qin Hao's beast, it meant that she would have to call Qin Hao master. Qin Hao chuckled and said, don't be angry. With your current physical condition, you might get angry to death. Queen Medusa calmed down as quickly as possible and said sternly, anyway, this request is too much. Please change the conditions. Qin Hao pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows, saying, actually, my request is not excessive at all. I save your life, and you become my beastmaster. This deal is fair, otherwise you will die. Queen Medusa gritted her teeth. She was being held firmly in Qin Hao's hands. Whatever, I still have a mission to complete. I must survive first. At worst, I can just temporarily surrender to this little brat. After a while of hesitation, Queen Medusa compromised. Okay, as long as you can cure me, I will be your beastmaster. Qin Hao clapped his hands and said happily, that's right, a man who knows the current situation is a smart snake. Qin Hao was very excited at this moment. God really favored him and he picked up an emperor-level monster for free. Qin Hao, I also have a request. Queen Medusa suddenly said anxiously. Tell me about it. I can sign a blood contract with you. But after that, I have something important to do and cannot stay with you for the time being. You have to allow me personal freedom. Qin Hao frowned. Queen Medusa's request was a bit beyond the scope. Generally speaking, after a warcraft signs a blood contract with a beastmaster, it must stay by the beastmaster's side at all times. Queen Medusa's eyes were firm. If you don't agree to my request, then I would rather die. Qin Hao sighed. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to sign this emperor-level monster, so he took a step back. Okay, I promise. The man and the snake reached a consensus and cooperated happily. Qin Hao, in order to prevent you from regretting, let's sign a blood contract first, and then I will heal your wounds. Queen Medusa nodded helplessly. The initiative was in Qin Hao's hands, so she could only let it go. Then Qin Hao bit his finger and blood oozed out. Queen Medusa's eyes sparkled when she smelled the blood. She suddenly had a strong appetite and couldn't help licking the corner of her lips, staring at the blood on Qin Hao's fingertips. Queen Medusa felt incredible. She had been a vegetarian all her life, but at this moment she developed a strong interest in human blood. Could it be that this little ghost has a special physique? His blood is so tempting. Qin Hao squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertips and dripped it on the center of Queen Medusa's eyebrows, and the blood contract ceremony officially began. Medusa, I ask you, whether you are rich or poor, healthy or sick, are you willing to be my beast? Will you always love me, take care of me, respect me, accept me, and be loyal to me until the end of your life? Queen Medusa rolled her eyes and thought, isn't this a wedding vow? Tell me quickly, are you willing or not? Okay, I'm willing to do it. The next moment, the souls of the man and the snake merged together. A golden halo flashed around Queen Medusa, and a 5-pointed star mark suddenly appeared on her chest. The blood contract was signed successfully. From then on, the natural disaster python, Queen Medusa, became Qin Hao's beast. Alas, I never thought that I would submit to humans one day. Queen Medusa was dejected. Signing the blood contract was equivalent to signing a contract to sell her body. From now on, Qin Hao would be her master. Qin Hao was very proud and touched Queen Medusa's head lovingly. Be good, Shasha, follow Brother Hao in the future, and Brother Hao promises that he will not treat you unfairly. Little devil, don't be so arrogant. If I weren't injured, I could kill you in an instant with just a glance. One of Queen Medusa's special abilities is the petrifying eye that contains the curse of the snake clan. If she is not injured, she can instantly petrify all living things with just one look, turning them into terracotta warriors. Qin Hao said angrily, Shasha, how can you talk to the master like that? What's your attitude? Queen Medusa stared at Qin Hao with resentful eyes. Stop talking nonsense, the blood contract has been signed, according to the agreement, heal me quickly. Qin Hao was in a playful mood, call me master, and I will treat you. You little bastard. Queen Medusa was speechless. Her current identity was Qin Hao's beastmaster, and Qin Hao was her master. Living under someone else's roof, there is nothing you can do. Master, please heal me. Then Qin Hao bit his finger again and a lot of blood flowed out. Drink my blood and your injuries will be healed. Qin Hao's blood smelled so fragrant that Queen Medusa could not resist the temptation. Her true nature was exposed. She opened her flaming red lips and bit Qin Hao's finger. The blood transferred into Queen Medusa's body, and her injuries began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. If such a magical scene were made public, it would probably cause chaos in the world. Because of the 9 transformation Dark Eye, the blood in Qin Hao's body is actually the blood of an ancient Beastmaster. His blood can heal any injuries of the Beastmaster. As long as the Beastmaster still has a breath, it can recover after drinking his blood. Queen Medusa used Qin Hao's fingers as a straw and sucked blood crazily, unable to stop. At the same time, her pale face gradually turned rosy. Qin Hao frowned slightly, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and thought that this time he would just treat it as a paid blood donation. After a long time, Queen Medusa let go of Qin Hao's fingers, and her beautiful face was radiant. The most surprising thing is that the wound on Medusa's abdomen has almost healed, and the cracks on the magic crystal in her body have also disappeared. In this world, apart from Qin Hao's blood, there is probably no other potion with such a powerful effect. Qin Hao wrapped his bloody fingers with a tissue and complained, "You have a big appetite. You almost sucked all my blood." Because of lack of blood, Qin Hao couldn't even stand steadily and fell to the ground. Queen Medusa quickly supported Qin Hao and was very grateful to this handsome young man. "Qin Hao, thank you." This was the first time in her life that Queen Medusa thanked humans. Qin Hao was weak and smiled and shook his head. "You are my beast, saving you is my responsibility, no need to thank me." Queen Medusa was puzzled. What kind of magic power did Qin Hao's blood have? It could actually heal her fatal injury. This was unscientific. "By the way, what star level of Beastmaster are you?" Qin Hao replied awkwardly, "Ahem, I just entered the industry, I'm still a rookie, I can be considered a sporadic Beastmaster." Medusa was even more confused. Human beast tamers are classified according to their ratings from 1 to 9 stars. Generally speaking, a Beastmaster who is capable of signing a blood contract with an Emperor-level magical beast must be at least a 7-star Beastmaster. And Qin Hao is not even a 1-star Beastmaster now, he is just a newbie in the industry. According to conventional logic, Qin Hao's soul power is not enough to sign a blood contract with an Emperor-level monster. Even if he forces it, he will suffer severe backlash. But Qin Hao just doesn't play by the rules. Could it be that this kid has the physique of a soul king and is born with full soul power? It seems that he has good talent and great potential, Queen Medusa muttered secretly. As the night deepened, the heavy rain outside the cave never stopped. Qin Hao had just lost 800 milliliters of blood and was exhausted. Just as he was about to lean on the fiery howling wolf to sleep, he heard a cuckoo cuckoo sound from the side. What's that sound? Qin Hao looked up and saw Queen Medusa curled up in the corner with a blushing face and her hands covering her abdomen. "Oh, so it's your stomach growling. You've just recovered from a serious injury, so you must be starving." Queen Medusa could not maintain her cool image because she was so hungry that her stomach kept growling. Qin Hao opened his backpack. "I have ham, instant noodles, spicy noodles, and a half-eaten Snickers bar. They can help you get rid of your hunger and be yourself. Do you want some?" Queen Medusa looked disgusted and shook her head decisively. Qin Hao curled his lips and said, "Haha, you are more picky than a child. If you don't eat, you will starve. It will be too late to regret it." Although her injuries were alleviated, Queen Medusa was still very weak and needed quiet rest, so she could not go out to find food and could only sit there and starve. Qin Hao couldn't bear to watch it anymore. After all, Queen Medusa was now his beast. "Hey, Qin Hao, where are you going? You stay in the cave and wait for me to come back." Qin Hao didn't say where he was going, he just rode on the fiery howling wolf and left the cave. Time passed quickly and an hour went by. Queen Medusa leaned against the wall of the cave, looking at the heavy rain outside the cave, and couldn't help feeling a little worried. "It's strange, why should I worry about that little brat, it's so annoying. That's not right. I am his beastly master now. If he dies, I will not be able to survive." 20 minutes later, hurried and chaotic footsteps were heard outside the cave. Queen Medusa became alert, and murderous intent appeared in her snake eyes. Only when she saw clearly that the figures entering the cave were Qin Hao and the flame-howling wolf did Queen Medusa let down her guard and breathed a sigh of relief. "Qin Hao, what are you doing?" At this moment, Qin Hao's body was covered with several eye-catching bloodstains, and his lips were pale. On his back was a bundle of fresh bamboo shoots, weighing a full 30 kilograms. The flame-howling wolf also had some scars on its body, and it was obvious that it had experienced a fierce battle. Qin Hao placed a bundle of bamboo shoots in front of Queen Medusa and said breathlessly, "Don't you like eating bamboo shoots? Come and eat them." In the dead of night in the White Bone Mountain, monsters were rampant. Qin Hao and the Howling Flame Wolf fought with more than a dozen monsters to pick these bamboo shoots. Queen Medusa did not see it with her own eyes, but she could imagine these scenes in her mind. Holding the fresh bamboo shoots, Queen Medusa was moved and asked in confusion, "Why are you so nice to me? I am a demon beast, the mortal enemy of you humans." Qin Hao smiled softly and said, "No, you are no longer a demon beast. You are now my beast. Feeding you is my most basic duty. As long as I, Qin Hao, have something to eat in this life, I will never let you go hungry." Queen Medusa was stunned, and the softest part of her heart was touched by the young men in front of her. After a moment of stunned silence, Queen Medusa showed a long-lost smile. "Okay, I won't be polite then." After a while of gorging, Queen Medusa had eaten up all the 30 kilograms of bamboo shoots. "Are you full? If not, I'll go out and dig some bamboo shoots." "I'm full, thank you." Qin Hao joked, "Say thank you, master." Faced with Qin Hao's aggressiveness, Queen Medusa was furious, but she had to say reluctantly, "Thank you, master. Sasha is so good." Qin Hao gently stroked Queen Medusa's head. He really treated the emperor-level monster as a pet. Queen Medusa didn't even bother to roll her eyes, her face was full of helplessness. After a moment of silence, Qin Hao couldn't help but ask curiously, "You are an emperor-level monster with great strength. Who hurt you like this?" "She is an extremely scary woman. She looks gentle and harmless, but in fact she is a devil." Whenever Queen Medusa mentioned the person who hurt her, an expression of resentment and fear appeared on her face. Qin Hao couldn't help but be amazed, thinking that a woman who could beat an emperor-level monster must be an absolute devil. "Forget it, don't mention that woman. My wound hurts when I mention her." "Okay, good night then." At 1 o'clock in the morning, Qin Hao finally fell asleep with his head resting on Queen Medusa's long legs. Queen Medusa lowered her eyes to look at Qin Hao's sleeping profile. Her eyes were complicated and her heart was in turmoil. Alas, this brat is really the biggest variable. I have become his beastmaster by mistake. But the most urgent task is to rush back to the organization to report the military situation. The next morning, the rain stopped and the sky cleared up. Qin Hao was awakened by the licking of the fiery howling wolf. "Good morning, handsome." Ouch. Qin Hao stood up and found Queen Medusa standing at the entrance of the cave. Her sexy back was fascinating. "Good morning, Sasha. You look so energetic. I guess you have almost recovered from your injury." Queen Medusa put aside her arrogance and said with a smile, "Thanks to you, my injuries are basically healed." "Qin Hao, that's good. Let's go down the mountain together. I'll treat you to breakfast, a pancake with 2 eggs. Qin Hao, don't forget, you promised me yesterday. As long as I sign a blood contract with you, you will not restrict my personal freedom." Queen Medusa looked directly at Qin Hao. "I have something important to do, I have to go, see you another day." Qin Hao scratched his head. "Yes, I did promise you yesterday. So where are you going? How long will it take for you to come back to me?" Queen Medusa pondered for a moment and thought of a good excuse. "I need to deal with the important affairs of the Divine Python clan, which will take a long time." Qin Hao felt unhappy after hearing this. After all, Queen Medusa was still his beast. A beast not being with its master was like a wife not coming home to sleep at night, which made people feel insecure. Queen Medusa could sense Qin Hao's psychological changes, so she said, "Actually, you don't have to worry. We have signed a blood contract. Although I don't want to admit it, you are actually my master. So even if I'm not by your side, I can't do anything to hurt humans. And when you need me, just summon me through the blood contract summoning method, and I will appear in front of you at any time. It's very convenient." After listening to Queen Madame Tussaud's words, Qin Hao suddenly felt that this might not be a bad thing. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Qin Hao is just a novice beastmaster. If the world knew that he had signed a blood contract with an emperor-level monster, it would arouse jealousy and might even lead to his own death. So it is better to hide Queen Medusa as a trump card, and the wise way is to develop slowly. Okay, then go ahead. Shasha, we'll meet again some other day. Qin Hao took the initiative to extend his hand and showed a bright smile. Queen Medusa shook hands with Qin Hao with a smile on her face. Qin Hao would not put on airs or use his status as a master to pressure her, but would respect her in every way. Based on this, she would not reject Qin Hao from the bottom of her heart. The way the man and the beast get along is more like friends than master and servant. Looking at the back of Queen Medusa going away, Qin Hao waved and said, Shasha, I'll wait for you to come back. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to bamboo shoot braised noodles. Qin Hao's call went unanswered. Queen Medusa remained very cold. Ingjuan, let's go, it's time for us to go home. Qin Hao rode on the flaming howling wolf and galloped down the mountain. On the top of the mountain, Queen Medusa secretly watched Qin Hao go down the mountain, with a lingering look in her beautiful eyes. Could it be because of the blood contract? I actually feel a little reluctant to part with this kid. I'm afraid I'm out of my mind. But once this kid knows my true identity, he will probably regret signing the blood contract with me. As soon as she finished speaking, Queen Medusa disappeared instantly, leaving only a faint body fragrance floating in the valley. Even though the man and the snake have temporarily parted ways, the blood pact has already connected their souls together, and this bond will never disappear. Qin Hao rode the fiery howling wolf to the woods at the foot of the mountain and happened to meet Qin Yan. Qin Yan's hair was disheveled, her body was covered in rain and dirt, she was holding a kitchen knife in her hand, and her face was full of worry and anxiety. Sister, why are you here? Qin Hao jumped off the wolf's back and ran to Qin Yan in 2 steps. When Qin Yan saw Qin Hao, she burst into tears of joy, immediately threw away the kitchen knife, and hugged Qin Hao in her arms. Xiao Hao, I finally found you. I spent the whole night looking for you, but couldn't get through on the phone. Do you know how worried I was? Qin Yan's emotions were out of control, her body was shaking, and her tearful eyes were heartbreaking. In order to find her missing brother, Qin Yan carried a kitchen knife and came to the White Bone Mountain where monsters were rampant, regardless of her own safety. An elder sister is like a mother. This heavy sense of family affection made Qin Hao breathless and his eyes instantly turned red. I'm sorry, sis. Blame it on me. I made you worry. Why don't you just slap me? Silly brother, don't blame yourself. I'm satisfied that you're okay. Come home with me. After returning home, Qin Hao planned to take a hot bath first. Qin Yan stopped Qin Hao. Sister, why are you stopping me? You have wounds on your body. If you touch water, it will get inflamed. I will help you treat the wound first, and then you can take a bath tomorrow. After a while, Qin Yan took out a small medicine box from the bedroom. Qin Yan first used iodine to reduce the inflammation of Qin Hao's wound, and then carefully bandaged the wound with gauze and bandages. Qin Yan said distressedly, Silly, does it hurt? This little injury is nothing, it doesn't hurt. The wounds on Qin Hao's body only looked scary, but they were actually superficial injuries. If they were treated later, the wounds would have healed automatically. This was especially true for the flame-howling wolf, whose physical fitness was off the charts, and whose wounds had long since healed. And with the experience gained from fighting many monsters last night, it had now risen to level 7, getting closer and closer to the first evolutionary bottleneck, level 10. Qin Yan put away the small medicine box, her eyes full of resentment, and for the first time she lost her temper with her brother. Xiao Hao, you can't be so reckless in the future. I couldn't find you last night and was scared to death. You are not allowed to go to Baigushan in the future. Come home at 10 o'clock at the latest. Seeing Qin Yan's worried look, Qin Hao had to temporarily agree. Okay, I promise, I will go home before 10 o'clock every night from now on. Qin Yan smiled and gently touched Qin Hao's head. This is my good brother. You must be hungry, sister will make you something delicious. After a while, the sounds of pots and pans could be heard in the kitchen, followed by the rich aroma of food. Qin Hao leaned on the sofa, a smile on his handsome face. Having a beautiful sister at home who has excellent cooking skills and a gentle personality, life is full of joy. After eating and drinking, Qin Hao rested his head on Qin Yan's thighs to relax and enjoy the hard-earned time with his sister. Sister, what are you looking at? Look at the bill. Qin Yan held the long bill in her hand and sighed. Oh, the food expenses are overspent again this month. Qin Hao sat up and asked in confusion, I usually don't even add eggs to my pancakes, why is the food budget overspent again? Qin Yan pointed at the flaming howling wolf beside her. Although Ingjuan has only been in our house for 2 days, he eats a lot. In the past 2 days, he has eaten 50 kilograms of black pork, 20 kilograms of lamb chops, 6 boxes of spicy noodles, and 8 bags of extra-large dog food. After Qin Yan finished reading out the meal list for Lian Howling Wolf, Lian Howling Wolf felt embarrassed and buried his face in Qin Hao's crotch, too embarrassed to see anyone. Qin Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ingjuan is in his childhood, which is the time when his body is developing, so his appetite is amazing. Qin Yan patted her full chest and said confidently, it doesn't matter, my sister will get her salary the day after tomorrow, then I will buy more dog food for Ingjuan. When it comes to family expenses, Qin Hao thought of an opportunity to make money. Sister, I'm going out for a while and will be back soon. After Qin Hao went out, he rode on the flaming howling wolf and galloped on the street. In a few minutes, he arrived at the most prosperous area in the city center. Passers-by on the road exclaimed in surprise. They had never seen a beast as domineering as the fiery howling wolf, with red flames wrapped all over its body. Hey, when did such a young beastmaster appear in our city? That boy seems to be Qin Hao. My son goes to the same school as him. I heard that he has the physique of a soul king. He is a true genius. Alas, my child has no talent, and now he can only go to the construction site to carry bricks. It's so frustrating to compare with others. The eyes of the residents of Xiangnan City were full of envy and respect when they looked at Qin Hao. In this era of rampant monsters, the Beastmaster is the eternal god. Qin Hao walked through the crowd and came to a magical pet store called Taobao. Walking into the store hall leading the fiery howling wolf, Qin Hao looked around. The shelves were filled with a wide variety of divine pet eggs, as well as evolution materials of different prices, such as magic crystals of various properties, spiritual herbs, nutrient solutions, and so on. Welcome, how can I help you? Hey, Xiaohao, why are you here? Qin Hao turned around and saw a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a cheongsam standing in front of him. The slit of the cheongsam revealed her white thighs, which was very eye-catching. This beautiful middle-aged young woman is named Lin Tao, and is known as the most charming young woman in Xiangnan City. Qin Hao knows her. She is the owner of Taobao Shenpet store and the aunt of Ma Dongmei, and Qin Hao and Ma Dongmei are classmates. Hello, Aunt Tao. Qin Hao smiled politely. Lin Tao's eyes shifted to the flame-howling wolf, and she was very surprised. It's actually a flame-howling wolf with a rare bloodline. Is this the beast you signed? Qin Hao nodded shyly. Lin Tao's face showed joy. She opened her arms and hugged Qin Hao into her arms, overflowing with maternal love. Xiao Hao, you are really great, you have grown up. A few days ago, I heard Dongmei say that you passed the Beastmaster Awakening assessment, and you have the physique of a soul king, which is 1 in a million. I originally thought you would come to me to buy a divine pet egg, but I didn't expect that when I saw you today, you already own a beast with a rare bloodline. Aunt Tao is really happy for you. Qin Hao blushed. Ahem, Aunt Tao, please let me go first, I can't breathe. Lin Tao had a curvy figure and an exaggerated bust. She hugged Qin Hao tightly in her arms, and Qin Hao was almost suffocated. After letting go of Qin Hao, Lin Tao asked with a smile, tell Auntie Tao quickly, where did you get this beast with rare bloodline? Qin Hao naturally couldn't tell the truth, so he could only joke, I'm just lucky, it was given as a gift when I topped up my phone bill. Ouch, the flame-howling wolf showed a little aggrieved expression. Lin Tao's beautiful eyes moved, and she said meaningfully, every talented beastmaster has his own luck and opportunities, so Auntie Tao won't ask too much. By the way, what do you want to buy in my store? Let Auntie Tao kiss you, and I can give you a discount. Qin Hao smiled bitterly and said, I'm a pauper, how can I have money to spend? Lin Tao patted Qin Hao's shoulder and hinted in a delicate voice, Xiao Hao, in fact, if you just accompany Aunt Tao for one night, Aunt Tao can let you work less for 50 years, how about it? Although Lin Tao was well-maintained and had excellent looks and figure, Qin Hao preferred the gentle and mature type like Qin Yan and was not very interested in beautiful young women, so he politely rejected Lin Tao. Qin Hao, Aunt Tao, I don't want to be a gigolo yet. I choose to work hard on my own. Lin Tao looked disappointed. Humph, young man, don't blame Auntie Tao for not reminding you, you've narrowed your path. Qin Hao quickly got back to the point. Aunt Tao, actually I came here today to make a deal with you. As he spoke, Qin Hao took out 12 hellfire grasses from his backpack. Lin Tao's eyes lit up. Hellfire grass. This is a rare spiritual grass. Where did you get it from? I went to the heart of Whitebone Mountain yesterday and happened to pick these hellfire grass from the edge of the cliff. It was luck. TSK, there are a lot of monsters lurking on the Whitebone Mountain. You are really a skilled and brave boy. Auntie Tao, let's be frank. I want to sell these hellfire grasses. Please tell me how much they are. Lin Tao carefully checked the quality of the hellfire grass, muttering, the quality of these hellfire grasses is pretty good. According to the market price of 800 gold coins per plant, 12 plants are 9,600 gold coins. Considering our long-term friendship, I'll round it up and pay 10,000 gold coins for these 12 plants of hellfire grass. Qin Hao was overjoyed and bowed to express his gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Tao. Silly child, don't be polite to Aunt Tao, we are all family. When you become a 9-star Beastmaster, just don't forget Aunt Tao. When you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. After the transaction was completed, Qin Hao had an extra check worth 10,000 gold coins in his hand. With this check, Qin Hao can exchange it for 10,000 gold coins in cash at any bank across the country at any time. It can also be used for direct consumption. Holding a check for 10,000 gold coins in his hand, Qin Hao straightened his back, looking like a nouveau riche. Ingjuan, let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal later and buy you 10 boxes of spicy noodles. The flaming howling wolf cheered and wagged its tail wildly at Qin Hao. Bang. Suddenly, the door was violently pushed open. Then a group of soldiers in naval uniforms rushed into the store hall, each with a solemn expression. The customers and waiters were so scared that they retreated one after another, and Lin Tao subconsciously blocked Qin Hao behind her. Qin Hao frowned slightly, feeling something was not right. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Then, a tall female officer walked into the store hall, followed by a leopard-type beast covered with lightning patterns. This beast had several striking scars on its face, its features were hideous, its eyes were bloodshot, and the murderous aura it exuded was much stronger than that of ordinary beasts. The female officer was young and heroic, about 25 years old, but the navy uniform on her shoulders was engraved with the words, Lieutenant General. The military system of the Yanxia Empire is divided into 3 parts, Navy, Army, and Air Force. The top leadership of each army is divided into Major Generals, Lieutenant Generals, and Generals. Generally speaking, those who could hold the position of Vice Admiral were excellent Beastmasters or wizards who were at least 35 years old. However, this female officer was too young, which was unreasonable. Under the Navy uniform, the female officer also wore a beast-taming robe. The beast-taming robe was white with 5-star medals on the chest. This meant that in addition to her military identity as a vice admiral, she was also a 5-star beast tamer, just like Chin Boki, the teacher at Suzaku Academy. Lin Tao smiled and said, "Sir, what are you doing?" The female officer took out her ID from her bosom. Her voice was magnetic and her tone was domineering. "I am Vice Admiral Long Kuei of the Navy. I have received a task from my superiors to conduct a routine investigation. Search for me." As soon as Long Kuei finished speaking, all the Navy soldiers began to carpet search the entire Divine Pet shop, causing panic among the people. Qin Hao was confused. "Auntie Tao, what's going on? Have you broken the law? How many years do you think you will be sentenced to? You little rascal, what are you talking about? Aunt Tao is a good citizen." Lin Tao nudged Qin Hao with her arm and said resentfully. During the search, Lin Tao arranged a private seat for Long Kuei and offered her tea. "Commander Long, this is the Longjing tea I have collected for many years, please try it." Long Kuei's expression was cold and she refused flatly, "No need, Boss Lin. I am a soldier, and the basic rule of a soldier is not to take even a needle or a thread from the people." Qin Hao was watching from the sidelines and had a good first impression of Long Kuei, the female officer. Long Kuei was not only hot and pretty, but also very righteous and principled. Then Qin Hao's attention was attracted by the leopard-type beast beside Long Kuei. A purple light flashed in Qin Hao's right eye, and the nine-turned dark pupil quietly opened. 3 seconds later, the detailed information and data of this leopard-type beast appeared in front of Qin Hao. Name: Thunder Saber-Toothed Leopard. Level 53, Beast King Body. Bloodline, Epic, 1 level higher than Rare Bloodline. Talent, Full Rage. Attributes: King, Thunder, Fierce Attack. Loyalty, 50. Weakness, Earth, Ghost. Skill: 1. Saber-Tooth Bite, 2. Thunder Fury, 3. Caesar's Electric Claw. Awakening Skill, Thunder Roar. Evolution Route. Habits and hobbies: aggression, love to eat seafood. After Qin Hao browsed the information data, his heart was filled with turmoil. As expected of a vice admiral of the Navy, he actually possesses a beast with epic bloodline. In the barren land of Shonen City, beastmasters with rare bloodlines are already rare, let alone beastmasters with epic bloodlines, which have never appeared before. Qin Hao made a rational assessment and concluded that the Thunder Saber-Toothed Leopard was a beast of superior strength and potential, with great development prospects. But Qin Hao doesn't need to be envious. He not only has the flame-howling wolf as his beast, he also has a second beast, the Calamity Python, Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa is of the Demigod Plus Legend level bloodline. Regardless of strength or bloodline, she completely suppresses the Thunder Saber-Tooth Leopard. 15 minutes later, a Navy soldier ran up to Long Kuei and said breathlessly, "Captain Long, all the rooms, cellars, and backyards have been searched, and no signs of hiding the fugitives were found. Let's go and search the next shop." Long Kuei stood up and was about to lead the team away when the Thunder Saber-Toothed Leopard suddenly started coughing violently. The cough of the Thunder Saber-Toothed Leopard sounded like thunder, causing pain in people's eardrums and shaking the floor. At the same time, all electrical equipment in the store hall, including air conditioners, computers, electric lights, monitors, etc., malfunctioned. The lights flickered and some bulbs even exploded with a bang. People fell into panic, but Qin Hao was extremely calm, his eyes were fixed on the Thunder Saber-Toothed Leopard. Long Kuei looked panicked and reached out to stroke the Thunder Saber-Toothed Leopard's head, trying to comfort it. However, the effect was very poor. The Thunder Saber-Toothed Leopard was in a state of extreme anger. It coughed and glanced at the humans around it with fierce eyes. Ice blue electric currents were growing on its body. "Xiao Lei, what's wrong with you again? Be quiet, we are on a mission, don't cause trouble." Long Kuei scolded. The Thunder Saber-Toothed Leopard simply wouldn't listen. It had already developed a strong hostility towards the humans around it and could cause a disaster at any time. "Captain Long, your beast is probably suffering from a disease called war syndrome." A clear male voice sounded. Long Kuei raised her eyes, and the young man in front of her was Qin Hao. Then a trace of surprise flashed in Long Kuei's eyes, and she asked coldly, "Boy, who are you? How do you know that my Xiao Lei suffers from war syndrome?" Qin Hao introduced himself. "My name is Qin Hao, a student at Xiangnan High School, and also a novice beastmaster." Then Qin Hao looked at the Thunder Saber-Tooth Leopard, with a mature look on his face. Leopard-type beasts with thunder attributes usually have violent tempers. Moreover, your Thunder Saber-Toothed Leopard's talent is innate full-level rage. And you are a vice admiral of the Navy, and you often take it to fight monsters on the battlefield in the sea. Taken together, the long-term accumulation of killing and anger will make your beast easily suffer from war syndrome. Once a beast suffers from war syndrome, its mind will be disturbed. It will become moody and sometimes out of control of its master. When it is sick, it may even actively attack humans. Qin Hao's words shocked Long Kuei. It's unscientific that a fledgling beast tamer is familiar with all the difficult and complicated problems of beast taming. After being surprised, Long Kuei calmed down and asked, "Qin Hao, right? You are right. In addition to being a beastmaster, are you also a veterinary expert?" In the Yanxia Empire, in addition to the beastmaster, there are some other professions with extremely high status, such as evolutionist, veterinary specialist, wizard, bounty hunter. Among them, the profession of veterinary expert, as the name suggests, is a doctor who treats diseases of animals. As long as there is war, there will be casualties. As long as there are casualties, veterinary experts will never lose their jobs. Therefore, this industry is also known as the iron rice bowl, comparable to civil servants. Qin Hao suddenly had an idea and answered, "Well, I am also a veterinary expert." Lin Tao rolled her eyes and thought to herself, when did this guy become a veterinary expert? Men's words are deceiving. Hope suddenly rose in Long Kuei's ice-blue eyes, and she excitedly held Qin Hao's hand. "What you just said is very right. My little Lei is indeed suffering from war syndrome. But I have taken him to see many veterinary experts, but his condition has not improved. Do you have any treatment method?" Qin Hao's nine-turn-dark pupil can see through any disease of the beast, and naturally he can prescribe the right medicine. "Captain Long, war syndrome is a mental illness and it is not easy to treat, but I happen to have a solution." Long Kuei was delighted, her eyes full of stars. "Really? As long as you can cure my little Lei, you will definitely be rewarded." A hint of cunning flashed across Qin Hao's eyes. The opportunity to make a lot of money has come. "Captain Long, I need some pharmacological materials. This is the Divine Pet Shop, so please make the purchases as I say." Lin Tao winked at Qin Hao, "Good boy, Aunt Tao's love for you is not in vain." Next, Long Kuei followed Qin Hao's request and bought a bottle of beast taming tonic liquid, 2 snake gall grasses, a 6-flavor yin-yang pill, and miscellaneous herbs in the store, spending a total of more than 5,000 gold coins. After Long Kuei paid with her card, Lin Tao was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, and she kept sending Qin Hao a wink. This wave of business was all thanks to Qin Hao. Qin Hao mixed all the herbs together and boiled them into a pot of pitch-black liquid. Long Kuei came over and asked, "Is this the medicine for treating war syndrome?" "Qin Hao, we are still missing one medicinal ingredient." "What is missing?" "The boy's urine of a fire beast tamer." Long Kuei was stunned when she heard this. Qin Hao waved at the flame-howling wolf, "Ingjuan, come here and pee in the pot." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the flame-howling wolf felt a little shy while urinating, as his urinary tract was not smooth and it was dripping. After urinating, the black liquid in the pot smelled like urine. Long Kuei pinched her nose and frowned, "Are you sure this potion is effective?" Qin Hao nodded seriously, "This is a folk remedy passed down from my family. If it doesn't work, I will punish myself by drinking 3 cups. Since Qin Hao said so, Long Kuei turned her head and looked at the thunder saber-toothed leopard. "Xiao Lei, drink it to cure your illness." The thunder saber-toothed leopard was so panicked that it retreated repeatedly. It didn't dare to drink this stuff. What if the fiery howling wolf had urinary stones? Qin Hao urged, "Captain Long, if this medicine gets cold, it will lose its effect. Let your beast drink it while it's hot." Long Kuei nodded, pried open the thunder saber-toothed cat's mouth with her bare hands, and poured a whole pot of black potion into its throat. After the potion entered its stomach, the thunder saber-toothed leopard's face flushed red, and it rolled madly on the ground, smoke coming out of its throat and tears streaming down its face. This was the most poisonous drink it had ever drunk in its life. Seeing this, Long Kuei asked worriedly, "Will this medicine have any side effects?" Qin Hao answered evasively, "Well, actually, it's because my fiery howling wolf has eaten too many spicy strips recently, and he may have gotten a sore throat. There is too much heat and chili oil mixed in his urine, so your beast is crying from the spiciness. But don't worry, this side effect is within controllable range, and it will be fine in a while." About 3 minutes later, a miracle happened. The thunder saber-toothed leopard stopped coughing and stood up again. He looked very majestic and even his eyes became clear again. The hostility and anger in his body had greatly subsided. All electrical equipment in the Divine Pet Store returned to normal, and a disaster was nipped in the bud. Seeing the thunder saber-toothed leopard wagging its tail and grinning at her, Long Kuei was so excited that her face was full of joy. She had never seen the thunder saber-toothed leopard smile since it was diagnosed with war syndrome. Qin Hao completed his merits by doing one good deed a day. He smiled and said, "Amitba, well done, well done. Commander Long, your beast has recovered and antibodies have been produced in his body. He will never suffer from war syndrome again." Long Kuei was excited and grateful to Qin Hao. Thank you, Qin Hao. I didn't expect your ancestral recipe to be so magical. Long Kuei had previously consulted many prestigious veterinary experts, but those veterinary experts were at a loss as to how to treat the thunder saber-toothed leopard's illness. Because theoretically, the possibility of curing a mental disease like war syndrome is zero. Once you get this disease, it will accompany the beast for life. Moreover, after suffering from war syndrome, the beastmaster will suffer from mental torture and his lifespan will be greatly shortened. He may die of depression within 5 years. In short, Qin Hao is Long Kuei's nobleman. She never expected that she would meet a young man who could heal the thunder saber-toothed leopard in the remote Xiangnan city. This fate is wonderful. Lin Tao came close to Qin Hao and lowered her voice and said, "You are very secretive. When did you learn the art of animal protection?" Qin Hao smiled and replied, "The Buddha said, it cannot be explained." "You little bastard, you hid everything from me. I'm going to ignore you." Lin Tao snorted coldly and walked away with her fat butt twisted. At this time, Long Kuei was looking at Qin Hao with tender eyes. Qin Hao was very handsome, and he had just cured the thunder saber-toothed leopard's disease, so the more Long Kuei looked at him, the more she liked Qin Hao. "Brother Qin Hao, to express my gratitude, I will treat you to coffee." It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the weather was sunny and windy. Blue Mountain Cafe, private room on the 3rd floor. Qin Hao and Long Kuei sat opposite each other. Even though the thunder saber-toothed leopard had drunk the flame-howling wolf's urine, after just a few minutes of getting along, the two beasts had become good friends and were squatting in the corner of the box chatting in animal language. Long Kuei took off her loose navy uniform, and her graceful figure was brought to perfection by the tight-fitting beast-taming robe. Qin Hao felt like he was committing a crime if he looked at her for even a second longer. "Brother Qin Hao, what's the name of that folk remedy you just made? It's so effective." Qin Hao thought of a random name and said something serious. "That folk remedy is called Jiji syrup. It can relieve cough and reduce phlegm, and it can also eliminate mental illnesses." Long Kuei took a sip of coffee, smiling, "To express my gratitude, it's not enough to buy you coffee, take this card." As soon as she finished speaking, Long Kuei placed a bank card in front of Qin Hao. "There are 50,000 gold coins in the card. Take them." Puff. 50,000. "Commander Long, are you a rich second generation? Just wave your hand and you'll get 50,000. Qin Hao came from a poor area and had never seen 50,000 gold coins in his life, so he almost dropped his jaw in shock. Long Kuei put down the coffee cup and said with a half-smile, "I'm not a rich second generation, I'm a government official. My father is the Navy Admiral Long Jingye." Qin Hao was so surprised that he felt like he was struck by lightning. His mouth opened so wide that it seemed as if a light bulb could be put in it. The name Long Jingye is known to all people in the country. He is one of the top beastmasters, rated as a 9-star beastmaster, who has made great contributions to the country, fought 800 battles, and has spent his whole life guarding the Lanling Sea in the east of the Yanxia Empire. Qin Hao said respectfully, "I have long heard of your great name. But I can't accept these 50,000 gold coins. My original intention was to cure every beast that was suffering from disease, not for money." After saying this pretentious remark, Qin Hao regretted it. Who wouldn't want 50,000 gold coins? Unless you have piss in your brain. Long Kuei showed the domineering side of an imperial soldier, and forced the bank card into Qin Hao's hand, saying, "Brother Qin Hao, to be honest, I have spent a lot of money in these years to treat Shaolei. 50,000 is nothing to me, so just accept it. If you don't accept it, it means you think the money is too little. Don't get me wrong, 50,000 is already a lot. I'll take it, thank you, Commander Long." Qin Hao had never owned such a large sum of money as 50,000 gold coins, so he had to be careful and secretly hid his bank card in his crotch. The crotch is stuck, and the crotch is gone. Then the two of them started chatting, and Qin Hao's wit and humor sometimes made the female officer laugh so hard that she held her chest. After drinking a cup of coffee, Qin Hao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain Long, why did you come to our Xiangnan city to conduct a large-scale search with such fanfare this time? What are you searching for?" "Of course it's to search and hunt down fugitives." Long Kuei thought about it and asked, "By the way, you are a local from Xiangnan city, right?" Qin Hao, "Well, I am a native resident of Xiangnan city." Hearing this, Long Kuei decided to try her luck, so she took out 2 portrait wanted posters from the storage bag on her waist. 2 wanted posters with portraits appeared in front of Qin Hao. Long Kuei asked, "Brother Qin Hao, let me ask you, have you seen this woman? Or have you seen this demon beast?" Qin Hao was suddenly struck by lightning, standing there in a daze like a half piece of wood. The woman on the first portrait wanted poster is none other than Queen Medusa in human form. The Warcraft on the second wanted poster is none other than Queen Medusa's Warcraft form, that scary python. Fortunately, Qin Hao was quick-witted. He adjusted his mentality in an instant, pinched his thigh flesh hard, and forced himself to calm down. "Captain Long, who is this woman? I don't recognize this beast. It looks very powerful, but I have never seen one before." Long Kuei sighed and explained, "In fact, this woman is the monster. She is an emperor-level monster, the Calamity Python, Queen Medusa." "Qin Hao, do I need to tell you that? She is my second beastmaster." Realizing that the situation was not good, Qin Hao became cautious and stayed careful at all times. Long Kuei didn't notice any clues. She thought Qin Hao had never seen Queen Medusa. Qin Hao glanced at the portrait wanted poster again with a hidden look and found that the Queen Medusa in the portrait was actually wearing an imperial soldier's uniform and a beret on her head. She looked like a high-ranking female officer, exuding a domineering aura. Long Kuei put away the wanted poster and continued, "Did you see any signs of an emperor-level monster appearing in Xiangnan City in the past 2 days?" Qin Hao nodded. "Of course I remember. The whole city was on alert at the time, making the citizens of Xiangnan City uneasy." Long Kuei, "In fact, the mysterious emperor-level monster that appeared in your Shonen City 2 days ago is the Calamity Python, Queen Medusa." Qin Hao's acting skills are online, pretending to be surprised and panicked. "Oh my god, so this is the case, this is too incredible." Long Kuei leaned forward, pressing her heavy chest on Qin Hao's shoulders, and whispered, "Brother Qin Hao, it seems that you really know nothing. Queen Medusa is an emperor-level monster. She has the ability to transform into a human form, and she has a very high IQ and is good at disguise and deception. She changed her name and went undercover in the Imperial Army for 3 years under the identity of Loya. She rose through the ranks and eventually became the Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force. Not long ago, she stole secret documents from within the Imperial Army, then revealed her identity and escaped. According to the latest news, she fled to Shonen City. The mission I received is to come to Shonen City to investigate this matter. You have to remember, although Queen Medusa looks absolutely beautiful when she transforms into a human form, don't be deceived by her appearance. In fact, she has a vicious heart. She is a spy of the Warcraft camp and a mortal enemy of us humans." Hearing this, Qin Hao was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and his eyes became unfocused. Recalling Queen Medusa's stunningly beautiful and cold appearance and her occasional gentle and bright smile, Qin Hao felt that he had been deceived. Qin Hao had mixed emotions at the moment, his mind was a mess. With the last hope, he took out his phone and searched on Baidu. Baidu Encyclopedia shows that the former Air Force Commander-in-Chief of the Enxia Empire was indeed named Luoya, and the profile photo showed Queen Medusa in human form. Air Force Commander Luoya equals Warcraft spy, Queen Medusa. Everything is confirmed. Damn it, she's actually a spy. And a fugitive on the national wanted list. What kind of beast-taming contract did I sign? It's messing with my mentality. Qin Hao was panicking. If Long Kuei and the Imperial Army found out that he had signed a blood pact with Queen Medusa, he would be an accomplice and guilty of a grave crime. Even if he had 100 lives, they would not be enough to be shot. "Brother Qin Hao, are you okay? I see you don't look well, are you feeling unwell?" Qin Hao tried his best to calm down his bad mood and forced a smile. "I'm fine. As a man, there are always such days every month." Long Kuei smiled brightly again and said carelessly, "You look so bad. You should eat more oysters and leeks to nourish your kidneys. A man can have problems with anything, but not with his kidneys." Qin Hao nodded obediently, smiling. "Thank you for your concern, Commander Long, there is absolutely no problem with my kidneys." Long Kuei held her chin with both hands, looking at the handsome and elegant Qin Hao. The more she looked, the more she liked him. An interesting idea came to her mind. Brother Qin Hao, do you have a sister? Yes, my parents are both dead, and my sister and I depend on each other for survival. Long Kuei's eyebrows flashed with regret, and then asked, then you don't mind having another sister, right? Qin Hao looked dumbfounded. What do you mean? If I have another sister, my family status will drop by one more level. Long Kuei raised the corners of her lips, stretched out her arms and hugged Qin Hao into her arms, and offered herself, we are very predestined, I will recognize you as my brother, and you recognize me as your sister, how about it? Qin Hao was stunned. He thought that he and Long Kuei were not that familiar. However, Long Kuei was a good person. She was good-looking and an officer. If he had another sister like her, she would be a backup. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Hao fell into deep thought. First of all, this is a good opportunity to build connections. Long Kuei is the son of an official, her father is a Navy admiral, and a 9-star beastmaster, with a big family and a lot of wealth, so she must lick it. Besides, I am now an accomplice with Queen Medusa, so I must find a strong relationship as a cover in case of emergency. Having made up his mind, Qin Hao grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and said happily, Captain Long, if you don't mind my poor background, then I would really like to have a beautiful and intelligent sister like you. Long Kuei was overjoyed. Good brother, don't call me Commander Long anymore, just call me Sister Kuei from now on. Qin Hao tried his best, Sister Kuei, corny 3D surround coquettish sound. Hey brother Hao. Long Kuei hugged Qin Hao tightly in her arms, behaving intimately and without any reservations. Qin Hao took advantage of this and his clothes were covered with Long Kuei's body scent. In the evening, a full moon rose in the sky. The night sky was clear and the moonlight was pure. The naval forces searched the entire shonen city but found no trace of Queen Medusa. It can be said that they gained nothing. In desperation, Long Kuei had to lead the naval forces to return home. Before leaving, Long Kuei held Qin Hao's hand and said softly, Brother Hao, time is running out during the mission, and I have to go back to the Navy headquarters to report. I don't know when we will see each other next time, so let's leave contact information. The brother and sister exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat and QQ. Then Long Kuei took the initiative to hug Qin Hao. She liked this younger brother very much. After a warm hug, Long Kuei left a chic and hearty smile, rode on the thunder saber-toothed leopard, and led the naval forces to the harbor. After Long Kuei's back disappeared from his sight, Qin Hao turned around and walked towards home. Along the way, Qin Hao was in a state of despair. Although he had gained 60,000 gold coins and a beautiful sister today, he could not be happy when he thought about Queen Medusa. Qin Hao looked around as he walked. In the windows, on the walls, on the poles, on the big electronic screens. There were wanted posters with Queen Medusa's portrait posted everywhere. Qin Hao became more and more angry as he looked at them. She's just a little snake, yet she dared to deceive my feelings. I'm going to settle accounts with her. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Whitebone Mountain was silent, with the occasional roar of various monsters coming from the woods. Qin Hao stood on the edge of the cliff at the top of the mountain, and the flaming howling wolf stood behind him like a royal guard. After making sure that there was no one around, Qin Hao bit the tip of his right finger and drew a pentagram on the ground with his blood. This is a special way for the Beastmaster to use the blood contract to summon the beast. It is not restricted by location or distance, but it requires a large amount of soul power. The next moment, the pentagram pattern emitted a dazzling red light, and a beautiful woman with a graceful figure walked out of the red light. Still wearing a gorgeous red dress and a golden crown, the charming Queen Medusa appeared in front of Qin Hao again. Queen Medusa slowly opened her eyes, her enchanting snake pupils flickering with a faint light. Seeing Qin Hao standing not far away, Queen Medusa crossed her arms across her chest, looking unhappy, and complained, I told you that the Divine Python clan has important matters that need my attention, and it will take some time before I can meet you. Are you kidding me by summoning me in such a hurry? Qin Hao said nothing, lowered his head, his facial expression hidden in the darkness. Queen Medusa frowned slightly. She realized something was wrong. Qin Hao's aura was like a different person. Qin Hao, what on earth are you so anxious to talk to me about? If it's nothing, I'll go back. It happened in the blink of an eye. Qin Hao rushed to Queen Medusa and pulled out a sharp dagger from his waist. Under the bright moonlight, the sharp blade of the dagger was against Queen Medusa's neck. Queen Medusa looked at Qin Hao in confusion. At this moment, Qin Hao's eyes were bloodshot and his face was full of anger. "Little devil, what's wrong with you? You still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Luoya, you liar." Hearing the word Luoya, Queen Medusa's pupils shrank, and she was stunned for a while, then she was relieved. "It seems that you know everything." Qin Hao took out the wanted warrant from his pocket with his other hand and said through gritted teeth, "The evidence is here. You are a Warcraft spy. You used the name and identity of Luoya to lurk in the Imperial Army for 3 years and even served as the Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force." At this point, Queen Medusa nodded slightly. "Yes, I am a Warcraft spy. Last night you said you had never hurt a human being, and I actually believed you. It turns out that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. I'm not lying to you. I really have never hurt any human being." Qin Hao sneered and said sarcastically, "You have been lurking for 3 years, stealing secret documents from our Imperial Army, but in fact you are working for the Warcraft camp. Maybe you have never killed anyone with your own hands, but in essence, what is the difference between you and those bloodthirsty Warcraft that torture and devour humans?" Queen Medusa felt mixed emotions. She pondered for a while and said seriously, "Things are far more complicated than you think. If I tell you the truth now, it will only cause you trouble. But I want to review it again. I have never hurt any human in my life." "Still quibbling? If you think I'm quibbling, then go ahead and kill me." Queen Medusa's face was full of fearlessness, as if death was a word not worth mentioning. Qin Hao was so angry that his teeth itched. "Medusa, do you really think I dare not kill you?" The corners of Queen Medusa's scarlet lips slightly raised, with a hint of smile. "In fact, I already knew that when you find out my true identity, you will regret signing a blood contract with me. Anyway, I am your beast now, and your life and death are in your control. Go ahead." Qin Hao's hand holding the dagger was shaking violently, and veins on his forehead were exposed. The atmosphere became depressing, and the flame-howling wolf jumped up and down, not knowing whether it should stop the fight. After a long stalemate, Qin Hao lost his temper, threw the dagger off the cliff, and sat down on the ground with his eyes dull. Queen Medusa exhaled a foul breath. "I am a Warcraft spy, and in your mouth I am also a hateful woman, so why don't you kill me?" After a moment of silence, Qin Hao regained his sanity and suddenly asked, "What did you mean when you said that things are more complicated than I thought?" "It means exactly what it says. If you want to know the truth, the prerequisite is to become stronger. Without sufficient strength, you cannot control the truth." "Hee, what does it mean to be powerful?" Queen Medusa sat next to Qin Hao. A breeze blew, and her hair fluttered in the wind, teasing Qin Hao's face. "Wait until you become a 9-star Beastmaster. That'll take a long time. The length of time doesn't matter. I'm your Beastmaster, and I'll always be here." Qin Hao turned his head to look at the beautiful profile of Queen Medusa, and his heart was throbbing. Whether this woman was good or bad, good or evil, and whether she would bring him more troubles, it was still unknown. After calming down his bad mood, Qin Hao pushed Queen Medusa away. "Go ahead, we'll see you another day." Looking at Qin Hao's thin and gaunt back, Queen Medusa asked with interest, "Honestly, do you regret it?" "What are you regretting?" "I regret signing a blood contract with you." Qin Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "Of course I regret it. You are now the most wanted criminal in the Yanxia Empire, and I am your master. According to the laws of the Empire, I am your accomplice and must bear the crime of harboring, fraud, and various capital crimes. So you're going to give me away?" "No. One thing is for another. You are my beast, and I must protect your safety." Queen Medusa was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Little devil, what you said actually touched me a little. Sasha, I'll ask you one last time, will you really not harm humans?" Qin Hao stared at Queen Medusa with clear eyes. "I am your beast, and beasts will never hurt their masters." "Master, you are a human, so I will never hurt humans." There is nothing wrong with this logic, and Qin Hao chooses to believe Queen Medusa again. "Okay, I believe you. I will pretend that I have never heard of the name Luoya. I only know that you are my beast, Sasha." After Qin Hao said this, he tore up the wanted poster with his own hands. A shy blush quickly flashed across Queen Medusa's face, which was inconsistent with her usual cold and aloof image. Master, whenever you are in danger or need me, please call me at any time. This was the first time that Queen Medusa willingly and actively called Qin Hao master. I understand. You can go now. Qin Hao pretended to be cold. Queen Medusa, by the way, does your promise to treat me to bamboo shoot braised noodles still count? Qin Hao, who had been gloomy all night, finally smiled. Of course it counts. I will definitely treat you to a big bowl next time. The conversation ended and Queen Medusa left again. Qin Hao gently stroked the fur of the flame-howling wolf and looked at the moon in the sky, with a heavy heart. So what is the truth that Sasha is talking about? Is there something else going on within the Imperial Army? Before I knew it, it was already past 11 o'clock. It's over, my sister is going to be angry again. Qin Hao quickly mounted the fiery howling wolf, and at full speed, he sped down the mountain. At 11:30 at night, Qin Hao and Lian Xiaoshenlang returned home. Because they felt guilty, they only dared to whisper, "Sister, we are back." Qin Yan immediately rushed over, with her hands on her hips, and anger appeared on her pretty face. "Xiao Hao, you promised me that you must go home before 10 o'clock in the evening. Now it's already 11:30. Did you ignore my words?" There was cold food on the table. Qin Hao felt a little ashamed. "Sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I will definitely go home on time next time." Okay, sister is not angry. I'll go to the kitchen to heat up the food, you go wash your hands first. In less than 15 minutes, Qin Yan brought the 4 heated dishes and 1 soup back to the table. "Xiao Hao, come here quickly and eat it while it's hot." "Sister, let me tell you a good news first." Qin Hao slapped a bank card and a check on the table and said proudly, "There are 50,000 gold coins in this bank card, and the check amount is 10,000 gold coins. Today we made a total of 60,000. We can buy a house and a car. 60,000 gold coins. Oh my God. Xiao Hao, tell your sister the truth, did you rob a bank?" In order to avoid misunderstanding, Qin Hao quickly explained the source of the money. Qin Yan was very surprised after hearing this. "You can actually treat diseases for beastmasters. Xiao Hao, I watched you grow up. When did you learn medical skills? How come I don't know?" "Yes, I am not only a beastmaster, but also a veterinary expert. Maybe I have good talent and am self-taught." Qin Hao was very proud of himself. The special ability of the 9 Revolution Dark Pupil was being further explored by him. Qin Yan put away the bank card and check, muttering, as the saying goes, men become bad when they have money. You can't spend these 60,000 gold coins carelessly. I'll keep them for you first. Qin Hao was stunned, as if his New Year's money was taken away by his mother. "Sister, please leave me some pocket money. I'll save this money for you. We can use it when we leave Shonen City and settle down in other urban areas." Qin Hao had no choice but to agree, then picked up his chopsticks and bowl and buried his head in his meal. The howling wolf was lying under the table gnawing on a bone. Qin Yan sat aside and looked at her brother, always feeling that something was wrong. Oh, it's getting weirder. When the blood sacrifice seal was not lifted, Xiao Hao first awakened the qualifications of a beastmaster, and now he has learned the art of taming animals, and can also treat difficult and complicated diseases such as war syndrome. So what went wrong? Qin Yan was frowning, unable to figure out the problem. After Qin Hao had eaten, he sat on the sofa and watched TV, forgetting all his previous bad mood. Qin Yan was washing dishes in the kitchen. She never let Qin Hao help her with housework and treated her younger brother like a 3-year-old child. Buzz. The phone vibrates. Qin Hao opened his phone and saw a private message from Long Kuei. "Brother Hao, I have returned to the Navy headquarters. I am so sad to leave you. I will bring you to the Navy headquarters to play when I have the chance." Qin Hao smiled bitterly. Queen Medusa was the most wanted criminal by the Imperial Army. If he went to the Navy headquarters and was discovered to be his beast, he would be trapped and would probably be shot on the spot. Just when Qin Hao was about to reply to Long Kuei, Qin Yan was already standing behind him without anyone noticing. Xiao Hao, who are you chatting with? Fuck. Sister, why are you walking without making any sound? I was scared to death. Qin Yan snatched Qin Hao's phone and saw that the chat note was, Sister Kuei. Her face suddenly turned ugly. Who is this Aoi sister? She calls him so intimately. Qin Hao explained, Sister Kuei is Long Kuei. I told you at the dinner table just now that she is a vice admiral of the navy. I cured her beast, so she gave me a bank card with 50,000 gold coins as a thank you. Qin Yan raised her eyebrows slightly, and her tone became sour. Long Kuei is Long Kuei, why do you call her Sister Kuei? At this moment, Qin Hao has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Because she felt that we were destined to be together, she accepted me as her younger brother and I accepted her as my older sister. What a death speech! Qin Yan's forehead showed 3 black lines, and she said with a gloomy face, so, having me as a sister is not enough for you, so you found a new sister. Qin Hao was slow to react, but finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Sister, don't get me wrong, you will always be number 1 in my heart. Long Kuei is just my sister. Buzz, the phone vibrated again. Qin Yan looked down at the phone screen, murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Sister, actually I. Haha, don't call me sister, go find your sister Aoi. Qin Yan stuffed the phone back into Qin Hao's hand, poured all the after-dinner fruits she had just prepared into the trash can, and then returned to her bedroom. It was obvious that Qin Yan was jealous. Late at night, Qin Yan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In fact, Qin Yan wouldn't mind at all if Qin Hao found a girlfriend, and would even be happy for her brother. But Qin Hao just found a god-sister. Qin Yan had been a sister for many years, and she didn't want to share her brother with any other woman. So it was normal for her to be jealous. The next morning, Qin Hao was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Qin Hao found that he was the only one left on the bed, and the sounds of pots and pans came from the kitchen. Qin Hao picked up the phone and the caller was his best friend Wang Dachui. Hey, Sledgehammer. What's the matter that disturbed my sweet sleep so early in the morning? Brother Hao, didn't you read the group message? Suzaku Academy made an exception this year and gave our Xiangnan High School a recommended admission quota. Teacher Chinboki will be here today to select talents. Come to school quickly. Suzaku Academy, one of the 4 major beast taming academies in the Yanxia Empire, is the highest academy that every student dreams of. Qin Hao hung up the phone, jumped out of bed immediately, put on a handsome student uniform, and combed his hair like an adult. Coming to the living room, Qin Hao shouted towards the kitchen, Sister, I have to go to school. I don't have time to eat breakfast at home. Qin Yan walked out of the kitchen carrying a tray of food. Xiao Hao, sister just made you a sandwich, take it and eat it on the way. It was 7:50 in the morning and the weather was sunny. The playground of Shonen High School was packed with people. The eyes of all the students in the school were focused on the 27 people in the center of the playground. Each of these 27 students was accompanied by a beast, which aroused everyone's envy and jealousy. I hope that my third uncle's spirit in heaven can help me one more time and let me get a place in Suzaku College. Haha, don't be so wishful thinking. Your beast tamer stinkbug is just rubbish. It doesn't even have a second skill. It can only fart. This fart is so smelly and poisonous. No, I remember the number of awakened people should be 28, it seems there is still one person missing. We're still missing one more Qin Hao. Yes, Qin Hao also passed the awakening assessment at that time. Now he is the only one missing. In the awakening assessment a few days ago, a total of 28 students from Shonen High School successfully awakened their qualifications as Beast Tamers. Qin Hao is also one of them, and is also called by Chinboki as the Soul King physique, that is 1 in a million. Today was the day when Suzaku Academy sent people to select the recommended students for admission. It was a grand occasion. The 27 students who had awakened earlier all arrived in advance with the beasts they had just signed, except Qin Hao. There are only 10 minutes left before the selection begins. Why hasn't Brother Hao come yet? I'm so worried. Please don't let him down at the critical moment. Wang Dachui looked anxious. Next to him lay a fat brown bear with big ears, which looked like it was not working well. Ma Dongmei came over holding a golden-beaked parrot and asked curiously, Wang Dachui, you have the best relationship with Qin Hao. Do you know what his beast is? Wang Dachui shook his head stupidly. Brother Hao did a good job of keeping it a secret, he hasn't told me yet. At this time, a discordant voice came, Fatty Wang, Qin Hao didn't tell you, it must be because he didn't sign the beast control contract at all. Wang Dachui turned around and saw a boy with a pointed face and monkey cheeks coming over. This man was the son of the principal of Xiangnan High School, Li Kai. Next to Li Kai stood a black dog with fierce wind blades wrapped around its body. This black dog has a strong physique and fierce eyes. A random bark can cause a gust of wind. Li Kai put his hands in his pockets, looking superior. The beast he signed was the only wind beast with high bloodline among all the beasts present, the swift wind dog. The beasts of other students all had ordinary bloodlines, which gave Li Kai a strong sense of superiority. In a remote place like Shonan City, being able to sign a contract for a beast tamer with a high-level bloodline is enough to show off. Wang Dachui clenched his fists. Li Kai, don't talk nonsense. My brother Hao has the physique of a soul king, it will be easy for him to sign a contract to control the beast. Li Kai sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, what's wrong with the soul king physique? How can poor Qin Hao afford a divine pet egg? Wang Dachui hesitated to speak. Li Kai added, Fatty Wang, your father bought the electronics factory for only 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins can only buy the cheapest divine pet egg, and the cheapest divine pet egg can only hatch a beast of ordinary bloodline. So you can only sign a stupid and foolish beast like Uki Kuma. And what about Qin Hao? Qin Hao can't even scrape together 100 gold coins. He can't even afford the cheapest divine pet egg. Do you think he can sign a beast control agreement? That's ridiculous. Wang Dachui was so angry that his face turned blue. Li Kai, you can humiliate me, but don't talk about my brother Hao. Li Kai laughed evilly. Humph, I said Qin Hao is trash, what can you do? As the saying goes, a dog relies on the power of its master. The swift dog let out a roar, and a gust of wind knocked Wang Dachui over. Although the big rock bear was stupid, it also knew how to protect its master. Even though its bloodline level was not as good as the swift dog, it also showed its bare claws and bared its teeth. Just then, a man and a wolf came from not far away. The temperature on the playground suddenly rose steadily, like a big furnace, and the air was distorted by the intensified heat. Everyone, look! Qin Hao is here. Could that wolf with flames on its body be Qin Hao's beast? Wow, I've never seen such a handsome and domineering beastmaster before. I guess his bloodline is of a high level. Qin Hao and Fiery Howling Wolf walked with their heads held high in front of everyone. At this moment, they were the most handsome guys in Shonan High School. Walking to the center of the playground, Qin Hao helped Wang Dachui up after he fell. Brother Hao, you're finally here. I thought you were going to miss the selection. I worried for nothing, hee hee. Qin Hao smiled slightly and glanced at the big rock bear beside Wang Dachui with his 9-revolution dark eyes. Crammer, although the great rock bear is an ordinary bloodline, it has great prospects as long as you choose the right evolutionary route. Wang Dachui was ecstatic. Really, brother Hao? You know so much, you are worthy of being my brother. Li Kai approached Qin Hao and taunted him. Hey, Qin Hao, what is the beast next to you? The moment Li Kai approached Qin Hao, the flame-howling wolf suddenly became furious and let out a deafening roar. The Wolf King is shocked. Bloodline suppression. In an instant, all the beastmasters present were trembling in fear. Even the swift dog, who had been so arrogant just now, retreated again and again, looking so embarrassed with its tail between its legs. Hey, what's going on? Why is my flower shadow cat twitching all over? It's weird, my venomous rabbit suddenly had diarrhea and shit all over me. My ground-tailed ape has fainted and is foaming at the mouth. Being stared at by the fiery howling wolf, Li Kai was so scared that he almost peed his pants and his face turned pale. Qin Hao gently stroked the head of the flame-howling wolf and said soothingly, "It's okay, these are all my classmates." The flaming howling wolf finally calmed down, opened its mouth wide, and revealed a sunny smile. All the students were confused. At this moment, a powerful voice came from not far away. "Don't panic, students. Your beasts are just frightened because of the bloodline suppression. Qin Hao raised his eyes and saw that Chenboki, the instructor of Suzaku Academy, had come to the playground of Xiangnan High School again, followed by several assistants. This time, Chenboki did not bring the ice-armored war turtle with him, but he had a briefcase in his hand. There is no doubt that the briefcase must contain documents regarding admission quotas. Chenboki walked up to Qin Hao, his eyes flashing with surprise. "Student Qin Hao, you are really unexpected. In this small city of Xiangnan, you can actually sign a blood contract with a fiery howling wolf." Hearing this, the chattering classmates started discussing again. It turns out that Qin Hao's beast is called the Flame Howling Wolf. This name sounds crazy cool. "Teacher Chen, what bloodline level does Qin Hao's beast belong to? Is it very powerful?" Chenboki cleared his throat and said, "The Flame Howling Wolf is a beast of rare bloodline." As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar on the playground. No wonder this wolf looks so handsome, it turns out to be a beast with rare bloodline. I'm so envious. Li Kai's swift dog only has a high-level bloodline, one level lower than the rare-level bloodline, so Qin Hao is still awesome. That's not right. In a small place like our shonen city, we shouldn't be able to buy divine pet eggs that can hatch rare beasts. The classmates' eyes all fell on Qin Hao, and at this moment Qin Hao became the focus of the whole school. Li Kai was ignored by everyone. He lowered his head, his face turned pale and blue, and his teeth were almost broken. Chenboki asked in a low voice, "Student Qin Hao, as far as I know, rare-level divine pet eggs cannot be bought in any divine pet store in Xiangnan City, so where did your flame howling wolf come from?" Qin Hao reacted very quickly and used the same trick again. "Hey, it's free for topping up your phone bill." Chenboki narrowed his eyes and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he showed a meaningful expression. There are many ways to obtain a beast. Buying a divine pet egg to hatch a beast is just one of them. And every talented beast master has his own luck and opportunities. Don't be nervous, I won't ask too many questions. Every talented beast master has his own luck and opportunities. Qin Hao felt that this sentence sounded familiar, as Aunt Lin Tao had said the same thing to him yesterday. Chenboki turned to look at the students and said soothingly, "Don't worry. Because the Flame Howling Wolf has a rare bloodline and contains the Wolf King gene, your beasts have been suppressed by their bloodline, which will cause fear, vomiting, panic, fainting and other symptoms. It will be fine after a while." The students nodded one after another. This was the first time they heard of bloodline suppression, a term used exclusively in the beastmaster industry. The Flame Howling Wolf is extremely intelligent, and it also realizes that it is the most powerful beast in the field, so it holds its head high and puffs out its chest, and occasionally spews out a few fireballs from its mouth to show off. When it is showing off, its arrogant look is really like Qin Hao. Fireballs flew, heat waves came, and the beasts of other students screamed in fear, causing chaos. The clock strikes 8 and the selection officially begins. Chenboki put on his glasses and flipped through the files of 28 classmates. Because there was only one admission quota, all the students who participated in the selection were as wilted as eggplants hit by frost. After all, even a fool knows that no matter how you choose, Qin Hao will definitely be the first choice, and no one else will have a chance. A genius beastmaster with the physique of a soul king plus a fiery howling wolf with a rare bloodline, Qin Hao's strong capital completely overwhelms the novice village, the entire shonen city. 3 minutes later, Chenboki put away the file book, glanced at the students, and said in a gentle tone, "Dear students, because this is an exceptional selection, there is only one admission quota. Students who are not selected later, don't be discouraged, you can still apply to other Beastmaster academies." Then Chenboki walked up to Qin Hao. "I declare that the person who has been awarded the admission quota to Suzaku Academy is Student Qin Hao. There is no doubt that it is the winner." Although the students who participated in the selection were disappointed, most of them were happy for Qin Hao, and applause and cheers instantly flooded the entire playground. "Ma Dongmei, Qin Hao, congratulations, you've been admitted to Suzaku College. If you pursue me now, I'll agree to be your girlfriend." "Qin Hao, that's not necessary." "Wang Dachui, brother Hao, you are awesome. You will be the genius of the 4 great beast-taming academies in the future. It is right to follow you, hee hee." Just as everyone was celebrating for Qin Hao, Li Kai suddenly rushed over with a fierce look on his face and angrily said, "It's not fair." Li Kai hurried to Chen Boqi again, his voice full of resentment. "Teacher Chen, your selection method is unfair." Chen Boqi had a blank expression on his face. "What's unfair about that? There is only one admission quota. According to the established rules, the students who participate in the selection should be allowed to compete in a beast battle, and the winner should be awarded the admission quota. But you didn't arrange a beast battle, but directly gave the admission quota to Qin Hao. This is not fair. I suggest you reselect." Li Kai spoke with confidence and in a firm attitude. Chen Boqi took off his glasses and said in a deep voice, "Student Li Kai, are you teaching me how to do things?" A powerful mental pressure covered the playground, the air seemed to be frozen, and a murderous atmosphere was everywhere. Li Kai's legs felt weak and he was panicked. He quickly bent down to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I had a bad attitude just now." Qin Hao appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart he exclaimed, "Wow, the aura of a 5-star Beastmaster is indeed powerful." Chen Boqi restrained his breath and smiled. "Student Li Kai, I hope you can understand one thing. Our Suzaku Academy is one of the 4 major beast academies in the country, and we only recruit geniuses. If we follow past practice, our Suzaku Academy will never recruit students from a city ranked outside of the top 10,000 in the country. In fact, this admission quota was specially prepared by me for Qin Hao. The whole school is boiling." Chen Boqi actually made it clear that he came here just for Qin Hao, and the other students were cannon fodder. Li Kai clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes filled with unwillingness. "Teacher Chen, I want to compete with Qin Hao. I will definitely win. I want to prove that I am better than him." Chen Boqi said calmly, "Don't mention Qin Hao for now. Even if Qin Hao wasn't there, I wouldn't recruit you." "Why?" "Because you are not a genius, Qin Hao is." Li Kai lost his strength instantly, looking frustrated. After all the trouble, the clown turned out to be himself. After staying for a while, Li Kai fled the playground with the swift dog. Wang Dachui, "Brother Hao, Teacher Chen's words are so heartbreaking. With Li Kai's petty mind, he will probably be so angry that he will jump into the river." Qin Hao sighed and said calmly, "In fact, Teacher Boqi just gave Li Kai a lesson. As for how much Li Kai can understand, it depends on his own understanding." Then Chen Boqi took a box from the assistant, opened it, and took out a blue beast-taming robe and a star badge engraved with the imperial emblem. In the Yanxia Empire, the blue beast-taming robe is the symbol of a 1-star beast tamer, and is also equipped with a star badge. A 1-star Beastmaster is the official entry into the Beastmaster industry. Generally speaking, if you want to obtain the qualification of a 1-star Beastmaster, you have to go to the relevant agency or Beastmaster Academy for assessment. However, the 4 major beast-taming academies in the country are different. As long as a student is admitted to any of the 4 major beast-taming academies, he or she can directly obtain the qualification of a 1-star beast tamer without taking any exam. This special treatment of winning at the starting line will naturally attract talented boys and girls from all over the country. Qin Hao carefully took the beast-taming robe and the star badge, his heart pounding. Chen Boqi patted Qin Hao on the shoulder and said, "Congratulations, Qin Hao. From this moment on, you are a 1-star Beastmaster and a member of our Suzaku Academy." At this time, a system prompt sounded in Qin Hao's mind. Unlocked achievement, the host becomes a 1-star Beastmaster. Achievement reward, get a bloodline upgrade post. Qin Hao now has a general understanding of the function of the strongest divine pet evolution system. Every time Qin Hao unlocks an achievement, the system will issue benefits. Bloodline upgrade post, written by an ancient Beastmaster using his own soul power and blood essence. Can be used to upgrade the bloodline level of a Beastmaster. Wow, this is a good thing. It can actually upgrade the bloodline of the beast. I've never heard of it before. I'm making a profit. After Qin Hao figured out the function of the bloodline upgrade post, his heart was instantly filled with surprise and ecstasy. Normally, the bloodline level of each beast is determined by innate inheritance. This thing is like talent, and acquired diligence and hard work cannot change it. At the same time, the bloodline level directly determines the upper limit of the beast's evolution. Level 1 to 10, juvenile. Level 10 to 20, mature. Level 20 to 30, complete, normal bloodline upper limit. Level 30-40, transcendent body, advanced bloodline upper limit. Level 40-50, ultimate body, rare bloodline cap. Level 50-60, beast king body, epic bloodline cap. Level 60-70, beast king body, legendary bloodline upper limit. Level 70-80, beast god body, myth bloodline upper limit. Level 80-90, god devourer body, god devourer bloodline upper limit. Level 90-100, dream body, bloodline requirement unknown. In general, it is not difficult to see from the existing beast taming evolution system in human society that the higher the bloodline level, the longer and farther the beast taming evolutionary path will be. Qin Hao's fiery howling wolf is a beast of rare bloodline. In a small place like Xiangnan City, it is considered a beast that is rarely seen in a century. But if you look across the country, especially the top 100 aristocratic city districts and the number 1 imperial city district, it is not surprising to see beastmasters with rare bloodlines. Even beastmasters with epic and legendary bloodlines are commonplace. Now that Qin Hao has a bloodline upgrade post in his hand, he will have the opportunity to forcibly upgrade the bloodline level of the flame howling wolf, thereby raising the evolutionary limit of this beast. Student Qin Hao, since you have been admitted to our Suzaku Academy, I still have some things to tell you. Let's talk somewhere else. Chen Boqi invited Qin Hao with a smile. Qin Hao said neither humbly nor arrogantly, okay. 10 minutes later, it was Blue Mountain Cafe again. Qin Hao looked at the fragrant high-end coffee on the table and said with a simple smile, Teacher Boqi, I didn't expect you would treat me to such expensive coffee. Thank you. Puff. Chen Boqi couldn't help but spit out the coffee all over the floor before he could even swallow it. Wiping his mouth, Chen Boqi said bitterly, Classmate Qin Hao, is there any hatred between us? No, why did Mr. Boqi say that? Since there is no grudge, then call me Teacher Chen, not Teacher Boqi. Okay, Mr. Boqi. Chen Boqi's facial muscles became increasingly stiff, and he choked up and said, forget it, forget it. If I don't go to hell, who will? Taking a sip of coffee, Chen Boqi took out an admission letter from his briefcase and handed it to Qin Hao, saying, Student Qin Hao, keep the admission letter. After the summer vacation, please report to Suzaku College on the scheduled start date. Thank you, Mr. Boqi, for giving me the admission quota. You're welcome. You are extremely talented. You deserve this admission. Qin Hao smiled and shook his head, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes, Teacher Boqi, you are too kind. I know myself well. In the Yanxia Empire, there are many gifted high school beastmasters. Compared with the children in the noble city, my talent is not that outstanding. Therefore, the Azure Dragon College, White Tiger College and Black Tortoise College among the 4 major beastmaster colleges did not provide me with a recommendation quota. I was able to get a recommendation quota for Suzaku College, thanks to the care and respect of Teacher Boqi. The expression on Chen Boqi's face changed subtly. Student Qin Hao, you are smarter than I thought. Logically speaking, I would not come to a place like Xiangnan City to recruit students. Qin Hao asked puzzledly, then why did you make an exception and give me a recommendation? Chen Boqi's eyes and smile suddenly became mysterious. Because of your temperament. Temperament. Yes, it's the temperament. Qin Hao, your reserved and calm temperament is very similar to a friend of mine. He is a big shot, a 9-star beastmaster. No, strictly speaking, he is a 10-star beastmaster. Ah. There are still 10-star beastmasters in this world. Qin Hao was stunned, his head was buzzing. The level division in the beastmaster industry has lasted for 100 years, and the recognized highest level of beastmaster is the 9-star beastmaster. Qin Hao had never heard of the term 10-star beast tamer. Just as he was about to continue asking, Chen Boqi stopped talking and suddenly changed the subject. Classmate Qin Hao, anyway, I am very optimistic about you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Well, I'll try my best. Then the coffee shop box fell into silence. Qin Hao drank coffee while thinking about what Chen Boqi had just said. What exactly is a 10-star beastmaster? Teacher Boqi said that my temperament is very similar to that big shot. Who is that person? After finishing a cup of coffee, Chen Boqi suddenly asked without warning, Student Qin Hao, are you from Xiangnan City? Qin Hao nodded in response. Chen Boki asked again, "How much do you know about Queen Medusa?" Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and then he began to improvise. Queen Medusa. Isn't she the Emperor-level Warcraft spy? She seemed to have appeared in our shonen city some time ago, and now she is wanted nationwide. I really hope that the Imperial Army can capture her as soon as possible, and then cut her into pieces and torture her to death. Let the monsters see that we humans are not easy to mess with. Anyone who offends Yanxia will be punished no matter how far away they are. Qin Hao became more and more excited as he spoke, his words were sharp and passionate. The country owed him the honorary title of patriotic young man. At the same time, Queen Medusa, who was far away in the sky, sneezed 18 times in a row. She felt that someone was cursing her behind her back, but she had no evidence. Chen Boki smiled and asked casually, "I remember the news said that a few days ago, Queen Medusa appeared near the poor area where you live. Have you seen her?" "Teacher Boki, you're joking. How could I have possibly seen her? If I had seen an Emperor-level monster, I would have become her meal long ago." Qin Hao appeared to be as calm as an old dog on the surface, but he was actually very panicked inside. "Haha, you're right. Qin Hao, would you like another cup of coffee? The teacher has plenty of money." "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Boki, but it's getting late and my sister asked me to go home for dinner." The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then Qin Hao prepared to leave with the flaming howling wolf. Qin Hao had just walked to the door of the coffee shop when Chen Boki's voice came from behind him. "By the way, Qin Hao, you must practice your beast taming skills hard during this summer vacation. After school starts, you can try to sign a second beast tamer." Hearing the term, second beast master, Qin Hao became uneasy. Because Qin Hao already has a second beast, which is the calamity python, Queen Medusa. On the way home, Qin Hao was full of worries. There seems to be something wrong with teacher Chen Boki. I always felt that he was deliberately trying to trick me. Forget it. There's no point in overthinking. Just take it one step at a time and be cautious at all times. Qin Hao's acting skills are almost at the level of an Oscar winner, and he is confident that he can hide the secret about Queen Medusa from the whole world. Anyway, as long as the calamity python does not appear in public, no one will discover that Qin Hao's second beast is Queen Medusa. When he reached a secluded alley, Qin Hao suddenly stopped. Qin Hao looked around. The alley was empty. "Ingjuan, help me stand guard while I change my clothes." Qin Hao quickly took off his yellowed school uniform, leaving only a pair of SpongeBob SquarePants shorts, and then he took out the Azure One-Star Beast Taming robe from his school bag. Wearing the One-Star Beast Taming robe, Qin Hao's temperament was greatly enhanced, and his already outstanding appearance was set off to be even more handsome, like a noble young master. "Handsome, go pee, I want to look in the mirror." When the flame-howling wolf heard the order, he immediately peed all over the floor. Qin Hao looked down at the puddle that smelled of urine, and it was just like looking in a mirror. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. This is indeed true. The material, fabric, and design of this beast-taming robe are truly unique. It is fashionable and trendy, and keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer. Qin Hao showed off for a while, then put a star badge on his chest. The external symbols of the Beastmaster's rank are the Beastmaster robe and the star badge. The more star badges you have, the higher your level will be. At the same time, the color of your beast robe will also change. "Ingjuan, let's go home." Qin Hao rode on the fiery howling wolf, and he couldn't wait to share this joy with his sister. The flaming howling wolf had just run out of the alley carrying Qin Hao when it was stopped by someone. Qin Hao took a closer look and sneered. He was very familiar with the men who blocked his way. Li Kai stood in the middle of the bumpy road, with the swift dog with wind blades wrapped around its body leaning beside him. This place is near the suburbs, surrounded by dilapidated abandoned factories and unfinished buildings. The road is empty, with only two people and two beasts confronting each other in the air. Li Kai's eyes were fixed on the beast-taming robe Qin Hao was wearing, his face full of jealousy and unwillingness. "Qin Hao, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Qin Hao said nonchalantly, "A good dog doesn't block the road." Li Kai was furious, "I'm not a dog." "But it's a dog," Qin Hao pointed at the swift hound. The swift dog was stunned for a moment, and felt that what Qin Hao said made sense, so it took the initiative to give way. It seemed that it wanted to be a polite, good dog. Li Kai was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He shouted, "Hafen, don't be a coward. You must defeat the fiery howling wolf and strike down Qin Hao's arrogance." The swift dog looked aggrieved and cursed in his heart, "Maybe I am not a human, but you are a real dog." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the flame howling wolf had a rare bloodline, while the wind dog only had a high-level bloodline. If a fight really broke out, the wind dog would definitely be the one admitted to the ICU. Qin Hao checked the time on his phone and said impatiently, "Li Kai, I don't have time to mess around with you. Get out of the way, my sister is calling me home for dinner. You can leave if you want. Let's have a fair fight. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you have to give me back my admission quota to Suzaka College." Li Kai had a determined look on his face, and his distorted facial expression showed a morbid fanaticism. Qin Hao smiled and said, "Teacher Boki has made it very clear. The admission quota is specially prepared for me. Li Kai, if you have the guts, come and fight me. Are you afraid of losing to me? Haha, you are such a coward." "I'm sorry, Li Kai." Qin Hao said calmly, "I'm not afraid of losing, it's just that you don't even have the qualifications to fight me now. I don't have the slightest interest in an opponent like you." After saying that, Qin Hao prepared to take a detour with the flaming howling wolf. Qin Hao's reaction greatly irritated Li Kai's nerves. The more Qin Hao ignored him, the more humiliated he felt. Anger makes people lose their minds. Li Kai suddenly shouted, "Hafen, release, swift wind blade." The Gale Hound charges up to use the first skill, opens its mouth wide and takes a deep breath, then spits out a crescent-shaped wind blade. The crescent wind blade moved at high speed, with a howling wind, picking up a gust of fallen leaves and attacking Qin Hao's back. The flame-howling wolf looked back instantly, and flames rose all over his body. The temperature within 100 meters radius suddenly rose. The sudden expansion of high temperature instantly disintegrated the crescent wind blade, and the skills that the Gale Hound was proud of seemed insignificant. Li Kai was dumbfounded. The power of the flame-howling wolf was far beyond his imagination. Qin Hao turned around and his eyes turned cold. "Li Kai, you are so stubborn. You didn't understand what Teacher Boki said to you at all. Stop pretending to be a life mentor, Qin Hao. I must have a fair fight with you." Li Kai was furious and took out a pill from his pocket and stuffed it into the mouth of the swift dog. Qin Hao narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically, "What you call upright is to let the Beastmaster take drugs. It's true that a dog can't change its nature." 3 seconds later, the eyes of the swift dog turned blood red, its muscles expanded rapidly, and hot steam spewed out of its mouth. Strong winds blew across the street, and the sharp wind blades were strong enough to cut through the walls. The pill that Li Kai gave to the Gale Hound was called Crazy Beast Pill, and its market price was 10,000 gold coins. After the Beastmaster eats the Wild Beast Pill, it will enter a violent mode that lasts for about 3 minutes. During this period, the Beastmaster's strength increases by 100%, and the anger value soars by 100%. However, the Wild Beast Pill also has huge side effects. Especially if a low-level Beastmaster takes the Wild Beast Pill, once the effect of the drug wears off, he will not only become extremely weak, but may also be left with various sequelae. Qin Hao's face turned pale. He estimated that the swift dog was only level 5, juvenile, its organs were not fully developed, and its ability to withstand stress was low. The consequence of taking the Wild Beast Pill would probably leave it with lifelong disability. In Qin Hao's eyes, someone like Li Kai who doesn't care about the life and death of the beast is not worthy of being a Beastmaster. Black Wind, tear apart the flaming howling wolf. Li Kai gave the order, and the Gale Hound let out a roar. Countless wind blades were like a hail of bullets, instantly covering Qin Hao. Handsome, breath of fire. The body of the flame-howling wolf was tense, the earth was shaking, and a faint glow of hot fire appeared deep in its throat. Roar. Accompanied by a wolf howl that shook the earth, flames shot up into the sky and raged. After a long time, the earth slowly returned to peace. All the flowers, plants, and trees around the suburbs were burned, and the air was still filled with the residual heat of the flames, which was very hot. Li Kai fell to the ground, his hair was burnt and afro, his face was full of astonishment, his mouth was unable to close. The swift dog stood there in a daze, trembling all over, and was so scared that he defecated and urinated. Behind the swift dog was an abandoned factory. On the wall of the abandoned factory, there was a hollow hole with a diameter of about 10 meters. Red flames were burning on the edge of the hole, just like the sun in the dog days of summer. Qin Hao had already asked the flame-howling wolf to hold back. If the flaming breath had hit the Gale Hound, then the Gale Hound's ashes would have been scattered everywhere. Rare bloodline, advanced bloodline, bloodline suppression. Royal wolf breed, ordinary dog breed, racial suppression. Interpret it using the method of Chinese reading comprehension. In this realistic crushing battle, Li Kai's ignorance and shamelessness run through the whole text, which fully reflects Li Kai's overestimation of his own capabilities, contrasts with Qin Hao's high-class character, and tells people the importance of never messing with the protagonist. Li Kai raised his stiff neck and looked at Qin Hao. A breeze blew by, and Qin Hao's beast-taming robe rustled in the wind, making his figure more upright. The flame-howling wolf held its head high, with flames still lingering in the corners of its mouth. In the depths of its wolf eyes were 6 parts of indifference, 3 parts of arrogance, and 1 part of unruliness. Plop. The swift dog rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. As the effect of the crazy beast pill wore off, the after-effects set in. The swift dog's body trembled violently and it soon fell into unconsciousness. Haifeng, wake up quickly, why are you foaming at the mouth? Haifeng, don't scare me. Li Kai regained his senses and held the dying swift dog, his eyes red and wet. Qin Hao walked up to Li Kai, opened his 9-turn dark pupil, and gave the Gale dog an X-ray examination. The situation is not optimistic, Qin Hao frowned. Li Kai, you must know what the crazy beast pill means. Now Black Wind is suffering from the side effects of the drug. His organs are failing and he may be disabled for life. Someone like you is really unworthy of being a beastmaster. Li Kai clenched his fists, feeling regretful and angry, tears welling up in his eyes. Qin Hao took out a pen and paper from his school bag and wrote a unique prescription. This is the prescription for treatment. If you follow this prescription, you can save Haifeng's life. Qin Hao, don't pretend to be a saint. I don't need your charity. Li Kai is more stubborn than a cooked duck. Qin Hao was not angry, but forced the prescription into Li Kai's hand. This isn't charity, this is a favor to you. Li Kai was at a loss. He didn't understand what Qin Hao meant by favors. Qin Hao said coldly, in the first semester of high school, you treated me to popsicles and grilled gluten. Li Kai recalled the situation, his emotions became complicated, his lips moved, and he finally stopped talking. Do you know why Mr. Boki didn't arrange a beast-taming duel for us? Because everyone knows that the swift dog is no match for the flame-howling wolf. This is due to bloodline and racial suppression. In fact, you also know this. As long as we fight, the result will be that the swift dog will get hurt. As a beastmaster, if you force your beast to fight a duel where it will 100% get hurt and lose, what will your beast think? After hearing what Qin Hao said, Li Kai felt uneasy and continued to say stubbornly, don't talk without any hesitation. What if it were you? Qin Hao chuckled and replied, if I encounter a beast that is more powerful than the flame-howling wolf, I will never let the flame-howling wolf fight. I will let Queen Medusa fight, so happy. Qin Hao, you're a coward. But I will accompany the flame-howling wolf to upgrade and evolve step by step until it is strong enough, and then I will beat the opponent to the ground. Li Kai was speechless for a long time, then he lowered his head to look at the unconscious swift dog, filled with regret. I'm leaving first. My sister asked me to go home for dinner. Qin Hao led the fiery howling wolf and walked towards home. Qin Hao, just wait, I will defeat you one day. Li Kai's shout reached Qin Hao's ears. Qin Hao smiled without saying a word and walked away. After Qin Hao's back disappeared, Li Kai carried the seriously injured and unconscious swift dog on his back and ran towards the veterinary hospital. Haifeng, you have to hold on. This time it's all my fault, I will definitely heal you. I swear, I will never force you to fight in the future, nor will I force you to take drugs. You must hold on. Suddenly, a figure blocked Li Kai's way. Li Kai looked up and saw a masked man in a black robe standing not far away. The man's face was covered tightly with white bandages, revealing only a pair of cloudy and rotten eyes. His only exposed feature was his amazing height. It is estimated to be more than 2 meters. Li Kai, who are you? Get out of the way. The black-robed man made an old and strange voice. Young man, I watched the beast battle just now. You really want to defeat that Qin guy, right? Li Kai was puzzled because he didn't notice anyone watching during the beast taming duel just now. The black-robed man continued to induce, if you accept me as your master, I will guide you and I guarantee that you will soon surpass that Qin. Night. Qin Hao returned home and threw the admission letter from Suzuka College on Qin Yan's chest, saying proudly, Sister, don't hold it back, smile and show your pride for me. After Qin Yan saw the admission letter, she was overjoyed and immediately hugged Qin Hao, saying excitedly, My dear brother, you are getting better and better. I am happy and proud of you. Let's open a bottle of red wine tonight and celebrate for you. Today is a happy day for the Qin family. Qin Hao not only received an admission letter from Suzaku Academy, but also put on a Beast Tamer robe, becoming a true one-star Beast Tamer. If this achievement happened in other families, at least Qin Hao's name would be engraved on the first page of the family tree. It's a pity that Qin Hao's family has no family tree, because he and his sister are the only ones in the family. After 3 rounds of drinks, the table was filled with empty bottles. 3 days later, in the morning, at Shonen High School. There were crowds of people on the playground, and the graduation ceremony was being held. Wang Dachui, Brother Hao, come over to take graduation photos. In the open space in the center of the playground, teachers of various subjects sat in the first row, with dozens of youthful students standing behind them. Qin Hao is a relatively low-key person and stood in an inconspicuous corner at the beginning. But the Dean of Studies was not happy and said loudly, Qin Hao, you are the most outstanding graduate of our Xiangnan High School. You must stand in the middle. Everyone, give the C position to Qin Hao. The classmates pushed Qin Hao to the most conspicuous C position, and then scrambled to stand next to Qin Hao. Everyone stop crowding, it's most appropriate for me to stand next to Qin Hao. No, I want to stand next to Qin Hao too. Ma Dongmei, your face is rounder than a watermelon, please get out of the way, Brother Qin Hao must like my melon seed face. Those are watermelon seeds. In the end, Wang Dachui used his fat body to push aside all his classmates and successfully stood next to Qin Hao. Wang Dachui smiled silly, Brother Hao, remember, 3 years ago, when we were doing military training at the beginning of the first year of high school, we also stood together. Qin Hao smiled and nodded, of course I remember. By the way, Brother Hao, Li Kai didn't come today again. He has been missing for several days. I don't know where the guy went. He didn't even attend the graduation ceremony. In the entire class, there was only one student absent, and that was Li Kai. Qin Hao also found it strange. Ever since the beast taming duel that day, Li Kai seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, with no news of him at all. Wang Dachui added, it's actually good that Li Kai is missing. Even if he shows up, he'll only cause you trouble. We can't see him, so we can't be bothered. Qin Hao smiled and patted Wang Dachui's beer belly, we are all classmates, don't say that. Wang Dachui sighed and recalled, yes, we were all classmates. When we were in the first year of high school, Li Kai often treated us to barbecue and milk tea. At that time, we skipped classes to play basketball, went to the internet cafe to play games together, and peeked into the girls' bathroom together. Life was so wonderful. But I don't know what happened. Later, Li Kai changed. He relied on his father being the principal to bully his classmates in school. He always caused trouble for us, Brother Hao. I can't understand why he became like this. Qin Hao looked up at the blue sky. With the memories of 2 lives, his memories were deeper than those of his peers. Big Hammer, remember this. People always change. Brother Hao, I won't change. I will always follow you. Dean of Studies, everyone, stop whispering. It's time to take graduation photos. Show your gums, smile, look at the camera, and say, cheese. Before the photographer pressed the shutter, Qin Hao had an idea, the hammer, clear the space next to you. Why, Brother Hao? Just save a place for Li Kai. Brother Hao, there's no need for that. People likely Kai. Sledgehammer, do as I say. This is called pattern. The flash of light flashed by, and a graduation photo captured the entire 3 years of high school youth. After collecting their graduation certificates, Qin Hao and Wang Dachui walked out of the campus together. Standing outside the school gate, Qin Hao looked back and saw the sign of Xiangnan High School with a trace of reluctance on his face. In this doomsday era with monsters lurking everywhere, graduation season arrives as scheduled in the midst of chaos and the noisy youth comes to an abrupt end. Brother Hao, will we come back to visit again in the future? When I become a 9-star Beastmaster, I will come back and show off. Then I will become an 8-star Beastmaster and show off with you. Well, you're almost the same as Beiji. Wang Dachui suddenly grabbed Qin Hao's arm and said with a silly smile, Brother Hao, I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. Qin Hao's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity to have a free meal. 10 minutes later. Qin Hao and Wang Dachui were sitting in a Lanzhou ramen restaurant. Wang Dachui shouted, Boss, 2 bowls of Lanzhou ramen. Qin Hao's face was gloomy. Brother Hao, you look so bad, what's wrong? Too small. What's smaller? Your vision is too small. Qin Hao flicked Wang Dachui's head and said angrily, Fatty, you promised to treat me to a big meal, but you only gave me a bowl of Lanzhou ramen. Wang Dachui was short of money, my dad just sold the electronics factory. I am currently financially limited. When I make money in the future, I will definitely treat you to abalone and lobster. Forget it, forget it. I'll treat you, boss. Add a cow to the noodles. I want to hug the cow and eat it. As he spoke, Qin Hao slammed a pile of gold coins on the table, showing off his wealth. After eating and drinking, Qin Hao said solemnly, Dachui, after the summer vacation, I will go to Suzaku College in Xiling City to study. The chances for us to meet will become fewer and fewer. No, Brother Hao, we will have many opportunities to meet in the future. What's the meaning? Wang Dachui said proudly, I was admitted to Lanxiang Beast Taming Technical School. This school is in the suburbs of Xiling City, so we are still in the same city. Qin Hao was shocked, Lanxiang Beast Taming Technical School. There is actually such an outrageous school in the world. Next, Qin Hao entered into a 2-month summer vacation. In the past 2 months, Qin Hao, apart from living a shameless life with his sister, took the flame-howling wolf to the Whitebone Mountain to level up and fight monsters. From time to time, he summoned Queen Medusa to let this cold woman massage his back and legs. Not for anything else, just to feel happy. 2 months passed in a flash, and the flame-howling wolf reached level 10, juvenile, the peak of the juvenile beast. As long as the right time came, Qin Hao could guide it to start its first evolution. Compared to before, the flame-howling wolf was 3 times bigger, and it was much taller than Qin Hao when it stood up. Xiao Hao, wake up, it's time for us to set off. That morning, Qin Hao was awakened by Qin Yan. The brother and sister started packing their bags. Today was the first day of school at Suzaku Academy, and they were going to take the maglev train to Xiling City. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sky was clear. Qin Hao and Qin Yan came to the station carrying large and small bags. Outside the station, there were crowds of people. Almost all the citizens of Xiangnan City came to see Qin Hao off. Because Qin Hao is the only man in the history of Xiangnan City who was admitted to one of the 4 major beast taming academies, he deserves this grand treatment. Standing at the entrance, Qin Hao looked back for the last time. He saw Aunt Lin Tao, Ma Dongmei, the head teacher, and the owner of the ramen shop in the crowd. At this time, a fat old lady ran over panting. It was the landlady. Landlady, what are you doing? Child, this is our Xiangnan City's local specialty, Xiangnan salted duck eggs. Take it with you. When you arrive in a new city, don't forget the taste of your hometown. Qin Hao smiled and took the basket of salted duck eggs. Qin Yan, landlady, my brother and I should get in the car. Landlady, go ahead, have a safe trip. I will keep your room for you forever. The door of the maglev train opened and the Qin siblings walked into the carriage. Through the car window, Qin Hao could see his fellow villagers waving goodbye to him. The train started and Qin Hao was getting farther and farther away from Shonen City. See you again, Shonen. Qin Yan looked at her brother with interest. Xiao Hao, do you think the people in your hometown are cute? Qin Hao nodded. Yes, the landlady said every day that she wanted to kick us out, but she was just talking. In fact, she tolerated us delaying the rent for half a year. Then a question suddenly appeared in Qin Hao's mind. Since even sarcastic humans can have moments of kindness, do ferocious and bloodthirsty monsters also have a cute side? Looking at the wasteland filled with thick smoke outside the car window, the voice and smile of Queen Medusa appeared in Qin Hao's eyes. After passing through a tunnel, the maglev train suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the north like lightning, with a speed far exceeding that of a fighter jet. Qin Hao looked at the changing scenery outside the window and felt incredible. After the introduction by the beautiful stewardess, we learned that this was not an ordinary maglev train, but a superconducting maglev train, developed using the anti-magnetic properties of superconductors, symbolizing the most advanced black technology in the field of land transportation of the Yanxia Empire. Sister, luckily our tickets were given to us for free by Suzaku Academy, otherwise we wouldn't be able to afford such a high-end train. Qin Yan nodded slightly, feeling a little worried. Xiangnan City is a border city of the Yanxia Empire, and the price of goods is very low. But even so, Qin Yan and Qin Hao have lived a very tight life these years. When they arrive at the 101st largest city in the country, Xiling City, the brother and sister will probably face tremendous financial pressure. Qin Yan took out her wallet and took a look. The total deposit was less than 70,000 gold coins. 70,000 gold coins can buy several large seaside villas in Xiangnan City, but it is unknown whether you can buy a basement in the economically prosperous Xiling City. After the train had been running for 2 hours, it was time for lunch. The flight attendant with her beautiful legs exposed pushed the dining cart to Qin Hao's side and smiled professionally. Sir, what food do you need? Qin Hao said with a smile, beautiful sister, I want 2 sets of pancakes. Ouch! The flame-howling wolf lying on the ground protested aggrievedly. Qin Hao added, add another bag of dog food. The flight attendant was embarrassed. Sorry, sir, we don't have pancakes here, we only have high-end Western food such as Wellington steak, French foie gras, and sea cucumber soup. Qin Hao's face froze. Well, high-end Western food must be very expensive. Forget it. I still need to save money to buy a big house for my sister. The attendant smiled and said, Sir, you are worrying too much. According to national regulations, all Beastmasters and their families who take the superconducting maglev train can enjoy free lunch and VIP services. Is there such a good thing? The country is really awesome. I'll give you all the high-end Western food. After lunch, the table was a mess. Qin Hao burped and tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Sister, these high-end Western dishes are so delicious. They are the best food I have ever eaten. They are so delicious that they make me cry. The flame-howling wolf ate 50 kilograms of steak. His belly was so bloated that he was taking a nap on the ground with a toothpick in his mouth. He looked so comfortable. Qin Yan pouted and said sourly, which is better, the food my sister cooks or the high-end Western food? Qin Hao was full of desire to survive and answered decisively, high-end Western food is delicious because it uses top-quality ingredients. And my sister can make a table of delicacies from land and sea with the cheapest ingredients. Not bad, the desire to survive is still there, Qin Yan smiled sweetly. She was very satisfied with Qin Hao's flattery. At this moment, the train broadcast suddenly issued an announcement. Dear passengers, here is an urgent news. The Imperial Army has issued a new wanted order, listing the Warcraft spy Queen Medusa on the red list. Next, the Imperial Army will send out the Shadow Organization to secretly hunt down and eradicate the root of the problem. The country will never let the people down. After listening to the broadcast, Qin Hao's face turned pale and his hands and feet were cold. It seems that the Imperial Army is serious and is determined to kill my Sasha. I'm so panicked, I'd better lean on my sister's chest to calm down. The Imperial Army placed Queen Medusa on the red list, meaning the state identified her as one of the most threatening criminals of this century. The criminals who are eligible to be listed on the red list are all vicious and evil bigwigs. Their existence may destroy the entire Yanxia Empire at any time. The mysterious Shadow Organization, is a killing team directly under the Empire's monarch Li Qianquan. The team members are all powerful Black Soul priests, S-level wizards, who are responsible for carrying out the highest level of killing missions. Everyone on the red list is being hunted by the Shadow Organization. Sister, I'm a little sleepy. Let me take a nap first. Call me when we're almost at the station. Well, then you can sleep on your sister's shoulder for a while. 10 seconds later, Qin Hao was snoring like thunder. Qin Yan gently stroked her brother's cheek, with only doting in her eyes. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Qin Hao was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by a violent vibration. Qin Hao opened his eyes and looked alert. Sister, what happened? Qin Yan's eyes flashed with a hidden gleam of brilliance, and then she said at a loss, I don't know, it seems that the train has broken down. At this moment, the body of the superconducting maglev train began to shake violently, and there seemed to be an earthquake in the carriage. The suitcases were toppled all over the place, and the passengers screamed in confusion. Qin Hao subconsciously hugged Qin Yan in his arms. Protecting his sister was his first priority. After a violent shaking and jolt, the train stopped running. At this time, the radio speaker once again broadcast an emergency message. Dear passengers, please note that due to unknown interference in the track magnetic field, this train has a serious fault and is temporarily forced to stop running. Please don't panic, our staff will investigate the fault as soon as possible. In the carriage, passengers were talking at once, and complaints and grumblings were everywhere. Qin Hao frowned and smiled bitterly. The first time I went out of the city, I encountered such a bad thing. It's really a bad start. Whoa. The flame-howling wolf has a keen sense of perception, and it suddenly let out a series of roars in the direction of the window. Qin Hao realized the problem and immediately put his face against the car window. Suddenly, a huge black shadow blocked the sun and the sky turned dark in an instant. Immediately, a dragon's roar pierced through the clouds and split the rocks, shaking the passengers' eardrums. In the carriage, people were terrified, thinking that the devil had come, and they all lay under the seats crying and screaming. Some people even saw through the world and wrote suicide notes in advance and held them in their mouths. Qin Hao was not in a hurry. He opened his 9-transformation dark pupil and looked up at the sky, and was immediately shocked. At this moment, the huge black shadow just passed over the top of the train, and Qin Hao saw its true face. It was a pterosaur big enough to block out the sky and the sun. This is not a demon beast, this is a Beast Tamer's beast. According to the detection of the 9-turn dark pupil, a string of detailed data appeared in front of Qin Hao. Name, Magnetic Pterosaur. Level 25, complete. Bloodline, Epic. Talent, Magnetic Field Destruction. Attributes, Dragon, Magnetic, Flying. Loyalty, 87. Weakness, Fire, Strength. Skill. 1. Electromagnetic Pulse Cannon, 2. Dragon Roar Shock, 3. Magnetic Field Defense Shield. Evolution Route, 1. Demon King Route, 2. Demon Route. Hidden Evolution Route, Magneto Route. Habits and hobbies, sleepiness, likes luminous objects, diamonds, night pearls, etc. Qin Hao couldn't help but exclaim, oh my goodness, this is the first time I've seen a dragon-type beast. The racial talent is really powerful. Although this magnetic pterosaur is only level 25, complete form, it belongs to the dragon family after all. The biggest feature of the dragon-type Beast Tamer is its huge size. A level 25 magnetron, with its wings spread out, is enough to block out the sun. If it continues to upgrade and evolve, its size may be enough to cover a city. Moreover, the lowest limit of the dragon race's bloodline genes is epic level, and there is no upper limit. From this point, it is not difficult to see that the dragon-type beasts are at the top of the pyramid among all races. Qin Yan looked at the Magna Pteranodon outside the window, and there was a hint of kindness in her eyes. Because dragon-type beasts are extremely rare, Qin Hao was very interested in them and stared at the sky to admire them carefully. The scales of the magnetron pterosaur were bright blue in the sunlight, and electromagnetic pulses would occasionally come out of its mouth. With a gentle flap of its broad wings, gusts of wind whistled through the valley. Its tail was long and slender, swaying in the air like a giant python. Sister, it's confirmed. It seems that the magnetic field of the track of the superconducting maglev train was destroyed by this magnetic storm pterosaur. Qin Yan nodded in agreement. Wherever the magnetic storm pterosaur passes, it will affect and interfere with the magnetic field. The superconducting maglev train relies on electromagnetic induction to operate, so it has to be forced to stop for maintenance. Is that a figure? Qin Hao had sharp eyes and he suddenly discovered that there was a person sitting on the back of the magnetic pterosaur. Looking closely, Qin Hao could vaguely recognize that it was the back of a girl with long hair. It seems that the girl is the owner of the magnetic pterosaur. I'm so envious. I also want to ride a dragon. Qin Hao murmured to himself. After a while, the magnetic pterosaur flew out of Qin Hao's sight. Qin Hao sighed lightly and looked at the flaming howling wolf. Ingjuan, can you learn from magma pterosaur and practice flying skills? This way we can save money on plane tickets in the future. The flaming howling wolf had a face full of grievance and complained in wolf language, Master, I am a wolf and I don't have wings, please don't force me. At this time, the conductor's emergency report came over the radio again. Sure enough, the explanation given by the conductor was exactly the same as Qin Hao's guess. The investigation results showed that it was indeed the magnetic storm pterosaur that just flew over the train that interfered with the magnetic field of the track, causing serious malfunction of the train. Conductor, please find a solution quickly. Don't delay my business worth hundreds of millions. I also have a 600 million contract to sign. If the train is delayed, who will be held responsible? Refund, refund. The passengers on the train kept complaining. After all, the pace of life is very fast now, everyone is very busy, and no one wants to waste time on the train. The conductor was in a dilemma and could only bite the bullet and say, Dear passengers, please be patient. According to the maintenance expert's prediction, the track fault will be repaired by 5 a.m. tomorrow at the latest. You will stay on the train tonight, and we guarantee to provide you with high-quality dinner and service. After hearing this, Qin Hao frowned slightly. Today is the first day of school at Suzaku Academy. It seems that I can't make it. Xiao Hao, contact teacher Chen and explain the situation to him. Qin Yan suggested. Qin Hao took out his cell phone and called Chen Boki. Hey Mr. Boki, the train I'm on broke down, and I won't arrive in Xiling City until tomorrow. I'm really sorry that I can't get to school on time today. Chen Boki was well informed and said with a smile, Yeah, I've seen the news. It's because of the magnetic pterosaur. It's okay. Just come to school tomorrow. It won't be a problem. Qin Hao said a few words of thanks and then hung up the phone. Time passed by minute, and before we knew it, the sun set over the mountain, night fell, and the cramped darkness gradually enveloped the train. Outside the car window, the low hums of various monsters could be heard from time to time. The train stops at the foot of a mountain range. The left window was close to the mountains, and the right window was next to a dead lake. In this remote area, there must be a large number of magical beasts. Especially at night, many monsters would come out to look for food. The hundreds of passengers on the train were the most delicious midnight snack for them. Everyone on the train was in a panic, worried that they would be attacked by the monsters. Only Qin Yan slept soundly on Qin Hao's shoulder. Looking at his sleeping sister, Qin Hao took off his coat and covered her with it. Ingjuan, please raise the temperature in the carriage so my sister won't get cold. The flame-howling wolf nodded and exhaled a breath of fire from his mouth. The temperature of the entire carriage instantly rose, becoming warm and cozy. After a while, the conductor suddenly walked into carriage number 8 where Qin Hao was in a hurry. Because the tickets are all real name-based, the conductor knew Qin Hao's name. Hello Mr. Qin, you are a beastmaster, right? Qin Hao nodded proudly. He was wearing a 1-star beast-taming robe, which was a symbol of his noble status. The conductor showed a look of joy, and then said in a pleading tone, Mr. Qin, for the safety of the passengers, can I arrange the passengers from other carriages to your carriage? Qin Hao asked back, am I the only beastmaster on the train? The train conductor bowed deeply to Qin Hao and said, besides you, there is another beastmaster in carriage number 9. After discussion among our train crew, we hope that you two can protect everyone's safety. Please. Qin Hao smiled and said, as a beastmaster, protecting humans is my duty. I have no reason to refuse. You can make the arrangements. Under the arrangement of the train crew, more than 400 passengers on the train were all crowded into carriages 8 and 9. Qin Yan was awakened by the noise, and Qin Hao held her in his arms. Sister, please sleep a little longer. No, sister will stay up late with you. In the middle of the night, more cries of monsters were heard from the mountain. The people in carriage 8 were terrified and desperately leaned towards Qin Hao and fiery howling wolf. Only by leaning against the Beastmaster could they feel safe. Suddenly, the door of carriage number 8 was pushed open, and a young man walked out from carriage number 9. Qin Hao raised his eyes and saw that the young man in front of him was also wearing a one-star beast-taming robe. He was about 175 centimeters tall, had a crew cut, some freckles on his face, and a sunny smile. Hey man. My name is Yang Yu. Yang as in poplar, Yu as in universe. Yang Yu took the initiative to extend his hand towards Qin Hao. My name is Qin Hao, Qin as in Qin Shi Huang, and Hao as in Ri Tian. Qin Hao smiled in return and shook hands with him. Ri Tian's Hao. Ha ha ha, brother Qin, what a great name. It looks like we are the only two Beastmasters on the train. Qin Hao's sight fell on Yang Yu's side. Lying on the ground was a huge black spider. This was obviously Yang Yu's beast. The 9 dark eyes swept across. Qin Hao murmured, the mature moon shadow demon spider is quite interesting. Name, Moon Shadow Spider. Level 12, mature. Bloodline, rare. Talent, accelerated self-healing. Attributes, shadow, support. Loyalty, 73. Weakness, light. Skill. 1. Shadow Flash, 2. Spider Web Cage, 3. Moon Shadow Thorn, condition, moonlight. Evolution route, 1. Poison Shadow route, 2. Assassin route. Habits and hobbies, active at night, increases combat enthusiasm by 50%, loves to eat insects. Qin Hao had a clear view of the specific information of the Moon Shadow Demon Spider. Yang Yu noticed that Qin Hao had been staring at the Moon Shadow Demon Spider, so he introduced it. Brother Qin, this is my beast, the Moon Shadow Demon Spider. I usually call it Aju. The Moon Shadow Demon Spider was very smart. It raised one of its slender legs and greeted Qin Hao. Its scarlet eyeballs looked like 2 big cherries. Qin Hao smiled and said, Mr. Yang, shadow-type beasts are rare. Your Moon Shadow Demon Spider has unlimited potential. Brother Qin, don't call me Mr. Yang, just call me Old Yang. Yang Yu has a carefree personality, and is exactly the same type of person as the shameless Qin Hao. Next, Qin Hao also introduced his own beast. Yang Yu was very surprised when he saw the mighty and domineering flame-howling wolf. Although the Moon Shadow Demon Spider and the flame-howling wolf are both beasts of rare bloodline, in terms of racial genes, the flame-howling wolf belongs to the Wolf King genes and has the king attributes in its bones. Its temperament is well controlled, which the Moon Shadow Demon Spider cannot compare to. Yang Yu gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely, Brother Qin, your flame-howling wolf has the Wolf King gene. It is the most powerful wolf-type beast I have ever seen. After hearing this, flame-howling wolf smiled shyly and stuck out his tongue at Yang Yu. Thank you for the compliment, my friend. That's not right, Brother Qin. I feel like the temperament of the howling flame wolf is a little weird. Does he look a bit like a husky? Yang Yu hit the nail on the head. Qin Hao smiled awkwardly. The flaming howling wolf was originally evolved from the husky. The two were of similar age, and both were one-star beastmasters, so they had a lot of common topics. It was a long night and they had no desire to sleep, so they just started chatting. Yang Yu asked curiously, Brother Qin, where are you from? Qin Hao, my hometown is very remote, located in District 10086, Xiangnan City. I guess you haven't heard of this little place. Yang Yu slapped the table and said in surprise, Of course I know Xiangnan City, it's very close to my hometown. My hometown is in District 10010, Pingliang City. Qin Hao became interested, but he didn't expect that he and Yang Yu had some connection. District 10086 and District 10010 are both urban areas ranked outside the top 10,000 in the country and are very close to each other. Old Yang, if that's the case, we are half fellow villagers. I'll treat you to some Hunan salted duck eggs. Brother Qin, it is my fate to meet you. I will treat you to Pingliang stinky tofu. The two exchanged local specialties from their hometowns, and the carriage was filled with the smell of salted duck eggs and stinky tofu. The passengers in the carriage dared not speak out, as they still hoped that these two young beastmasters would protect their safety. Yang Yu ate steak with salted duck eggs and muttered, "Brother Qin, where are you going to go this time?" "I'm going to Xiling City. I'm a freshman at Suzaku College. Today is the first day of school, but the train is broken, so I have to postpone it." "What a coincidence, I am also a freshman at Suzaku Academy." Yang Yu jumped up excitedly, holding Qin Hao's hand and said excitedly, "We are so destined to meet, ha ha ha." After the excitement, Yang Yu cried and complained, "Brother Qin, in order to be admitted to Suzaku Academy, I will get up at 4 in the morning tomorrow and take Aju to conduct brutal training. Day after day, I never slack off. On the day of the exam, I passed 5 levels and cut 6 generals, and finally I was admitted to the famous Suzaku Academy." Qin Hao handed Yang Yu a tissue. "Don't cry, the effort is worth it." Yang Yu wiped away his tears and asked, "When you took the exam, were you also very nervous, afraid that Suzaku Academy would not accept you?" "Qin Hao, I'm not nervous." "Yang Yu, the examiner from Suzaku Academy looks ferocious, how could he not be nervous?" Qin Hao scratched his head and said calmly, "Actually, I didn't take the exam. I was recommended to Suzaku College. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Guaranteed, guaranteed." Yang Yu looked stunned, holding his head and exclaimed, "So you are the legendary genius with extraordinary talent, I am so sorry." The 4 major beast taming academies prepare a number of admission quotas every year. The high school students who are able to obtain these quotas are all outstanding students with natural talents. According to past practice, these outstanding people basically come from the noble city, the city ranked within the top 100. Because they have a strong family background and powerful beast resources as support, they can get the admission quota. As a representative of the poor class, Qin Hao was the first person to be admitted to the 4 major beast academies. This kind of situation had never happened before in history. "Brother Qin, I really admire you. You actually got a recommendation for admission to Suzaku College. That's incredible." When Yang Yu looked at Qin Hao, his eyes were shining with respect and admiration from the bottom of his heart. Qin Hao smiled shyly and said, "Old Yang, you are also very good. You can be admitted to Suzaku College, which makes you a strong person among your peers." At this time, Qin Yan came over with a thermos cup. "Xiao Hao, I just got you a cup of warm water to replenish your water." "Thank you, sister." Yang Yu was very surprised when he saw Qin Yan. "Brother Qin, is this beautiful lady your girlfriend?" "My sister-in-law is so beautiful." Qin Hao almost choked to death on a mouthful of water. "I hope so." "You misunderstood. This is my sister." "I understand. Sister-brother relationships are popular now, hee hee." Qin Hao was too lazy to explain. The more he explained, the worse it got. "Xiao Hao, who is he?" "He is also a freshman at Suzaku Academy, Yang Yu." After the introduction, everyone became familiar with each other. But Yang Yu really misunderstood. He thought Qin Hao and Qin Yan were in an older sister-brother relationship, and he kept calling her sister-in-law. Qin Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was no use explaining, so she just let it go. At 12 o'clock midnight, the passengers were exhausted both physically and mentally, most of them fell asleep, and the carriage was silent. The moon shadow demon spider used spider silk to build a spider web hammock in the carriage. Yang Yu lay on the spider web hammock and snored. Qin Hao leaned on the flame-howling wolf, his right eye glowing purple. He was trying to further develop the ability of the 9-transformation dark pupil. Suddenly, the flame-howling wolf stood up, its fangs bared and its eyes cold. Qin Hao realized that something was wrong and stood up immediately. Then he heard rustling sounds coming from outside the carriage, and the sounds were getting closer and closer. "Old Yang, wake up, something's happening. Stop making trouble, let me sleep a little longer, don't disturb me from dreaming about getting married." The next second, there was a loud bang and a car window shattered to the ground. The sleeping passengers were awakened by the noise, and then a miserable wail was heard in the carriage. Qin Hao turned his head and looked, his pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, a crocodile covered with sharp barbs was lying on the broken car window, half of its body sticking into the car, with the body of a passenger in its mouth. "Help! I don't want to die yet." The passenger who was bitten by the crocodile was covered in blood, but fortunately he was still alive. He desperately called for help, tears streaming down his face. His terrified expression was a true reflection of the human desire to survive. All the other passengers huddled in a corner, shivering. They were all in a difficult situation and no one dared to step forward to help. The scene became increasingly chaotic, and Yang Yu finally woke up. Seeing the bloody scene, his eyes widened like bells. "Brother Qin, what kind of monster is this? It looks so ferocious." The crocodile emitted bursts of cold black air, which continued to spread and diffuse, and the temperature in the car dropped rapidly. The night turned dark, eyes opened, and Qin Hao said in a deep voice, "This is the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile, a beast-level monster with ordinary bloodline. Its eyes are one of its weaknesses, so it is nothing to be afraid of. Old Yang, save people first." Yang Yu nodded heavily and shouted urgently, "Aju, seal its eyes." The moon shadow spider leaped high into the air and hung upside down on the roof of the carriage, its scarlet eyes swirling around as it found a perfect angle for attack. Swoosh swoosh. 2 sticky spider silk spurted out, instantly sealing the eyes of the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile. After losing its vision, the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile's movements became sluggish. "Qin Hao, Ingjuan, take advantage of now." Ouch. The flaming howling wolf strode forward, raised its 2 strong and sharp front paws, and the power of the wolf king in its body was released. The next moment, the passengers were stunned. The flame-howling wolf actually relied on its brute force to pry open the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile's mouth. The ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile was stunned on the spot. "I don't care about my face anymore." The injured passenger was rescued and Qin Hao immediately dragged the passenger to his side. "Is there any doctor or nurse? Come and save him." Qin Hao shouted. A middle-aged man walked out of the crowd. "I'm a doctor, leave the wounded to me." At this time, Yang Yu on the side shouted loudly, "Brother Qin, let's move the battlefield first, otherwise it will be easy to get hurt by mistake." Qin Hao made a prompt decision, "Ingjuan, beat it away." The flame-howling wolf let out a thunderous wolf howl, its muscles bulged, and it transformed into a strong man, directly throwing the obese ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile out of the car window. Qin Hao came to Qin Yan and warned her, "Sister, don't leave the car no matter what. I'm here, nothing will happen." Leaving behind a word, Qin Hao jumped out of the window. Yang Yu and the moon shadow demon spider followed closely behind. Outside the train is a lake. The ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile fell heavily on the lake shore, grimacing in pain, and roared angrily at the fiery howling wolf, with a ghostly aura around it. This was the first time Qin Hao encountered a magical beast with ghost attributes. Name: Ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile. Level: Beast Soldier level. Bloodline: Normal. Talent: None. Attributes: Ghost, Amphibious. Weakness: Abdomen, Eyes. Skill: Ghostly Entanglement, Weakened. Yang Yu rushed to Qin Hao, patted his chest, and said confidently, "Brother Qin, take a rest, let me deal with this stinky crocodile." Qin Hao reminded, "The ghost energy released by the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile has a weakening effect, don't let your beast be touched by its ghost energy." When the battle started, Yang Yu's expression turned serious. "Ah, spider, seal its eyes again." The moon shadow demon spider spit out silk continuously, and the sticky spider silk was like a machine gun shooting. However, the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile was not stupid. It had suffered a loss just now, so it was well prepared this time. It shook its fat body continuously to dodge. After dodging the spider silk attack, the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile grinned fiercely, and a dark ghost air spewed out of its mouth, accompanied by a disgusting fishy smell. The ghost energy spread wildly, and the moon shadow demon spider was surrounded by the ghost energy without being careful, as if it was swallowed by the darkness. Qin Hao saw this and did not rush to help. He knew very well that since Yang Yu was admitted to Suzaka College, it proved that he must have something extraordinary. Moreover, the Moon Shadow Demon Spider is a mature beast of level 12. It has broken through the bottleneck from its juvenile form and completed its first evolution. Its strength should not be underestimated. Seeing his beast being surrounded by dark ghostly aura, Yang Yu was not panicked at all, but instead showed a smug smile. Faintly, a hazy shadow appeared on the ground. This shadow moved quickly along the ground, with great concealment, and in the blink of an eye it was behind the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile. "Ah, spider, show yourself." As soon as Yang Yu finished speaking, the shadow on the ground suddenly bulged up and turned into the true form of the Moon Shadow Demon Spider. The ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile's eyes were full of astonishment and confusion. It had no idea when the Moon Shadow Demon Spider got behind it. Qin Hao stood not far away and muttered to himself, "The Shadow Instant technique really has the effect of catching the enemy by surprise. Shadow-type Beastmasters are really good. I'll get a Shadow-type Beastmaster to play with when I have time." The Moon Shadow Demon Spider's skill is called Shadow Teleportation, and it is a standard skill for Shadow Beast Tamers. Using the power of Shadow, the Beastmaster can transform into a shadow and move quickly and freely on the ground, water, and building surfaces. He can also switch seamlessly between the shadow and the real body. In battle, the shadow teleportation technique can often produce magical effects. Azu, absorb the moonlight and use Moon Shadow Stab. Upon hearing Yang Yu's command, the Moon Shadow Demon Spider's body shook violently, absorbing a large amount of moonlight, and a layer of light yellow halo appeared on the surface of its body. Qin Hao looked carefully and saw that the 8-leg thorns of the Moon Shadow Demon Spider hardened instantly, like 8 sharp spears, with moonlight flashing on the tips of the spears. Then the Moon Shadow Demon Spider showed no mercy and swung its 8 legs wildly, stabbing at the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile. The ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile is bulky and moves slowly, so it has no time to dodge. The next scene is full of swords, sabers, and heavy rain of pear blossoms. The skill, Moon Shadow Thorn, is like watching the scene where Madame Rong stabbed Ziwei with a needle at 12x speed. It is extremely bloody. After a moment, the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile fell to the ground, its limbs twitching, and its body was covered with holes. It was pierced by the Moon Shadow thorns of the Moon Shadow Demon Spider, and its flesh and blood were blurred. The Moon Shadow Demon Spider made a hissing sound and danced towards Yang Yu, as if asking for credit. "Azu, you did a great job. Brother Qin, I have dealt with the monster, ha ha ha." Just when Yang Yu relaxed his vigilance, the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile suddenly regained consciousness and was still alive. The ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile used its last bit of strength to open its mouth wide, trying to bite off the Moon Shadow Demon Spider's head directly. At the critical moment, a cross of fire flashed in the air. In just a moment, the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile was torn to pieces by the explosive claws of the fiery howling wolf. The blazing flames also provided the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile with a cremation service. The ashes were blown away by the wind, leaving only a black magic crystal on the ground. Yang Yu was still in shock. "Brother Qin, luckily you made up for it in time." Qin Hao came over and patted Yang Yu on the shoulder, revealing a bright smile. "Old Yang, when fighting against monsters, you must never underestimate the enemy." Yang Yu blushed. Blame me, blame me. I thought the stinky crocodile was dead just now, but I didn't expect it to still be alive. It's really insidious. When fighting against monsters, you must be cautious, careful, and cautious. Brother Qin, you are cautious enough. You let the flame-howling wolf scatter the ashes of the monster. How can the monster not die? Qin Hao explained seriously, to protect the environment, we advocate on-site cremation. Scattering the ashes on the ground is civilized for everyone. The ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile is dead, the danger is temporarily lifted, and the dark night has returned to silence. Qin Hao picked up the magic crystal on the ground and handed it to Yang Yu. Yang Yu waved his hands quickly. No, 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 you killed the monster, so this ghost magic crystal is naturally your trophy. Qin Hao forced the magic crystal into Yang Yu's hand and said with a smile, "You have made the greatest contribution in killing the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile, and you deserve the magic crystal. I just finished off the enemy." Yang Yu couldn't persuade Qin Hao, so he had to accept this beast soldier-level ghost magic crystal. Ghost magic crystals were rare, and they could be sold at the Divine Pet Shop for a lot of money. "Brother Qin, you are so kind. When we arrive in Xiling City tomorrow, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Okay, it's a deal. The two smiled at each other and prepared to return to the train. At this moment, strange ripples appeared on the originally calm surface of the lake. Ouch! The flame-howling wolf suddenly roared towards the lake not far away, arched its body, showed its sharp fangs, and became extremely excited. Qin Hao looked back immediately and the scene before him was horrifying. Dense and fat black shadows emerged from the lake. Could this be? Yang Yu widened his eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Hao's face darkened. It seems that the entire tribe of ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles is hidden under the lake. Dark shadows crawled onto the shore, and with the help of the bright moonlight, one could tell that these shadows were hundreds and thousands of ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles. A single beast soldier-level monster is not scary, but when an entire tribe of beast soldier-level monsters act collectively, it would be a huge disaster. Inside the train carriage, the injured passenger was covered in blood, and the smell of blood wafted through the broken windows into the cold air. The monsters have an extremely keen sense of smell for human blood. All the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles were stimulated by the smell of blood. Their ferocious eyes revealed strong greed, and they crawled rapidly towards the direction of the train one after another. Yang Yu had never seen such a big scene before, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Brother Qin, do you have a pen? I want to write a suicide note. Don't say discouraging words. There are still hundreds of passengers on the train, mainly my sister. We must defend the train. Qin Hao rode on the flaming howling wolf and blocked the door of the carriage. Then Yang Yu and the moon shadow demon spider also rushed over. Two novice beastmasters, with their respective beasts, confronted a group of beast soldier-level monsters. Qin Hao made a rough visual assessment and his heart sank to the bottom. There were more than 500 crocodiles in front of him, and the number was still increasing. More crocodile heads kept floating in the lake. The numbers between the two sides were too disparate. This was a battle that was impossible to win. While Qin Hao was stunned, all the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles took collective action. They opened their bloody mouths and targeted the passengers on the train. In an instant, the dark ghostly aura began to spread over a large area. Hundreds of ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles used their special abilities at the same time, and the ghostly aura enveloped the train and penetrated into the carriages through the windows. Ghost energy can weaken beasts and humans, causing their organs to fail faster. The passengers began to cough violently, and those with weaker constitutions even bled from all 7 orifices, lying on the ground wailing in pain. The only passenger who remained calm was Qin Yan. At this moment, Qin Yan had a gloomy face, and her fingertips scratched the back of the seat. She was hesitating. Qin Hao shouted angrily, "Ingjuan, the Wolf King is shocked." The flaming howling wolf instantly became furious, and a blood-red Wolf King aura appeared around its body. It then raised its head and let out a deafening roar, and the powerful wolf howl echoed throughout the valley. The powerful aura of the Wolf King dispelled the evil spirits around. However, this group of ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles were not affected at all. They maintained their fanatical desire and continued to launch fierce attacks on the train. Qin Hao frowned slightly. This was a suspicious point. The ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile is just a beast soldier-level monster of ordinary bloodline. Logically speaking, the Wolf King gene of the flame-howling wolf should at least have a certain intimidating effect on them. Qin Hao thought about it for a while and came up with a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that there are higher-level magical beasts backing these ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles? Yang Yu suddenly pointed at the lake and exclaimed, "There seems to be another big guy in the lake." Qin Hao looked around and saw that the surface of the lake was rising high like a hill. Suddenly, a huge monster emerged from the water, causing the entire lake to tremble and waves to splash. Yang Yu's face turned pale and he was so scared that he couldn't speak. On the lake, there stood a hideous monster. It looked very similar to the sawtooth crocodile, but its size was even bigger than that of a mammoth. It opened its mouth slightly, as if it could swallow a section of a locomotive. Qin Hao's 9 transformation dark eyes opened instantly, and the data retrieval was successful. Name: Ghostbone Crocodile. Level: General level. Bloodline: Rare, Prehistoric gene. Talent: Great Strength. Attributes: Ghost, Amphibious. Weakness: Eyes. Skills, ghostly entanglement, powerful bite. Qin Hao was stunned. It seemed that he had guessed right. No wonder these ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles were so rampant, because there was a warlord-level monster backing them up. Yang Yu hugged Qin Hao's arm, tears welling up in his eyes with fear. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? It's so ugly and scary. Qin Hao explained casually, this is the ghost-bone emperor crocodile, a warrior-level monster with prehistoric genes. It is probably the boss of this lake, and this group of ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles are its younger brothers. Hearing the words, general level, Yang Yu looked as pale as death. It's over, it's completely over, brother Qin, let's write a suicide note quickly, otherwise it will be too late. War general-level monsters usually have powerful genetic bloodlines, so they can build a territory of their own in a specific area. Just like a general with military power, they have a group of beast-level monsters under their command to work for them. The appearance of the ghost-bone emperor crocodile gave the groups of ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles more confidence and their movement speed increased significantly. Qin Hao and Yang Yu could only bite the bullet and command the beasts to fight. In less than a minute, the train was completely surrounded, and the flame-howling wolf and moon-shadow demon spider were simply unable to resist the surging tide of beasts. Brother Qin, my soul power is almost exhausted, quickly think of other ways. Yang Yu half knelt on the ground, panting. When a beastmaster is commanding a beast to fight, his soul power will be consumed every moment. However, Qin Hao will not be affected because he has the physique of a soul king and is born with full soul power. This won't work. Sooner or later, we'll be killed by these stinky crocodiles. There were too many enemies, so Qin Hao turned his attention to the ghost-bone emperor crocodile standing on the lake. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. When capturing a thief, capture the leader first. Qin Hao made up his mind and ordered Yang Yu, old Yang, capture the leader first. You are responsible for guarding the train. I will find a way to kill the ghost-bone emperor crocodile. Don't mess around, it's a general-level monster. It can kill people. Yang Yu's dissuasion was ineffective. Qin Hao continued to do as he pleased and rode on the fiery howling wolf towards the lake. At this point, Yang Yu had no choice but to give it a try. Aju, use the spider web cage. The moon shadow demon spider was spitting out spider silk crazily. The sticky and flexible spider silk quickly shuttled through the numerous magical beasts and entangled them, soon weaving a huge spider web cage, trapping hundreds of ghost-bone sawtooth crocodiles in it. Due to the huge consumption of soul power, Yang Yu became confused and fell into a coma. Qin Hao heard the noise and turned to look. Seeing Yang Yu lying on the ground in a coma, he couldn't help but feel anxious. If the demon bone emperor crocodile cannot be killed as soon as possible, the hundreds of passengers on the train will soon become food for the monsters. There is not much time left for Qin Hao. Ingjuan, come on. The flame-howling wolf howled wildly and leaped forward. Its well-developed limbs gave it an incredible jumping ability. With this leap, the flaming howling wolf landed directly on the head of the ghost-bone emperor crocodile. The ghost-bone emperor crocodile was furious, but its front limbs were too short to scratch its head, so it had no way of doing anything to the fiery howling wolf and could only shake its body violently. Ingjuan, use your flaming claws to dig out its eyes. Flames rose and fire flashed everywhere. The ghost-bone emperor crocodile was very smart and closed its eyes in time. Then the wolf claws wrapped in flames scratched across its eyelids, making a crisp sound like iron colliding. Qin Hao was shocked when he took a closer look. The eyelids of the ghost-bone emperor crocodile were actually harder than a copper wall and iron wall, and the attack of the flame-howling wolf was ineffective. At this time, the ghost-bone emperor crocodile shook its head violently, and the flame-howling wolf lost its balance and was thrown into the air by this huge force. Qin Hao had no choice but to order the flame-howling wolf to use his ultimate move. Breath of Flame. A straight and thick column of fire burst out from the mouth of the flame-howling wolf, and the wanton flames illuminated the dark skyline. Qin Hao's soul power was full, and the flaming breath released by the flaming howling wolf lasted for a long time. The temperature around him rose rapidly, and the lake water actually boiled. When the flames faded, Qin Hao felt as if struck by lightning. The ghost-bone emperor crocodile was unharmed, staring at him and the flame-howling wolf with eyes full of anger and resentment. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, knowing full well that the Ghostbone Emperor crocodile carried the genes of a prehistoric giant beast. Its ancestor was a prehistoric giant crocodile, and after the later demonic mutation, its entire body was covered with extremely dense scales, making it indestructible. Although the flame-howling wolf has unlimited potential, it is only a young beast after all. Generally speaking, only a beast tamer at the peak of his perfect form has the strength to compete with a war general-level monster. As misfortunes never come singly, bad news comes again. The spider web cage woven by the moon shadow demon spider was broken free, and the beast tide rushed towards the train carriages again. Yang Yu was in a coma, and the moon shadow demon spider had also exhausted all its strength and lay on the ground motionless. In the carriage, the passengers huddled together, closed their eyes and prayed continuously. The situation was precarious. Qin Yan could not help but stand up and clench her fists. Qin Hao was always worried about his sister's safety, and his mind was distracted. The Ghostbone Emperor crocodile took the opportunity to swing its strong tail, which was accompanied by a fierce wind and was very powerful. Ouch! Unfortunately, the flame-howling wolf was hit by the Ghostbone Emperor crocodile's tail and fell heavily to the shore. Qin Hao fell into the lake, causing a splash of water. The flame-howling wolf was eager to protect his master, so he forced himself to stand up with his injured body and immediately jumped into the lake to save Qin Hao. The Ghostbone Emperor crocodile opened its big, smelly mouth and laughed fiercely, as if mocking Qin Hao's insignificance. Suddenly, a five-pointed star pattern emitting red light appeared on the lake. The Ghostbone Emperor crocodile was stunned for a moment, and suddenly his pupils shrank into a ball, and his huge body began to tremble. 3 seconds later, a stunningly beautiful woman in a red dress emerged from the lake. It's Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa held Qin Hao in her arms like a princess, looking down upon the world with an air of a queen dominating the world. Qin Hao's face was pressed against Queen Medusa's chest, with a look of enjoyment and a full sense of security. Sasha, good evening, Qin Hao greeted with a smile. Time went back half a minute. After Qin Hao fell into the lake, he used the blood contract to summon the second beast Queen Medusa. At the critical moment of life and death, Qin Hao decisively played this trump card. Queen Medusa raised her charming eyes and looked at the Ghostbone Emperor crocodile. The Ghostbone Emperor crocodile was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder were breaking, and he was trembling with his tail between his legs. Bloodline suppression. Level suppression. Aura suppression. A mere warrior-level magical beast is like an ant in front of the calamity python Queen Medusa. At this moment, Queen Medusa's face was as cold as ice, and she opened her red lips slightly. How dare you, lowly crocodile, hurt my men? Qin Hao blushed and whispered, Sasha, your choice of words is inappropriate. I am not your man, I am your master. The Ghostbone Emperor crocodile could not withstand the pressure of Queen Medusa's aura and turned around to escape. The snake's pupils flashed red as Queen Medusa activated her pupil technique. In an instant, the huge body of the Ghostbone Emperor crocodile turned to stone at a speed visible to the naked eye. While Qin Hao was rubbing his eyes, the Ghostbone Emperor crocodile had turned into a motionless stone statue. When the group of devil-bone sawtooth crocodiles on the shore who were preparing to besiege the train saw this scene, they were so frightened that they pissed and shit themselves and ran away in panic. Qin Hao was excited, his eyes full of stars, and he said admiringly, Awesome Sasha, is this the petrifying eyes that is unique to your divine python clan? So cool. Queen Medusa carried Qin Hao to the shore, and the flaming howling wolf followed with a happy smile on his face. Qin Hao jumped out of Queen Medusa's arms, landed on his feet, and said with a smile, Thank you this time. You're welcome. You're my master, and protecting the master is the job of a beast master. Wait, you're injured. Queen Medusa frowned suddenly. She found a long and narrow blood stain on Qin Hao's cheek. It looked quite serious. If not handled properly, it would leave a scar. Qin Hao saw a trace of worry and concern in Queen Medusa's eyes, and his heart felt warm. Don't worry, this minor injury is nothing serious. To be honest, if it wasn't for the last resort, I would never summon you to cause you trouble. By the way, the Imperial Army has issued a new wanted order. You have to be careful about the pursuit of the Shadow Organization. You must hide well and don't expose yourself. Just as Qin Hao was chattering, Queen Medusa suddenly stepped forward and her soft and warm lips pressed against Qin Hao's cheek. Everything happened without any warning. Qin Hao was not mentally prepared at all. He just stood there stupidly with his mind blank. The kiss lasted for 3 seconds, and Queen Medusa moved her lips away, saying with satisfaction, "This way there won't be any scars left." Qin Hao was stunned for a moment, then touched the side of his face. His skin was smooth and tender, without any signs of injury. After the snap of his fingers, the stone statue of the ghost bone crocodile shattered into pieces, turning into ashes and disappearing in the wind. Queen Medusa and Qin Hao are indeed a family. Their methods are exactly the same and they are both used to scattering the ashes of their enemies. The lake returned to calm, and a black light flickered in the center of the water. It was the magic crystal of the ghost bone emperor crocodile. "Ingjuan, take the magic crystal back." The flame-howling wolf jumped into the water again, and then returned to the shore with a black magic crystal in its mouth. Qin Hao gently stroked the flame-howling wolf's smooth fur and encouraged him, "Ingjuan, you performed well today. You were not afraid of facing a general-level monster. I will reward you with spicy noodles later." Qin Hao knew how to get along with his beastmen very well. After every battle, he would praise his beastmen and give them rewards. The fiery howling wolf let out a joyful cry and licked Qin Hao's arm with its tongue. This was probably the legendary dog licker. Queen Medusa looked around and checked everything with her keen senses. "Qin Hao, apart from the ghost bone emperor crocodile I just killed, there are no other general-level monsters nearby. The danger is over. Do you have anything else to tell me? If not, I'm leaving." Qin Hao didn't like Queen Medusa's cold tone. "Shasha, we haven't seen each other for 2 months, during the summer vacation, are you in such a hurry to leave?" "Silly, given my current situation, staying away from you is the best way to protect you. Queen Medusa's identity is quite special, and she is now the most wanted criminal in the Yanxia Empire. She knows very well that if she stays with Qin Hao for a while longer, once her whereabouts are exposed, it will bring more risks to Qin Hao." Qin Hao naturally understood this truth, and said regretfully, "I clearly promised to treat you to bamboo shoot braised noodles last time and the time before that, it seems that I won't have the chance this time." Queen Medusa smiled rarely and said, "It's okay. You owe me. When we have a chance in the future, you can treat me to 3 bowls of noodles to make up for it." "Well, I'll treat you next time." Queen Medusa turned around and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she glanced at the flaming howling wolf and then stopped. After 2 months of absence, it turns out that the flame-howling wolf has risen to the peak of its juvenile stage. I suggest that it's time to try a breakthrough evolution. Yeah, that's what I meant. What evolutionary materials are still missing? Most of the materials are gathered, and the only thing missing is a high-quality beast soldier-level fire magic crystal. Then wait for me, I'll be back soon. After the words fell, Queen Medusa walked towards the mountains not far away. After a while, the screams of monsters were heard from the mountains, startling a flock of crows. Half a minute later, Queen Medusa returned to Qin Hao again. At this time, Queen Medusa had an extra magic crystal in her hand. This magic crystal emits a dazzling red light, has excellent color, feels warm, and has no impurities. Qin Hao glanced at it with his 9 transformation dark eyes and said in surprise, "This is the magic crystal of the Flame Demon Centipede." Flame Demon Centipede, a beast soldier-level fire-type magical beast with a rare bloodline, containing 1/4 of the bloodline of the Nether Centipede King, a commander-level magical beast, in its body. There is no doubt that the magic crystal of the Flame Demon Centipede is a top-quality beast-grade fire magic crystal. "Shasha, thank you so much, you are really my timely help." Qin Hao was delighted and grateful, and subconsciously opened his arms to hug Queen Medusa. The two of them were pressed tightly together, and Queen Medusa's breasts were flattened by Qin Hao. Queen Medusa's body stiffened and her skin tightened. Before this, she had never been treated in such an intimate manner by any man. After thinking it over, Queen Medusa symbolically raised her hands, put her arms around Qin Hao's waist, and patted him on the back twice. This action may seem reserved, but in fact, for her it is the ultimate action to express enthusiasm and affection. "It's getting late. I should go. Then be careful on the road, I'll treat you to noodles next time." Queen Medusa waved goodbye and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Looking at the direction where Queen Medusa left, Qin Hao felt mixed emotions. Sasha only looks cold on the outside, but she's actually very friendly, and she's never hurt a human being, so she shouldn't be wanted. Qin Hao's face was full of determination. No matter what, he chose to stand by Queen Medusa and would never betray her. Sheltering the Empire's most wanted criminal is a capital crime. Qin Hao is committing this crime against the law. It's really thrilling. Putting his thoughts aside, Qin Hao concentrated on cleaning up the battlefield, erasing all traces left by Queen Medusa, and preventing anyone with ulterior motives from coming to investigate. After finishing everything, Qin Hao came to Yang Yu. At this time, Yang Yu and the Moon Shadow Demon Spider were still in a coma. Qin Hao first thought of an excuse, and then used brute force to wake Yang Yu up. Yang Yu woke up, his mind was a mess. Where is this, heaven? Brother Qin, it seems you are dead too, what a coincidence. Qin Hao patted Yang Yu's head heavily. Hiss, it hurts. Wake up, we are not dead. Yang Yu felt pain and quickly stood up, looking around nervously. We are really not dead. Why are those stinky crocodiles gone? And where is that warlord-level monster? Qin Hao lied without blushing. Don't worry, the Ghostbone Emperor Crocodile has been killed by my Injuan. It really works to capture the leader first. Once the Ghostbone Emperor Crocodile died, those beast soldier-level stinky crocodiles fled in all directions. We are safe now. The flame-howling wolf pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. Since Queen Medusa couldn't be exposed, it had to take the blame. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with confusion, and he said in disbelief, Brother Qin, you are kidding. Injuan is just a level 10 juvenile beastman. How can he possibly defeat a general-level beast? Qin Hao remained calm and continued to make up the story. We are lucky. After you fell unconscious, I found that the Ghostbone Emperor Crocodile was seriously injured. Its combat power was less than 20% of its peak. Otherwise, my Injuan would definitely not be its opponent. Yang Yu remained silent and still looked at Qin Hao with suspicion. Haha, you still don't believe it. Brother Qin, the main thing is that this matter is too outrageous. Even if the Ghostbone Emperor Crocodile was seriously injured. Qin Hao reached into his pocket and took out the magic crystal of the Ghostbone Emperor Crocodile and placed it in front of Yang Yu. This is the magic crystal of that general-level magic beast. It's all thanks to Injuan. Do you believe it now? The flame-howling wolf cooperated with Qin Hao's performance, raised its head, and pretended to be asking for credit, as if saying that it was this wolf who killed the Ghostbone Emperor Crocodile. The magic crystal of the Ghostbone Emperor Crocodile was placed in front of him, and Yang Yu now believed it completely. Injuan, you are really a divine wolf. You can kill a general-level monster in your juvenile form. If you evolve to a mature or complete form, you will be a god. You are my idol. Give me an autograph. Old Yang, don't flatter Injuan too much, it will become arrogant. After being praised by Yang Yu, the flame-howling wolf suddenly became arrogant. It started scratching the ground with its claws to practice its signature, laying the foundation for becoming an internet celebrity wolf in the future. However, Yang Yu would never have thought that Qin Hao's beasts were more than just the fiery howling wolf. A few minutes later, Qin Hao and Yang Yu returned to the carriage together. The passengers in the carriage huddled together in the corner for warmth, and everyone's face was pale. Qin Hao smiled and announced loudly, Dear passengers, the monster has been annihilated by us. The train is safe. You can sleep peacefully. There was silence in the carriage for a moment, and then there were long-suppressed cheers, applause, and tears of joy from those who had escaped death. Everyone stood up at the same time and bowed to Qin Hao and Yang Yu, thanking the two young beastmasters for saving their lives. The conductor held Qin Hao's hand tightly, his face full of tears of excitement. Mr. Qin, thank you so much. On behalf of all the train staff, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and respect to you. I will also apply to the headquarters to present you with a hero banner. There's no need for a silk banner. I want to keep a low profile and not publicize this matter. That won't do. You are our hero. Our train crew's propaganda department will definitely announce your heroic deeds to the people of the whole country. Yang Yu also joined in the fun. Brother Qin, don't be so modest. I have just posted your heroic deeds to our Suzaku College's freshman exchange group and campus forum. Now the number of likes has exceeded 10,000. Qin Hao's face was stiff, and he felt helpless. It seemed that this matter was destined to remain secret, and it would probably spread all over the country by tomorrow morning. At that time, major newspapers will publish eye-catching gimmicks. The 18-year-old genius beastmaster Qin Hao led a young beast to kill a general-level monster. This gimmick will surely go viral on the internet and cause a stir in the field of beastmasters. It will naturally arouse suspicion and doubt among many colleagues and people with ulterior motives. Forget it, no matter how this matter develops, I will never betray Sasha. Qin Hao was determined in his heart. He was willing to risk his life to protect Queen Medusa, just as Queen Medusa would protect him. Sister, I'm sorry to have scared you just now. Don't be afraid, I'm here and I will protect you at all times. Qin Hao sat next to Qin Yan and comforted her carefully. He always thought that his sister was just an ordinary woman, and she must be scared after experiencing so many dangers tonight. However, Qin Yan looked calm and composed, with a smile on her face. Xiao Hao, you don't have to worry about your sister. You must be exhausted from fighting the monsters outside just now. It's still 3 hours before dawn, so go get some sleep. After hearing what Qin Yan said, Qin Hao felt very sleepy and couldn't help yawning. This was mainly because he had consumed a lot of energy when summoning Queen Medusa just now. Sister, I am indeed sleepy. I will go to bed first. Good night. Qin Hao leaned on Qin Yan's shoulder and soon fell asleep. It was 3 o'clock in the morning and the night was as dark as water. The carriage was silent, all the passengers were fast asleep, and the Grim Reaper's scythe had already fallen on everyone's head. Yang Yu lay in the spider web hammock, his snoring sounding like an electric drill. The moon shadow demon spider dug a cave outside the train. Its talent is accelerated self-healing, so as long as it hides in the cave, its injuries will heal quickly. Qin Yan was the only one who was not asleep in the entire carriage. She lowered her eyes and looked at Qin Hao, who was sleeping soundly in her arms. There was a sour jealousy deep in her eyes. Damn it, that little snake actually kissed my brother so blatantly. If I had known, I shouldn't have shown mercy. On Qin Hao's cheek, there was still a lip print left by Queen Medusa. The lip print was very faint and difficult to detect without careful observation. Even Qin Hao himself did not notice it. Qin Yan wiped off the lip marks with a tissue, her brows revealing worry about the future. She muttered secretly, since Xiao Hao is determined to help the little snake conceal its identity, I will not interfere. But is the little snake reliable? I'm really afraid that she will bring endless trouble to Xiao Hao. The reason why Queen Medusa is called the Scourge Python is that wherever she goes, she will cause unpredictable misfortune and disaster. It was 5 in the morning and the sky was just getting light. After Qin Hao woke up, the conductor brought good news. The track fault has been completely repaired and the superconducting maglev train has resumed operation. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the train arrived in Xiling City. Qin Hao carried the luggage in his left hand and held his sister's hand with his right hand. Behind him followed the arrogant flame-howling wolf. The family of 3 walked out of the station in an orderly manner. After leaving the station, Qin Hao stood at the crossroads, looking at the high-rise buildings lined up around him, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. So this is Xiling City, ranked 101st in the country. It is indeed 10,000 times more prosperous than Shonan City. Xiling City is one of the most important strategic cities in the Yanxia Empire. This city not only has 4 major beast taming academies, but also the 3 major beast tamer guilds under the Beast Taming Alliance are located here, so the country has invested a lot of money and resources in this city. Maglev tracks crisscross the streets. AI cars are everywhere. High-end pet stores and veterinary hospitals are everywhere. What surprised Qin Hao the most was that any old lady strolling on the street was holding a rare bloodline storm tiger in her hands. Qin Hao was stunned. Every person in a big city is a beastmaster. And there is not a single beast with ordinary bloodline on the street. Rare bloodlines are everywhere, and high-level bloodlines are worse than dogs. Brother Qin, I'll call a taxi and we'll go to Suzaku Academy to register together. Yang Yu walked over to Qin Hao. The moon shadow demon spider had recovered and was napping on Yang Yu's back. Qin Hao declined and said, "You go to school first. I'll be there later. I'll take care of my sister first. The most urgent thing is to find a house for Qin Yan to live in. Qin Hao can live in the school dormitory, but Qin Yan can't live in the dormitory." "Okay. I heard there are a lot of pretty girls in Suzaku Academy. I'll go explore the area first and wait for you." Yang Yu waved goodbye to Qin Hao and took a taxi to Suzaku Academy. The Qin siblings strolled around the street, occasionally looking at the real estate agency ads on the wall. Suddenly, a man in a suit and tie came up to Qin Hao, looking greedy for money. "Sir, I'm a real estate agent in this area. Are you planning to buy a house?" Qin Hao nodded. The real estate agent wanted to call Qin Hao dad, and took the opportunity to sell him a deal. "What price range do you want? 50,000 or 60,000? Qin Hao and Qin Yan smiled at each other. They just happened to have more than 60,000 gold coins in their hands. 60,000, I think. "Sir, you are so generous. No wonder your girlfriend is so beautiful." Qin Hao could only smile awkwardly. When they went out, people always treated Qin Yan as his girlfriend. "By the way, how many rooms can you buy with 60,000 gold coins?" The broker was confused. "Sir, you must have made a mistake. 60,000 means 60,000 gold coins per square meter." Qin Hao's brain was deprived of oxygen on the spot. He thought that 60,000 gold coins could buy a house, but it turned out that 60,000 gold coins could only buy 1 square meter. "Sister, with the little money we have, it seems we can't even afford a toilet." "Yeah, I didn't expect the housing prices in Xiling City to be even more outrageous than we imagined." The brother and sister couldn't afford to buy a house, so they could only book a hotel room temporarily. Qin Hao chose a mid-range hotel called Home Inn. He booked a standard room for 3 days and spent more than 1,000 gold coins. If 1,000 gold coins were placed in Shonan City, it would be enough to open a large-scale electronics factory. The prices and consumption levels in big cities are unbearable to look at. In the hotel room, Qin Hao was full of confidence and said firmly, "Sister, I can only ask you to stay here for 3 days. After 3 days, I will definitely find a way to buy a house." Although Qin Hao didn't have much money, he still had a general-level ghost magic crystal on him, which could definitely be sold for a good price. In the end-time environment, it is very difficult to buy a house, especially in a big city like Xiling City, where housing prices are outrageous. The Qin siblings came from a remote small county town and were out of place with the local environment. In order to avoid embarrassment, Qin Hao prepared to change rooms. "Xiao Hao, don't change rooms. Just make do with what you have now. We'll quickly find a way to buy a house next." Qin Hao was stunned and looked at his sister with a blank look. Qin Yan explained, "The room fee is very expensive. We don't have money to change to other rooms, so let's just stay in this one." "Oh, it seems I've been overthinking." Qin Hao then realized that Qin Yan just didn't want to waste money. After a brief tidying up in the hotel, Qin Hao dressed himself up again and prepared to report to Suzaku Academy. "Sister, stay in the hotel and don't go anywhere. I will take you to live in the new house within 3 days." Qin Hao made a boast, determined to buy a house within 3 days. Based on the standard of 60,000 gold coins per square meter, a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house would cost about 5 or 6 million. At 12 o'clock noon, Qin Hao went out with the flaming howling wolf. The hotel was not far from Suzaku College, so Qin Hao chose to walk. The flame howling wolf followed behind Qin Hao, holding his head high and showing off his heroic appearance and strong pectoral muscles to passers-by. The flame howling wolf was the most majestic and handsome of all wolf-type beasts, and it attracted a lot of attention along the way. Qin Hao was also proud of it. Follow the map and cross the intersection ahead to arrive. Qin Hao was muttering to himself and was about to cross the traffic light when a rough voice came from the side. "Little girl, you have no money and you still want to eat out and dine for free." "Uncle, I lost my wallet, but I'm really hungry. Just give me a meat bun." "Go away, if you don't have money, just go away. Don't block the door and affect my business." Qin Hao glanced sideways. At the door of a restaurant, there stood a beautiful girl in a floral dress. Qin Hao's eyes lit up. This little beauty had a delicate porcelain doll face. With her energetic double ponytail hairstyle, she was simply a typical loli. Gurgle. Shangguan Meng covered her rumbling stomach, her cute little face full of grievance. As the second daughter of the Shangguan family, she had lived a life of luxury since childhood and had never fallen to the point of not being able to afford food. The more Shangguan Meng thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She lowered her head with tears in the corners of her eyes. I felt sorry for her. At this time, a tissue was handed over. Shangguan Meng looked up and saw a sunny and handsome boy standing in front of him. Qin Hao, don't cry, girls are not pretty when they cry. Shangguan Meng took the tissue and wiped her tears. Suddenly, a lazy black cat poked its head out of Shangguan Meng's school bag. It had 3 eyes, and the eye on its forehead was flashing a strange red light, making it look a little eerie. Qin Hao was surprised. Wow, a 3-eyed demon cat. It's an extremely rare superpowered beastmaster. It seems that this big-breasted loli is also a beastmaster. Since Qin Hao had an air of a gentleman, Shangguan Meng subconsciously thought that Qin Hao was a good person. So she blinked her big watery eyes and begged, "Big brother, I'm so hungry, but I lost my wallet. Can you treat me to a meal? I don't eat much, a meat bun is enough." Shangguan Meng was really hungry. Before, when she was at home, she looked down upon all the delicacies from land and sea, but now she was satisfied with just a meat bun. Qin Hao was moved by compassion and could not refuse a cute loli, especially since this loli had big breasts. "You look so cute." "Ah, because you look so pitiful, I will treat you to a meal." "Thank you, big brother." Qin Hao brought Shangguan Meng into the restaurant and they sat by the window. The menu was full of food, and the prices were a bit high. But Qin Hao could afford it, so he ordered a few dishes and a bowl of rice. "Big brother, thank you for treating me to dinner, you are a good person." Shangguan Meng's face was full of joy, and 2 dimples appeared on his slightly chubby face. Qin Hao sipped his tea and asked, "You look like a minor, right?" Shangguan Meng, "Yeah, I'm 16 years old." Qin Hao thought to himself, TSK, she is indeed an underage girl. It seems that I can't date this girl, otherwise I will be sentenced to at least 3 years in prison, and up to death penalty. Then the 2 of them started chatting. When Shangguan Meng learned that Qin Hao was a freshman at Suzaku College, she was extremely excited. "Brother Qin, what a coincidence, I am also a freshman at Suzaku College." "You too?" Qin Hao couldn't believe it. After all, Shangguan Meng was only 16 years old. Shangguan Meng opened her school bag and took out the admission letter from Suzaku Academy. Qin Hao took a look and saw the word "recommended" written on the admission letter. What a coincidence. I was also admitted as a recommendation. Suzaku College is recruiting new students this year, and has only 3 admission quotas available. By some strange coincidence, 2 of the students who were admitted by recommendation came together. It was an amazing fate. Qin Hao asked curiously, "That's not right. Yesterday was the first day of school at Suzaku Academy. Why haven't you registered at the academy today?" Shangguan Meng blushed and said shyly, "I am lost." "How stupid. Use your phone for navigation." "My phone and wallet were lost together." Qin Hao was speechless for a while. It seemed that this lowly girl was also the cute and silly type. If Shangguan Meng hadn't met Qin Hao, she would probably have to wander the streets of Xiling City for a few more days. 5 minutes later, all the dishes were served. Qin Hao handed Shangguan Meng a pair of chopsticks. "Eat, and after we're done we'll go to Suzaku Academy to register." Shangguan Meng sniffed the meat on the plate and frowned. "Brother Qin, what kind of meat is this?" "Qin Hao, signature Sichuan dish, braised rabbit meat." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Meng's face changed drastically. He immediately put down his chopsticks, his eyes moist. Qin Hao was confused. "Aren't you starving? Why don't you eat?" Shangguan Meng's voice choked with sobs and her face was full of sadness. "Rabbits are so cute, how can you eat them? It's so cruel." Qin Hao was speechless. It seemed that this loli was a saint. She might even have some relics in her pocket. "Forget it, I'll eat it." Shangguan Meng watched Qin Hao enjoy the food more and more as he ate, and finally she couldn't help it and ate 3 big bowls with tears in her eyes. "Brother Qin, the braised rabbit meat is so delicious. Thank you for treating me." Qin Hao smiled. No one in the world can escape the law of true fragrance. While Shangguan Meng was concentrating on eating, Qin Hao secretly looked at this lowly girl. After a while, Qin Hao suddenly felt something strange. Something's wrong. This lowly looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, Qin Hao recalled a scene in his mind. Yesterday, the magnetic pterosaur flew over the superconducting maglev train. The girl riding on the dragon's back gradually overlapped with Shangguan Meng. Bang! Qin Hao slammed the table and stood up, and the diners around him cast curious glances at him. "Shangguan Meng, Brother Qin, what's wrong with you?" Qin Hao pointed at Shangguan Meng with a shaking hand, stammering and speaking incoherently. You are the girl riding a dragon superconducting maglev train, magnetic field destruction, magnetic storm pterosaur beast." Shangguan Meng realized that the situation was not good and immediately pounced on Qin Hao. Qin Hao lost his balance and was thrown to the ground by Shangguan Meng. At this moment, Shangguan Meng was riding on Qin Hao, covering Qin Hao's mouth with her tender little hands. "Brother Qin, please don't say anything, I beg you." Shangguan Meng begged bitterly. Qin Hao is now extremely panicked and even a little angry. It was because of this girl riding a dragon that the maglev train suffered a major malfunction, so Qin Hao experienced a terrifying night in which he almost died. Shangguan Meng also felt very guilty. She knew she had gotten into big trouble. But as the second daughter of the Shangguan family, she has the support of her family and can make a big deal out of a small one. The key point is that Qin Hao cannot reveal her identity. Woo woo woo. Qin Hao's mouth was blocked and he could only make whimpering sounds. Shangguan Meng whispered, "Brother Qin, you have to promise me. As long as you keep it a secret from me, I will let you go." Qin Hao nodded repeatedly, and Shangguan Meng finally let go of his hand. Sitting back in the chair, Qin Hao lowered his voice and said, "From the beginning, I felt that your figure looked familiar. It turns out that you are the owner of the magnetic pteranodon." Shangguan Meng asked in confusion, "How did you know?" "Yesterday, I was on that superconducting maglev train and saw you riding a magnetic pterosaur flying over the train with my own eyes." "Oh my God. I was flying so high at the time, and you could see it clearly. Your eyesight is so good." As we all know, the 9-turn-dark eye can also be used as a telescope, and can see through the skirts of beautiful women from time to time. Qin Hao stared at Shangguan Meng's harmless face and said depressedly, "Do you know that you are in trouble?" Shangguan Meng lowered her head in shame. She knew she was in trouble. Magnetic pterosaur's talent is magnetic field destruction. According to national regulations, magnetic beasts like this that are destructive must not approach maglev trains. Yesterday, in order to take a shortcut, Shangguan Meng ignored national regulations and rode a magnetic pterosaur over the maglev track, resulting in a train malfunction and forced suspension of operation. If Qin Hao had not shown up last night, hundreds of passengers on the train would have definitely become the ghost-bone sawtooth crocodile's midnight snack, and hundreds of lives would have been blamed on Shangguan Meng. Shangguan Meng held Qin Hao's hand and said tenderly, "Brother Qin, you must help me keep this secret. I came out without telling my family. If my father and sister knew that I got into trouble outside, they would definitely arrest me." Qin Hao sighed, feeling exhausted. Helping Queen Medusa keep the secret has already put Qin Hao at great risk. If he helps Shangguan Meng keep the secret again, the risk will double. Just as Qin Hao was weighing the pros and cons, Shangguan Meng came to his side, hugged his arms tightly with both hands, and said coquettishly, "Please, Brother Qin." Under close contact, Qin Hao could clearly feel the outline of Shangguan Meng's body. Don't be fooled by this lowly's young age, her figure is really great, especially her exaggerated bust, which is simply overdeveloped. "Okay, I promise, I'll keep your secret." Qin Hao compromised. As a normal man, he really couldn't resist the beauty trap. "Thank you, Brother Qin. I will repay you in the future." Shangguan Meng was young and innocent. This was her first meeting, but she gave all her trust to Qin Hao. Qin Hao glanced at the 3-eyed demon cat lying on Shangguan Meng's shoulder. "Is this your beast?" "Yes, this is my first beast, the 3-eyed demon cat." You can call it meow meow. The 9-turn dark eyes are opened. Name 3-eyed demon cat. Level 10, juvenile. Bloodline, rare. Talent, superpower eye technique. Attributes, superpower system, auxiliary system. Loyalty, 83. Weakness, electricity, low defense. Skill. 1. Hypnosis, 2. Illusion, 3. Netherclaw. Evolution route, Lich King route. Habits and hobbies: mysophobia, love eating ice cream. Qin Hao had all the information and data of the 3-eyed demon cat in his sight, which made him sigh at the power of the supernatural beast tamer. Theoretically speaking, in a battle between beast tamers of the same level, the psychic-type beast tamer has more than 80% chance of winning. Brother Qin, this flaming howling wolf is your beast. It looks so handsome. Qin Hao suddenly discovered that the flame-howling wolf was actually lying next to Shangguan Meng, allowing Shangguan Meng to gently stroke its head and hair, and it was also sticking out its tongue and shaking its tail. Its temperament was very much like a husky. That's strange. Ingjuan usually doesn't let strangers touch it. So its name is Ingjuan. This name suits it very well. Oh, it licked my skirt, so naughty. Qin Hao looked at the flame-howling wolf being so intimate with Shangguan Meng and couldn't help but ask, "Do you have the physique of controlling spirits?" Yes, Shangguan Meng smiled and nodded. Qin Hao suddenly realized that this made sense. There are 2 types of special physiques of genius beastmasters. One is the Soul King physique, and the other is the Spirit Taming physique. The physique of a Soul King is like Qin Hao's. He is born with full soul power. There is no upper limit on the number of beast taming contracts he can sign. He can sign as many as he wants. The beast tamer with the spirit tamer physique is different. A beast tamer with this physique will have a full level of favorability with any beast tamer. When controlling the beast tamer in battle, they can stimulate the beast tamer's inner potential. No wonder this girl was able to get a recommendation for admission to Suzaku Academy. She seems to be a genius among geniuses. Qin Hao muttered softly, and then asked, "Where is your Magneto Pterosaur?" Shangguan Meng was worried that people around him would hear her, so she whispered in Qin Hao's ear, "Magnetic Pteranodon is my second beast. It's too big, so I have to hide it in the divine pet ball." After saying this, Shangguan Meng took out a fist-sized ball from his school bag. The sphere is golden in color, with high-end texture and color. Qin Hao could tell at a glance that this was a golden divine pet ball, which was very expensive and only aristocratic families were qualified to buy it. It seemed that Shangguan Meng's family background was not ordinary. Because many beasts are very large and it is inconvenient for them to be with the Beastmaster, the divine pet ball came into being. The divine pet ball has a storage function and a wide internal space, which can be used to temporarily store larger beasts. At the same time, the God Pet Ball is divided into 4 price levels: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. The higher the level of the Divine Pet Ball, the larger the internal space is, the more comfortable the beast will live in, and it can also restore energy and heal injuries. The Golden Divine Pet Ball in Shangguan Meng's hand has a market price of about 1 million gold coins. Qin Hao has never seen so much money in his life. "Brother Qin, do you have a second Beastmaster?" Shangguan Meng suddenly asked. Whenever someone mentioned the second beast tamer, the appearance of Queen Medusa would involuntarily appear in Qin Hao's mind. "I don't have a second beast yet." Qin Hao lied without blinking. After eating and drinking, the 2 of them went to Suzaku Academy together. On the way, Shangguan Meng suddenly stopped and said anxiously, "Brother Qin, I just remembered that my ID card is in my wallet. What should I do?" Qin Hao understood Shangguan Meng's meaning. An ID card is definitely needed to enroll in school. "Don't worry, I think Ingjuan can help you find your lost wallet." Qin Hao came up with an idea and let the flame-howling wolf sniff the scent on Shangguan Meng. The flaming howling wolf has husky genes, and the dog's sense of smell is very strong. Ouch. The flame-howling wolf raised its claws and pointed to the southeast, growling softly. GPS navigation wolf is now online. Let's follow Ingjuan. We should be able to find your wallet. 10 minutes later, Qin Hao and Shangguan Meng ran to a remote alley. The flaming howling wolf walked out of the alley holding a pink purse in his mouth, his face beaming with pride. My wallet. Thank you, handsome. Shangguan Meng quickly opened her wallet to check. Identity card, bank card, check and photo of my sister and I are all there. Silly girl has good luck, Shangguan Meng has good luck. Qin Hao saw that Shangguan Meng's wallet was filled with more than a dozen bank cards, and he said with emotion, TSK TSK, what a rich lowly. Suddenly, Qin Hao's eyes locked on Shangguan Meng's ID card. The ID card contains home address information. Home address, District 3, Luoshui City, Shangguan Family Villa District. Qin Hao almost dropped his jaw in shock. The lowly girl in front of him actually came from the third-ranked aristocratic district in the country. Surname Shangguan, from District 3, Qin Hao murmured in thought, and suddenly thought of an important figure, and hurriedly asked, what is your relationship with Mr. Shangguan Feiyu? He is my father, Shangguan Meng answered in a baby voice. After hearing this, Qin Hao took a deep breath and looked at Shangguan Meng with strange eyes. This lowly's family background is so powerful. Shangguan Feiyu is a famous 9-star beastmaster and also the best scientific and technological engineer in the country. It is no exaggeration to say that all military weapons and defense equipment in the high-tech field of the Yanxia Empire were designed and developed by Shangguan Feiyu himself. Qin Hao often saw interviews about Shangguan Feiyu in newspapers and on TV. The greatest achievement of this man was to create a unique evolutionary route for beastmasters, mechanical evolution. Generally speaking, the upper limit of a beast's evolution depends on its bloodline. When the Beast Tamer's level reaches the upper limit of its bloodline, its strength will stagnate. In response to this bottleneck, Shangguan Feiyu developed a new high-tech medicine, mechanical serum. As long as the Beastmaster takes the mechanical serum, he can break through the blood bottleneck and start a new route of mechanical evolution. Qin Hao has seen many mechanically evolved beasts on the streets, such as a black bear monster carrying a rocket launcher and a giant ape with its arms transformed into Gatling machine guns. In short, Shangguan Feiyu's philosophy is very straightforward, which is to use technology to change the entire world. When Qin Hao was in a daze, Shangguan Meng stuffed a check into his hand. Brother Qin, to thank you for treating me to a meal and helping me find my wallet, I give you this check as a token of my gratitude. Qin Hao came to his senses, looked at the amount of the check in his hand, and his hands trembled. This is a check for 5 million. Am I dreaming? If all the 5 million were converted into cash, it would be enough to crush Qin Hao to death. Shangguan Meng, do you think it's too little? I can give you another 10 million. No, dear Miss Shangguan, I just treated you to a meal, but you gave me 5 million. I am so embarrassed. Qin Hao said this, but his body was honest and he had already put the check for 5 million into his pocket. Shangguan Meng smiled innocently, 5 million is nothing, my monthly pocket money is more than that. And my father taught me since I was a child that I don't have to worry about spending money when I go out, because my family is so poor that only money is left. He also said that the meaning of my sister and I being born is to help him squander his family fortune as much as possible and experience the joy of spending money. Hey, Brother Qin, why are you crying? It's okay, the wind was too strong and the sand got into my eyes. Qin Hao wiped his tears. At this moment, he wished he had a father like this. After wiping away his tears, Qin Hao looked at the innocent and naive Shangguan Meng, and evil thoughts began to arise in his mind. Suddenly, Qin Hao put his arm around Shangguan Meng's shoulders and said with a smile, "Does your father still need a son?" Ah. It's getting late. We should report to Suzaku Academy. Qin Hao rode on the back of the fiery howling wolf. Shangguan Meng sat behind Qin Hao, holding his waist tightly with both arms, and his chest pressed tightly against his back. So soft and big. Qin Hao could clearly feel 2 soft lumps pressing against his back, which was wonderful. Meng, you must sit tight and hold me tight, we are about to set off. As soon as he finished speaking, the flame-howling wolf took off and galloped through the bustling streets at lightning speed. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the flame-howling wolf braked suddenly in front of the gate of a college. The plaque of the college is engraved with 4 characters in a flamboyant style, Suzaku College. The brother and sister walked into the college together, first went to the teaching office to register for their academic status, and then were assigned to Class 18. In Class 18's classroom, Chen Boki was standing on the podium, explaining the course, Self-Cultivation of Beast Tamers. Yang Yu sat in the last row, scratching his head and saying, "It's already afternoon, why hasn't Brother Qin come to school to register yet? Did something happen?" Report. Qin Hao and Shangguan Meng stood side by side at the classroom door, attracting the attention of the whole class. Chen Boki smiled warmly when he saw Qin Hao. "I have been waiting for you for a long time. We meet again." In fact, Chen Boki was originally a tutor of other classes, but in order to get the opportunity to coach Qin Hao, he took the initiative to apply to the dean for a job transfer and became the tutor of Class 18. Qin Hao and Shangguan Meng walked into the classroom. They introduced themselves respectively, which aroused heated discussion among the whole class. "I heard that these two are big shots who have been admitted by recommendation. Isn't Shangguan Meng the sister of Shangguan Ning? My cousin knows Shangguan Ning, and they are both in Qinglong College. The Shangguan family is so terrifying." The name Qin Hao also sounds familiar. I remember now. There was news about him on the Academy forum. His beast is a juvenile flame-howling wolf. He killed a general-level monster last night. Those who are able to obtain admission quotas are indeed geniuses among geniuses. Chen Boki joked, "Classmate Qin Hao, classmate Shangguan, you two are very popular, please take a seat first." Yang Yu stood up and waved to Qin Hao frantically, "Brother Qin, look here, there is an empty seat next to me." Qin Hao was delighted when he saw Yang Yu sitting in the last row. Just as he was about to walk over, Shangguan Meng suddenly grabbed his sleeve. "Brother Qin, can we sit at the same table together?" Qin Hao was in a headache, with his brother on one side and a woman on the other. This was a difficult choice. So Qin Hao decisively chose the woman. Seeing Qin Hao and Shangguan Meng become deskmates, Yang Yu's heart was broken. He beat his chest with his fist and said with tears in his eyes, "After all, I was wrong. I didn't expect Brother Qin to be a man who forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty." A boring theoretical class passed quickly and the bell rang. Chen Boki closed his textbook and announced, "Students, our class needs to elect a monitor. I have decided to hold a practical assessment tomorrow. Through the assessment, we will select the candidate for the position of monitor." The students nodded in agreement, and then discussed the candidate most likely to become the class monitor. Student Shangguan. Arrive. You are assigned to room 702 of the girls' dormitory. Come and get your dormitory key. Shangguan Meng walked up to the podium and took the key from Chen Boki. Chen Boki looked at Qin Hao again. "Student Qin Hao, I have some unfortunate news to tell you. The number of new students entering the school this year is too large, and the male dormitory is already full." Qin Hao was confused and smiled bitterly. "Teacher, where should I live? Are you going to let me sleep on the street?" Chen Boki's smile is meaningful. "Fortunately, there is still space in the girls' dormitory. So I'll let you stay in the girls' dormitory for the time being." After Chen Boki said this, all the male students in the class exploded. Everyone hates Qin Hao, and everyone wants to be Qin Hao. Qin Hao himself fell into a daze. Happiness came too suddenly and he was not quite used to it. Qin Hao looked around and he could already feel the hostility of all the boys in the class towards him. Being able to live in a girls' dormitory is the dream of every young boy. Now Qin Hao has turned his dream into reality, which is really enviable. "Teacher, I am a man after all. It is not appropriate for me to live under the same roof with a girl." Student Qin Hao, don't worry. The dormitories in the girls' dormitory are all suites, and each dorm consists of 4 small rooms. Even if you live in the same dormitory with other female students, you have your own independent small room. Qin Hao shrugged helplessly and had to accept the reality. Chen Boki walked down from the podium and placed the key to the girls' dormitory on Qin Hao's desk. "Remember your dormitory number, room 520 in the girls' dormitory. Don't worry, I will adjust your accommodation as soon as there is a vacancy in the boys' dormitory." At this time, a short and pale male classmate stood up. "Chen Boki, student Li Bielong, do you have any questions?" Li Bielong said solemnly, "Teacher, I want to switch dormitories with Qin Hao." "Why?" "Because living in a girls' dormitory is a very shameful thing, and Qin Hao is the best talent in our class. I want to protect his face, so I will be the bad guy. Qin Hao sneered secretly, haha, he talks so righteously, but he is actually just an old pervert. Chen Boqi, student Li Bialong, the school accommodation is arranged by the logistics department and cannot be changed at will. Li Bialong had a look of loss on his face. He slumped in his chair and looked at Qin Hao with envy. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, sunset. The school bell rang, and Qin Hao packed up and prepared to go to the girls' dormitory. Yang Yu came over, his face full of jealousy. Brother Qin, I really misjudged you. We agreed to sit at the same table, but you gave up our brotherhood for a woman. Old Yang, don't be angry. I can't help it. This is my sister. Her surname is Shangguan and your surname is Qin. Is she your sister? Fuck my sister. Yang Yu suddenly realized and winked at Qin Hao. Oh, so she's my sister. Brother Qin, you're really a master at picking up girls. You don't even let such a little girl go. Meng Meng, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Yang Yu. Shangguan Meng was very polite. Hello, I am Brother Qin's sister. Looking at Shangguan Meng's cute face, Yang Yu felt healed and his anger subsided. Forget it, I won't pursue it. It's good for you two siblings to sit at the same table. Suddenly a voice came from behind Qin Hao. Qin Hao. Qin Hao was startled. The person standing behind him was Li Bialong. Li Bialong, 165 centimeters tall, is a veteran otaku who loves to study Japanese action movies and anime. Student Li, do you have something to talk to me about? Li Bialong looked at Qin Hao with admiration. Boss, you are the first man who can live in the girls' dormitory since the founding of Suzaku Academy, so I want to worship you as my master. From now on, I will call you Teacher Qin. Please accept me as your disciple. Qin Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't accept disciples, thank you. After chatting for a while, they became familiar with each other. Li Bialong's Beastmaster is very interesting and strikes Qin Hao as very novel. It is a plant-type Beastmaster with a rather vulgar name, Chrysanthemum Swordsman. The Chrysanthemum Swordsman is about the same size as an adult, with a blooming chrysanthemum on his head, no facial features, and 2 long swords in his hands. Mr. Li, your Beastman matches your sleazy temperament. Thank you, Teacher Qin, for the compliment. Yang Yu suddenly asked, Brother Qin, the instructor said that we will hold an election for class monitor tomorrow. How confident are you? Qin Hao disagreed. I am not interested in the position of squad leader. Li Bialong, I heard that being elected class monitor can earn you a scholarship of 200,000 yuan. Qin Hao, let me make it clear first, I'm not after money, I mainly want to be the class monitor, I want to be an excellent class leader. The 4 of them went to the cafeteria to have dinner together, and then returned to their respective dormitories. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Hao walked into the girls' dormitory carrying a suitcase. The corridor of the girls' dormitory is filled with a faint fragrance, which is in sharp contrast to the stinky sock smell in the boys' dormitory. Room 520 on the 5th floor, this is it. Qin Hao did not open the door directly with the key, but knocked on the door politely first. There were footsteps in the room and the dormitory door slowly opened. A sexy beauty in suspender pajamas stood at the door. Qin Hao thought of a poem, the garden is filled with spring beauty and cannot be contained. The sexy beauty is over 175 centimeters tall, with blonde hair, brown eyes, 3-dimensional and deep facial features, and quite exotic. With a lollipop in her mouth, Elsa looked Qin Hao up and down. Are you Qin Hao? Qin Hao nodded stupidly. Teacher Chen Boqi contacted me just now and said that the boys' dormitory is full. You have no place to stay, so you should stay in our girls' dormitory for the time being, right? Don't just stand there, come in first. Elsa bent down, her loose neckline revealing her infinite sex appeal. She took the initiative to help Qin Hao carry the suitcase into the house. Qin Hao entered room 520 and found that the accommodation conditions for girls were indeed much better than those for boys. There is a spacious living room at the entrance, with a fresh decoration style and complete furniture and appliances. In addition, there are 4 bedrooms in total. Don't be shy, just sit anywhere. Elsa's carefree personality made Qin Hao gradually relax. Qin Hao sat in a corner of the sofa and asked shyly, Hello, beautiful lady, what's your name? My name is Aisha, Class A. Qin Hao's eyes wandered, and he said in surprise, I thought we were in the same grade, but it turns out that you are my senior. I am so sorry. The teaching systems of the 4 major beast taming academies are exactly the same, all of which are 2-year systems. In the first year, new students enter the school and the classes are divided according to numbers, such as Class 1 to Class 18. In the second year, students need to take part in the rating assessment and enter different levels of classes according to their different abilities. Classes are divided into alphabetical order. Class C, Class B, Class A, Class S. Since Aisha is a student in Class A, it means that this is her second year at Suzaku Academy. In terms of seniority, she is Qin Hao's senior. Qin Hao has great respect for Aisha, because being admitted to Class A symbolizes strength. Those students who do not meet the requirements will be eliminated during the rating assessment and forced to drop out of the college. In other words, anyone who can persist until the second year in Suzaku Academy is not an ordinary person. Moreover, Aisha can even be admitted to Class A, which is second only to Class S. Senior Aisha, are there only 2 of us in our dormitory? There's another one, he's a freshman like you. Nana, come out for a moment, we have a new roommate. The door of the bedroom in the corner opened, and a beautiful Japanese girl in a short skirt walked out. Qin Hao's heartbeat accelerated. It seemed that his roommates were all beautiful women. He was worried about meeting a female Tyrannosaurus and a female tank before, but it seemed that he had worried too much before. Hi hello, I am Qin Hao from Class 18. Japanese beauties have a somewhat introverted personality, the kind that blushes when they say half a sentence to a boy. Hello Qin Hao Juan, my name is Uchiha Shina, Class 17. It is not difficult to tell from the accent and surname. Uchiha Yukina's ancestral home should be an oriental island country. Qin Hao had just arrived and wanted to make a good impression on his roommates, so he specially said in Japanese dialect. Yukina-chan, thank you so much for your cuteness. Being praised by Qin Hao for being cute in a familiar hometown dialect, she and I felt very cordial. Her fair face instantly became flushed, and her eyes were watery. Qin Hao Juan, your Japanese is very standard. Aisha kindly reminded, Qin Hao, Nana, and I live in the 2 bedrooms on the left, and the 2 bedrooms on the right are empty, so you can pick any one. Qin Hao picked one at random and pushed the door open. After entering the room, Qin Hao's face changed slightly. He found that the decoration in this bedroom was too feminine, with pink everywhere, and some cosmetics left on the table, indicating that someone had lived here not long ago. Senior Aisha, has anyone lived in this bedroom before? Yes, the owner of this bedroom just moved out yesterday. Elsa leaned against the door frame. Her pair of long white legs under her shorts was very eye-catching. Her eyes revealed disgust and hatred. Qin Hao felt strange. Yesterday was the first day of school. Who would move out of the dormitory on the first day of school? Aisha explained, her name is Lin Yan. She entered school in the same year as me. At that time, we were not only roommates, but also desk mates. Qin Hao asked in doubt, where is senior sister Lin Yan? Aisha's voice suddenly turned cold, don't call her senior, that traitor is no longer a member of Suzaku Academy. Xuanai at the side helped explain, Qin Hao Juan, senior sister Aisha told me that Lin Yan has great talent and qualifications, and Qinglong Academy offered her better conditions, so she transferred to Qinglong Academy. I see, he is indeed a traitor. There has long been fierce and vicious competition among the 4 major beast taming academies, and each academy wants to cultivate the most powerful students. At present, Qinglong College has the greatest reputation because it has the strongest faculty and is also known as the Royal College. Qin Hao has read many posts on the internet. Qinglong Academy relies on its abundant resources and likes to poach talents. In the past few years, many talented people from White Tiger College, Black Tortoise College and Suzaku College have been poached by Azure Dragon College. Lin Yan mentioned by Elsa is one of them. Qin Hao looked at Aisha and said solemnly, Senior Aisha, I don't want to live in a room where a traitor has lived. Elsa's expression eased a little, and she admired Qin Hao even more. Of course, you can stay in the other room. No one has lived in the other room, and there is some dust in the room. Nana, let's help Qin Hao clean it up. Qin Hao came to another bedroom. Aisha and Xuena were both warm-hearted and helped him make the bed and clean up. Half an hour later, Qin Hao's bedroom looked brand new. Qin Hao was very grateful and smiled brightly. "Thank you, I'll treat you tomorrow." Aisha was very excited. "Okay, let's go eat skewers and drink beer tomorrow." Qin Hao felt that Elsa had a kind of big sister feeling, with a cheerful and unrestrained personality. Which normal girl would talk about drinking and eating skewers all the time? "By the way, Qin Hao, where is your beast? I heard that your beast is a juvenile flame-howling wolf, and it surpassed its level and killed a general-level monster yesterday." Qin Hao held his forehead and sighed. It seemed that people all over the country knew about this matter. "Senior Aisha, can the Beastmaster enter the dormitory?" "Of course, our beasts are kept on the balcony of the dormitory." "Xiaohong, come out for a moment." As soon as Elsa finished speaking, a 2-meter-long poisonous scorpion crawled into the living room from the balcony. The poisonous scorpion is blood-red all over and looks ferocious. Its slender tail is raised high, and at the end of the tail is a barbed stinger. "This is my first beast, the desert scorpion. I like to call it Xiaohong," Elsa introduced. The desert scorpion waved its poisonous tail towards Qin Hao, which counted as a greeting. The 9 dark eye swept across, and the attribute information came out freshly. Name: Desert Scorpion. Level 30, complete. Bloodline, rare. Talent, blood-sucking. Attributes, sand, poison. Loyalty, 69. Weakness, water. Skill. 1. Quicksand Trap, 2. Sand Tornado, 3. Scorpion Tail. Evolution Route, Scorpion King Route. Hidden Evolution Route, Skeleton Scorpion King Route. Hobbies, none. Qin Hao discovered through observation that this desert scorpion had reached the peak of its complete form and was only one step away from a breakthrough in evolution. "Senior Aisha, you can get into Class A, so you must have more than one Beastmaster. You are quite clever, kid. I have a second beast. But it is a huge water beast, so I can only place it in the Divine Pet Ball." Unconsciously, Elsa had a silver Divine Pet Ball in her hand. Qin Hao moved his gaze to Xuenai. Xuenai's pretty face flushed and her heart was in turmoil when Qin Hao stared at her. "Yukina-chan, what is your beast?" Swoosh. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the temperature in the living room dropped rapidly. A falcon flew into the living room from the balcony and landed on Xuenai's shoulder. The falcon is of medium size, covered with pure white feathers, and its eyes are cold and aloof. A purple light flashed in Qin Hao's right eye. Name: Blizzard Falcon. Level 15, mature. Bloodline, rare. Talent, absolute 0. Attributes, ice, wind. Loyalty, 79. Weakness, fire, rock. Skill. 1. Snowstorm, 2. Absolute 0 confinement. Evolution route, Jinwu route. Habits and hobbies, opening packages, living in the refrigerator. Qin Hao murmured, everyone's beasts have rare bloodlines, so rare bloodlines are the minimum configuration. It seems that the upper limit of big cities is really high. Qin Hao Juan, where is your beast? You can bring it to our dormitory and place it on the balcony. Xuena mustered up her courage. This was the first time she took the initiative to find a topic to talk to a boy. At first I thought that Beastmasters were not allowed into the dormitory, so I tied the flame-howling wolf to the telephone pole downstairs. I'll be back soon. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory, a group of girls gathered around a telephone pole. This wolf is so handsome, I wish it was my beast. I heard that this is Qin Hao's flame-howling wolf. Qin Hao. Is he the one who snatched the admission quota from Mo Zishuan? To be honest, this wolf looks a bit like a husky. At this moment, the flame-howling wolf was tied to a telephone pole by Qin Hao using the 7 wolves belt. It raised its head and signed with its paws on the ground, enjoying the sense of accomplishment of being watched by everyone. Excuse me, please let me go for a moment. Qin Hao squeezed into the crowd, untied the 7 wolves belt, and hurriedly returned to dormitory 520 with the flame-howling wolf. As soon as the flame-howling wolf entered the house, he was warmly welcomed by two beauties. Elsa bent down and stroked the fur of the flame-howling wolf. The flame-howling wolf is indeed the most beautiful wolf among all wolf-type beasts. It is so handsome, and its fur feels so soft. Xuena rubbed the head of the flame-howling wolf and said happily, "Kawaii, Qin Hao Juan, what's its name?" "The full name is Langing Juan, just call him Juan." This name suits it very well. Its mane and head feel really good to touch, much more comfortable than petting a cat. Suddenly, the flame-howling wolf narrowed his eyes, his nostrils trembled, and his whole body felt uncomfortable. Achoo! The flame-howling wolf sneezed, and a gust of wind blew in the living room. Elsa was wearing short shorts and was not affected. Xuena was miserable. She was wearing a short skirt and the hem of her skirt was blown up by the strong wind. Qin Hao has sharp eyes and sees the key point at a glance. Xuena was originally thin-skinned. She felt ashamed of herself for such an embarrassing thing. She immediately pressed down the hem of her skirt with both hands and shouted, "Yamadi!" Qin Hao was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have heard this familiar voice countless times. After the strong wind subsided, Qin Hao glared at the flame-howling wolf. "Juan, if you sneeze again, I'll deduct a month's worth of spicy snacks from you." The flame-howling wolf felt aggrieved. Its sense of smell was too sensitive and it couldn't stand the smell of perfume in the room. Seeing tears in Xuena's eyes, Qin Hao hurriedly comforted her, "Nana, I'm so sorry. But don't worry, I really didn't see anything just now." Elsa raised the corners of her lips, revealing a dark smile that showed she saw through everything, and said deliberately, "Lace leopard print." Qin Hao blurted out subconsciously, "It's obviously a pink stripe." Trouble comes from the mouth. Qin Hao quickly covered his mouth and thought to himself, "Oh no." Xuena could no longer hold back her tears. Elsa pulled Xuena into her arms to comfort her. Qin Hao was most afraid of girls crying, so he felt guilty and said frankly, "Nana, I'm sorry. I saw it, but I didn't see it completely." Xuena cried even harder. Qin Hao came up with a plan, "Nana, I saw something I shouldn't have seen. I am guilty. I have no choice but to commit suicide by cutting my stomach open to make amends." Seeing Qin Hao picking up the fruit knife, Xuena panicked and hurriedly stopped Qin Hao. "Qin Hao Juan, Damei. Don't mess around, I don't mean to blame you. It's all my fault for wearing a short skirt. It's my fault. I'm guilty." Xuena is kind-hearted, simple and cute, and Qin Hao's trick worked. Aisha put her arm around Xuena's shoulders and made a suggestion, "Nana, I suggest you do the same as me in the future. Don't wear short skirts. It would be better to wear short shorts." Qin Hao thought, "I like both short skirts and shorts, as long as I can see the legs." After the little incident, the night was quiet. Qin Hao returned to his bedroom. The flame-howling wolf didn't want to sleep on the balcony, so it lay on Qin Hao's bed, and the bedboard was almost collapsed. Qin Hao called his sister first. Siblings and brothers always have endless topics to talk about. When Qin Yan learned on the phone that Qin Hao had a check worth 5 million, she was surprised. "Xiao Hao, where did you get so much money? The ways to make money quickly are all written in the criminal law. You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" "Sister, you worry too much. I am a law-abiding and good young man. This money comes from..." It took Qin Hao 5 minutes to explain the whole thing. Qin Yan was relieved after hearing this, but at the same time she had a question, "Who is your godsister? She is so rich, her family must be aristocratic." Qin Hao didn't realize the seriousness of the problem yet, and smiled, "Yes, her family lives in District 3, Shangguan family." Qin Yan was silent. "Sister, are you listening to me? Hey." After a long while, Qin Yan asked in a cold voice, "What's the name of that little girl?" "Shangguan Meng, seems to be the second daughter of Shangguan Feiyu." "You know Shangguan Feiyu, right? He is the famous 9-star beastmaster." Qin Yan's tone suddenly became cold and stern. "Xiao Hao, return the check to that girl tomorrow and stay away from her in the future." "Ah. Why?" Qin Hao was confused. This was the first time he heard Qin Yan speak to him in a commanding tone. Qin Yan bit her lower lip, feeling conflicted. For some special reasons, she didn't want her brother to have anything to do with the women of the Shangguan and Situ families. However, as fate would have it, Qin Hao got involved with a woman from the Shangguan family just after school started, and even recognized her as his godsister. Xiao Hao, don't worry about why. Just listen to me and don't get too close to that girl. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to sleep first. Qin Yan hung up the phone and Qin Hao was stunned. Sister is a little abnormal. Why does she want me to stay away from Shangguan Meng? How weird. Qin Hao pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he simply put the matter behind him. In short, Qin Hao would definitely not return the check worth 5 million to Shangguan Meng. He also planned to use the money to buy a house for his sister. It was 3 o'clock in the morning and everyone was asleep except Qin Hao. This is the first time Qin Hao lives separately from his sister, and he's not quite used to it yet. Ingjuan, wake up. The flaming howling wolf was awakened by Qin Hao, and the men and the wolf stared at each other. Ingjuan, you are now at the peak of your juvenile form, and you are only one step away from breaking through the bottleneck. Do you want to evolve? The flame-howling wolf nodded happily, looking a little impatient. Qin Hao took out various materials needed for evolution from his school bag. 3 hellfire grasses, a fire evolution pill, a bottle of beast taming essence, etc. The most important evolutionary material is the beast-level fire magic crystal that Queen Medusa gave to Qin Hao last time. This magic crystal comes from the flame demon centipede. It is a top-quality fire magic crystal that can also increase the success rate of beast evolution. By the way, let's take advantage of this evolution to upgrade Ingjuan's bloodline level. Qin Hao suddenly had an idea and a bloodline upgrade post appeared in his hand. This was the system reward he received on the day he became a 1-star Beastmaster. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. 15 minutes later. Bang. The entire girls' dormitory building was shaking violently, just like an earthquake, and was on the verge of collapse. Elsa and Xuena rushed out of the bedroom in a panic in their thin pajamas. They looked at each other in the living room, and then looked at Qin Hao's room at the same time. The door of Qin Hao's bedroom has collapsed, and the room is filled with smoke. Qin Hao. Qin Hao Juan. The 2 women rushed into Qin Hao's room at the same time and found Qin Hao sitting on the ground with a fanatical look on his face and little stars in his eyes. When the smoke and dust in the room cleared, Aisha and Xuena looked to the side, their faces changed in shock, and they screamed. At this moment, a huge wolf beast was standing in the bedroom. From its appearance, it can be vaguely recognized as the flame-howling wolf. However, compared to before, its size has doubled, and chains of unknown material are wrapped around its limbs and neck. The strangest thing is that the flames emanating from its body are black. It's actually a black flame. Could it be the fire of hell? Elsa was knowledgeable and recognized Flame's name at a glance, and her heart was filled with shock. Xuena's face was full of curiosity, and she asked, "Senior Aisha, what is hellfire?" Elsa took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Hellfire is a type of divine power. As the name suggests, it is the fire from hell. Compared to ordinary fire, it has additional properties. It can burn the soul and cause additional mental attacks to the enemy, making the enemy suffer the burning pain deep in the soul. Xuena was very surprised. "Oh my god, so amazing. Qin Hao Juan, how did you do it?" Elsa also turned her gaze towards Qin Hao, with deep confusion in her eyes. She was increasingly unable to see through this mysterious junior. Qin Hao's expression restrained somewhat, and he tried his best to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. At this moment, the flame-howling wolf has successfully completed its first evolution, from a juvenile to a mature form, level 11. Moreover, the flame-howling wolf followed a hidden evolutionary route and evolved into an unprecedented new species. A hidden brilliance flashed across the 9-turned dark eyes. Name: Hellfire Howling Wolf, formerly, Blazing Flame Howling Wolf. Level 11, mature. Bloodline, epic. Talent, Hell Shock. Supernatural power, Hellfire. Attributes, Fire, King, Fierce Attack. Loyalty, 100. Weakness, Water. Skill. 1. Hell Chains, 2. Blasting Claws, 3. Hell Meteor Throw, 4. Hellfire Breath. Evolution Route, Hell Ashura Route, locked. Habits and hobbies, demolishing the house, showing off, and eating spicy noodles. Qin Hao and Hellfire Howling Wolf looked at each other. Hellfire Howling Wolf grinned, his smile still as bright as before. During this evolution, Qin Hao secretly used the Bloodline Upgrade post, and the bloodline level of the Hellfire Howling Wolf was upgraded from rare to epic. However, no one except Qin Hao could notice this because in the traditional concept of Beastmasters, the bloodline level of Beastmasters is innate and cannot be changed in the later stage. Qin Hao, I have done some research on the Flame Howling Wolf. If I remember correctly, there are 3 evolutionary routes for the Flame Howling Wolf, namely the Demon King route, the Sky Demon route, and the Ghost route. But from the current situation, it does not follow these 3 routes. So, you have created a new evolutionary route for it. Aisha is worthy of being a senior, she is indeed knowledgeable. Qin Hao scratched his head, pretending to be silly, and said with a smile, I don't like to take the usual path. I don't want Ingjuan to take the conventional evolutionary route, so I did some research casually, and accidentally. I didn't expect to open up a new evolutionary route. Coincidence, everything is a coincidence. Aisha smiled evilly, is it really a coincidence? Why do I feel that everything is within your plan? In addition to being a Beastmaster, are you also an evolutionist? Qin Hao didn't know how to answer. Aisha, silence means consent. You are a dual cultivation professional. Beastmaster plus evolutionist. So far, the beast taming civilization has been developing for 100 years. During this period, many special professions have emerged with the beast tamer as the core. The profession that complements the beast tamer is called the evolutionist. The only responsibility of an evolutionist is to study the evolutionary paths of all beasts in the world. Over the past 100 years, all kinds of strange and bizarre beasts in the world have been thoroughly studied by evolutionists, and all evolutionary routes have been written into textbooks and circulated around the world. So theoretically speaking, the evolutionary route of the Beastmaster is limited to the route researched by the evolutionists. If someone could open up a new evolutionary route for the Beastmaster, it would be equivalent to stealing the job of the evolutionist. Qin Hao Juan, no wonder you were able to get the admission quota to our Suzaku Academy, it turns out you are a dual cultivator. I admire you so much. Xuena looked at Qin Hao with eyes full of admiration. The more beautiful a girl is, the more she likes a strong man. Qin Hao laughed awkwardly. In fact, he was a 3rd-level cultivator. With the help of the 9 transformation dark pupil, Qin Hao is able to master the 3 professions of Beastmaster, veterinary expert, and evolutionist at the same time. Elsa stared at Qin Hao for a while, and an idea came to her mind. She planned to meet Qin Hao privately when she had the chance. Oh, Qin Hao, I have another question. Logically speaking, only beasts with bloodlines of epic level or above have a certain chance of developing magical powers. But Handsome's bloodline is only rare level, which doesn't meet the standard. So where does his hellfire come from? Qin Hao usually plays dumb, I don't know either, my Ingjuan is now an epic bloodline. Elsa's eyes narrowed into 2 slits, this kid must be hiding a lot of unspeakable secrets. Dong dong dong. There was a hurried knock on the dormitory door. I'll go open the door. Xuena trotted over and opened the door. As soon as the dormitory door opened, a group of girls rushed into dormitory 520. The petite Xuena was instantly drowned in the crowd, leaving only a cry of Yamadi echoing in the living room. In an instant, Qin Hao's bedroom was filled with girls, and it was full of beautiful girls. These girls were all wearing thin pajamas. Qin Hao looked around and was dazzled by the pairs of long, thin white legs. There is no doubt that this moment is the peak of Qin Hao's life. Because the flame howling wolf created an earthquake effect when it evolved just now, all the girls in the dormitory building came to dormitory 520 to join in the fun. Wow, the flame howling wolf has evolved. He's even more handsome than before. What a strange evolutionary path, the flames are actually black. Hellfire. This is supernatural power. Could it be that Qin Hao is a master of evolution? Brother Qin Hao, can you help my beast evolve? I can give you some small benefits. Brother Qin Hao, are you in need of a girlfriend? As long as you help me evolve the beast, I will be your girlfriend, okay? That night, the girls' dormitory was not quiet at all and Chin Hao did not sleep all night. In the early morning of the next day, an explosive news spread throughout Suzaku Academy. Shocked. Last night, all the girls in the girls' dormitory rushed into Chin Hao's bedroom. Chin Hao was alone and weak and could not resist. In the end, at 7 o'clock in the morning, all the male students in the school gathered in the playground. They shared the same hatred for the enemy and knelt down and wrote a letter in blood begging the college to expel Chin Hao, just to save all the fallen girls in the school. Chin Hao expressed his helplessness about this. He really did nothing last night. He just told jokes to the girls all night long. 8 o'clock in the morning. The students of Class 18 led their respective beasts and gathered at the outdoor training ground one after another. Chen Boki stood in the center of the training ground. A huge ice-armored war turtle was lying beside him, resting with its eyes closed. After a while, Chin Hao also arrived at the training ground, with the hellfire howling wolf following closely behind him. Everyone, look! Chin Hao is here. Is that the hellfire howling wolf? It really is black flames, so cool. This is a paid skin. Chin Hao, my girlfriend also lives on campus. What did you do to her last night? I'm going to fight you. Don't get excited, bro, your girlfriend is too ugly. I guess she didn't even get a turn in the queue last night. According to insiders, the girls lined up to enter Chin Hao's bedroom last night. Chin Hao shook his head and sighed, and only said one sentence, "My friends, rumors stop at the wise. I really didn't do anything last night." All the male students in Class 18 looked at each other, and then said in unison, "You must have done everything last night." Faced with everyone's doubts, Chin Hao was too lazy to defend himself. No one would believe anything he said anyway. Shangguan Meng resolutely walked to Chin Hao's side, with a determined look on her face. "Brother Chin, I believe you, you are a gentleman." Chin Hao rubbed Shangguan Meng's twin ponytails lovingly. "Good sister, you still understand your brother's character. I will treat you to a big dinner tonight. You are at the age of growing up, so you should eat more." Shangguan Meng smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Chin. I'll eat more delicious food tonight. It's your treat anyway." Shangguan Meng had already been brainwashed by Chin Hao. Even if Chin Hao sold her out, she would help Chin Hao count the money. Yang Yu and Li Bialang came over. "Brother Chin, did you really not do anything last night?" Yang Yu said with a wink. Chin Hao asked back, "Haha, what do you think? I really didn't do anything. I am a gentleman." Yang Yu patted Chin Hao on the shoulder and said seriously, "As a man, everyone knows. The girls' dormitory is too complicated, it's normal that you can't control yourself." Li Bialang, "Teacher Chin, I want to ask, what does the girls' dormitory look like? Can you take some pictures next time? I can pay for the pictures." Chin Hao looked at the mean Li Bialang and said with disdain, "Since you are so interested in women, why don't you find a girlfriend or marry a wife? Teacher Chin, you don't understand the minds of us otakus. Women are animals. If they see someone who lives a long life but marry someone who lives a short life, the only way to enjoy it slowly is to pay attention to him secretly. I look at beautiful women not for anything else but just to make myself happy." Chin Hao pondered for a moment and suddenly felt that what Li Bialang said made sense. Yang Yu couldn't help but give Li Bialang a thumbs up. "You are indeed a senior otaku, very insightful." Chen Boki said loudly, "Students, stop whispering and keep quiet." The instructor spoke and the training ground fell silent. "Please stop discussing the rumors about Chin Hao in private. Next, we will hold the class monitor election and select the person who will serve as the class monitor of Class 18 through a practical assessment." Chen Boki patted the ice armor war turtle on the head and explained, "This ice armor war turtle is my beast. It is older than my deceased great-grandfather, and it also participated in the first demon control war." Chin Hao sighed in his heart. The ice armor war turtle's talent is extreme longevity. It is estimated that it can send teacher Bo Chi away. Chen Boki continued, "The test is very simple. Use your beasts to fight against my ice armor war turtle." Hearing this, the students complained bitterly. "Teacher, are you kidding me? Your Ice Armor War Turtle is a level 50 Ultimate Peak Stage Beastmaster. We are all new students, and our Beastmasters are all juvenile or mature. How can we possibly beat the Ice Armor War Turtle? You are deliberately making things difficult for us. Forget it, I won't take part in the assessment. I don't even want the position of class monitor. I want to run for the sports committee member. Chen Boki stroked his green stubble with one hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, classmates. I plan to use new rules to determine the winners and losers in this assessment. I don't require your beasts to defeat the Ice Armor War Turtle. As long as your beasts can touch the Ice Armor War Turtle's shell, it will be considered as having passed the test." With the adoption of the new rules, the difficulty of the assessment has been greatly reduced, and the students have rekindled their hope. Chen Boki took out the roll call list. The first student to take the test is Shirdaji. Shirdaji is just like his name, with a black mole near the corner of his mouth. His beast is a thunder beast, thunder-eared rabbit, a level 16 mature beast. The thunder rabbit stepped onto the stage, with its furry ears standing up high, generating some electric current from time to time. Chen Boki smiled and said, "The assessment begins." Shirdaji was full of confidence. "Thunder rabbit, use lightning strike." The thunder rabbit flicked its ears, and 2 electric currents shot towards the Ice Armor War Turtle. Generally speaking, the lightning element is the most domineering of all natural elements, so lightning beasts can often deal high burst damage in battle, and also have an additional paralysis effect. However, the next scene made Shirdaji fall into autism. The electric current hit the Ice Armor War Turtle and was all absorbed by the thick turtle shell. The students all exclaimed, "Magical." The shell of the Ice Armor War Turtle has the function of absorbing damage. Qin Hao already knew this and was very calm. Shirdaji was still unconvinced and shouted, "Thunder-eared rabbit, leap at lightning speed." When the thunder rabbit heard the command, electric current wrapped around its body and it disappeared from the spot in an instant. On the stage, everyone's naked eyes could only see a blue lightning flash jumping back and forth around the Ice Armor War Turtle at an incredibly fast speed. The Ice-Armored War Turtle lay there unmoved, with a lazy look in his eyes, as if saying, "All fancy, but in vain." Suddenly, the Thunder Rabbit appeared behind the Ice Turtle, and it stretched out its little claws to try to touch the Ice Turtle's shell. Shirdaji was overjoyed and thought he had a sure win. Qin Hao knew the future and murmured, "I think I'm going to hit my head against the wall." The temperature in the training ground dropped suddenly, and a thick ice wall rose from the ground. Immediately there was a muffled clang sound. The Thunder Rabbit crashed into the ice wall, and stars appeared in its eyes. Shirdaji looked disappointed and planned to braise the rabbit head tonight. Chen Boki failed the test. Next student. Half an hour has passed and the assessment is in full swing. The training ground was filled with the dejected lamentations of the students. There are 50 students in the class, and so far, more than 30 students have taken the test. However, no student has passed the test. Chen Boki frowned and muttered, "You are truly the worst class of students I have ever taught." Li Bielong, "Teacher, you said the same thing last year." Chen Boki, "How do you know?" Li Bielong, "Teacher, you are really a forgetful person." "I am a repeater." Qin Hao glanced at Li Bielong and found that this senior otaku was a repeater. Come to think of it, he put all his energy into studying beauties, so it was normal for him to repeat a grade. Chen Boki adjusted his mentality. Next, Shangguan Meng. The students' eyes all turned to the class beauty. Shangguan Meng has a baby face and big breasts. She wears twin ponytails every day and has a cute and adorable personality. She is simply the leader of the Lolita world and is known as the class belle of Class 18. Goddess Shangguan, come on, I'm rooting for you. First there were saints, then there were heavens. The cute gods are as beautiful as fairies in paintings. The male classmates cheered for Shangguan Meng crazily, and Qin Hao was also shouting in the crowd. But Qin Hao's vocabulary is limited, and he can only shout, "Sister is awesome, that's it." Shangguan Meng walked onto the stage holding the three-eyed demon cat. Chen Boki, the assessment begins. Meow, hypnosis. The three-eyed demon cat uses the hypnotic eye technique at the beginning. The power of the psychic beast tamer is not exaggerated. After the ice-armored war turtle and the three-eyed demon cat looked at each other, their eyes became distracted and their spirits were poor. Chen Boki's gaze fell on the three-eyed demon cat. He squinted his eyes and nodded slightly. The supernatural beast taming is really good. It seems that this little girl from the Shangguan family has a chance. The hypnotic skill of the three-eyed demon cat usually makes the opponent fall into a coma. However, the Ice Armor War Turtle is much higher in level than the three-eyed demon cat, so the Ice Armor War Turtle only shows a state of low spirits, which is harmless. Shangguan Meng also knew this, and she immediately gave the order, letting the three-eyed demon cat circle around the Ice-Armored War Turtle and use hypnosis skills several times. The Ice Armor War Turtle was affected by the hypnosis skill, its reaction became increasingly sluggish, and the speed of releasing the ice wall also became slower. After some maneuvering, the three-eyed demon cat successfully got behind the Ice-Armored War Turtle. Qin Hao smiled. Meng just looks silly, but she is very smart when commanding the beasts to fight. The three-eyed demon cat is small in size and agile in movement. Under Shangguan Meng's command, it makes full use of its advantages and also knows how to play to its strengths and avoid its weaknesses. However, at the moment when the three-eyed demon cat approached the Ice-Armored War Turtle, the Ice-Armored War Turtle suddenly turned its head and a sharp ice thorn spewed out of its mouth. The students who were watching the game exclaimed in surprise and were worried for Shangguan Meng as they watched the ice spikes pierce the body of the three-eyed demon cat. Hey, why did the three-eyed demon cat suddenly disappear? This is an illusion. The second skill of the three-eyed demon cat. After being hit by the ice spike, the three-eyed demon cat turned into a breeze and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the true form of the three-eyed demon cat has appeared above the shell of the Ice-Armored War Turtle. The exciting moment has arrived. The cat's claw is just around the corner from the turtle shell. Shangguan Meng will be the first person in Class 18 to pass the test. Meow, stop it. Shangguan Meng suddenly called a halt, and the three-eyed demon cat retracted its claws and landed steadily on the ground, with a look of arrogance and aloofness on its face, as if to say, I can touch the turtle shell, but I just don't touch it, just play. Shangguan Meng's mysterious actions left all the students puzzled. Chen Boki was also curious, so he asked, Student Shangguan, you could have passed the test, why did you give up at the last step? Shangguan Meng walked up to Qin Hao, hugged Qin Hao's arm, and smiled, Teacher, it is enough for me to prove my ability. As for the position of class monitor, it must belong to my brother Qin. Qin Hao felt warm in his heart and gently pinched Shangguan Meng's face. Good sister, you are so good. Shangguan Meng really enjoyed the feeling of being pinched on the face by Qin Hao. She took the initiative to lean on Qin Hao's shoulder, and the brother and sister behaved intimately. All the male compatriots present cast envious and contemptuous glances at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, you are seducing underage girls. Don't stop me, I'm calling the police. Haha, they say they are brother and sister, but in fact, brother and sister is just a shield. I'm jealous. I also want my mom to give me a little lowly sister. Wake up, stop daydreaming, your mother has gone through menopause. Chen Boki smiled and sighed, everyone be quiet. The assessment continues. The next student is Arthur Chris. This was followed by a sound of heavy footsteps, and the entire training ground was shaking. Qin Hao glanced sideways and saw a blonde young man in knight's clothes with a knight's sword on his waist walking towards him. He led a huge orc-type beastman onto the stage. Tauren with a battle axe. An extremely rare orc-type beastman. Quite interesting, Qin Hao muttered to himself. Arthur Chris is also in our class. I didn't even notice him at first. The Chris family is the best family in the country at controlling orc beasts. I heard that their ancestors were noble knights from the British Empire. It seems that there are many geniuses in our class. Arthur stood on the ring, and the orc beast beside him was called Tauren Tomahawk. It had a human body and a rhinoceros head, was 2 meters and 5 meters tall, had a ferocious look on its face, and held 2 sharp battle axes in its hands. Qin Hao was very interested in the orc-type beast taming, and his 9-turned dark pupils lit up with purple light. Name Battle Axe Minotaur. Level 17, Mature. Bloodline, Rare. Talent Super Strength. Attributes, Strength, Defense. Loyalty, 97. Weakness, Shadow, Flying. Skill. 1. Storm Axe, 2. Overlord, 3. War Stomp, 4. Gigantamax. Evolution Route, Ancient Giant Orc Route, locked. Hobbies and habits, drinking, lifting weights in the gym. The evolutionary route has been locked. It seems that this is the evolutionary route inherited by the family. Qin Hao saw through the essence at a glance. Arthur came from the Chris family, and the family had a special evolutionary route for orc beastmen. The assessment begins. As soon as Chinboki finished speaking, Arthur looked determined and ordered, "Battle Bull, go." The battle-axe minotaur roared and rushed towards the ice-armored war turtle with his strong legs, leaving a deep pit with every step. The temperature in the training ground dropped rapidly, and ice walls rose from the ground. The axe minotaur picked up 2 axes, swung his strong arms, and chopped horizontally and vertically without any skill at all. The ice wall was shattered, and the battle-axe tauren cut his way out with pure brute force, stunning everyone. Seeing that the situation was not right, the ice armor war turtle exhaled a burst of cold air from its mouth, and the training ground quickly froze and the weather became freezing cold. Arthur shouted, "Activate the hegemony." The battle-axe tauren uses his second skill, and a layer of cold light appears all over his body. In the overlord state, the battle-axe tauren will still be affected by frost damage, but it can withstand the damage and continue to move forward. Seeing this, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the tomahawk tauren has no regard for combat skills at all. The principle of fighting can be summed up in 2 words. Hard fight. Relying on the domineering state, the tomahawk minotaur rushed to the front of the ice armor war turtle and gently touched the shell of the ice armor war turtle with the rhino horn on his head. There was a round of applause from the audience, and Chinboki also smiled with satisfaction. "Student Arthur, congratulations, you have successfully passed the test." Arthur was serious and saluted Chinboki. This was the standard etiquette of the Knight family and symbolized the spirit of chivalry. After the battle-axe tauren was freed from his invincible state, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. The frost damage he had just received began to intensify, and he was shivering with cold. Arthur looked worried. "Zhanyo, thank you for your hard work." Suddenly, Arthur felt the temperature around him rising rapidly. He turned around and found that the hellfire howling wolf was coming towards him, opening its mouth wide and breathing fire at the battle-axe minotaur. The frost on the battle-axe minotaur's body melted quickly and his body returned to normal. Arthur was stunned for a moment, then bowed to Qin Hao. "Thank you." "You're welcome, we are all classmates," Qin Hao smiled kindly. Arthur still had a blank expression, and there was always only one expression on his face. Qin Hao felt a little embarrassed and wondered if all the members of the Knight family had facial paralysis. Next one, Qin Hao. Named by Chinboki, Qin Hao stepped onto the stage with the hellfire howling wolf. There was a heated discussion under the ring, and Qin Hao was definitely the most talked about person. Shangguan Meng held the 3-eyed demon cat in his arms and cheered in the ring, "Come on, brother Qin." Chinboki looked at Qin Hao, his deep eyes gleaming with a strange light. "Qin Hao, you really didn't disappoint me. You actually opened up a new evolutionary route by yourself. You are truly a rare genius. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Boki. I'm just lucky. Good luck is also part of strength, so I decided to increase the difficulty of your test." Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized that the situation was not good. The ice-armored war turtle's eyes suddenly became sharp, and densely packed sharp ice spikes spit out of its mouth. Hundreds of ice spikes attacked the hellfire howling wolf like a violent storm. Compared with the previous assessment, Chinboki deliberately increased the difficulty significantly against Qin Hao, and even commanded the ice-armored war turtle to take the initiative to attack. The students exclaimed it was exciting and they all enjoyed watching the fun. Great! It seems the instructor can no longer stand Qin Hao's pretense and is going to punish him. Teacher, you must destroy Qin Hao's prestige. Qin Hao wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only bite the bullet and give orders, Ingjuan, grow wretchedly, move like a snake. Since its successful evolution last night, the hellfire howling wolf's speed has increased a lot, and it moves even faster. The ice-armored war turtle spat out countless ice spikes, but ultimately failed to touch the hellfire howling wolf at all. The male students under the stage were extremely anxious, they desperately wanted Qin Hao to make a fool of himself in public. Chinboki carefully observed the movement trajectory of the hellfire howling wolf and felt puzzled. This is definitely not the style that a beast with rare bloodline can display. Could it be that the Hellfire Howling Wolf has upgraded its bloodline? This is impossible. Although he was skeptical, Chenboki still couldn't believe that the Hellfire Howling Wolf could upgrade its bloodline. Throughout the history of beast control over the past 100 years, the bloodline of any beast control is inherited from birth and cannot be changed. This is an iron rule. However, in reality, Qin Hao broke this iron rule. Chenboki narrowed his eyes, intending to test Qin Hao's depth. The ice-armored war turtle and its master were in perfect harmony. It suddenly released a strong chill, and the huge training ground was covered in frost. All the students were shivering with cold, and even the fountain pool not far away was frozen into ice. Qin Hao gritted his teeth secretly. Fuck, are you serious? Teacher Boki is going to kill me. Although the Hellfire Howling Wolf possesses the magical power of Hellfire, the gap in level cannot be made up. After all, the ice-armored war turtle is a level 50 ultimate peak stage beast. If it fires at full power, it is enough to kill a commander-level monster. Smart people might be able to see that Chenboki is not doing this for assessment and selection, but to test Qin Hao's limits and try to find out Qin Hao's true colors. The ice armor war turtle released skills continuously, and the ice cannons followed one after another. Explosions came one after another, and countless cold ice crystals were stirring in the air. The Hellfire Howling Wolf could only try its best to dodge, looking a little embarrassed. The students' cheers gradually stopped, and everyone realized something was wrong. Looking at the posture of the ice-armored war turtle, it was obvious that it was going to kill the Hellfire Howling Wolf. Something is wrong. The instructor seems to be serious. It seems that Qin Hao is in great danger this time. Let's get away from here quickly, be careful not to get affected. The students retreated 50 meters one after another. Qin Hao looked solemn and glanced at Chenboki out of the corner of his eye. What exactly does Mr. Boki want to do? Is he forcing me to show my hand? Does he know about Queen Medusa? Qin Hao was terrified when he thought about it, and a layer of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. He remembered very clearly that when Chenboki invited him to drink coffee in Xiangnan City, he specifically asked him about Queen Medusa, and also specifically mentioned the second Beastmaster in front of him. Putting all the information together, Qin Hao suddenly felt that Chenboki was a dangerous person. Brother Qin, don't be distracted, Ingjuan is about to lose. Shangguan Meng's reminder helped Qin Hao regain his sanity. The most urgent task was to pass the test while not exposing the secret of Queen Medusa. The ice armor war turtle attacked swiftly, and the Hellfire Howling Wolf was suppressed in level, feeling very frustrated. Qin Hao immediately shouted, Ingjuan, roar. Roar at the highest volume. The Hellfire Howling Wolf opened its mouth wide and howled towards the sky. The roar echoed throughout the entire Suzaku Academy, making the students' scalps numb. The next scene was unexpected. The ice-armored war turtle suddenly stopped attacking. It shook its huge head and looked mentally confused. Chenboki, who was always calm and composed, was shocked. How is this possible? How did this kid know the hidden weakness of the ice armor war turtle? The strengths and weaknesses of each beast are usually recorded in textbooks and are not secrets. But each beast has its own hidden weaknesses, which are often only known to the owner who lives with the beast day and night. The hidden weakness of the ice armor war turtle is noise. The Hellfire Howling Wolf was already feeling aggrieved, and his roar was mixed with anger, shattering the windows of the teaching building. The ice-armored war turtle could not withstand the high decibel noise and felt uncomfortable and dizzy. Qin Hao smiled crookedly. Ingjuan, take advantage of now. The Hellfire Howling Wolf leaped up and pounced towards the ice armor war turtle. The ice armor war turtle was affected by the noise and panicked, barely able to create a thin ice shield in front of its eyes. The fire of hell burned fiercely, and the flames enveloped the entire training ground. The melting of ice releases a large amount of gas, and smoke is everywhere. After a long time, the smoke dissipated. The students opened their eyes and looked towards the arena. The entire place was silent. On the stage, the ice armor war turtle gnashed his teeth, looking unconvinced. The Hellfire Howling Wolf stepped on the turtle shell with one foot, and the hellfire on his body swayed in the wind, full of style. The ice-armored war turtle couldn't stand the fact that a level 11 beast tamer was stepping on its shell. Just as it was about to resist, Chen Boki stopped it, saying, "That's enough. The assessment is over." The ice-armored war turtle sighed helplessly and lay on the ground feeling very depressed, feeling completely embarrassed. Chen Boki walked up to Qin Hao and announced, "Student Qin Hao, congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment." Qin Hao's face was stiff, and he smiled awkwardly. "Is this a test? This is to kill me. You want to force me to summon Queen Medusa? No way. Fortunately, I have a trick up my sleeve." The students below the ring heaved a sigh of relief. The battle was finally over. If the Ice Armor War Turtle and the Hellfire Howling Wolf continued to fight, Suzaku Academy would probably be razed to the ground. Chen Boki leaned close to Qin Hao's ear and said, "You are indeed the most special genius I have ever seen." Qin Hao smiled foolishly. "Hee, instructor, you are overpraising me. In fact, I know that the level 11 Hellfire Howling Wolf is no match for the level 50 Ice Armor War Turtle. I was only able to pass the assessment because you showed mercy just now. That's not the point. The point is, how do you know that the Ice Armor War Turtle's hidden weakness is noise?" Chen Boki's eyes became increasingly gloomy. He was reading Qin Hao's expression and demeanor, trying to find some clues. Qin Hao was well prepared, and his acting skills were on point. He asked stupidly, "The Ice Armor War Turtle's hidden weakness is noise. The textbooks don't mention any hidden weaknesses of any beasts. I don't know anything." Chen Boki didn't ask any more questions and smiled warmly again. "It seems that everything is just a coincidence. You are so lucky." Qin Hao smiled heartlessly on the surface, but in his heart he had already listed Chen Boki as a dangerous person. He always felt that this man was testing his bottom line. Another 15 minutes later, the class assessment was over, and only 2 people in the class passed the assessment, Qin Hao and Arthur. Chen Boki looked at the report card and said, "Classmates, there is only one class monitor position, but Qin Hao and Arthur have both passed the assessment. So next, I decided to elect the class monitor by voting. Raise your hands if you choose Qin Hao as the monitor." Shangguan Meng was the first to stand on tiptoe and raise her hand. She unconditionally chose to support her brother. Yang Yu and Li Bialong also raised their hands. Then the female classmates raised their hands to support Qin Hao. Their values were determined by his appearance, because Qin Hao was so handsome. In fact, Arthur is quite handsome, but he is very cold towards girls and many people suspect that he is gay. The male students were whispering and confused. In terms of performance, Qin Hao was definitely the best. But Qin Hao was the public enemy of all the boys in the school, and the male students were a little dissatisfied. Just then, Arthur raised his hand. "I vote for Qin Hao too." All the male students in the class were shocked. They didn't expect that Arthur himself had voted for Qin Hao. So there was no need for them to continue to worry about it. In the end, all 49 students in the class supported Qin Hao, and Chen Boki directly announced, "Qin Hao, from now on, you are the monitor of Class 18. Qin Hao stood in front of the whole class, tightly holding the check for the 200,000 yuan scholarship that Chen Boki had just issued, and gave a speech. "Classmates, I really am not after the money, I just want to be an excellent class leader." Qin Hao was elected class monitor, and all the students began to flatter him. Even the male students who had previously complained about Qin Hao began to flatter him. After all, the position of class monitor meant that he was the leader of the class, and everyone would have to rely on Qin Hao in the future. At the same time, Qin Hao also had the responsibility and obligation to protect the entire class. The bell rang for the end of get out of class and Chen Boki left. Qin Hao walked up to Arthur and asked curiously, "We are competitors. Why did you?" Arthur said matter-of-factly, expressionless, "I saw your performance in the ring just now very clearly. If my Beastmaster and I were in your situation, we would definitely not pass the test." Yang Yu patted Arthur on the shoulder. "Brother, you are too straightforward, not like a noble at all. I used to think that nobles were arrogant guys." Arthur suddenly straightened his back and said to Qin Hao seriously, "Qin Hao, you are very strong. But I will not give up. I will use my strength to take back the position of squad leader from you. Brave, fearless, pious, and believe in the spirit of chivalry will always remain in my heart." Qin Hao felt very embarrassed. He dug his toes into the ground and awkwardly dug his way out of the 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Yang Yu got goosebumps all over his body and complained, "Arthur, have you had facial paralysis since childhood? Why do you always have the same expression? Can you smile?" Arthur's eyes were firm and sonorous. "To remain calm is the spirit of chivalry. I will never smile once in my life." "Yang Yu, you are such a ruthless person." The battle-axe minotaur was right next to Arthur. Its expression was the same as Arthur's, and no changes in the world would cause any change in its expression. Qin Hao had never been so speechless in his life. Arthur was the most bizarre descendant of aristocracy he had ever seen. When school was over at noon, Qin Hao planned to use his scholarship to treat everyone to a meal. Yang Yu, Li Bialong, and Arthur were all invited. Originally Shangguan Meng was going to go too, but after she received a phone call, her expression changed drastically. She said that she had something urgent to do and would not attend the dinner. At 12 o'clock noon, Qin Hao and his party arrived at the home-style restaurant at the entrance of the college. Qin Hao spread out the menu. "Order whatever you want, it's my treat today." "Brother Qin, I'll be polite." "Waiter, bring 2 bowls of rice and a plate of salad cucumber first." "Lao Yang, you are too narrow-minded. Order some hearty dishes first." 10 minutes later, the dishes were served, along with a case of beer. Arthur pushed the glass away and said righteously, "I don't drink." Qin Hao thought about it and laughed loudly. If a man doesn't drink, he is not worthy of talking about chivalry. Arthur took the bottle and drank it in one gulp. After finishing it, he burped and asked seriously, "Is this chivalrous enough?" Li Bialong and Yang Yu laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Qin Hao joked, "It's not enough, let's keep drinking." After 3 rounds of drinks, the relationship between the 4 people became closer again. Arthur's face was red and he reeked of alcohol, but he remained serious and maintained his chivalrous demeanor at all times. Li Bialong put his hand on Arthur's shoulder and said with a wicked smile, "Brother Arthur, don't be so taciturn. Men should release their nature. I have some Japanese action movies that I have collected for many years. They are all uncensored. Do you want me to send them to you privately?" "Really not going to censor?" Yang Yu got interested and interrupted, "I want it, send it to me privately." Arthur glanced at Li Bialong and said, "I'm not interested in women." "So what are you interested in?" Arthur suddenly drew out the knight's sword from his waist, his face full of faith. "I want to become stronger. Becoming stronger is the main theme of chivalry. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword." Li Bialong shook his head secretly. Alas, he is such a straight man, a child who cannot be taught. Qin Hao glared at Li Bialong. "Old Li, not everyone is as wretched as you. We must respect Arthur's character and the spirit of chivalry." Arthur agreed with Qin Hao's words and raised his glass. "Qin Hao, it seems that we are like-minded people. Let us pay tribute to the spirit of chivalry together. Cheers." Li Bialong was beaming with joy and said with a sly smile, "Teacher Qin, stop pretending to be a saint. You have already taken away Shangguan Meng, the most beautiful girl in our class. You are just talking nonsense." "Qin Hao, ahem, don't talk nonsense, she is just my sister." Li Bialong, warm reminder, the criminal law has been changed. Previously, the minimum sentence is 3 years, but now it is 5 years. Yang Yu, I think even if he goes to jail for 5 years, Brother Qin will have made a lot of money. At worst, he will still be a good man when he is released from jail after 5 years. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, feeling that he was the only normal person at the table. After finishing lunch, the 4 of them prepared to return to Suzaku Academy. On the way, Qin Hao's thoughts were flying, recalling the duel between the Hellfire Howling Wolf and the Ice Armor War Turtle on the ring. There is definitely something wrong with Chinboki. He always targets me with hidden intentions. He is just a mentor, why is he targeting me? Does he have another identity? The confusion that had been accumulating in Qin Hao's heart lingered, and his eyes suddenly locked onto Li Bialong standing beside him. "Old Li, I want to ask you something." "Teacher Qin, you can ask anything you want. As long as you teach me how to pick up girls, I will give you my life, hee. You are a repeater, so you must know a lot of information. I want to know, has our instructor Chinboki always been an instructor at Suzaku College?" Li Bialong pinched his chin with one hand, thought carefully, and answered, I have heard from several seniors who graduated many years ago that Shinboki has been a mentor at Suzaku College for about 10 years. 10 years ago, he seemed to live in the Imperial City District. The #1 Imperial City District in the country. That's right. According to gossip, he also served as a military advisor to the Imperial Army. Hey, Mr. Chin, why do you look so bad all of a sudden? Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? I have Liuwei Dihuang pills here, take a few pills to replenish your body. Qin Hao's face turned pale, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. He was most afraid of hearing the words, Imperial Army. If Jinboki is related to the Imperial Army, then everything makes sense. Regarding the matter of Queen Medusa, he is probably suspicious of me, so he keeps testing me. Could it be that Jinboki is actually a member of the Shadow Organization? No, we can't jump to conclusions. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Qin Hao took a deep breath and temporarily stopped thinking about it. Just as I walked to the school gate, my cell phone rang. It was Shangguan Meng calling. You guys go back to the classroom first, I'll take a call. Qin Hao answered the phone. Hello, Meng. A hurried voice with disordered breathing came from the other end of the phone. Brother Qin, please come and save me. If you don't come and save me, I will be captured. Qin Hao's heart was in his throat. Don't be afraid, Meng, where are you now? I am here. Before Shangguan Meng finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Qin Hao was panicked and anxious, but fortunately his IQ was still online. Ingjuan, do you still remember the smell of Meng? Take me to find her. The hellfire howling wolf carried Qin Hao and ran wildly on the street, like a black lightning. 5 minutes later, the hellfire howling wolf suddenly braked and stopped at the entrance of an alley. This alley is very hidden, with no pedestrians around, and it is remote and quiet. Qin Hao jumped off the wolf's back and heard Shangguan Meng's struggling sound coming from deep in the alley. Let me go. I finally ran away from home, I don't want to go back. What's wrong with being underage? I'm not a 3-year-old child. I have the final say over my own life. You can go to Qinglong College, why can't I go to Suzaku College? Brother Qin, why don't you come? Help me. Hearing Shangguan Meng's desperate cry for help, Qin Hao's eyes turned red and he was furious. Although they had not known each other for long, he had already regarded Shangguan Meng as his own sister. Meng, brother is here. Qin Hao rushed into the depths of the alley and snatched Shangguan Meng from a woman. Brother Qin. Shangguan Meng quickly hid behind Qin Hao, and her tearful face finally broke into a smile. With her brother's support, she felt safe. Qin Hao rubbed Shangguan Meng's head and comforted her gently. Don't be afraid, Meng, no one can bully you with me here. At this time, an ethereal and pleasant voice came. Who are you? Qin Hao looked back and saw a graceful woman standing in front of him. The woman was wearing a purple beast-controlling robe, with 4-star badges hanging on her plump chest. The purple beast-taming robe is the symbol of a 4-star beast tamer. Fuck, who is this woman? She's a 4-star beast master at such a young age. Her figure is perfect, big where it should be big, and curvy where it should be curvy. Qin Hao is like countless other men. He is used to looking at a woman's figure first. Only a girl with a good figure is worth looking at her face. After looking at her figure, Qin Hao's eyes fixed on the woman's face. In just a moment, Qin Hao finally experienced the true meaning of the word a glimpse. The beautiful woman standing in front of Qin Hao was about the same age as Qin Hao. She had long hair fluttering in the wind, an elegant face, skin whiter than snow, and an ethereal aura. Qin Hao has seen many stunning beauties, such as his sister Qin Yan and Queen Medusa. But if he was honest, Qin Hao thought the beauty in front of him was the most attractive, because she had a pure and lustful face, and her coldness in every move made men look unattainable, but deep down they wanted to conquer her. Putting aside these objective factors, the reason why Qin Hao's heart beat faster was that this woman's eyes looked very similar to his ex-girlfriend in his previous life. I ask again, who are you? Shangguan Ningjiao shouted, her eyes as sharp as swords. He is my sworn brother, Qin Hao. Shangguan Meng answered for Qin Hao. Qin Hao. Sounds familiar. Shangguan Ning raised her eyebrows slightly. She seemed to have heard this name several times by accident. Qin Hao came back to his senses and asked blankly, Meng Meng, who is this woman? Why did she arrest you? Shangguan Meng said in a baby voice, she is my sister, Shangguan Ning. Although she is older than me, we both have good figures. Does your sister have a good figure? I can't tell. My sister has the perfect body shape, which makes her look thin when she's dressed and plump when she's undressed. Qin Hao was slightly startled, his eyes moving back and forth between Shangguan Ning and Shangguan Meng, and suddenly he realized. I was wondering why the expressions between your two brows are so similar. It turns out you are sisters. Now the case has finally been solved. Qin Hao let out a long breath and walked in front of Shangguan Ning. Whenever Qin Hao looked into Shangguan Ning's deep and beautiful eyes, his heart would beat faster, and he would immediately speak without restraint. Miss Shangguan, hello, my name is Qin Hao. It's the first time we meet. You look a bit like my ex-girlfriend. Qin Hao's EQ is low, his speech is incoherent, and his first words when he starts chatting him up are death remarks. Shangguan Ning's eyes shone, and she said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not your ex-girlfriend. Brother Qin, please help me beg for mercy. My sister wants to take me home, I don't want to go home, I don't want to leave you. Shangguan Meng's little hands tightly grasped Qin Hao's sleeves, and her cute and innocent face was full of grievance. Qin Hao was at a loss for a moment. It is difficult for an honest judge to judge family affairs. Shangguan Ning had no patience and said coldly, Qin Hao, this is our Shangguan family's family affair, you should mind your own business and hand over my sister. Brother Qin, if my sister takes me home, we will never see each other again. Shangguan Meng's voice was filled with tears. At first, she ran away from her family just for the sake of novelty. Now, she was very dependent on Qin Hao and regarded him as her own brother. She would always remember that Qin Hao treated her to a meal when she was starving. Qin Hao put away his usual cynical attitude and said seriously, Miss Shangguan, since Meng Meng recognizes me as her brother, then I have the obligation to protect my sister. What brother and sister? That's ridiculous. If you, an outsider, insist on interfering in the affairs of our Shangguan family, I will not be polite. As long as Meng Meng doesn't want to leave, no matter who comes, they can't take her away. Anger surfaced on Shangguan Ning's cold and pretty face, and she took out a golden divine pet ball from her waist. A golden light filled the alley, and the roar of the lion could be heard for 10 miles. Qin Hao's eyes widened, his pupils trembling, and a huge and strong white lion appeared in front of him. The lion's head was engraved with complicated curse patterns, and it looked mighty and majestic. Golden wings grew on both sides of its torso, and its mouth contained black lightning. The hellfire howling wolf was eager to protect his master, and his whole body was burning with hellfire. The two beasts confronted each other, black flame vs black lightning. The atmosphere was tense. A flash of purple light flashed across Qin Hao's right eye. Name Thunder Lion. Level 35, Transcendent Body. Bloodline, Epic. Talent, high probability of critical hit. Magic power, Thunder of Destruction. Attributes, Thunder, Flying, King. Loyalty, 97. Weakness, Rock, Earth. Skill. 1. Thunder Roar, 2. Sky-splitting Lightning Slash, 3. Destructive Thunderball. Evolution Route, Thunder Lion King Route, locked. Hobbies, I like thunderstorms. After checking the data, Qin Hao felt a chill on his back and couldn't help but exclaimed, TSK, she is worthy of being the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family. She actually has such a powerful beast. Shangguan Meng reminded from the side, my sister is the top-ranked 4-star Beastmaster in Qinglong Academy, and her second Beastmaster is even more powerful than my magnetic Pteranodon. Qin Hao wanted to cry but had no tears. Meng Meng, why don't you go back with your sister? Why? You just said you wanted to protect me. Because my brother wants to live 2 more years. Shangguan Ning looked at Qin Hao, her beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. You are only a 1-star Beastmaster. I don't want to bully the weak. Hand over my sister, and I won't make things difficult for you. Miss Shangguan, why do you force your sister? Stop interfering in our family affairs. Hey, I have a bad temper. I'm going to take care of it today. The Blue Thunder Lion and the Hellfire Howling Wolf took a step forward at the same time, their heads touching each other, their black lightning and flames intertwined and entangled. If a fight really breaks out, the Hellfire Howling Wolf will definitely suffer. After all, its level is too low. To Shangguan Meng, Qin Hao and Shangguan Ning were both her dearest loved ones, so she rushed over to stop the fight. Brother Qin, sister, please stop it. The three of them pushed each other and the scene was chaotic. It was a coincidence that Qin Hao accidentally stepped on a piece of watermelon rind, lost his balance, and threw Shangguan Ning to the ground. A magical scene takes place. The Blue Thunder Lion and the Hellfire Howling Wolf stopped their confrontation and both looked towards the ground. On the ground, Qin Hao pressed Shangguan Ning under him, and their lips were pressed tightly together. Shangguan Ning, my first kiss is gone. Qin Hao, I haven't kissed a woman for a long time. Qin Hao shrugged helplessly, ahem, I didn't do it on purpose just now, it was all an accident. It's all because of that piece of watermelon rind. Watermelon rind, I won't take the blame for this. Faced with Shangguan Ning's questioning, Qin Hao stammered and was unable to refute. When their lips touched just now, Qin Hao should have stood up immediately, but he reacted a little too slowly and the kiss lasted for 10 seconds. Qin Hao thought, I am only a 1-star Beastmaster, and Shangguan Ning is a 4-star Beastmaster. I will definitely not be able to beat him, so we should not stay here for long. My sister asked me to go home for dinner, so I left first. Stop. You took advantage of me and you want to walk away. Shangguan Ning stood in front of Qin Hao, looking fierce. But this woman was so beautiful that she looked pretty even when she was fierce. Qin Hao let out a breath and decided to just go for it. Before Shangguan Ning could react, Qin Hao had already held her hands. Qin Hao looked deep and serious. Now that it has happened, I will take responsibility for you. The property certificate is in your name, my mother can swim, I will protect the baby if it is difficult to give birth, please give me guidance for the rest of my life. Shangguan Ning was confused for the first time in her life, and Qin Hao's train of thought was puzzling. What are you talking about? I mean, at worst I can marry you. Shangguan Ning blushed, she had never seen a man as simple and rough as Qin Hao. Shangguan Ning clenched her fists and said coquettishly, I don't need you to marry me, stop talking nonsense. Then what do you say we should do? Now that things have come to this, if beating me up can make you feel better, then go ahead. Although Shangguan Ning was angry, she thought carefully and realized that even if she beat Qin Hao up, what was supposed to happen had already happened and could not be undone. After a moment of silence, Shangguan Ning said in a deep voice, don't tell anyone about what happened today. I don't want to see you again. Shangguan Ning regained her composure and asked for the last time, are you really not going back with your sister? Sister, I want to stay in Suzaku Academy. I want to live the life I want. Shangguan Ning sighed softly and stopped forcing it. The conflict was temporarily resolved. After Shangguan Ning gave a few instructions, he rode on the Zhonglei lion and prepared to leave. The Blue Thunder Lion flapped its golden wings, and a fierce wind blew in the alley. Sister, Brother Qin, and I will go to Qinglong College to play with you this weekend. Watching Shangguan Ning leave, Shangguan Meng jumped up and down happily, holding Qin Hao's hand, and said excitedly, Brother Qin, I can stay in Suzaku Academy, that's great. In the afternoon, Qin Hao took a leave of absence as he planned to give his sister a surprise. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun sets. Xiao Hao, what on earth are you doing? Qin Yan's eyes were covered by a black ribbon, and her vision was dark. Qin Hao supported Qin Yan from the side, and Qin Yan had no idea what kind of environment she was in at the moment. Sister, we are home now, you can open your eyes now. Qin Yan tore off the black ribbon that was blocking her eyes and was immediately shocked by the scene before her. Here is a spacious living room, fully furnished with everything you need. The walls were covered with photos of the siblings from childhood to adulthood. The surrounding decorations were designed according to Qin Yan's favorite style. Under the soft lighting, the whole room exuded a romantic and warm atmosphere. Xiao Hao, this is... Sister, we don't need to stay in a hotel anymore. This will be our home from now on. Qin Hao handed the property certificate to Qin Yan. Qin Yan's name is written on the property certificate, which means that Qin Yan is the head of the family. Qin Yan was very touched. She opened her arms and hugged Qin Hao. The brother and sister enjoyed the happiness of this moment. They finally had a home. After calming down, Qin Yan asked, "Xiao Hao, you are so thoughtful. I am very touched. This house must be very expensive. Where did you get the money?" Qin Hao told the truth. "It's the check for 5 million. Sister, you have repeatedly told me to stay away from the women of the Shangguan family. Why? Are you hiding some secret from me?" Qin Hao became suspicious. He felt that there was something wrong with Qin Yan for some time. Qin Yan avoided his gaze, not knowing how to explain. "Xiao Hao, you must be hungry. I'll go cook." Qin Yan changed the subject and walked towards the kitchen with her slender waist twisted. Qin Hao sat alone on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. When they were young, the siblings grew up in an orphanage. Qin Hao had asked about their parents many times, but Qin Yan's answers were always ambiguous. "What is my sister hiding? Why is she unwilling to confess? Why can't we touch the women of the Shangguan family?" Qin Hao's head was burning with anxiety, and he could not come up with any result despite his hard thinking. In the kitchen, Qin Yan turned on the faucet, and the noise of the flowing water served as a natural barrier. Qin Yan then took out her cell phone and dialed the mysterious number. When the call was connected, Qin Yan lowered her voice and said in a low voice, "Dad, Xiao Hao has been in contact with the woman of the Shangguan family. Of course I have advised him, but the more I persuade him, the more he doubts me. After all, he is an adult now, and he is not as easy to coax as he was when he was a child." The mysterious man sighed, "Well, now that things have come to this, let Xiao Hao and the girl from the Shangguan family take their own course, but remember to beware of Shangguan Feiyu, the research maniac. In short, you must not reveal your identity. Xiao Hao is not mature enough now. If he finds out some secrets, it will harm him instead." "Yes, I understand. By the way, there is something I want to remind you. In 3 days, the Imperial Army will make a big move to protect Xiao Hao." Hearing this, Qin Yan's expression turned serious. At 7:30 in the evening, all the food on the table was eaten up. Qin Yan lay on her side on the sofa, while Qin Hao massaged her waist and legs. "Sister, is this strength okay?" Qin Yan smiled and said, "Yeah. It's only natural for a younger brother to massage his sister's waist and legs. No need to thank me." Qin Hao was courting Qin Yan just to please her, so that when he made mistakes in the future, Qin Yan would not be willing to punish him. Moreover, Qin Hao's savings were managed by Qin Yan, and he also wanted to cheat some pocket money. "Sister, let me give you a back massage again." "Okay, I just happen to have a backache lately." Qin Yan noticed something was wrong and couldn't help asking, "You have been courting me today, do you want some pocket money? Didn't I just give you some pocket money last week?" Qin Hao rubbed his sister's waist and asked, "Sister, I must ask clearly, why don't you let me contact the women of the Shangguan family?" Qin Yan's body froze, and she made up an excuse, "Actually, I'm just too possessive, and I don't want you to get in touch with other girls. But you've grown up, and I've just figured it out. From now on, you can get in touch with any girl, and you can have a girlfriend, and I won't interfere." What's going on? Why did my sister's attitude change so suddenly? Qin Hao felt puzzled and was about to continue asking questions, but Qin Yan immediately changed the subject. "Xiao Hao, it's getting late, you should go back to Suzaku College, be careful that the dormitory door is closed." "No, I want to stay at home tonight and accompany you. I will go back to the academy tomorrow morning." "Okay, go take a shower and get some rest." After hearing this, Qin Hao instantly threw away all his confusion and said excitedly, "Sister, then I will stay at your house tonight, and I can eat the breakfast you make tomorrow morning." Qin Hao was so overwhelmed by the sudden happiness that he ignored Qin Yan's abnormality. Normally, Qin Yan would not be so gentle to him. Only after Qin Hao begged her desperately would Qin Yan agree to his request. Late at night, there was a drizzle outside the window, and Qin Hao was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Qin Hao's sleep quality is better than a pig's, even an earthquake can't wake him up. In the dark room, Qin Yan suddenly appeared, her eyes flickering, staring at Qin Hao who was sleeping soundly. Xiao Hao, Xiao Hao. Qin Yan tried several times to confirm that Qin Hao was in a deep sleep, then bit her finger and blood dripped onto Qin Hao's forehead. Qin Yan controlled the blood and drew a pentagram pattern on Qin Hao's forehead. Blood contract summons. The next second, the pentagram lit up red, and an enchanting figure flew out from the red light. Queen Medusa was a little impatient. Little devil, why did you summon me so late? At first, Queen Medusa thought that Qin Hao had summoned her, but when she saw the face of the woman in front of her, her face turned pale instantly, and her snake eyes were full of fear. Why is it you? Shoo! Don't wake my brother, or I'll skin you alive. Qin Yan covered Queen Medusa's mouth and warned her. Queen Medusa was extremely powerful and usually aloof. But in front of Qin Yan, she looked like a little wife who swallowed her anger. Little snake, let's talk somewhere else. Bathroom. Queen Medusa was pushed down by Qin Yan and fell on the toilet lid, which was very funny. Qin Yan looked down from above, emitting an extremely powerful aura. What a coincidence. I spared your life at the beginning, but I didn't expect that by some strange coincidence, you actually signed a blood contract with my brother. Your brother is Qin Hao. Qin Yan nodded. Queen Medusa was shocked and thought to herself that this world is really too small. Going around in circles, all interpersonal relationships are connected. Qin Yan noticed that Queen Medusa's body had been trembling slightly, so she comforted her, don't be nervous, since you are now my brother's beast, I will definitely not embarrass you. Queen Medusa breathed a sigh of relief and asked, then why did you come to me? I heard that the Imperial Army will make a big move in 3 days. Queen Medusa's face suddenly changed. Qin Yan reached out and pinched Queen Medusa's pointed chin. I warn you, you can do whatever you want, I am too lazy to interfere with you. But you must not let my brother be implicated by you. If my brother is hurt because of you, I can destroy your Shenmang clan at any time. Queen Medusa was indignant and retorted, you don't need to remind me of this. Qin Hao is my master after all. I can't hurt him. The two women looked at each other. One was Qin Hao's sister, and the other was Qin Hao's beastmaster. They both had a very close relationship. Qin Yan thought for a moment and added, also, my brother doesn't know my identity, so you have to help me keep it a secret. In his eyes, I'm just an ordinary sister. Queen Medusa smiled charmingly, it seems that your Qin family has a strong background. I will keep it a secret. Okay, go back to where you came from. I'm a little thirsty. There's a water dispenser in the living room, go get it yourself. I want to drink tea. Qin Yan glared at Queen Medusa and said, don't push your luck. Leave now before my brother finds you. Queen Medusa had a strong desire for revenge. She suddenly shouted, Qin Hao. Qin Yan quickly covered Queen Medusa's mouth, you stinky snake, are you crazy? Queen Medusa, you severely injured me last time, but I didn't complain. A cup of tea is not too much, right? Qin Yan put her hands on her hips and said angrily, is your Longjing tea or pu'er tea really there? Longjing, thank you. 100,000 gold coins for a cup of tea. 100 gold coins for a cup of tea. You are robbing me. Queen Medusa put her hands on her hips and glared at Qin Yan angrily. You were the commander of the Air Force before, don't you even have 100,000 gold coins? That was before. I am now the most wanted criminal in the Yanxia Empire. How can I have money? Qin Yan finally softened her heart, okay, then you can buy it on credit first, and pay me back when you have money. After an erotic dream, Qin Hao woke up and found himself alone on the bed. From the kitchen, the sound of Qin Yan making breakfast came. Qin Hao slept soundly the whole night and did not notice anything unusual. The wound on his fingertips had healed long ago without leaving any scars. After brushing his teeth, washing up, and changing into his beast-taming robe, Qin Hao came to the kitchen door. In the kitchen, Qin Yan was wearing an apron around her waist and holding a spatula. She was only wearing a pair of black shorts that exposed her thighs, which highlighted her perfect body proportions. Qin Hao drooled at the sight. Good morning, sis. Good morning, Xiao Hao. I made a strawberry sandwich especially for you today. Go and clear the table and get ready for dinner. Qin Hao came to the living room and was about to clear the table when he found an open bag of tea on the table. "Sister, I remember you don't like tea." Qin Yan walked out of the kitchen with a plate of food in her hand, and thought of a quick solution. "My sister had a stomachache last night, and I heard that drinking tea can relieve stomachache, so I tried it." Abdominal pain. "Sister, are you having your period? Are you having menstrual cramps? What nonsense are you talking about? Eat breakfast and go to school." After breakfast, Qin Hao said goodbye to his sister and rode the Hellfire Howling Wolf to Suzaku Academy. Both classes in the morning were theoretical classes. A teacher wearing reading glasses talked about the development history of the animal tamer industry on the podium. Qin Hao was not interested in these. He reached his hand into the hole in the table and took out a black magic crystal. This magic crystal is the warrior-level ghost magic crystal from the Ghostbone Emperor Crocodile. Qin Hao had just bought a house and had little savings left, so he planned to sell the magic crystal as soon as possible for money. As Qin Hao's deskmate, Shangguan Meng suddenly moved closer, and her slightly chubby face was almost touching Qin Hao's mouth. Meng, why are you so close to me?" "Brother Qin, I'm going to give you a surprise tonight." "What are you planning, little girl?" "Hee, I won't tell you for now, you'll know tonight." Just then, the bell for the end of school rang at noon. Shangguan Meng didn't give Qin Hao a chance to ask any more questions and slipped out of the classroom first. Her two ponytails fluttered in the wind like two reins, making Qin Hao want to hold them. Qin Hao chuckled. It was quite fun to have a quirky sister around him. He just had to wait patiently for her to grow up. "Brother Qin, you are famous, you are on the list." Yang Yu jumped and skipped to Qin Hao, dancing with joy. "Old Yang, are you having a seizure?" "Brother Qin, as your brother, I am really proud of you. You have made it to the 4 spirits ranking. That's awesome." Qin Hao was completely confused. "I only know about the school beauty ranking and the actress ranking. What is the 4 spirits ranking?" The 4 spirits ranking is a ranking of the super talents of the 4 major beast taming academies. There are 10 positions on the list, and you just squeezed into the top 10. If you don't believe me, just look. Yang Yu handed the phone to Qin Hao. On the mobile phone screen is a list called the 4 spirits list. Qin Hao saw an acquaintance at first sight. The person ranked first on the 4 spirits list was actually Shangguan Ning. "My goodness, the women I kissed are awesome." The 10th place on the list is Qin Hao. Qin Hao disagreed. "I'm only ranked 10th, what's there to brag about?" Yang Yu rolled his eyes and complained, "Brother, can you be content? Those big guys ahead of you are all seniors, and you are the only freshman." Hearing this, Qin Hao felt it was a bit interesting. Yang Yu went on to say, "To be on the 4 spirits list is to be considered a super genius with unlimited potential. We have only been in school for a few days and you have made the list. This honor is unprecedented and will never be repeated." Qin Hao looked melancholy, and said sadly, "Alas, since ancient times, a tall tree attracts the wind. A student like me who comes from a poor area may arouse the hatred of some people." In fact, Qin Hao also wants to keep a low profile, but his strength does not allow it. The news that Qin Hao had made it onto the 4 spirits list caused quite a stir in the 4 major beast taming academies. Qinglong Academy, Training Ground. During a break in training, Shangguan Ning heard other students discussing the name Qin Hao, and she couldn't help but pay attention to it. Shangguan Ning was surprised to learn that Qin Hao was on the 4 spirits list. When she first entered the school last year, she was known as the Shangguan family's proud daughter, but she was on the 4 spirits list in the next semester. Qin Hao was able to make it onto the 4 spirits list as soon as school started, so in a way, Qin Hao was too amazing. Obtain a guaranteed admission quota, kill a general-level monster, and open up a new evolutionary route for the beast. Qin Hao's resume and honors are indeed impressive and have long attracted the attention of many interested people. "Lao Yang, I won't be going to the cafeteria for lunch. You guys go ahead. I'm going to be out for a while." Qin Hao separated from Yang Yu and others and walked out of the school gate with the Hellfire Howling Wolf. Following the navigation on his mobile phone, Qin Hao walked towards the magical pet store closest to the school. "Just go through that alley and we should be there," Qin Hao said to himself. When Qin Hao walked into a remote alley, Two groups of people suddenly appeared and blocked Qin Hao's way forward and backward. Qin Hao stopped. The hellfire howling wolf arched its body, bared its fangs, and was always ready to protect its master. Qin Hao. A red-haired young man walked up to Qin Hao, wearing a one-star beast-taming robe, with the school emblem of Suzaku Academy hanging on his chest, and holding a silver divine pet ball in his hand. Ouyang Jun looked at Qin Hao with contempt and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Qin Hao frowned. "Wow, so you are a woman, but how do I know whose mother you are?" The younger brother beside Ouyang Jun shouted angrily, "Qin Hao, don't be so presumptuous, this is Master Ouyang Jun, the monitor of our class." Qin Hao thought about it carefully and remembered that the dean of Suzaku Academy seemed to be surnamed Ouyang. Ouyang Jun sneered and said strangely, "Boy, do you know why I brought people to bet on you today? Because you stole my limelight." Qin Hao said innocently, "Student Ouyang, why do you say that?" "Qin Hao, don't act innocent. You've got the admission quota. The girls' dormitory is open to you. You are allowed to be on the Four Spirits list. You've taken all the limelight. You have taken away the honor that should have belonged to me. Let's settle this account today." Qin Hao was speechless. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. The taller the tree, the more wind it attracts. The more powerful one is, the more likely others will envy him. Ouyang Jun glared at Qin Hao, and with a flick of his wrist, the silver divine pet ball opened. A flying bird covered in red flames appeared, and a sharp bird cry sounded in the alley. Firebird, rare bloodline, level 20, peak of mature form, wingspan can reach 3 meters. Qin Hao's face became increasingly grim, and his voice was filled with chills. Article 3 of the Suzaku Academy School Rules, students are not allowed to arrange fights outside the school. Violators will be severely punished and expelled from the school. Ouyang Jun sneered at this and said disdainfully, "What a bullshit school rule. I will never let you go today. Now I give you two choices. First, let's have a beast battle and let our strength speak for itself. Second, you voluntarily drop out of school and leave Suzaku Academy." The two choices given by Ouyang Jun were both intended to make things difficult for Qin Hao. If Qin Hao does not accept the challenge, he will be expelled from school. If he accepts the challenge, he will violate school rules and be expelled. Qin Hao comes from the remote Xiangnan city. Without a strong family background and financial support, it is not easy for him to enter Suzaku College. However, Ouyang Jun wants to ruin Qin Hao's entire career as a beastmaster for his own selfish desires. "Ouyang Jun, we are all alumni, don't go too far. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." When Qin Hao says that you will bear the consequences at your own risk, then don't provoke him, or you will die. Ouyang Jun laughed loudly, his expression and tone were arrogant. "Even if I went too far, what can you do to me? Flame bird, why are you still standing there? Go." Hearing the master's order, the fire bird let out a cry and flapped its wings. Two flaming wind blades attacked Qin Hao, and the air was filled with layers of heat waves. Boohoo! The hellfire howling wolf instantly became furious, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he raised his wolf claws to easily defeat the two flaming wind blades. Veins popped out on Qin Hao's forehead, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. According to the basic rules of Beastmasters, during a Beastmaster duel, Beastmasters cannot directly attack humans. And Ouyang Jun just ordered the Firebird to directly attack Qin Hao himself. This behavior is extremely shameful and completely broke the bottom line of the Beastmaster. Ouyang Jun did not realize how bad his behavior was. Instead, he was complacent. "Qin Hao, you know how powerful I am. I will give you one last chance. As long as you voluntarily drop out of school and leave Suzaku Academy, I will let you go." Qin Hao lowered his eyes. The quieter he was, the angrier he was. A beast battle is a fight between beasts. You let your beast attack me directly. What's the difference between your beast and a murderous and bloodthirsty demon beast? Humph, what's wrong with attacking you? You can let your beast protect you. If your beast can't protect you, then your beast is useless. Qin Hao raised his eyes, showing a harmless smile, and said in a calm voice, 3 minutes, no, only 1 minute. What a bullshit minute, what are you talking about? Ingjuan, don't show mercy. I'll take care of it if anything goes wrong. The hellfire howling wolf nodded slightly, the hellfire on his body burning fiercely. Roar. After a roar, Ouyang Jun was stunned. The flaming bird fell to the ground, its feathers burned by the hellfire. Not only that, the black flames continued to burn its soul. Ouyang Jun found it hard to accept the fact that his flame bird was at the peak of maturity, level 20. However, the hellfire howling wolf had just entered the ranks of mature bodies, only level 11. But level does not represent everything. The hellfire howling wolf is now an epic bloodline, possessing the magical power of hellfire. Bloodline suppression. Supernatural power suppression. Royal gene suppression. The hellfire howling wolf stepped on the flame bird, like the wolf king dominating the world, with fierce eyes, staring at Ouyang Jun. Ouyang Jun was so panicked that he pushed the younger brothers behind him forward. Don't just stand there, summon your beasts and attack together. Everyone opened their magic pet balls, and dozens of beasts crowded into the narrow alley. Qin Hao said indifferently, Ingjuan, you're welcome. Just treat it as leveling up by beating monsters. The hellfire howling wolf grinned, revealing the same evil smile as Qin Hao, and his methods were extremely cruel. Next, the pitch-black hellfire filled the entire alley, and the screams of various beasts rose one after another. A minute later, the alley was covered with scorched earth. Qin Hao stood in the middle of the alley, with hellfire howling wolf standing beside him, head held high. Dozens of beasts were tied up and entangled by the chains of hell, fell to the ground unconscious, and the whole army was wiped out. Originally, dozens of beastmasters wanted to beat up Qin Hao, but in the end, Qin Hao beat up dozens of beastmasters. Ouyang Jun and others collapsed on the ground, trembling all over. The power of the hellfire howling wolf was far beyond his imagination. No, this can't be a beast of rare bloodline. Ouyang Jun sensed something was wrong, because only an epic-level beastmaster could display this level of terrifying combat power. Ingjuan, take back the hell chains. The hellfire howling wolf shook its body, and the chains of hell wrapped around its limbs again. At this time, Qin Hao didn't know that everything that had just happened in the alley had been secretly recorded by someone. Ouyang Jun, this is why I can be on the 4 spirits list and you can't, you are just a younger brother. After leaving a few words of threat, Qin Hao rode on the hellfire howling wolf and rode away. Ouyang Jun raised his fist and hit the ground violently, his face full of humiliation and anger. Qin Hao, just wait for me. My grandfather is the dean of Suzaku College. It would be easy for me to drive you away. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Hao arrived at the door of a magical pet store. This magical pet store is quite large. It is called Yuyan Pavilion and has 5 floors. It looks high-end and grand. Qin Hao walked into Yuyan Pavilion and the woman's body fragrance hit him in the face. Wow, is this a divine pet store or a man's paradise? Qin Hao looked around and found that all the shopping guides and waiters in Yuyan Pavilion were women, and their ages were concentrated between 18 and 22 years old. They all wore the uniform of head maids and wore hat ears on their heads. Each one was sweeter and cuter than the other. Fuck, no wonder that old pervert Li Bialong recommended this magical pet store to me. It turns out there's something really interesting going on inside. I love it. A cute and soft female clerk walked up to Qin Hao and said, "Hello, sir. I am Lily, clerk number 38. How can I help you?" Qin Hao took out the magic crystal of the ghost bone emperor crocodile from his bag. I want to sell this magic crystal. Will your store accept it? While judging from the color, it should be a warrior-level ghost magic crystal. It's very rare. Sir, what's your name? Qin Hao, how is Ritian's Hao? Lily smiled sweetly. Mr. Qin, our store would like to accept this magic crystal. What is your preferred price? Just follow the market price. The market price is 1 million gold coins. The price of a general-level magic crystal usually fluctuates around 1 million, and can also be raised. Although ghost-attributed magic crystals are uncommon, their target audience is small, so it is difficult to raise the price. Qin Hao is also self-satisfied and happy, so he agreed immediately. Mr. Qin, it is a happy decision. Please follow me to the front desk to handle the formalities. Wait a moment. Suddenly a figure stood in front of Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked up. The man in front of him was very tall, about 1.95 meters tall. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was full of righteousness. He was not very young, and looked less than 30 years old. Hello, my name is Zhou Zhan. Zhou Zhan took the initiative to reach out to Qin Hao. Qin Hao's pupils shocked as he discovered that Zhou Zhan's entire right arm was actually a mechanical arm. He was wearing an Air Force uniform and had a black weapon on his waist. This black weapon looks like a combination of a giant sword and a cannon, and is inlaid with several glittering magic crystals. Qin Hao, Captain of Magical Devices, are you a magician? Zhou Zhan nodded and smiled. Yes, I am a Major General of the Imperial Army's Air Force, and also a magician. Qin Hao felt curious, as this was his first time encountering a magician. Strictly speaking, the profession of magician is also a branch of the Beastmaster. Among humans, talents vary. Some people may not be able to awaken the qualifications of a Beastmaster, but they are born with a physique far superior to that of ordinary people. They are extremely good in speed, strength, endurance and explosive power, and their physical strength is comparable to that of monsters. As long as they are equipped with special weapons, magic devices, they can personally fight monsters in melee, and their combat power should not be underestimated. This kind of people are wizards. They are divided into 4 levels according to their strength. C class, B class, A class, S class. Qin Hao's attention was attracted by the badge worn on Zhou Zhan's chest. It was a golden badge with the letter A engraved on it, symbolizing the identity of an A-class magician. Generally speaking, an A-class wizard has the ability to kill a commander-class monster alone. At the same time, Zhou Zhan was also a member of the Imperial Army. He was less than 30 years old, but he had already been promoted to the position of Air Force Major General, which showed that he was extremely talented. Hello, Chief Zhou. My name is Qin Hao. I am a good citizen. I don't smoke or drink, and I have never visited a prostitute. What can I do for you? When facing the Imperial Army, Qin Hao was always cautious, for fear of exposing Queen Medusa. Zhou Zhan focused his eyes on the magic crystal in Qin Hao's hand and asked with a smile, Mr. Qin, I just heard that you are planning to sell this magic crystal. Yes. What a coincidence. I just happen to need a warrior-level ghost magic crystal. Why don't you just sell it to me? Qin Hao was in a dilemma. After all, he had just negotiated the price with Lily, and business should be based on first come first served. Zhou Zhan added, I know that ghost magic crystals are very rare. I can add money. I will add 200,000. Commander Zhou, you misunderstood. This is not about money. Another 300,000. Deal. Lily, I'm sorry, although you are cute, I choose to make a deal with Chief Zhou. Qin Hao is such a realistic person. If he earns an extra 500,000 yuan, he can buy a car for his sister to get around. It's okay, Mr. Qin. I wish you a pleasant transaction with Commander Zhou. I'll withdraw first. Lily smiled in response. She was just a shop assistant and she didn't dare to go against the Major General of the Imperial Army's Air Force. The transaction was completed and Qin Hao received 1.5 million gold coins. Zhou Zhan got the magic crystal of the Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile and couldn't let it go. Mr. Qin, I'm so lucky to meet you. Before this, I went to all the nearby magic pet stores and couldn't find a suitable ghost magic crystal. We are really destined to meet, ha ha ha. Qin Hao smiled a few times. It seemed that Zhou Zhan was not here to investigate him specifically, which made him feel relieved. Wait. Your school badge looks so familiar. Zhou Zhan looked carefully at the school badge on Qin Hao's chest and was suddenly shocked. Are you a student of Suzaku College? Well, I'm a freshman at Suzaku College, majoring in Beast Tamer. Qin Hao was confused, not understanding why Zhou Zhan was so excited. Zhou Zhan was extremely excited after hearing this, and he put his arm around Qin Hao's shoulders in a very intimate manner. Brother, we are so destined to meet. I am also a student of Suzaku Academy, majoring in magic, but I have graduated for 5 years. Qin Hao was very surprised. According to this, Zhou Zhan was his senior. Senior Zhou, I didn't expect such a coincidence. I'm sorry for being so rude. Ha ha ha, don't be so formal. We are all from the same school and we are all brothers. Just call me Brother Zhou from now on. Because of their relationship as fellow apprentices, Qin Hao and Zhou Zhan established a deep friendship in just a few words. After getting to know him better, Qin Hao discovered that Zhou Zhan was indeed amazing. He had only graduated for 5 years, but he had already become a major general of the Air Force. He was in charge of a fairly large bomber unit, and had killed more than 4-digit numbers of monsters. Brother Zhou, are you in such a hurry to buy ghost magic crystals to improve the quality of the magic device? Wow. I didn't realize you know so much. That's right, I'm going to use this warrior-level ghost magic crystal to improve the quality of Devil May Cry. The Devil May Cry that Zhou Zhan mentioned was obviously the special weapon on his waist. Qin Hao became very interested in this. Zhou Zhan placed Devil May Cry on the counter beside him. It was a weapon in the shape of a giant sword, very heavy, with the sword body and the barrel combined, giving it a full sense of technology. This special weapon belongs to the Sword and Cannon series weapons, and is a magical device commonly used by magicians. Interestingly, the person who created and developed the magic device was Shangguan Feiyu, the father of Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ning. Putting aside his identity as a 9-star beastmaster, Shangguan Feiyu is truly an out-and-out research fanatic. He has been doing scientific research all his life and developing various black technologies. Qin Hao looked carefully at Devil May Cry's appearance. There are 3 grooves on the surface of Devil May Cry's sword, 2 of which are inlaid with warrior-level ghost magic crystals, and the remaining groove is empty. Then Zhou Zhan installed the magic crystal of the Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile into the 3rd groove. The sword body immediately lit up with a strange black light, and a faint ghostly aura emanated around it. The magic crystal is the core of the magic device and the source of energy. The more magic crystals a magic device is inlaid with, the more powerful the magic device will be. Mission accomplished. Brother Qin, thanks to your Ghost Bone Emperor Crocodile magic crystal, I will be more confident when I go to the battlefield the day after tomorrow. Qin Hao instantly grasped the key information. Brother Zhou, from what you said, it seems that there will be a war the day after tomorrow. Zhou Zhan paused, realizing that he had said something he shouldn't have, and quickly changed his words. Sorry, Brother Qin, this matter involves military secrets, so I can't tell you. Qin Hao nodded to show his understanding, then subconsciously opened the 9-turn dark pupil and glanced at Devil May Cry. The 9-turn dark pupil has the ability to see through things. Qin Hao's right eye flashed purple light, and he could see the internal mechanical structure of Devil May Cry clearly. TSK, the magic device is indeed a high-tech weapon, the internal design is indeed complex and the craftsmanship is exquisite, but it seems to have some flaws. Qin Hao was also a science genius in his previous life. He was quite knowledgeable about technological machinery and could see the problem at a glance. Brother Zhou, is there something wrong with your magic device? When switching between the greatsword mode and the gun mode, there will be a delay of about 1.3 seconds, which affects the attack speed and flexibility. Zhou Zhan widened his eyes and looked at Qin Hao in disbelief. Brother Qin, how did you know this? Aren't you a beastmaster? How come you know so much about magic devices? Are you also a mechanic? The person responsible for repairing magic devices is the mechanic. This profession is relatively unpopular, so mechanics are scarce talents. Qin Hao waved his hands quickly. No, I just have a little understanding of it, I can't be called a mechanic. Zhou Zhan ignited hope and said with a smile, being too modest is just showing off. Brother Qin, don't be modest. Try to help me repair it. If you can fix my Devil May Cry, I will definitely give you a generous reward. Okay then, I'll try. Qin Hao could only bite the bullet and open his 9-transformation dark eyes again. He carefully checked the cause of the malfunction, and rearranged countless complex data and mechanical principles in Qin Hao's mind. After a moment, 6 solutions to repair the fault appeared in front of Qin Hao. Fuck, this is amazing. The 9-transformation dark eye has this kind of use. This is another piece of weird knowledge. Qin Hao was delighted, and then he said, Brother Zhou, I need some tools, a screwdriver, a wrench, and a hammer. No problem. 5 minutes later, Zhou Zhan found all the tools Qin Hao needed. Qin Hao took a deep breath, held various tools, and worked as fiercely as a tiger, directly dismantling the devil may cry, and a pile of mechanical parts were scattered on the table. Zhou Zhan's mouth twitched and he felt uneasy. He was now a little worried whether Qin Hao could do it. Ahem, junior brother Qin, how sure are you? I'm going to the battlefield tomorrow, so don't let anything go wrong. Otherwise, I'll definitely die in battle tomorrow. If that happens, don't forget to burn paper for me next spring. Qin Hao concentrated on reassembling the parts. A minute later, Devil May Cry returned to its original appearance. Qin Hao's serious face turned into a smile. Brother Zhou, it's fixed. Try it. Zhou Zhan, wow, so fast, is it really reliable? You'll know if it's reliable if you try it. Qin Hao was confident. Zhou Zhan was half believing and half doubting. He grasped the handle of Devil May Cry and pressed the mode switch. With a crisp mechanical sound, Devil May Cry instantly switched from Great Sword mode to Gun mode. There was no delay or lag in the mode switching process. Zhou Zhan was overjoyed and said excitedly, the mode switching is much smoother than before, and it is more handy to use. Brother Qin, it seems that you are really a hidden talent. I would like to call you a mechanical master. You are really my benefactor. Qin Hao was also very happy. He accidentally unlocked a new profession, mechanical master. After the excitement, Zhou Zhan pulled Qin Hao out. Brother Qin, I really don't know how to thank you. Come on, I'll buy you a drink, and then we can talk while we drink. Brother Zhou, please wait for me for a moment. I still need to buy some things. Qin Hao came to the counter and spent 500,000 gold coins to buy 5 high-quality beast-grade fire magic crystals. The Hellfire Howling Wolf is in its mature stage, which is when it needs nutrition. It must eat more fire magic crystals to replenish its nutrition, which can also speed up its upgrade. But you can't eat too much, because eating too much can easily cause internal heat. If you pee out magma when you urinate, it is likely to burn the toilet. Mr. Qin, what other service do you need? Lily asked with a smile. Qin Hao's eyes were fixed on the counter not far away, on which were displayed various kinds of magical pet balls. The Hellfire Howling Wolf's current size is already very exaggerated, and it will continue to evolve and grow larger in the future. It would be inconvenient if it followed Qin Hao all the time. I want a divine pet ball. What level of divine pet ball do you want, stubborn bronze, order silver, or glory gold? There are different levels of divine pet balls with different prices. The bronze divine pet ball is the cheapest, costing only 100,000 gold coins. Silver divine pet ball 500,000 gold coins. The golden divine pet ball costs 1 million gold coins, and the buyer must be a noble. In fact, the highest level divine pet ball is the diamond divine pet ball, but all divine pet stores in the country are out of stock. Because only 9-star Beastmasters are worthy of diamond divine pet balls, and they are all awarded by the Emperor of Yanxia Empire, Li Qianquan, himself, and there are no more than 10 in the country. In fact, Qin Hao is willing to grit his teeth and spend 1 million gold coins to buy a golden divine pet ball. The golden divine pet ball has miraculous effects. The beasts staying in it can quickly recover their strength and injuries, and the living environment is very comfortable. Some people describe it this way: the internal structure of the golden divine pet ball is like a large villa for humans, and the Beastmasters enjoy living in it. Qin Hao did have 1 million gold coins in his hand, but he did not have noble status, so he could not buy the golden divine pet ball. I want a silver divine pet ball. Qin Hao's voice was filled with helplessness, so he had to put up with the Hellfire Howling Wolf temporarily. Brother Qin, why are you wasting this money? Zhou Zhan suddenly stopped Qin Hao. Since you need a divine pet ball, I happen to have one in my hand, so I'll give it to you. Zhou Zhan took out a golden pet ball from his backpack and stuffed it into Qin Hao's arms. Qin Hao was dumbfounded. He suspected that Zhou Zhan was sent by God to bring him benefits. Golden divine pet ball. Brother Zhou, so you are a noble? No, I'm not a noble. This golden divine pet ball was given to me by a friend. But I'm a wizard, not a beastmaster, so it's useless to me, so I might as well give it to you. Qin Hao felt a little embarrassed and planned to give Zhou Zhan some money. Zhou Zhan was immediately unhappy. We are all brothers. Talking about money hurts our relationship. If I say I'm giving it to you, I'm giving it to you. Take it. Otherwise I'll be angry. Thank you, Brother Joe. I'll take it. Lily, I have a magic pet ball, so I won't buy one for now. Qin Hao was beaming with joy. I really made a profit today. I picked up a golden pet ball for free. I'm so happy. Lily rolled her eyes secretly. What bad luck, I didn't make any of the 2 business deals. Qin Hao opened the magic pet ball. Ingjuan, come to the bowl and feel your new home. Whoa, carrot, oh. The Hellfire Howling Wolf was so happy that he couldn't wait to turn into a ray of light and dive into the divine pet ball. Qin Hao held the small and exquisite golden divine pet ball, feeling very superior, as if he were a nobleman. After trying for a minute, Qin Hao released the Hellfire Howling Wolf again. Except for special circumstances, Qin Hao still likes to have the Beastmaster by his side, just like a friend. Zhou Zhan put his arm around Qin Hao's shoulders and smiled brightly. Come on, let's go have a drink, it's my treat. Brother Zhou, I can't drink much. I can only drink 3 cups at most. No problem, 3 cups is 3 cups. At 7 in the evening, night falls. Girls' dormitory, room 520. In the living room, Elsa, with her blonde hair shawl, was lying on the sofa with a lollipop in her mouth. Her long legs under her shorts had nowhere to put. Her height of 175 centimeters was really too high. There was a boring soap opera playing on TV. Elsa was bored and Qin Hao's figure kept appearing in her mind. Nana. Senior Aisha, do you have something to talk to me about? Xuena walked out of the bedroom. This silly girl still didn't learn her lesson. She still wore short skirts in the dormitory and didn't know how to be on guard against Qin Hao. Aisha asked, Nana, Qin Hao didn't return to the dormitory last night, and I haven't seen him so late today. Do you know where he went? Xuena, Qin Hao Juan and I are not in the same class, so I don't know much about his private life. Aisha said confidently, I guess he went out with his girlfriend to get a room. After all, a young man of his age is full of blood and energy, and his kidney fire is very strong. It's easy for him to lose control. Xuena blushed, then I don't know. At this moment, Qin Hao pushed the door open, stumbling in, reeking of alcohol, and walking with a gait that showed he didn't recognize anyone. Qin Hao Juan, you're back. Hey, you smell like alcohol. Oh my god. Qin Hao, how much alcohol did you drink? Why is your face so red? Aisha and Xuena worked together to help Qin Hao to the sofa. As we all know, men tend to act crazy when they drink too much. Qin Hao opened his arms and hugged Aisha and Xuena, grinning, drink, keep drinking, fill my glasses up, and don't leave until you're drunk. After saying that, Qin Hao kissed Xuena and Aisha on the cheek respectively. Elsa didn't care, but Xuena was so shy that 2 blushes appeared on her face. If this scene was seen by all the boys in the school, Qin Hao would probably be scolded like a dog. Aisha asked in a big sister tone, Qin Hao, sober up and stop being drunk. How much did you drink to make you look like this? Qin Hao, 3 cups. Xuena whispered, 3 cups and you're like this. Impossible. Qin Hao lay in Xuena's arms and cried, damn it. Who knew that the cups in that bar were bigger than buckets? Xuena is kind-hearted and hugs Qin Hao to comfort him. Nana, help Qin Hao to the bedroom. I'll go make him a bowl of hangover soup. 2 women began to fret over the same man. This is the good roommate that every man envies. An hour later, Qin Hao woke up. The smell of alcohol on his body had mostly dissipated, but his head was still a little dizzy. Qin Hao forced himself to get up and went to the living room, where Aisha and Xuena were watching TV. Elsa smiled, hey, you're awake. Qin Hao nodded awkwardly, I'm sorry, Senior Aisha, I shouldn't have drunk so much. I just caused trouble for you and Nana. Xuena, it's okay, Qin Hao Juan, does your head still hurt? Do you want me to massage your temples? Much better, arigato, Nana-chan. Qin Hao felt warm in his heart. He felt very happy to have these 2 beautiful roommates around him. Buzz. The phone vibrates. Qin Hao took out his cell phone and found a private message from Shangguan Meng. Brother Qin, I'm here to give you a surprise. Qin Hao recalled that during the day, Shangguan Meng did say that she would give him a surprise in the evening. Just when Qin Hao was stunned, the dormitory door was pushed open and Shangguan Meng walked into the dormitory dragging a heavy suitcase. Meng. What's going on? Why are you here? Brother Qin, surprise. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Shangguan Meng threw herself directly into Qin Hao's arms and hung on Qin Hao's waist like a koala. Aisha and Xuena looked at each other and both misunderstood, thinking that Shangguan Meng was Qin Hao's girlfriend. Xuena leaned close to Aisha's ear and whispered, "Senior Aisha, Qin Haojuan's girlfriend is so cute and has a great figure. But she looks very young, probably underage." Aisha pretended to be very experienced and concluded, "The baby fat on this girl's face has not completely faded. Based on my experience, she must be an underage girl. I didn't expect Qin Hao to be so wild. It will be easy to sentence him. 5 years as a minimum and the maximum penalty is death penalty." Qin Hao listened carefully and heard the whispers between Aisha and Xuena, so he explained with a wry smile, "Don't get me wrong, this is not my girlfriend, but my sister, Shangguan Meng." Aisha, cousin. Qin Hao, no, I recognize my sister. Aisha asked back, what's the difference between a sister and a girlfriend? Qin Hao had no way to defend himself. Now that Shangguan Meng was hugging him affectionately, it was difficult for him to prove his innocence. Meng, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly come to my dormitory? Brother Qin, I brought the suitcases here, don't you understand? You're so stupid. Qin Hao finally reacted, are you planning to live in our dormitory? Shangguan Meng nodded quickly and said with a smile, I heard that there is still one vacant seat in your dormitory 520. I will ask my tutor to change the dormitory. I can live with Brother Qin in the future. I am so happy. I want Brother Qin to tell me a bedtime story tonight. Qin Hao caressed Shangguan Meng's head lovingly. This might not be a bad thing. The more beauties there were in the dormitory, the better. It would be even better if there were a few more. Even if Qin Hao had to sleep on the balcony, he would be willing. Next, Qin Hao introduced Shangguan Meng to Aisha and Xuena. Shangguan Meng has a sweet and cute appearance and a lively and cute personality. Both Elsa and Xuena like her very much, and the three of them quickly established a bestie friendship. As the leader of Dormitory 520, Aisha suggested, to welcome Meng to our Dormitory 520, I will treat everyone to a midnight snack. There is a delicious barbecue stand at the back door of the school. When they heard about midnight snack, Xuena and Shangguan Meng's eyes lit up. Qin Hao and Zhou Zhan drank for the whole afternoon. After peeing, their stomachs were empty and they were craving for a midnight snack. The four of them hit it off immediately, put on their clothes, and quietly slipped out of Suzaku Academy. At 9:30 in the evening, the moon was bright in the sky, and the nightlife in Xiling City had just begun. The barbecue stall is filled with the smell of smoke, and the aroma of various grilled skewers mixed with the malt flavor of beer constantly stimulates people's taste buds. Everyone looked at Qin Hao with envy and jealousy. Because Qin Hao was surrounded by three beauties, this treatment was unprecedented. Elsa was casual and raised her glass, sisters, I'll raise a glass to celebrate our friendship. Qin Hao was very embarrassed, as he was also listed as a member of the 520 dormitory sisters group. Brother Qin, you were drunk just now, so you should drink less. It's not good for your stomach. My sister is really caring, so sweet. Brother Qin, you should eat more grilled oysters and grilled leeks to nourish the kidneys and strengthen the yang. Shangguan Meng was determined to shock people, and Qin Hao found that Aisha and Xuena were staring at him with strange eyes. It's over, this is totally unexplainable. Qin Hao tried to redeem himself, Senior Aisha, Nana, you really misunderstood. Meng is just a child who speaks without restraint. Elsa's smile became more charming, Qin Hao, stop pretending, we are all adults, we understand. Qin Hao failed to restore his image and simply buried his head in eating leeks. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone rang suddenly. Qin Hao took a look at the caller ID and felt surprised and shocked. I'm going to answer a phone call. Qin Hao walked to a big tree nearby, answered the phone, and said with a smile, "Hello, Sister Kuei. Brother Hao, you haven't contacted me for a long time. Have you forgotten me, your god sister?" On the other end of the phone, Long Kuei's slightly resentful voice came. Qin Hao was also in a difficult situation because Qin Yan was jealous before, so he did not take the initiative to contact Long Kuei during this period. "Sister Aoi, how could I forget you? I have a good memory. I heard that you have entered Suzaku Academy. Not bad. You are worthy of being my younger brother. You are gifted." The two siblings exchanged pleasantries over the phone for a while, and Qin Hao returned to the topic. "Sister Kuei, you suddenly contacted me late at night, is there something important?" Long Kuei said happily, "The Imperial Army has a secret operation recently. Tomorrow I will go to Xiling City to perform official duties. I will see you by the way. Sister misses you." Qin Hao's heart sank, and he realized something was wrong. Zhou Zhan is a major general in the Air Force, and Long Kuei is a vice admiral in the Navy. The two spoke in the same tone, saying that there would be a secret operation in the near future. The fact that the Air Force and Navy are taking action at the same time means that something big is definitely going to happen. "Hey, Brother Hao, are you listening to me? I said I missed you, but you didn't react at all." Long Kuei was a little angry, so Qin Hao quickly coaxed her, "Sister Kuei, I miss you too. Let's meet tomorrow, and I will definitely treat you to a meal." "Humph, that's better. See you tomorrow, dear brother. Good night." This female Navy general who has killed countless monsters on the battlefield gave all her tenderness to Qin Hao. She is truly a brother control. "Good night, Sister Aoi." After hanging up the phone, Qin Hao's mind appeared Long Kuei's heroic figure. The last time they met was 2 months ago. After the barbecue, it was 12 o'clock midnight. Qin Hao returned to the dormitory with his 3 beautiful roommates. Originally, Qin Hao planned to go back to his bedroom, but Shangguan Meng insisted on asking Qin Hao to tell her a bedtime story. In desperation, Qin Hao entered Shangguan Meng's bedroom. 3 minutes later, Qin Hao walked out of the bedroom. Elsa was still in the living room. She asked in a slightly playful tone, "You only lasted 3 minutes. It seems like you really need to replenish your body." Qin Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and explained seriously, "Senior Aisha, you think too much. I was just telling Meng Meng a bedtime story. She fell asleep halfway through. Neza conquers the Dragon King." "Haha, don't be nervous, I was just joking. Come to my bedroom, I have something to tell you." Qin Hao was stunned. In the middle of the night, senior sister Aisha actually invited him into her bedroom. Is this a hint to me? Are all seniors so open-minded? A real man must not back down at this time. Qin Hao plucked up the courage to walk into Elsa's bedroom. Aisha found that Qin Hao had untied his belt, so she asked, "I just wanted to ask you about the evolution of the beast, why did you untie your belt?" Qin Hao was so embarrassed that he was looking for dirt on the ground, his face flushed red. It turned out that he had misunderstood Senior Aisha. "Senior Aisha, don't get me wrong, I just feel uncomfortable because my belt is too tight." Qin Hao's explanation was too clumsy. Elsa shouted, "Xiao Hong, come here." A huge poisonous scorpion crawled out from under the bed. It was Elsa's first beast, the desert scorpion. Qin Hao greeted with a smile, "Hi, Xiao Hong, good evening." The desert scorpion waved its tail towards Qin Hao to show its friendliness. Aisha got straight to the point, "Qin Hao, Xiao Hong is now at level 30, the peak of her complete form. But she has been unable to break through the bottleneck, so I want to ask you for help. As long as you help Xiao Hong evolve, I can give you a generous reward. Plus some small benefits." Elsa deliberately moved closer to Qin Hao. Her delicate face and charming eyes made Qin Hao distracted. Qin Hao silently recited the heart purification mantra to keep himself calm and not be clouded by desire. "Senior Aisha, that's too polite. I don't need any reward, and I'm willing to help you evolve your beast." Elsa smiled with joy and took the initiative to hug Qin Hao's shoulders, and the two of them were very close. "Qin Hao, you are so nice, you are worthy of being my good sister. From now on in Suzaku College, I will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely support you. Thank you, senior. Chin Hao was in agony at the moment. Aisha was too close to him, he could smell her strong body fragrance, and he could also catch a glimpse of her beauty from the corner of his eye. One of these two people really dares to speak, and the other really dares to listen. Chin Hao opened his 9 transformation dark eyes, scanned the desert scorpion, and then said, Senior Elsa, from my observation, Xiaohong can try another evolutionary route in addition to the conventional evolutionary route. Aisha's eyes flashed with brilliance. You mean, my Xiaohong can also open up a new evolutionary route like Ingjuan? Chin Hao nodded. His 9 transformation dark pupil could see the hidden evolutionary path of any beast. The hidden evolutionary route of the desert scorpion is called the Skeleton Scorpion King evolutionary route, and no one knows it except Chin Hao. Chin Hao, I want Xiaohong to try the other evolutionary route you mentioned. I believe you. Elsa held Chin Hao's hand tightly, with an expectant look on her face. Because of the previous case of the Hellfire Howling Wolf, Elsa trusts Chin Hao 100%. Senior Aisha, since you have made up your mind, I will definitely help you. However, the evolution route I mentioned requires a lot of precious evolution materials, which are very expensive. Don't worry, I'm not short of money. I have a mine at home. After learning about this, Chin Hao fell into inferiority complex. It turned out that Aisha's family really had 3 mines, and her father was the mine manager. Among all the students in Suzaku Academy, Chin Hao is the poorest, no doubt about it. Next, Chin Hao wrote down all the evolutionary materials needed for the desert scorpion on paper. Senior Aisha, once you gather all these evolution materials, I will help Xiaohong evolve. Thank you, senior sister loves you, and I'll give you a small benefit. Elsa was so excited that she kissed Chin Hao on the cheek. Chin Hao's cheeks were flushed and he felt very happy. Living in the girls' dormitory was such a divine enjoyment. When Chin Hao was sleeping late at night, his dreams were all about Elsa's legs, and his pillow was soaked with his saliva. One night passed and it was the next morning. Chin Hao was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by a hurried lowly voice, Brother Chin, wake up quickly, something happened. Meng Meng, good morning. Chin Hao rubbed his sleepy eyes, his head still feeling dizzy. Shangguan Meng was anxious, and handed the phone screen to Chin Hao. Brother Chin, the video of you fighting outside the school has been uploaded to the internet, and it's causing a lot of uproar now. What is that? Let me see. Chin Hao woke up instantly and watched the video playing on his mobile phone carefully. The content of this video is exactly the scene of Chin Hao and Ouyang Jun's group fighting in the alley yesterday. Chin Hao's expression gradually became angry because the video was maliciously edited. In the video, the scenes where Ouyang Jun took the initiative to provoke Chin Hao and ordered the Beastmaster to directly attack Chin Hao were deleted, leaving only the clip of the Hellfire Howling Wolf beating up other Beastmasters. Based on this video with the beginning and the end cut out, Chin Hao was criticized online, with some people saying that Chin Hao had bad character and was not worthy of being on the 4 spirits list. The Zhuqiue Academy's Tieba forum was filled with keyboard warriors who slandered and ridiculed Chin Hao. This group of people had long wanted to mess with Chin Hao and just happened to take advantage of this opportunity. Chin Hao punched the wall and said angrily, this video was edited maliciously. It was obviously Ouyang Jun who provoked me first. Moreover, he violated the basic rules of the Beastmaster and ordered the Beastmaster to attack me directly. Brother Chin, calm down first. You have been wrongly accused of this matter. Let's find a way to clear it up quickly. Bang. At this moment, the door of dormitory 520 was knocked open by a huge force. Chin Hao quickly got dressed and went to the living room. In the living room, the director of the teaching department, Li Yanhong, was furious and said, Chin Hao, I didn't expect that our Suzaku Academy would produce a scum like you. Come with me, the dean wants to interrogate you. Aisha, Xuanna, and Shangguan Meng took a step forward at the same time and protected Chin Hao behind them. Director Li, that video was a misunderstanding. I know the character of Chin Hao, and he would not do anything that violates school rules. Aisha is very loyal and has always spoken for Chin Hao. Aisha, you are a good student in Class A. This matter has nothing to do with you. The video is the truth. there are witnesses and evidence. I must take Qin Hao away. Li Yanhong glared at Qin Hao fiercely with a bad attitude. No, no one can take Qin Hao away. Aisha, are you going to ruin your bright future for a tainted person? If you insist on protecting Qin Hao, I will demote you from Class A to Class C. If you want to surrender, you can't take Qin Hao away. In order to protect Qin Hao, Elsa did not hesitate to go against the Dean of Studies. Qin Hao regained his composure and soothed her. Senior Aisha, thank you for standing up for me. I will go with Director Li, and we will definitely get to the bottom of this matter, don't worry. Meng, Nana, you don't have to worry about me. The truth will come out when I come back. Qin Hao then followed Li Yanhong and left dormitory 520. Xuena was so anxious that she was spinning around. Senior Aisha, I heard that Ouyang Jun is the grandson of Dean Ouyang Hai. I'm afraid Qin Hao Juan will suffer. Elsa paced in the living room with a serious expression. Shangguan Meng's eyes were red and wet, and she asked weakly, what is the worst possible outcome? Aisha sighed and said, Qin Hao is likely to be fired. Shangguan Meng was terrified and quickly ran to the balcony to call Shangguan Ning for help. Oh my, why didn't my sister answer my call? You failed me at the critical moment and I was so anxious. Shangguan Meng called Shangguan Ning more than a dozen times in a row but couldn't get through. Because she was too worried about Qin Hao, Shangguan Meng simply rushed out of the dormitory and planned to go to Qinglong College to find Shangguan Ning in person. After a while, a majestic dragon roar was heard in the sky, and a huge black shadow swept across the clouds. Xiling City suddenly encountered a crisis of magnetic field out of control, major power equipment malfunctioned, and the city became a mess. Shangguan Meng did not hesitate to expose his second beast and rode on the magnetic pteranodon to quickly rush to Qinglong Academy. Suzaku College, Dean's office. Sitting in front of the desk was a thin old man. The old man was well-dressed, with red hair, a hooked nose, a beard, evil eyes, and exuded the aura of a superior. This person is Ouyang Hai, the president of Suzaku Academy and also Ouyang Jun's grandfather. Ouyang Jun sat on the sofa beside him, legs crossed, his face full of resentment, and he complained first, Grandpa, you have to make the decision for me this time. That Qin Hao has no regard for school rules. He actually beat my beastmaster into a disability. He must be expelled. At this time, the flame bird was lying beside Ouyang Jun, with a bruised face and nose, a plaster on its neck, and bandages wrapped around its body. It looked miserable and funny, and was beaten so badly by the hellfire howling wolf that even its mother didn't recognize it. Ouyang Hai's face was gloomy. Junior, I have seen the video. Qin Hao's behavior is extremely bad. Grandpa will definitely make the decision for you. Thank you, Grandpa. Ouyang Jun grinned secretly. He couldn't wait to see the scene of Qin Hao being kicked out of Suzaku Academy. 5 minutes later, the office door was pushed open. Director of Studies Li Yanhong took Qin Hao into the room. Li Yanhong said respectfully, Dean, Qin Hao has been brought here. When Qin Hao saw Ouyang Jun was also present, he was stunned at first, and then he realized that the situation was not good. Ouyang Jun has red hair, and the Dean Ouyang Hai also has red hair. It is obviously a family trait. Seeing Qin Hao, Ouyang Jun was so angry that his teeth itched. Grandpa, it's this kid. Ouyang Hai scolded, this is the dean's office, stop shouting. Ouyang Jun tried to calm down and changed the topic. Dean Ouyang, it was Qin Hao who blocked me in the alley yesterday and controlled the hellfire howling wolf to injure my flame bird. Please, Dean, do me justice. Qin Hao sneered, haha, if you can't beat them, then you should complain first. Even a 3-year-old kid in kindergarten wouldn't do such a clumsy thing. Qin Hao, this is the dean's office, not a place for you to act wildly. Watch your words. Ouyang Hai shouted, trying to intimidate Qin Hao with the aura of a superior. Qin Hao looked fearless, and glared at Ouyang Hai with contempt, even if you are the dean, so what? Can the dean slander others at will? Ouyang Hai was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He didn't expect that Qin Hao, at such a young age, was not afraid of authority. He had never seen such courage in any of his students. Then Ouyang Hai adjusted his mentality, pretending to be righteous, and said righteously, Qin Hao, I have been the dean of Suzaku College for 30 years. I have always been fair and just, and I would never slander any student. You have watched the video, right? There are witnesses and evidence. Am I slandering you, or are you quibbling? Qin Hao clenched his fists and said sternly, the video was maliciously edited. It was obviously Ouyang Jun who provoked me first and forced me to fight him outside the school. He also ordered the flame bird to attack me directly, which violated the basic rules of the Beast Tamer. Ouyang Jun was very proud and said with a sinister smile, Qin Hao, the evidence in the video is irrefutable. Now it is obviously you who are being stubborn and slandering me. Qin Hao said sullenly, Dean, I want to check the surveillance video. The surveillance video in that alley must have recorded the entire process of this incident, which can prove my innocence. Ouyang Hai said coldly, all the surveillance cameras in that alley are broken, but this video is enough to prove your crime. Qin Hao frowned slightly and sneered. It seemed that the father and son were colluding to frame him, and they would find a pretext to accuse him. Ouyang Hai took a sip of tea and said seriously, Qin Hao, your bad behavior has violated the school rules. We cannot let you ruin the reputation of our Suzaku Academy, so I decided to expel you. Qin Hao became furious when he heard this, and he wanted to summon Queen Medusa to destroy the entire Suzaku Academy. At this time, the office door was pushed open and Chenboki rushed over after hearing the sound. Teacher, Don't worry, I will take care of this matter and will not let you suffer any injustice. Chenboki patted Qin Hao's shoulder to comfort him. Ouyang Hai looked at Chenboki and said in a cold tone, Teacher Chen, it's a good thing that you are here. First of all, I want to criticize you. Qin Hao has a bad character and violated school rules. You should have seen the video, and as his mentor, you also have a great responsibility. But considering our past friendship, I will not pursue it. Next, you will be responsible for deleting Qin Hao's student file and getting him to leave our Suzaku Academy as soon as possible, so as to avoid bringing bad things to our Suzaku Academy. Chenboki said firmly, Qin Hao is a student I recruited personally. I gave him the admission quota because I trusted his character and accomplishment. He would never do anything that violates school rules. There must be something wrong with the video. We should conduct an in-depth investigation and not wrongly accuse such a hard-earned genius. Ridiculous. Professor Chen, the scene in the video is very clear. You actually still defended Qin Hao. You shouldn't have given him the admission quota in the first place. Even if he is a genius, so what? We at Suzaku Academy do not accept students with bad character. Dean, I know what's going on. Qin Hao's character is absolutely fine. If you insist on firing him, then I will resign. At worst, I can become a tutor at Qinglong College. After Chenboki said this, Ouyang Hai was so angry that he coughed several times in a row. Chenboki, are you threatening this dean? Qinglong Academy has invited me privately many times, and the salary offered is 3 times better than that of Suzaku Academy. Ouyang Hai gritted his teeth, unable to vent his anger. Although Chenboki is just a tutor, he is very famous and is the signature of Suzaku Academy. If Chenboki switched to Qinglong College, Suzaku College would suffer heavy losses. Moreover, Suzaku College and Qinglong College have always been mortal enemies. Ouyang Hai, this old man, was very shrewd. He suddenly smiled and said, Teacher Chen, don't be impulsive. This is not a trivial matter. Call Qin Hao's parents first. I want to talk to them. Now that this matter has become a hot topic in the city, it is indeed necessary to contact Qin Hao's parents. So Chenboki walked aside and called Qin Yan. Hello, are you Qin Hao's sister? If it's convenient, please come to Suzaku College. Teacher Chen, did my Xiao Hao do something wrong? Because of some misunderstandings, Qin Hao is now at risk of being expelled. Please come over. Less than 15 minutes after Chenboki hung up the phone, a tall and beautiful woman rushed into the dean's office with a kitchen knife in her hand. Who is the blind person who wants to fire my brother? Qin Yan held the kitchen knife, looking annoyed, and shouted. Qin Hao felt ashamed when he saw his sister coming. He didn't want to make her worry. Ouyang Hai smiled on the surface, Madam, are you Qin Hao's parent? Yes, I am Qin Hao's sister. If you have any problem, come to me. Why do you want to fire my brother? Qin Yan changed her previous gentle and queenly image. In order to protect her brother, she showed her queenly aura, slammed the sharp kitchen knife on the desk, and looked fierce. She would chop anyone who bullied her brother. Miss Qin, don't get excited. I decided to fire Qin Hao for a reason. You can watch this video first. Ouyang Hai was sweating profusely. He carefully moved the kitchen knife away and then handed Qin Yan a tablet computer. After watching the video, Qin Yan showed a surprised expression and said decisively, "Dean, there must be something fishy about this video. I raised my brother since he was a child, and I know him best. He would never do anything that violates school rules." Ouyang Hai suddenly said in a loud voice, "Everyone who is not related, please go out. Teacher Chen, Director Li, you can also go out. I will take care of this matter." Chen Boqi was somewhat helpless. He was not omnipotent. He walked to Qin Hao and whispered to comfort him, "Qin boy, don't be afraid. Even if you are fired, I will resign. Then I will take you to Qinglong College. Qinglong College is much better than Suzuka College, and there are more beautiful girls there. We won't lose out." Qin Hao felt warm in his heart. He had suspected that Chen Boqi had problems before. Now it seemed that Chen Boqi treated him very well, which made Qin Hao grateful. After Chen Boqi and Li Yanhong left, only Grandpa Ouyang and his grandson and Qin siblings were left in the dean's office. Ouyang Hai crossed his fingers, squinted his cloudy old eyes, and said insidiously, "Miss Qin, since you believe that I have wrongly accused Qin Hao, then please show me the evidence. Since you can't produce evidence to refute me, then this video is ironclad evidence that Qin Hao violated school rules. According to past practice, I must expel Qin Hao. This is also responsible to all teachers and students." Qin Yan slammed the table angrily and argued, "You are planning to fire my brother before we have investigated this matter thoroughly. On what basis?" Ouyang Jun suddenly said sarcastically, "Haha, why? Because you and your sister come from a remote poor area. As the saying goes, poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. You and your sister are birds of a feather, with bad character. You live in Xiling City, which really pollutes the air of Xiling City, ha ha ha. If you dare to scold my sister, I will kill you." In the blink of an eye, Qin Hao kicked Ouyang Jun to the ground with violent and cruel means. Although Qin Hao always looks playful and cheerful, his sister is his Achilles heel. Qin Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and he raised his fists to beat Ouyang Jun to death. After a while, Ouyang Jun was beaten to the point of bleeding from the nose. Ouyang Hai shouted angrily, "Qin Hao, how dare you? Stop it. Miss Qin, now you see, your brother is a demon, this kind of student must be expelled." "Expelled?" Ouyang Jun wiped the blood from his nose and glared at Qin Hao fiercely, "Gone, you dare to hit me. Qin Hao, you should understand the current situation. The dean is my grandfather. Our Ouyang family has a strong background in Xiling City. We can drive you and your brother out of Xiling City in a minute. What capital do you have to compete with me?" Qin Yan's beautiful cheeks were as cold as ice. She secretly clenched her fists, and golden dragon scales faintly appeared on the back of her hands. If it comes to family background, the Qin family is no less than any other family. Before her emotions exploded, Qin Yan regained some sanity and recalled the words that the mysterious man had repeatedly said. "Don't reveal your identity before the time is right." Qin Yan gritted her teeth and tried her best to control her emotions. The golden dragon scales on the back of her hand slowly faded away. On the other side, Qinglong College, women's gym. The gym was empty, with only a pretty woman exercising on the treadmill. It was Shangguan Ning. By training his own physique, a beastmaster can strengthen his soul power, thereby improving the combat effectiveness of the beasts he tames. Shangguan Ning had a high ponytail, and her beautiful face was covered with sweat. She wore a thin sports bra and black shorts, and her slender white thighs swayed flexibly, which was very dazzling. Just as Shangguan Meng said, Shangguan Ning's figure is the best of the best, but her conservative dressing style usually conceals her perfect figure. Damn it, why does that stinky man always appear in my mind? Shangguan Ning was very depressed. Ever since Qin Hao took away her first kiss that day, she always dreamed about Qin Hao at night, and she was prone to having wild thoughts during the day. This is the magic of first kiss. Qin Hao has left a deep mark in Shangguan Ning's heart that can never be erased. Sister, I finally found you. Shangguan Meng suddenly rushed into the gym, her voice anxious and breathless. Shangguan Ning turned off the treadmill and was surprised. Meng, why are you here? Sister, I couldn't get through to you on the phone just now. Alas, my memory has been very bad recently, and I think I left my phone in the dormitory. It's all because of Qin Hao. Shangguan Ning has been in a very bad state recently, her memory has declined, and she even has some menstrual irregularities. Shangguan Ning wiped her sweat with a towel and asked, Silly girl, why are you so anxious to see me? Brother Qin is in trouble, you must help him. Qin Hao. What happened to him? Humph, what does his accident have to do with me? You gave your first kiss to Brother Qin, so of course Brother Qin has a relationship with you. Maybe he will be my brother-in-law in the future. Don't talk nonsense, you silly girl. Be careful or I'll beat you up. Shangguan Ning blushed, and the scene of Qin Hao taking her first kiss involuntarily emerged in her mind. Shangguan Meng hugged Shangguan Ning's arm, tears welling up in her eyes, and sobbed, Brother Qin has been framed and may be expelled from Suzaku Academy. Expulsion. That's so serious, what's going on? Sister, please watch this video. After Shangguan Ning watched the video, her eyebrows knitted together. From the video, it can be seen that Qin Hao did violate the school rules. Sister, I know Brother Qin's character best. When I was almost starving to death, it was Brother Qin who invited me to dinner. He is a good person. This video must have been edited with malicious intent. Even if it was a malicious editing, it has nothing to do with me. Sister. You must help Brother Qin. You can save Brother Qin by using our family's connections. Shangguan Ning was very conflicted and said stubbornly, although he is your Brother Qin, I am not familiar with him, so I have no reason to help him. Okay, I'll figure it out myself. Shangguan Meng's face was full of grievance. He turned around stubbornly and prepared to leave. Meng, wait a minute. Shangguan Ning suddenly called her sister and said in a pretentious manner, I'll go to Suzaku College after I change my clothes. Sister, you are so kind. I knew you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In fact, you can't let go of Brother Qin in your heart. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not doing this for Qin Hao, I'm just trying to coax you, girl. Shangguan Ning defended herself. At the same time, an army passed by the gate of Suzaku Academy. The armored vehicle slowly stopped. Long Kuei got out, stretched herself, and showed off her charming and sexy figure. Looking up at the plaque of Suzaku Academy, Long Kuei smiled expectantly. I haven't seen Brother Hao for a long time. I guess he has become more handsome again. I must hug him in my arms later. As a brother control maniac, Long Kuei can't wait to meet Qin Hao. But Long Kuei called Qin Hao several times but couldn't get through. It's strange, why didn't Brother Hao answer my call? How heartless. When Long Kuei was confused, there were a few students passing by, and they were all talking about Qin Hao. Classmate, let me ask you, you guys were just talking about Qin Hao, what happened to Qin Hao? When these students saw Long Kuei wearing a military uniform, they did not dare to hide anything and quickly told her everything that had happened and even showed her the video. After watching the video, Long Kuei was furious. She knew Qin Hao's character very well, and there was obviously something fishy about this video. How dare the Suzaku Academy slander my brother's reputation, Adjutant Liu? Here. Commander Long, please give us your instructions. Mobilize all the troops in the city and surround Suzaku Academy. Suzaku College, Dean's office. Ouyang Hai's face was cold, he slammed the table angrily, and scolded, Qin Hao, first you violated the school rules, and now you beat up classmate Ouyang Jun in front of me. You have no respect for your elders and you are bullying too much. You really have no manners. Qin Hao sneered, old man, don't think you can punish me from a moral high ground. Ouyang Jun insulted my sister just now, and I showed mercy by not breaking his legs. If you say one more word, I will beat you too. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hao opened the golden divine pet ball, and the hellfire howling wolf appeared, and black flames filled the entire dean's office. Ouyang Hai was so angry that his face turned blue. He pointed at Qin Hao's nose and scolded, "Asshole! A naughty student like you is a parasite of Suzaku Academy. I have decided to expel you from the school. Please get out of Suzaku Academy immediately." Just when the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for Qin Hao, the sound of armed helicopters suddenly rang out in the sky outside the window. Then the Dean of Studies, Li Yanhong, rushed into the office in a panic, her face full of fear and embarrassment, and said urgently, "Dean, it's bad, our Suzaku Academy has been surrounded by the Imperial Army. The school gate is full of tanks and armed soldiers." Ouyang Hai's expression changed suddenly when he heard this. Although he had some power, the Imperial Army symbolized imperial power and was sacred and inviolable. At this moment, the entrance of the academy was filled with Tiger tanks, tank destroyers, armored vehicles, and armed forces ready for battle. Long Kuei led a full 100,000 troops and surrounded Suzaku Academy with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There were more than 100 fighter jets hovering above the academy, and even a war spacecraft carrying nuclear weapons. Such a huge military force created an aura that covered the sky and the sun. The tiny Suzaku Academy was like a small boat in the sea, which could be crushed by strong winds and huge waves at any time. Bang! The door of the dean's office was kicked open, and Imperial soldiers armed with guns swarmed in, pointing their guns at Ouyang Hai. Ouyang Hai was so frightened that his face turned pale, with only fear and confusion in his eyes. Long Kuei walked into the office wearing a navy uniform with a bazooka on her shoulder, exuding an aura of domineering. She can be called the most handsome female officer in the country. "Sister Aoi. Why are you here?" Qin Hao was delighted. Long Kuei's appearance surprised and delighted him. Qin Yan was slightly startled, and a surge of jealousy rose in her heart. But she quickly let it go. After all, it was a good thing for Long Kuei to come forward, so that she would not have to reveal her identity. Long Kuei walked to Qin Hao, her brows showing concern and worry, and asked gently, "Brother Hao, did they bully you?" Since family background was the key, Qin Hao simply nodded and pointed at Ouyang Hai and said, "Sister Kuei, this old man slandered me and said he wanted to fire me." After hearing this, Long Kuei was furious. She smashed the bazooka on the desk and shouted, "Old man, how dare you bully my brother? Believe it or not, I will blow up your Suzaku Academy." Ouyang Hai smiled flatteringly, nodded and bowed, and said humbly, "Sir, is there any misunderstanding? What is your name?" Adjutant Liu at the side said, "Our commander is the Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Long Kuei." "Vice Admiral? Haha, I thought he was some big shot, but it turns out you're just a Vice Admiral. What gives you the right to lead the army to surround my Suzaku Academy? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're an Imperial soldier." Ouyang Hai is a snob, and his family has some other background, so he thinks that the Vice Admiral is nothing great and is sarcastic about Long Kuei. Adjutant Liu said coldly, "How dare you? Our Commander Long's father is Admiral Long Jingye, so of course he can do whatever he wants." Long Jingye. 9-star Beastmaster. Ouyang Hai felt a chill on his back, his eyes were filled with fear, and he was so scared that he almost fell to his knees. Long Jingye is not only a naval admiral but also a famous 9-star Beastmaster. Looking at the entire Yanxia Empire, there are only a handful of 9-star Beastmasters. They symbolize the top of the pyramid in the field of Beastmasters, and their every word and action can affect the lifeblood of the entire country. Ouyang Hai's forehead was covered with sweat, and he quickly apologized, "Commander Long, I'm sorry, I was blind just now. I have long heard of your great name. Stop flattering me. Let me ask you, why are you bullying my brother?" Ouyang Hai was stunned. He looked left and right and asked in confusion, "Miss Qin, Commander Long, who is Qin Hao's sister?" "Qin Yan, Long Kuei, I am." The two said in unison. Qin Yan snorted coldly and looked at Long Kuei with a resentful look. Long Kuei blushed, coughed twice, and explained, "She is Qin Hao's biological sister, and I am Qin Hao's adopted sister. But in my eyes, Qin Hao is also my biological brother." From Long Kuei's tone, Ouyang Hai could judge that Long Kuei and Qin Hao had a very close relationship. At this moment, Ouyang Hai had a look of despair on his face, thinking that this was the end. He had walked right into the trap. Ouyang Jun was even more cowardly. He shrank into the corner, not daring to even raise his head. Who would have thought that Qin Hao had such a strong military background? Long Kuei kicked over the desk, grabbed Ouyang Hai by the collar, and said coldly, "Dean Ouyang, you used a maliciously edited video to convict my brother and expel him. A scum like you is not worthy of being the dean of Suzaku College." "Commander Long, this is all a misunderstanding. Qin Hao, I was not polite just now. I withdraw my decision to expel you. It is our honor to have a genius like you enter our Suzaku Academy." Ouyang Hai was forced to survive due to Long Kuei's military background, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. Qin Hao glanced at Ouyang Hai with contempt. "In the beginning, you and your grandson teamed up to slander my reputation and humiliate my sister with despicable words. Now you just admit you were wrong and want to keep things quiet. Kneel down and apologize to me and my sister." Qin Hao was really angry this time. Long Kuei felt sorry for his brother, so she snapped her fingers. The next second, the wall of the office was smashed by the sudden force, and a tank drove directly into the office, with the black barrel against Ouyang Hai's forehead. Long Kuei's face was grim. "Kneel down and apologize to the Qin brothers, otherwise I will bomb you." Ouyang Hai's legs went weak. In order to save his life, he abandoned his dignity and quickly pulled Ouyang Jun to kneel in front of Qin Hao and Qin Yan. At this moment, Ouyang Jun looked as pale as death. The thing he regretted most was going against Qin Hao. "Student Qin Hao, Miss Qin, I'm sorry. I apologize to you and your brother for what I said and did just now." After Ouyang and his grandson apologized, Qin Hao said coldly, "I don't accept your apology." Because Qin Hao refused to accept his apology, Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Jun could only continue kneeling, their face humiliated, their dignity like dust, and they felt extremely humble. At this time, several of Qin Hao's brothers rushed into the office. Yang Yu walked quickly to Qin Hao's side and said breathlessly, "Brother Qin, we got the original surveillance video. We have uploaded it to the internet. Take a look." Qin Hao took a look at Yang Yu's mobile phone. The original video recorded all of Ouyang Jun's evil deeds, and Qin Hao was the victim. Especially the clip where Ouyang Jun ordered the flaming birds to attack Qin Hao himself, which simply broke the bottom line of a beastmaster, caused a sensation on the entire internet, and angered both humans and gods. The original video was released to the public, and Qin Hao was finally cleared of his name. The keyboard warriors on the internet changed sides one after another, and once again took the moral high ground, and began to mock and abuse Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Jun. This group of people seemed to have forgotten the ugly faces they had used to wrongly accuse and insult Qin Hao. This is the current state of society, and it is sad. If there was no original video, Qin Hao would probably have to bear the blame for the rest of his life. After watching the original video, Qin Hao's grim expression eased a little, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. "Lao Yang, how did you get the original video?" Yang Yu pushed Li Bialong in front of Qin Hao and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, this time it's all thanks to Li Bialong. This guy knows some hacking skills. He repaired the video recordings of the surveillance cameras in the alley. Li Bialong looks wretched, but he is very reliable at critical moments." Arthur remained serious. "Qin Hao, even if there is no original video, we still believe in your character because you have the spirit of chivalry." Qin Hao grinned. Even if the whole world was against him, he still had brothers and sisters behind him who firmly supported him. Long Kuei compared the original video with the maliciously edited one, and angrily pointed at Ouyang Hai's nose and scolded him, "With a dean like you at Suzaku Academy, what future do the students have? Brother Hao, this academy is full of chaos and filth. We might as well not stay here. I'll help you with the transfer procedures and we'll go to Qinglong Academy." Long Kuei considered Qin Hao very carefully. Qin Hao shook his head and asked, "Sister Kuei, I didn't do anything wrong, why do you want me to leave Suzaku Academy?" Long Kuei was stunned for a moment, and she quickly understood Qin Hao's thoughts. "Brother Hao, you are right. The wrong people should leave Suzaku Academy." Then Long Kuei made a phone call. "Hello, Uncle Zhao, I'm Long Kuei. My brother has been bullied. Please help me with something." When Ouyang Hai heard the surname Zhao, he was like a frightened bird, shaking all over. Among the big shots in Xiling City, There is only one with the surname Zhao, and that is the mayor of Xiling City, Zhao Guowei. Zhao Guowei has great power, and the presidents of the 4 major beast taming academies are all appointed by him personally. To put it bluntly, Zhao Guowei is Ouyang Hai's immediate superior. Long Kuei said a few words casually and hung up the phone. Within 5 minutes, a letter of resignation was delivered to the office. Ouyang Hai looked at the dismissal letter and burst into tears. Just because he offended Qin Hao, he was directly unemployed. This is the consequence of competing with Qin Hao for background. Captain Long, please give me another chance. Please talk to Mayor Zhao and I know I was wrong. Long Kuei kicked Ouyang Hai away and said coldly, based on what you did to my brother Hao, you don't deserve to continue to sit in the position of dean. Pack up your things and get out. Ouyang Hai felt extremely regretful. He could not bear the consequences of provoking Qin Hao. Ouyang Jun was even more devastated. He had originally wanted to kick Qin Hao out of Suzaku Academy, but in the end he only got himself into trouble and even his grandfather was fired. Under the condemnation and ridicule of the whole school, Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Jun were like rats crossing the street, and everyone wanted to beat them. They had no choice but to leave Suzaku College in disgrace. Today is a special day. The power system of Suzaku Academy has been reshuffled and the position of the dean has become vacant, causing quite a stir in Xiling City. This gave the other 3 beast-taming academies an advantage, because Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Jun's ugly and vile behavior caused the reputation of Suzaku Academy to plummet. A moment later, Qin Hao walked out of the dean's office, came to the playground, and breathed fresh air again, but his mood was still depressed. The playground was full of spectators, and Qin Hao's cold eyes swept over them one by one. No one dared to look Qin Hao in the eye because they felt guilty. Before the original video was released, these people had slandered and insulted Qin Hao without any reason. Qin Hao came to Suzaku Academy to study just for fun. He has a more Buddhist attitude and just wants to be happy. But at this moment Qin Hao changed his mindset. He wanted to be the boss of Suzaku College and make all the teachers and students submit to him, otherwise the scene today would happen again sooner or later. Long Kuei and Qin Yan walked up to Qin Hao. Brother Hao, if you encounter this kind of thing again, feel free to call me. Remember, I, your sister Kuei, am a vice admiral of the Navy and the most arrogant second-generation official in the Yanxia Empire. You have the most powerful military background, do you understand? Long Kuei looked at Qin Hao with caring eyes. She knew that Qin Hao had suffered a great injustice today. Qin Hao adjusted his mood and smiled brightly. Thank you, Sister Kuei. Brother Qin Hao. Qin Hao Juan. Elsa and Xuena also ran over to comfort Qin Hao. Qin Hao was surrounded by women and had great luck with women. After being wronged once, and being comforted by so many beauties, Qin Hao thought about it and felt that it was worth it. In a corner, Shangguan Ning looked at Qin Hao who was surrounded by beauties from afar, her eyes full of resentment. She stamped her feet in anger, feeling inexplicably jealous. Meng Meng, it seems I shouldn't have come. Qin Hao is so popular with women, and there are so many women around him to help him, how could it be my turn? Sister, don't be jealous. I think with your figure and looks, Brother Qin will definitely choose you as his queen in the end. And as long as you give Brother Qin a son, you will be honored as a mother, and other concubines will not be your match. Shangguan Meng has the sequelae from watching too many palace fighting dramas. Shangguan Ning suddenly grabbed Shangguan Meng's ears. I'm not jealous. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll deduct your pocket money for 10 years. What's so good about Qin Hao? He hangs out with a bunch of women every day. He's obviously a scumbag. I'm going to stay away from him from now on. Meng Meng, you have to stay away from him too. Then Shangguan Ning silently said in his heart, cherish life and stay away from Qin Hao. The farce finally came to an end. It was exactly 12 o'clock noon and time to go home from school. Qin Yan and Long Kuei looked at each other, sizing up each other's figures, with a hint of competition in their eyes. Long Kuei took the initiative to greet him. You must be Qin Hao's sister Qin Yan, you are really beautiful, your Qin family has really good genes. Qin Yan thanked him politely, Captain Long, thank you for helping Xiao Hao today. Long Kuei took the initiative to hug Qin Yan's shoulders, acting very intimately, you're welcome, you are Qin Hao's sister, and I am Qin Hao's god sister. We should call each other sisters. How about I call you Sister Qin Yan from now on? Qin Yan frowned and said, don't call me sister. We don't know who is older. Long Kuei, then I will call you Sister Yan Yan. Qin Yan was stunned. Why did she feel like she was at a greater disadvantage? Although Qin Yan didn't want to share her brother with Long Kuei, she was indeed grateful for Long Kuei's help today. So Qin Yan was very generous and invited Long Kuei to her home for dinner. On the table, there were 4 dishes and 1 soup, all delicious and fragrant, plus a dessert, all of which were Qin Yan's masterpieces. Long Kuei's appetite was excited. She picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and tasted it carefully. She was intoxicated. It smells so good. Yan Yan, your cooking skills are really good. I haven't eaten such delicious home-cooked meals for a long time. Can I come to your house for meals more often if I have the chance in the future? Qin Yan smiled wryly. Of course, you are warmly welcome. Don't steal my brother, everything is easy to deal with. Brother Hao, you should eat more too. This is the time when you grow up. Long Kuei subconsciously picked up some food for Qin Hao. Qin Hao didn't dare to eat it. He first looked at Qin Yan's face, afraid that Qin Yan would be jealous. Qin Yan could only pretend not to care and said with a fake smile, Xiao Hao, your sister Kuei has picked up some food for you, don't let her down, eat it quickly, eating it will make you immortal, eat it quickly. Qin Hao broke out in cold sweat. The last time Qin Yan spoke to him in this tone was when he got 23 points on his junior high school math test. To eat or not to eat, this is a question worth thinking about. Qin Hao ate this meal with fear. Qin Yan and Long Kuei took turns to pick up food for him, just like feeding a pig. Halfway through the meal, Long Kuei suddenly put down her chopsticks. It's been so hot lately. Then Long Kuei took off her navy uniform. She was wearing a tight white shirt underneath. The buttons of her shirt were about to burst due to her beautiful figure. Qin Hao stared at her with his eyes wide open and even drooled. Seeing Qin Hao's silly look, Qin Yan became jealous again, and raised her foot to secretly kick Qin Hao under the table. Qin Hao felt pain and quickly averted his gaze and concentrated on eating to save his life. Although Long Kuei's action was unintentional, it invisibly triggered a fight between the two women. It's really hot. I'm going to the bedroom to change into a new set of clothes. Qin Yan got up and walked into the bedroom. Only Qin Hao and Long Kuei were left at the table. Long Kuei noticed that Qin Hao had been staring at her upper body, so she teased him lovingly, Brother Hao, how is my figure? I swim and exercise every day at the Navy headquarters, and it's very hard. Sister Aoi, you do have a great figure. Judging from your figure, you have some signs of training, your skin is tight, your waist-to-hip ratio is almost perfect, and you don't suffer from lumbar disc herniation. This kind of healthy beauty is not seen on ordinary girls. And you have a big butt, so the probability of giving birth to a son is high. Wow, you know a lot. Who did you learn all this knowledge about women's bodies from? Sister Aoi, you are too kind. I am self-taught. Qin Hao smiled shyly. He learned all these little-known facts about women's bodies from Li Bialong's influence. He who is near vermilion becomes red, and he who is near waves becomes yellow. After a while of chatting, Qin Hao couldn't help but be curious and asked in a low voice, Sister Kuei, when you helped me support the scene today, you not only mobilized the army, but also the Air Force. But you are a Vice Admiral of the Navy, and it always feels weird. Long Kuei's expression suddenly became serious. She leaned over to Qin Hao and whispered, Brother Hao, actually, I came to Xiling City this time not only to visit you, but also because of my father's arrangement. He ordered me to temporarily borrow the Army and Air Force of Xiling City, and then rush back to the Navy headquarters to prepare for war. Prepare for war? Are we going to fight? When? Tomorrow. Qin Hao's heart was in turmoil. When he met Air Force Major General Zhou Zhan yesterday, Zhou Zhan also revealed some things about the war. Long Kuei was sad, holding her chin with both hands, and sighed, now 2/3 of the country's troops are gathering at the Navy headquarters. Tomorrow we will face an epic battle. I have no idea what to do. Brother Hao, if something happens to me tomorrow, you must remember me, at least burn incense and paper for me every year. Don't talk nonsense, Sister Kuei, you are blessed by heaven, and everything will be fine. Qin Hao pondered for a moment, but couldn't help but ask curiously, who are we going to fight tomorrow? The 6 demon kings or Lord Caesar? The Lord Caesar that Qin Hao mentioned is the current boss of the Warcraft camp and a dominant-level Warcraft sent from the outer space. Its strength is enough to challenge several 9-star Beastmasters alone. Lord Caesar's goal is to destroy the Yanxia Empire, exterminate all mankind, and rule the entire Earth. At the same time, Lord Caesar has 6 trusted men, all of whom are Emperor-level magic beasts at their peak, and are called the 6 Demon Emperors. This does not include Queen Medusa, because Queen Medusa is a high-level spy and has been hiding her identity until her identity was exposed. Caesar and the 6 Demon Kings represent the most powerful group in the Warcraft camp, but in fact they are just a vanguard sent by the alien Warcraft clan. According to rumors, there are immortal and eternal-level monsters outside the Earth. Facing Qin Hao's question, Long Kuei looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, Brother Hao, this matter involves military secrets. This is all I can reveal. I can't go on. And even if you know it, it's useless. You should go to school and work hard to become a powerful Beastmaster, and then join the army. Then we can go into battle together and kill the enemy. Since Long Kuei said this, Qin Hao would not continue to ask questions. He quickly changed the subject and talked about something lighthearted and happy. After a while, the bedroom door opened and Qin Yan walked out. Qin Hao looked up and saw that his chopsticks had fallen to the ground. He stared at Qin Yan with saliva flowing from the corners of his lips. Long hair plus high heels plus hip skirt plus black stockings plus gold-rimmed glasses equals the best queen. Qin Yan's outfit embodies the highest realm of a queen, it can be said to be the pinnacle. Qin Hao felt a sour feeling in his nostrils, and when he touched it he found that he had a few drops of nosebleed. Qin Yan returned to the dining table, sat next to Qin Hao, and smiled at Long Kuei. It was too hot just now, this outfit is cooler. Long Kuei looked at Qin Yan's figure with a sour look, gritted her teeth and thought to herself, damn, this woman's bust is also 36D. A damn desire to win suddenly arose between the two sisters, and neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Qin Hao didn't dare to speak and could only concentrate on eating. He would steal glances at Qin Yan and Long Kuei's figures from time to time, which made the food taste even better. After lunch, Qin Yan wanted to see her off, but Long Kuei refused to leave and sat on the sofa watching TV and eating snacks. Qin Yan couldn't chase them away, so she simply sat down and chatted with Long Kuei. The two of them talked about topics related to women's privacy. Qin Hao couldn't get a word in, so he could only sit aside and admire the beautiful legs of his two sisters. Time passed, the sun set, and dusk fell. Long Kuei put on her navy uniform again and said goodbye to the Qin siblings. Yan, Brother Hao, it's almost time. I should rush back to the navy headquarters. When I'm done with this busy period, I'll take you siblings to the beach for a vacation. Qin Yan handed Long Kuei a package with a smile on her face. What's this? I made this taro ball glutinous rice cake. Consider it a gift for you. Eat it on the way. Great. Yan, I'm welcome then, thank you. Long Kuei was delighted and took a step forward to hug Qin Yan. These two sisters were enemies just now, but now they are as close as best friends. Qin Hao was stunned. As the old saying goes, a woman's heart is as deep as the sea. Qin Yan suddenly patted Qin Hao's head and said, Xiao Hao, give Long Kuei a try. Qin Hao nodded and accompanied Long Kuei downstairs. When the two men walked outside the gate of the community, a military armored vehicle had been waiting there for a long time. Long Kuei turned around and helped Qin Hao tidy up his clothes, then put her hands on Qin Hao's shoulders and smiled brightly. Brother Hao, I'm going back to the Navy headquarters. I will call you as soon as we win the battle tomorrow. Sister Aoi, you must be careful. Yeah, I will. The two hugged each other and enjoyed each other's body temperature. We'll meet again someday. See you another day. Qin Hao watched the armored vehicle leave, and the night dispersed the last of the sunset. Logically speaking, Qin Hao should be in a good mood since Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Jun were expelled from Suzaku Academy, but at this moment he felt inexplicably depressed and worried. What exactly is the secret operation of the Imperial Army this time? This question has been lingering in Qin Hao's mind and cannot be shaken off. Just as Qin Hao was about to return to the community, his body suddenly paused and a familiar figure appeared in his peripheral vision. Qin Hao immediately turned his head and saw a mysterious woman standing at the entrance of the alley next to him. Sasha. Qin Hao exclaimed and recognized the other person's identity at a glance. Queen Medusa was wearing a loose black robe, with a beautiful and cold face hidden under the hood. Qin Hao rubbed his eyes and thought he had seen it wrong at first. This time he did not actively summon Queen Medusa, but Queen Medusa took the initiative to find him. After thinking about it, Qin Hao panicked and quickly took Queen Medusa's hand and hid behind a big tree. Sasha, you are wanted nationwide now. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the Imperial Army if you come to me rashly? Qin Hao's tone was full of concern for Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa chuckled and said, "My outfit can hide my identity. No one can recognize me except you. But I didn't summon you. You don't come to me for no reason. It's rare that you come to me on your own initiative. What's the matter?" "No, nothing. I just had a lot of free time these 2 days, so I came to see you." Queen Medusa looked at Qin Hao with complicated eyes, and the emotions hidden deep in her eyes were abnormally fluctuating. In fact, Queen Medusa had been secretly accompanying Qin Hao for the whole day. When Ouyang Hai made things difficult for Qin Hao during the day, she was very angry and wanted to jump out to help Qin Hao. But due to her special status, Queen Medusa could only hide in the dark. Fortunately, Long Kuei came forward to help Qin Hao solve the problem. "Sasha, you don't look good today, and you have some dark circles under your eyes. You seem to be worried. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Qin Hao had a keen insight. He found that Queen Medusa was frowning and had dim eyes today. Her mood and state were very different from the past. Queen Medusa didn't want Qin Hao to see her worries, so she immediately adjusted her mood and said with a smile, "I came to you because I want you to fulfill your promise." "What promise? Have you forgotten that you still owe me 3 bowls of bamboo shoot stewed noodles?" Qin Hao patted his forehead and suddenly realized, yes, I almost forgot about this again. Tonight is a good opportunity. I will definitely fulfill my promise. Come with me. After saying that, Qin Hao naturally took Queen Medusa's hand. Queen Medusa raised the corners of her lips. She really enjoyed spending time with Qin Hao. Half an hour later, Qin Hao brought Queen Medusa to a specialty noodle restaurant in the suburbs of Xiling City. The suburbs of Xiling City are sparsely populated, and the customer flow of all restaurants is also very small. Qin Hao also wanted to reduce the exposure of Queen Medusa to prevent her from being recognized by those who are interested. In the noodle shop, Qin Hao deliberately chose an inconspicuous corner to sit down, and he used his not-so-tall body to block Queen Medusa, as if creating a safe nest for Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa smiled and said, "Little boy, you don't have to be so cautious. I'm wearing a hood that covers half of my face, so no one can recognize me. It's better to be safe than sorry." Qin Hao's caution is not without reason. This matter cannot be taken lightly. "Sir, your face is here." The waiter brought 8 bowls of bamboo shoot braised noodles to the table, steaming hot and fragrant. Queen Medusa asked in confusion, 3 bowls would be enough for me, why did you order 8? "Qin Hao, don't get me wrong, you eat 3 bowls and I eat 5 bowls." Queen Medusa sneered and muttered, "Haha, I didn't expect my master to be such a good-for-nothing." "Sasha, stop talking nonsense and try this noodle. How about I add some chili and vinegar to it, it will be more delicious." Queen Medusa picked up a strand of noodles with chopsticks and blew on it gently, eating elegantly. Who would have thought that this woman was actually a giant python as big as a mountain range? "It tastes good." "Hey, then eat more. If you're not full, you can have more. I can afford to feed you anyway." Qin Hao put all the bamboo shoots in his bowl into Queen Medusa's bowl. At this moment, the way this man and the beast get along is not like that of master and servant, but more like a couple who have just confirmed their relationship. Watching Qin Hao constantly putting bamboo shoots into her bowl, Queen Medusa's eyes were filled with autumn water, and her heart was in chaos. "Little devil. Open your mouth." Qin Hao was stunned. Queen Medusa actually took the initiative to feed him noodles. Looking at the noodles being delivered to his mouth, Qin Hao felt strange. Shasha, why do I feel like you're being too enthusiastic towards me today? Do you have bad intentions and are you trying to make trouble for me? I am your beast, and you are my master. You said before that you wanted to enjoy the treatment of being a master, so I will let you enjoy it this time. Master, please open your mouth. Qin Hao opened his mouth and Queen Medusa fed him noodles mixed with bamboo shoots. At this moment, Qin Hao had only one word in his mind. Cool. Queen Medusa is a member of the noble python clan. She actually took the initiative to feed Qin Hao noodles like a maid, which made Qin Hao feel a strong sense of conquest. After eating and drinking, Qin Hao and Queen Medusa took a walk together on the country road, under the stars and moon, leisurely and comfortable. The suburbs are desolate and quiet at night. Qin Hao chattered incessantly, treating Queen Medusa as a close friend with whom he could talk about anything, and told her many interesting stories. Before, Queen Medusa was most annoyed by Qin Hao's nagging, but this time she listened attentively, never interrupted Qin Hao, and listened very seriously. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Hao said he was tired. He suddenly stopped and turned to face Queen Medusa. Little ghost, what's wrong with you? Qin Hao looked directly at Queen Medusa and said sternly, Shasha, you are too abnormal today. What's wrong with me? You are usually very cold and don't like to listen to me nagging about trivial matters. But today you were very gentle to me, feeding me noodles and listening to me nagging. Qin Hao was right. Today, Queen Medusa was like a completely different person. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Qin Hao stared into Queen Medusa's eyes. You are hiding something from me, tell me the truth. Qin Hao, you think too much. It's getting late and I have things to do. I'm leaving first. Queen Medusa looked panicked and turned around to leave. Suddenly, Queen Medusa's body trembled, and Qin Hao actually hugged her tightly from behind. Qin Hao pressed tightly against Queen Medusa's back, wrapped his arms around her waist, and asked, Medusa, I warn you, I am your master, and we should trust each other 100%. What are you hiding from me? Tell me now. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Queen Medusa was held tightly by Qin Hao. She could clearly feel Qin Hao's body temperature and her heart was in turmoil. This may be the last time I see this kid, I'm actually a little reluctant to let him go. At the same time, Queen Medusa recalled Qin Yan's words to her. Little snake, I warn you, you can do whatever you want, I am too lazy to interfere with you. But you must not let my brother be implicated by you. If my brother is hurt because of you, I can destroy your Shenmang clan at any time. In fact, even without Qin Yan's instructions and warnings, Queen Medusa would never let Qin Hao be implicated by her. Queen Medusa turned around, raised her hand to brush off the dust on Qin Hao's shoulders, and said gently, Little boy, you really think too much. I didn't hide anything from you. Go to school tomorrow. I'm leaving first. See you next time. When is the next time we meet? Let's talk about it later. I will be very busy next. After Queen Medusa left, Qin Hao fell into silence. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Today, Queen Medusa made an exception and came to him on her own initiative. Her attitude was abnormal, as if they were parting for life and death. Could it be related to the movements of the Imperial Army? Qin Hao was suddenly shocked. He connected all the information together and vaguely realized that something was wrong. No, I have to get to the bottom of this. Qin Hao took out the golden divine pet ball from his waist, and the hellfire howling wolf appeared. Ingjuan, let's chase him. Ouch. In the dim night, a young man riding a wolf crossed the mountains and ridges. At 11:30 at night, the sky was covered with thunderclouds and a rainstorm came unexpectedly, making this midsummer night extremely cold and freezing. Qin Yan looked out the window, her face full of worry. She called Qin Hao more than 10 times in a row, but couldn't get through. This brat really makes me worry. Qin Yan complained, but she was actually extremely anxious. She picked up her umbrella and rushed out the door. Suzaku College, Girls' Dormitory Room 520. Aisha, Xuena, and Shangguan Meng sat on the sofa in the living room and applied facial masks. Aisha glanced at the wall clock and muttered, "It's already 11:30, why hasn't Qin Hao come back yet?" Shangguan Meng explained, "Brother Qin said that he will not be returning to the dormitory tonight. He will live with Sister Qin." Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. "I'll open the door." Xuena opened the door and Qin Yan, who looked anxious, was standing outside. "Hey, Sister Qin, why are you here? Come in and sit down." Qin Yan walked into the dormitory and looked around. "Where is my brother?" Shangguan Meng was puzzled. "Brother Qin is not in the dormitory. He said he will stay at home tonight." "Sister Qin, Brother Qin should be with you." Qin Yan looked dazed. After thinking deeply, she panicked. "Oh no, it must be because of that little snake." "Little snake? Sister Qin, what is the little snake you are talking about?" Qin Yan forced a smile and evaded the question by saying, Meng, I just remembered that Xiao Hao stayed at a friend's house tonight. It's all my fault for having a bad memory." Shangguan Meng, friend? Girlfriend or boyfriend? In order to avoid misunderstanding, Qin Yan explained seriously, to be precise, it was a male friend, Xiao Hao's former high school classmate, named Wang Dachui. Whenever something happens to Qin Hao, Wang Dachui usually takes the blame. Shangguan Meng is not a scheming person and she believes whatever Qin Yan says. "Well, it's a pity that I won't be able to hear Brother Qin tell me a bedtime story tonight. Meng, Nana, Aisha, I'm sorry to bother you so late. I'm leaving now. Bye." "Goodbye, Sister Qin." After Qin Yan left Suzaka College, she randomly found a telephone booth. When the call was connected, Qin Yan said anxiously, "Dad, something happened again. I am not sure about the details. But I have a bad feeling that Xiao Hao will most likely appear on the battlefield in Lanling Sea tomorrow." It was 4 o'clock the next morning and it was still dark. 50 kilometers outside the southern border of the Yanxia Empire, the Monster Mountain Range. Between the mountains, the demonic energy is soaring into the sky. There is no trace of human beings, only countless ferocious monsters lurking here. Deep in the heart of the Monster Mountain Range is the residence of the Divine Python clan. At this moment, Queen Medusa stood on the top of the mountain. The whistling wind blew her skirt, and her 2 white legs were vaguely exposed in the cold air. Queen Medusa was surrounded by a group of huge python-like monsters, all of which had reached the monarch level, just one level lower than the emperor level. As the leader of the Divine Python clan, Queen Medusa gave an impassioned speech in obscure and complex animal language. All the monarch-level monsters present nodded, expressing their support for Queen Medusa's decision. Queen Medusa had a tragic look on her face and ordered, "My people, no matter what, we must save the 9-tailed fox king in this battle." All the magical beasts from the Divine Python clan gathered together at the same time in the mountains and plains, with great momentum, forming a demon army of 100,000, all obeying the orders of Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa looked around and everything was ready. As long as the sun rose, she would lead the Divine Python clan to the Navy headquarters, Donghuang Island, to fight a bloody battle with the human army. "Sasha, you are a complete liar, I hate you." A familiar voice came, and Queen Medusa looked back hastily, and saw Qin Hao riding the hellfire howling wolf rushing to the top of the mountain. "Qin Hao? Why are you here?" Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes widened, her pupils trembling, and she felt unbelievable. She never thought that Qin Hao would chase her across 100,000 mountains for a whole night, across half of the map of the Yanxia Empire. The hellfire howling wolf was exhausted as a dog. He lay on the ground sweating profusely, sticking out his tongue and complaining to Qin Hao, "Just to save the money for 2 plane tickets, you treat me like this." Qin Hao felt guilty and quickly took out a bottle of pulse from his backpack. "Injuan, drink this and your pulse will return immediately." Hellfire Howling Wolf drank a bottle of pulse, recovered his strength, and stood up again. All the monarch-level monsters present looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never seen a human like Qin Hao who would voluntarily seek death. Qin Hao took the initiative to greet the monsters. "Hi guys, good evening." Qin Hao's actions made the Warcraft feel a little insecure. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, and all the monsters roared fiercely at Qin Hao. Queen Medusa shouted hurriedly, "Stop, he is my master. All the members of the Divine Python clan were stunned instantly. Their boss actually surrendered to a human. This world is too crazy. The mouse is the bridesmaid for the cat. Qin Hao opened his 9 transformation dark eyes and swept his sight over the group of magical beasts in front of him. He couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. These big guys are all monarch-level monsters. The Nether King Snake, Solomon Python, 3-headed Skull Python, 6-winged Black Snake King, and 9 Nether Purgatory Python are indeed worthy of their reputation. All members of the clan have awesome bloodlines with demigod attributes. The 9-turn dark eye presented the data template of all members of the Divine Python clan in Qin Hao's mind. Qin Hao felt dazzled, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Queen Medusa walked quickly to Qin Hao and asked coldly, "Little devil, you actually followed me. What are you going to do?" Qin Hao was filled with rage and said angrily, "If I don't follow you, how can I know what you are hiding from me? I am your master and you are my beast. I have the right to know your movements. Qin Hao, can you please stop making trouble and return to Xiling City immediately?" "Haha, I am your master, are you teaching me how to do things?" Queen Medusa lacks confidence and can only use soft tactics if hard tactics fail. "Master, there are some things I don't have time to explain to you. If you know too much, it will hurt you. Please go back." Qin Hao shook his head decisively, his face firm. "Shasha, I won't leave until you explain everything clearly. Let me ask you, is your gathering of all the members of the Divine Python clan overnight related to the Imperial Army?" Queen Medusa hesitated to speak. Qin Yan had said that Qin Hao must not be involved no matter what. "I'm sorry, I have something to hide. The most basic thing between people is trust. Don't you trust me?" "I think you are mistaken. I am not a human. I am a monster." "No. You are no longer a demon beast. You are now my Qin Hao's beast. You are my woman in life and my ghost in death, do you understand?" Qin Hao's roar shook Queen Medusa's soul. "Yes, I am no longer a demon beast. I am your beast master, and that is why I cannot let you encounter any danger. I can die, but you cannot. Absolutely not." Queen Medusa tried hard to force a smile, but her voice was hoarse and pale. Qin Hao shook his head secretly, his eyes clear. He opened his arms, hugged Queen Medusa into his arms, and whispered, "You can't die for me either. Absolutely not." Queen Medusa was very touched. She never had feelings for humans, but Qin Hao was an exception. This young and immature boy always touched the softness deep in her heart inadvertently. "Little boy, to you, I'm just a beast. Don't think too much. No, in my eyes you are a woman of flesh and blood, with a butt and breasts. I'm really just a beastmaster. Beastmasters don't wear clothes. If you are a beastmaster, please take off your clothes to prove it." Faced with Qin Hao's sudden fierce words, Queen Medusa was speechless. She couldn't take off her clothes just to prove it. The members of the Divine Python clan were all stunned. It was bad enough that their old minister submitted to humans, but now he was actually hugging and flirting with humans. Times have changed. Queen Medusa calmed down, gently pushed Qin Hao away, and said seriously, "Let's both take a step back. I can tell you what I have hidden from you before, but you have to promise me one thing." "No problem, go ahead. You have to promise me that you will return to Xiling City and not interfere in my affairs. If you don't agree, there is no point in talking." "I promise." Qin Hao nodded immediately and agreed very readily. Queen Medusa let out a long breath, leaned against a tree, looked sad, and told the story. "During the years I was lurking in the Imperial Army, I was not fighting alone. I had a comrade by my side." Qin Hao was extremely surprised when he heard this. "You mean, besides you, there was another Warcraft spy in the Imperial Army at that time?" "Yes, she is also an Emperor-level monster in her prime, the Nine-Tailed Fox King." Nine-Tailed Fox King. That's the bloodline of a celestial demon and legend, awesome. Qin Hao deeply understands the meaning of the saying, "Birds of a feather flock together." Awesome people are often surrounded by other awesome people. A touch of tender memories appeared on Queen Medusa's cold and beautiful face. "She and I grew up together and are very good friends. In your human terms, we are a pair of besties." When I was a spy, my identity was Air Force Commander Luoya, and she was Army Commander Hongxiu. She has a kind personality and, like me, has never hurt humans. My goodness, all the high-ranking leaders of the Imperial Army are spies. Who wrote such a ridiculous script? Qin Hao became interested. Hongxiu, this name is quite nice. When she transforms into a human form, who is prettier between her and you? Queen Medusa, she is married to a human. That person is a high-ranking leader in the Imperial Army. So she is married. But it doesn't matter. As long as she is pretty, someone else's wife is also quite interesting. Qin Hao felt more and more uneasy. He must have been infected by Li Bielong. The good times didn't last long. Not long after my identity was exposed, Hongxiu's identity was also exposed. Fortunately, I escaped, but she didn't. Hongxiu was also exposed. That's not right. Then why is there no news about her in newspapers, on TV, or on the internet? Queen Medusa explained, the Imperial Army deliberately blocked the internal information, fearing that it would cause chaos. Now Hongxiu is imprisoned in the prison of the Navy headquarters. Qin Hao vaguely sensed the truth and asked hurriedly, so you are gathering the Divine Python clan now to break out of prison? To be precise, it's not a prison break, it's a robbery at the execution ground. Robbing the execution ground. So exciting. When daybreak comes, Hongxiu will be publicly executed at 12 noon sharp, at Donghuang Island, the headquarters of the Navy. Qin Hao suddenly realized why 2/3 of the country's military forces were dispatched to the Navy headquarters. At that time, Queen Medusa will lead the Divine Python clan to the Navy headquarters to rob the execution ground. This will definitely be an epic war. Qin Hao was very worried. He held Queen Medusa's hand and said earnestly, Shasha, this is obviously a trap set by the Imperial Army for you. We can't go. Queen Medusa lowered her eyes and said sadly, of course I know this is a trap. Their goal is to force me to show up and then capture me alive. But Hongxiu is my best friend, I can't watch her die tragically at the hands of humans. Shasha, why don't you listen to my advice? 2/3 of the Yanxia Empire's military forces are gathered at the Navy headquarters. If you go there, you will die. Master, I'm sorry, I really can't listen to you this time. I have to go. Queen Medusa's stubbornness and persistence made Qin Hao fall into silence. If he thought about it from his perspective, he and Queen Medusa made the same choice. Qin Hao no longer persuaded, but asked, don't you have any other helpers? Aren't Caesar, the #1 figure in your Warcraft camp, and his 6 demon kings coming to help you? Caesar's style of dealing with things is quite extreme and he never does anything that wastes his troops. He believes that after Hongxiu was captured, he has no use value, so. Qin Hao clenched his fists, the reality was so cruel. After a period of silence, Qin Hao took a deep breath, mustered up the courage, and made an irrational decision. Shasha, if others don't help you, I will help you. I will be your assistant and I will accompany you to the naval headquarters to rob the execution ground. Ridiculous. You are not allowed to go. Queen Medusa reacted strongly. She was not afraid of death, but she could not accept Qin Hao taking risks with her. I am your master, and I should be responsible for you. No, this is absolutely not possible. You just promised me that you would not interfere in my affairs, how can you go back on your word? Qin Hao said with a playful smile, a man's mouth is a lie. You should know this, right? Besides, you have lied to me several times, so it's not too much for me to lie to you once. Qin Hao, don't mess around. If I say no, it means no. Shasha, don't forget that you are not a demon beast now, but a beast master. If I, the beast master, am not present, you will not be able to display your true strength on the battlefield. How will you save Hongxiu then? Qin Hao's words were correct. Taming beasts was different from magical beasts. If the Beastmaster was not present, it would be difficult for the beast to exert its full strength. Queen Medusa still shook her head, her attitude firm, no matter what you say, I will not let you accompany me to the battlefield. Do you look down on me as a 1-star Beastmaster? Yes, I just look down on you. You are only 1 star. There will be at least 2 9-star Beastmasters on the battlefield tomorrow. If you go, you will definitely die without a trace of your body left. Because you are my beast, I will protect you even if I die. Queen Medusa was silent. She looked at Qin Hao's determined eyes and immature face, with tears in her eyes, and her voice was hoarse and gentle. Little boy, listen to me for once and go home obediently, okay? Your sister is still waiting for you at home. Sister is the most important part of Qin Hao's life. He was stunned for a moment, then said, my sister said that a man should protect his woman. Are you a man? Maybe not yet, but you Medusa are my woman. Qin Hao's serious look made Queen Medusa's heart beat faster. The bond between them by blood was enough to surpass any emotion. Qin Hao then tore off the black robe of Queen Medusa and quickly put it on himself. At the same time, he put the Hellfire Howling Wolf into the golden divine pet ball. Putting on this black robe, I am not Qin Hao for the time being. I am just a beastmaster without a name. My beast is the Calamity Python, Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa stared at Qin Hao, who was dressed in a black robe, with a moving expression on her face. She put aside all her previous coldness, moved her lips slightly, and spoke in a softer tone than ever before. I really lost to you. Do whatever you want. I will bear all the consequences. Qin Hao raised his lips in a nice arc. When do we take action? Wait for the sun to rise. The two stood side by side on the edge of the cliff, looking up at the bright moon in the sky, quietly waiting for the dawn. Gradually, Qin Hao fell asleep leaning on Queen Medusa's shoulder. Queen Medusa looked at Qin Hao's handsome face with a sidelong glance, and a ripple of autumn water appeared in the depths of her eyes. She had made up her mind that even if this incident would bring the wrath of Qin Hao's sister, she was willing to bear it. Before he knew it, Qin Hao was awakened by a ray of morning glow. He opened his eyes just in time to catch the sunrise. Queen Medusa is still guarding Qin Hao, and her face is still as charming as ever. I was just about to call you, and you woke up. Sasha, good morning. To be honest, this is my first time watching the sunrise. Queen Medusa looked at the direction of the sunrise and murmured to herself, the beauty of sunrise lies in the fact that it is born out of the deepest darkness. Qin Hao joked, wow, I didn't expect you to be so artistic. I can only say, the sunrise is so beautiful. Queen Medusa stood up. Master, it's time for us to set off. Well, let's go. Qin Hao stood up slowly, and the mountain breeze blew his black robe, making a rustling sound. Wearing a skull mask, Qin Hao concealed his identity and led the Divine Python clan into the ocean together with Queen Medusa and rushed to the Navy headquarters, Donghuang Island. At 11:50 a.m., the sea in Lanling was calm and the sky was clear. The Lanling Sea is vast and desolate. Apart from Donghuang Island in the center of the sea, there is not even an acre of land. The naval headquarters of the Imperial Army was stationed on Donghuang Island. Thousands of naval fleets were gathered around the island, and countless fighter planes were hovering in the sky. At this moment, on the cold execution platform, a silver-haired beauty in prison clothes was bound by thick iron chains. Her face was pale and there was dried blood at the corners of her mouth. This woman is the Warcraft spy, Nine-Tailed Fox King. Before her identity was exposed, she served as the army commander of the Imperial Army and used the alias Hongxiu. There are 3 chairs placed at the entrance of the main hall of the Navy headquarters. 3 big guys sat side by side, majestic and domineering. The man in the middle seat was named Long Jingye, a Navy admiral and a 9-star beastmaster. He had long hair and a thick beard, was about 40 years old, and was wearing a Navy uniform. The man on the left was dressed in gorgeous clothes and exuded an aristocratic aura. This man was Shangguan Feiyu, who controlled the core technology of the Yanxia Empire and was also a 9-star beastmaster. The man on the right looked cynical. He is Yang Dianfeng, an S-class wizard from the Beast Taming Alliance. He has only one eye, and the other eye was severely injured, leaving a conspicuous scar. As the highest authority in the Navy headquarters, Long Jingye likes to fight alone and is usually most averse to cooperating with other forces. But in order to cope with this war, he specially invited Shangguan Feiyu and Yang Dianfeng. At the same time, 2/3 of the country's military forces gathered around Donghuang Island in a mighty force. Long Jingye looked down at his watch and saw that it was only 5 minutes to noon. The time is almost up. Why hasn't Queen Medusa appeared yet? Isn't she coming? Long Jingye whispered while gazing at the calm sea. Shangguan Feiyu was playing with a ring in his hand and said calmly, "Captain Long, you worry too much. The Divine Python clan attaches great importance to feelings. The nine-tailed fox king is in our hands, so Queen Medusa will definitely come." Yang Dianfeng crossed his legs, looking disdainful. "Brother Long, no matter how powerful Queen Medusa is, she is only an emperor-level monster. Is it necessary for us to make such a big fuss?" Long Jingye chuckled twice and sighed, "It's better to be safe than sorry. The emperor has ordered that Queen Medusa must be captured alive today, otherwise my position will be in jeopardy." Yang Dianfeng raised his head and laughed. "No wonder you are so nervous, it turns out you are afraid of being demoted. Don't worry, it's just a small snake. With our military strength, we will be able to capture Queen Medusa alive today." As soon as he finished speaking, huge waves suddenly arose on the sea. Dark clouds covered the sun, the sky was gray, and thunder rumbled throughout the landling sea. Suddenly, a huge python appeared on the sea, carrying monstrous demonic energy, and attacked Donghuang Island directly. The troops on the island were in chaos. "The Divine Python clan is here. That's Queen Medusa. Don't look her in the eye or you'll turn to stone. Everyone, don't panic, prepare for defense. All warships stand by. Air Force deployment is complete. Around Donghuang Island, millions of troops are on high alert." In less than a moment, the 100,000 demon soldiers of the Divine Python clan were already infinitely close to Donghuang Island. The two forces confronted each other from a distance. Qin Hao and Queen Medusa stood side by side on the head of a giant fiery python, the height of which was the same as the execution platform on Donghuang Island. When Queen Medusa looked around, she could see the nine-tailed fox king wrapped in chains. Red sleeves. Queen Medusa silently recited the name of the nine-tailed fox king, her silver teeth chattering, and a strong murderous intent emerged in her snake eyes. Qin Hao hurriedly reminded, "Shasha, remember not to hurt anyone." Queen Medusa regained her sanity and nodded, saying, "Well, I have only one goal, and that is to rescue Hongxiu. Other than that, I will not harm humans." Qin Hao smiled under the skull mask, "Don't worry, I'm here, and no human can hurt you." Queen Medusa looked serious and said in a deep voice, "Qin Hao, it's good to be confident, but I hope you can face a reality. As I said yesterday, the Imperial Army really spent a lot of money to capture me alive this time. In their camp, there are 2 9-star Beastmasters and an S-class wizard. After such a big fight, is it too late for me to go home now? I advised you to go back yesterday, but you refused to come back. Now it's too late." Qin Hao was fearless at first, but now that he was on the battlefield, he felt unprecedented oppression. The smell of blood in the air made him dizzy. At the same time, Long Jingye and others also noticed Qin Hao's figure. "Yang Dianfeng, how strange. Who is the black-robed man beside Queen Medusa? I have never seen him before." Shangguan Feiyu, obviously, he is the helper she invited. But that guy is wearing a skull mask, so it is unclear whether he is a human or a monster. No one knew at this moment that the young man under the black robe was actually a 1-star Beastmaster. Long Jingye said sincerely, "I hope you two can help me when we fight later." Then Long Jingye stood up and announced loudly, "Execution." On the execution platform, the executioner swung a machete inlaid with magic crystals and chopped it towards the neck of the nine-tailed fox king. This is the real war, clean and ruthless. The two sides will never waste time shouting at each other. Seeing this, Queen Medusa suddenly became furious, her snake eyes flashed with brilliance, and she activated the Eyes of Petrification. Even though he was far away, the executioner was hit by Queen Medusa's eye technique and his whole body was petrified, turning into a motionless stone statue. Long Jingye said angrily, "Attack." The war was about to break out. The naval fleet rushed forward, all the bombers were dispatched, and the sound of gunfire and artillery fire shook the sky and the earth. There was continuous gunfire and thick smoke. The sea was surging, the giant fiery python's body was shaking violently, and Qin Hao couldn't even stand steadily. "Fuck, Shasha, I want to go home, my sister asked me to go home for dinner." Qin Hao was terrified. This was his first time participating in an epic war. He hung on Queen Medusa like a koala. He buried his face in her chest and dared not look up. Queen Medusa looked depressed and roared, "Little brat, you said yesterday that you would protect me, was that all bullshit? Now you are so cowardly." Qin Hao said aggrievedly, "I'm just a one-star beastmaster." "Haha, men are really unreliable. Get out of the way, I'll do it myself." Queen Medusa pushed Qin Hao away, jumped up, waved her sleeves, and a green poisonous mist filled the air. Countless poisonous arrows condensed in the poisonous fog. Queen Medusa shouted and thousands of arrows were fired. The poison arrows carried the highly corrosive poison of the divine Python clan, and the hulls of the warships and fighter planes corroded rapidly, forcing the pilots and crew to jump into the sea to save their lives. Queen Medusa descended from the sky, stepped on the sea water, and ran wildly on the sea with her long beautiful legs, rushing towards Donghuang Island. Shangguan Feiyu couldn't help but applaud when he saw this scene. The genes of the divine Python clan are indeed powerful. Queen Medusa's strength should not be underestimated. Yang Dianfeng laughed and teased, "This Queen Medusa is too arrogant. Mr. Shangguan, do you want to go first, or should I?" Shangguan Feiyu sipped his coffee, leisurely. "Let's not rush, let's wait and see." In fact, Shangguan Feiyu chose to forbear because he was cautious. Half of his attention was on the men in black robe. So far, the man in black robe has not made any move, which makes Shangguan Feiyu mistakenly believe that he is a big shot. What kind of big boss is Qin Hao? He is so panicked now. Queen Medusa moves extremely fast, and no warship or submarine can stop her. "Hongxiu, hold on, I'm here to save you." On the execution platform, the nine-tailed fox king looked at the sea. His eyes fell on Queen Medusa, his eyes filled with worry and shame. "Luoya, you are such a fool, why did you come back to save me?" Just as Queen Medusa was about to approach Donghuang Island, Long Jingye gave another order: "Beast-taming troops, magician troops, move out. Capture Queen Medusa alive." Long Kuei rode on the thunder saber-toothed leopard and led the beast-taming troops to surround Queen Medusa. Zhou Zhan holds the magic weapon, Devil May Cry, and leads a group of magicians to assist Long Kuei. With the assistance of modern high-tech weapons, the Navy camp is in high spirits. Although Queen Medusa is powerful, Donghuang Island is surrounded by ambushes and powerful troops. Moreover, now Queen Medusa is no longer a demon beast but a beastmaster. The demonic energy in her body has been weakened by half. Without Qin Hao's command and combat, she cannot exert her true strength at all. Seeing Queen Medusa surrounded, Qin Hao's fear was replaced by anger. The nine-turned dark pupil opened, and the power hidden deep in the pupil was stimulated as Qin Hao's emotions fluctuated. A picture of an ancient beast-taming formation diagram suddenly appeared in front of Qin Hao's eyes. "No one can hurt my woman. All members of the divine Python clan, listen to my orders." Qin Hao is the master of Queen Medusa, so he has the ability to indirectly control the divine Python clan. Next, all members of the divine Python clan followed Qin Hao's orders, set up a complex formation, and launched a massive attack towards Donghuang Island. The beast-taming formations Qin Hao used were ever-changing. Even though the divine Python clan's strength was far less than that of the Navy, they were able to cleverly break up the Navy's defense system by relying on this beast-taming formation, causing chaos in the Navy camp. Thorny Flying Python, suppress the enemy's flying units. 9 Poisonous Snakes, sink the enemy submarine. Giant Kuan Bone Python, swallowed that spaceship. Don't hurt anyone, spit them out. Big Rock Diamond Snake, Black Pluto King Snake, Shadow Black Dragon Python, use the triangle attack tactics to break through the enemy's left-wing defense line and assist Queen Medusa in a roundabout way. Under Qin Hao's exquisite command, the divine Python clan was unstoppable and advanced straight ahead, putting the Navy's defense line in jeopardy. Queen Medusa had a chance to catch her breath. She glanced around and activated her petrifying pupil technique again. Tens of thousands of naval beastmasters turned into stone elephants. The battle situation turned around, and Qin Hao made the first contribution. Long Jingye looked at the overall situation and sighed. The formations set up by the divine Python clan are real and fake, and the yin and yang are transformed. What kind of beastmaster can have such wisdom? Shangguan Feiyu watched Qin Hao from afar, his face solemn. Who is this man in black robe? How could the Yanxia Empire have such a powerful traitor beastmaster who actually helped the monsters to attack humans? Yang Dianfeng was impatient and urged, "The enemy has reached our doorstep, are you going to fight?" "If you don't, I will." Shangguan Feiyu suddenly stood up and smiled slightly. "Let me do it. I am very interested in this man in black robe." As soon as Shangguan Feiyu finished speaking, the seabed suddenly shook violently. Queen Medusa and Qin Hao met up, and both of them stood on the head of the giant fiery python, and they both had an ominous premonition. "Sasha, what's going on? I can sense the aura of the Beast King's body controlling the beasts. Be careful at the bottom of the sea." Suddenly, a deafening whale roar was heard from the bottom of the sea, and a tsunami was set off. When the tsunami receded, a huge beast emerged from the sea. Qin Hao was surprised. This big guy is the Sea King Leviathan. This sea monster that suddenly appeared looked like a whale in appearance, with a hard shell covering its entire body, a tail like an octopus, and countless tentacles. Its size was extremely exaggerated, and it was the largest marine beast Qin Hao had ever seen. Strangely, the body of this giant beast had a metallic luster, and every move of its body made a mechanical sound. No, this is not the Sea King Leviathan. This is the mechanical Sea King Leviathan. The Sea King Leviathan, the largest beast in the ocean, has the ability to rule the ocean and is an unconventional, extinct bloodline. In other words, this beast became extinct decades ago and should never appear here. Therefore, the sea monster in front of Qin Hao is not Poseidon Leviathan, but the mechanical Poseidon Leviathan, created through mechanical evolution. Looking at the entire Yanxia Empire, there is only one person who can do this, and that is Shangguan Feiyu. Shangguan Feiyu stood on the head of the mechanical Sea Emperor Leviathan, looking down at Qin Hao, who was wearing a black robe on the sea. At this time, Shangguan Feiyu didn't know that it was the man in black robe in front of her who took away her daughter Shangguan Ning's first kiss. "Sasha, use your original form and let's fight it," Qin Hao ordered with the attitude of a beastmaster. A real man would even beat his father-in-law when he gets angry. Queen Medusa radiated a dazzling light and transformed into her true form, the scourge python. The sea was surging and all the warships were washed away by the waves. The calamity python was huge and slender, with its head vaguely touching the clouds. It was covered in purple gold scales and was indestructible. A slight twist of its body would trigger a tsunami that covered the sky. Qin Hao stood on top of Queen Medusa and looked at Shangguan Feiyu. After looking at each other, Qin Hao finally recognized Shangguan Feiyu. He had seen many interviews about Shangguan Feiyu on TV and in newspapers before. This man was really awesome, and he single-handedly promoted the technological civilization of the Yanxia Empire. Qin Hao once regarded Shangguan Feiyu as his idol, but he didn't expect that their first meeting would be in this way. It turned out to be Mr. Shangguan Feiyu. "I feel so embarrassed. I just took his daughter's first kiss a few days ago." The scene of Qin Hao and Shangguan Ning kissing was still vivid in his mind, so at this moment when he faced Shangguan Feiyu he felt like he was facing his father-in-law, and he was under a lot of pressure. Shangguan Feiyu glanced at Queen Medusa and couldn't help but sigh. I really couldn't have imagined that the dignified emperor-level magical beast, the calamity god python, Queen Medusa, would one day lower her noble head and submit to humans, becoming a beast in the hands of humans. Then Shangguan Feiyu's gaze returned to Qin Hao, and he asked with great interest, "Excuse me, who exactly are you?" "There are only 5 beastmasters in the Yanxia Empire who can subdue Queen Medusa. You are so powerful, why do you help the Warcraft camp to fight against humans? Could it be that you are also from the God-devouring organization?" The God-eating organization, mentioned by Shangguan Feiyu, is actually a rebel group that broke away from the Imperial Army. The belief of the God-eating organization is to overthrow the current ruler of the Yanxia Empire and re-establish human order. Qin Hao couldn't reveal the reason, so he raised his voice and responded in a hoarse and powerful voice, "You are not worthy of knowing my name. All members of the Divine Python clan listen to my order, attack." The Divine Python clan had a full 100,000 demon soldiers, galloping, tumbling, and releasing demonic energy in the sea, and together they launched a general attack towards Shangguan Feiyu with great momentum. The Sea Emperor Leviathan let out a mechanized roar, and countless deep-sea monsters emerged from the sea, forming a huge marine army. Qin Hao was not surprised. He knew that Leviathan, the king of the sea, was the creature at the top of the food chain in the ocean, and all the giants in the ocean obeyed its orders. The two forces were confronting each other, the war was in full swing, and neither side could gain the upper hand. Next is the showdown between the two Beastmasters. 9-star Beastmaster versus 1-star Beastmaster. Sasha, dive and hide. Queen Medusa dived into the deep sea, the color of her snake scales assimilated with the sea water, and her figure disappeared. There was a red light flashing in the eyes of Poseidon Leviathan. He looked around and was scanning with radar and sonar. Clatter, clatter. Accompanied by the sound of surging waves, Queen Medusa twisted her slender body and rushed out of the sea. The hidden unicorn soars into the sky with its wings, riding on the wind and clouds to break through the vast sky. Queen Medusa opened her bloody mouth and instantly bit off the tail fin of the Sea Emperor Leviathan. The Sea Emperor Leviathan let out a scream and shook his body angrily. Sasha, good job. Qin Hao cheered and jumped for joy. He didn't expect that he would get the upper hand over the 9-star Beastmaster. However, the smile on Qin Hao's face soon froze, as he saw that the bitten tail fin of Poseidon Leviathan was reassembled and regenerated, and it was fully restored after 3 seconds. Is this nanotechnology regeneration technology? Qin Hao was stunned. In his previous life, he had only seen nanotechnology in science fiction movies. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was shocked. Shangguan Feiyu had a proud look on his face. Each of his beasts was mechanically evolved, and had mechanical serum containing nanocore technology injected into their bodies. Therefore, no matter what part of the body the mechanical Sea Emperor Leviathan loses during a battle, it will be regenerated in a very short time. In a sense, Shangguan Feiyu's beast control is close to invincible. Sasha, use Eyes of Petrification. It's useless. Its body is made of mechanical structures. My Eyes of Petrification are only effective against living things. At this moment, the abyss mouth of the Sea Emperor Leviathan was transformed into a mechanical cannon barrel, aiming at Queen Medusa. What followed was a cannon blast, and a strong electromagnetic laser pulse pierced through the coastline, creating a deep pit in the sea water. Queen Medusa fell into the deep sea and turned back into human form. She held Qin Hao in her arms and they both floated to the surface again. Qin Hao coughed twice, and his face looked ugly under the skull mask. Queen Medusa had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. If she hadn't been protecting Qin Hao, she wouldn't have been injured. Sasha, I'm sorry. I'm a burden to you. Qin Hao bit his lip and said frustratedly and guiltily. The fighting power and momentum of a beast tamer are closely related to the state of mind and strength of the beast tamer. Queen Medusa was indeed powerful, but Qin Hao was only a 1-star beastmaster and had no experience in participating in large-scale wars before. Moreover, Qin Hao's opponent was a well-known 9-star beastmaster, and there was a huge gap between the two. The gap between beast tamers will also lead to gaps between beast tamers. Queen Medusa did not blame Qin Hao, but her face was filled with anxiety. Time is running out, we must rescue Hongxiu as soon as possible, otherwise the reinforcements of the Imperial Army will arrive. Qin Hao looked into the distance, and at the end of his sight, several huge aircraft carriers appeared one after another. Qin Hao, I'll let the flaming python take care of you. It's important that you save your life. Leave everything else to me. Queen Medusa ordered the fiery python to take care of Qin Hao, and then transformed back into her original form, the Calamity Python, and started a fierce fight with the Sea King Leviathan. The entire sea area fell apart, and the scene was once tragic and magnificent. Since becoming Qin Hao's Beastmaster, Queen Medusa's level has also been incorporated into the Beastmaster system. She is now a Beastmaster with the Beast King body, level 70, at her peak. The level of Poseidon Leviathan is the same as that of Queen Medusa. Although Queen Medusa's blood contains divine attributes, Qin Hao, the Beastmaster, is not strong enough to activate Queen Medusa's strongest mode. This caused the war to enter a stalemate. If the war continued like this, the Divine Python clan would be annihilated by the Imperial Army sooner or later. Qin Hao tried hard to stay calm. Since he didn't have enough strength, he would use his wits. The 9-turned dark pupil opened, Qin Hao stared at the Sea Emperor Leviathan, and a data panel appeared in front of him. Name Machine, Poseidon Leviathan. Level 70, Beast King Body. Bloodline, Legend. Talent, Nano Regeneration. Property. Loyalty, 100. Weakness. Skill. Evolution route, mechanical evolution, locked. Hobbies and habits. Why are there only question marks? Where's the data? Qin Hao was panicked. This was the first time that the 9 transformation Dark Eyes was unable to fully analyze the enemy's beast taming data. Before this, Qin Hao could see through the Beastmaster's weaknesses and hidden weaknesses with just a glance at it. This time Qin Hao hit a wall, and the 9 transformation dark pupil seemed to have been weakened a lot. I guess I just overused my eyes, damn it. Qin Hao recalled carefully that when he was controlling the entire army of the Divine Python clan to fight, he had been using the 9-turn dark pupil continuously, causing his pupil power to reach its limit. At this time, Queen Medusa was at a disadvantage because the gap in strength between Qin Hao and Shangguan Feiyu was so great that she could not defeat the Sea Emperor Leviathan. I'll fight. Qin Hao forcibly activated the 9-turn dark pupil at the cost of consuming his own essence and blood. Scarlet blood slowly flowed out from Qin Hao's right eye. The 9-turn dark eye is overloaded. Finally saw it. Qin Hao ignored the pain and a look of ecstasy appeared on his pale face. He finally saw the attribute panel of Poseidon Leviathan clearly. Sasha, its weak point is the neck. That's where the energy source is. When Queen Medusa heard Qin Hao's voice, she let out a long roar toward the sky and used her slender and strong snake body to tightly wrap around the Sea Emperor Leviathan. The Sea King Leviathan moved slowly and it was difficult for him to break free for a while. Queen Medusa took the opportunity to open her mouth wide and pierced her sharp fangs into the neck of Sea Emperor Leviathan. Shangguan Feiyu looked surprised. Damn it, how did he know the hidden weakness of the Sea King Leviathan? In an instant, Queen Medusa raised her huge head, holding a round container emitting red light in her mouth. This thing was the energy source supporting the Sea Emperor Leviathan. Without its energy source, Poseidon Leviathan was like a machine without power. Its body fell apart, the light in its eyes went out instantly, and all the attack equipment on its body stopped working. Waves splashed, and Leviathan, the Sea King, slowly sank. Shangguan Feiyu stood on the shore of Donghuang Island, looking at the scene in front of him, feeling incredible. Who is this man in black robe? He seems to have little experience in beast taming, but he can see through the hidden weaknesses of beasts. It's really weird. Are you going to force me to sacrifice my second beast? Where would I put my face? Shangguan Feiyu's face turned pale. As a 9-star Beastmaster, the number 1 Beastmaster was actually sunk to the bottom of the sea. This was a great shame. The first Beastmaster of the 9-star Beastmaster was defeated, so the morale of the Navy camp naturally plummeted and the soldiers looked terrified. Queen Medusa turned back into human form and slowly landed beside Qin Hao. Qin Hao, I was so lucky to have you here just now. Hey, what happened to your eyes? At this moment, blood was flowing from Qin Hao's right eye, dyeing the skull mask red. Qin Hao felt dizzy, but he held on to his weak body and forced a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sasha, it's important for us to save people. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qin Hao and Queen Medusa led the army of divine pythons to land on Donghuang Island. The battle on Donghuang Island was fierce, with the sound of gunfire and explosions ringing out one after another. The beast masters and demon beasts fought each other, and the smell of blood filled the air. Hongxiu, hold on a little longer, I'm coming. Queen Medusa had just run a few steps when a figure blocked her way. S-class wizard Yang Dianfeng, holding a giant axe magic weapon. The giant axe is inlaid with 5 monarch-level magic crystals and a skull of an emperor-level monster. How dare you, a mere little snake, be so presumptuous? Yang Dianfeng swung the axe with great force. Red lightning flowed on the axe, containing powerful force. Queen Medusa raised her long legs to fight back, but because she had just consumed too much physical strength, she was unable to get rid of Yang Dianfeng's attack for a while, and the battle became more and more intense. Sasha. Little boy, I can't spare any hands here, I'm counting on you. Qin Hao realized that he was the only one who could save the 9-tailed Fox King now. Fire Python, help me clear the line of soldiers. The fiery python swung its huge tail, blowing a group of naval soldiers away. Qin Hao took the opportunity to run towards the execution platform. Suddenly, a beautiful figure stood in front of Qin Hao. Qin Hao's body trembled. The woman in front of him was Long Kuei. The battlefield is so large, with more than 1 million soldiers on both sides, the probability of acquaintances meeting each other is almost zero, but the brother and sister actually met here by chance. This is a unique fate. Long Kuei didn't recognize Qin Hao, and shouted sternly, "Xiao Lei, go." The thunder saber-toothed leopard rushed towards Qin Hao, its body wrapped in thunder and lightning. The giant fiery python quickly moved in front of Qin Hao, and the sky was filled with thunder and fire, and the Beastmaster and the demon beast wrestled with each other. Long Kuei showed no mercy and pulled out a dagger from her waist and stabbed Qin Hao. Qin Hao didn't have much fighting experience and could only dodge awkwardly. Poochie. Blood splattered. The hot blood splashed on Long Kuei's face, and Qin Hao let out a painful groan. The dagger pierced Qin Hao's left arm, and blood dripped down the corner of his black robe. Long Kuei was stunned for a moment. The muffled grunt Qin Hao made just now gave her an extremely familiar feeling. You are. Long Kuei's hands were trembling a little as she tried to take off Qin Hao's mask. At the critical moment, a strong wind blew, and Long Kuei was knocked over and fell to the ground. After Long Kuei stood up, she looked up at the sky and saw the six-winged Snake King carrying the injured Qin Hao towards the execution platform. Is it him? No, 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 it can't be him. There must be something wrong with my hearing just now. Long Kuei shook her head secretly and kept giving herself psychological hints. The six-winged Snake King carried Qin Hao to the execution platform. Qin Hao ignored his own injuries, walked quickly to the nine-tailed Fox King, and said, "Sister Hongxiu, I'm here to save you." Hongxiu looked puzzled. "Benefactor, what is your relationship with Luoya?" "I am her master." Hongxiu smiled. "I didn't expect that she, who has always been aloof and arrogant, would be willing to become a human beastmaster." Six-winged Snake King, bite off the chains. The sound of metal breaking was heard, and Hongxiu regained her freedom. At the same time, a shell fell from the sky. Qin Hao closed his eyes in fear. After a while, Qin Hao didn't hear the explosion. Qin Hao opened his eyes and was ecstatic. At this moment, a nine-tailed fox as big as a hill stood in front of Qin Hao. It held the heavy shell in one hand and exuded a rose-purple demonic aura. Hongxiu's true form, the nine-tailed Fox King, reappears in the light of day. "Thank you, benefactor." "Hey, you're welcome. Your 9 tails are so beautiful. Did you pay for this skin?" Upon seeing this, Queen Medusa burst into tears of joy, and transformed into her true form, returning to Donghuang Island in the form of the Calamity Python. The two former Emperor-level monsters joined forces, shaking the entire Donghuang Island. Shangguan Feiyu had a frosty face and took out a diamond pet ball from his waist. "Mr. Shangguan, let me do it." Long Jingye stopped Shangguan Feiyu with a stern expression. Suddenly, the earth shook. Qin Hao couldn't even stand steadily and fell to the ground. "What's going on?" "An earthquake." Suddenly, a roar that struck the human soul came from the bottom of the sea, and the entire Donghuang Island rose slowly. Queen Medusa and the nine-tailed Fox King were both blown away and fell into the icy sea. At this moment, an astonishing scene appeared in the Lanling Sea. It turns out that there is no land underneath Donghuang Island, but a huge turtle shell. A huge dragon turtle slowly emerged from the sea, with Donghuang Island on its shell. Qin Hao was on the island at the moment, and he was completely dumbfounded. What kind of creature is this? The nine-turned dark pupil opened again, and Qin Hao's right eye once again bleed. Name: Black Tortoise. Level 80, Beast God Body. Bloodline, Mythology. Talent, Power of Black Tortoise. Attributes, Water, Psychic. Loyalty. Weakness. Skill. Evolution route, Xuanwu route, locked. Hobby: sleeping. Although the data collected by the nine-turned dark eyes was not comprehensive enough, it did not prevent Qin Hao from almost peeing his pants. This was the first time Qin Hao saw a beast tamed by a beast god, and he was deeply shocked. On the sea, Queen Medusa and the nine-tailed Fox King stood side by side. "Luoya, the situation is not good now. This is Long Jingye's second beast, the Black Tortoise Dragon Turtle. Even if we join forces, we are no match for it. In fact, the plan to rob the execution ground has been successful. The nine-tailed fox king has been rescued, and escaping is the best option. However, Queen Medusa could not escape, because she saw clearly that Qin Hao was trapped on Donghuang Island. Hongxiu, you retreat first. I have to save Qin Hao. I won't leave. Qin Hao is my benefactor, and I want to save him too. There was chaos on Donghuang Island. Whenever the black tortoise dragon turtle shook its body, it was like an earthquake for Qin Hao. The naval fleet around the island was overturned by huge waves, the buildings on the island were toppled, and the palace of the naval headquarters was also crumbling. This time, Long Jingye is determined to capture Queen Medusa alive. He will do it at all costs, even if it means killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own. At this moment, Qin Hao was sitting under a tree, covering the injury on his left arm. He was in very bad physical condition. The nine-turn dark eye was overused, and his left arm was pierced by Long Kuei's dagger. Qin Hao, who had lost too much blood, now relied entirely on his mental will to support his body, and he was likely to faint at any time. Looking at Queen Medusa on the sea, Qin Hao murmured, "Shasha, you are no match for the black tortoise dragon turtle. You go first, I will find a way myself." There is a tacit understanding between the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster. Queen Medusa can hear Qin Hao's thoughts, but she will never leave Qin Hao alone. Queen Medusa was furious, and a purple-gold light emanated from her whole body. Her demigod blood began to burst forth, and her body expanded by twice its size as she charged towards the black tortoise dragon turtle. The nine-tailed fox king's voice was as loud as a bell, and bursts of evil spirit spewed out of his mouth, following closely behind. Seeing this, Long Jingye controlled the beast and put it into combat mode. The black tortoise dragon turtle raised its head, its two blood-red eyeballs were like two whirlpools, and its eyes were filled with strong murderous intent. Because of the difference in level and bloodline, Queen Medusa's petrifying eyes are ineffective against him. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration from the bottom of the sea. The black tortoise dragon turtle has the ability to control the water element and the power of the earth. Combining the two abilities, it can cause tsunamis and undersea volcanic eruptions in the ocean. A tsunami of huge magnitude arose from all directions, creating a cage. An underwater volcano erupted, boiling magma gushed upward, and the landling sea turned into a red sea of fire. Queen Medusa and the nine-tailed fox king were trapped in a sea of fire. Not to mention saving Qin Hao, they couldn't even save themselves. Qin Hao watched this scene, feeling angry and punched the ground. "It's all my fault, I'm too weak." Qin Hao's heart was mired in self-blame and guilt. Even with the assistance of the 9 Revolution Dark Pupil, Qin Hao was only a fledgling 1-star Beastmaster. His experience, state of mind, and strength were far behind those of a 9-star Beastmaster. If Qin Hao was strong enough to stimulate the strongest form of Queen Medusa, then even if he could not defeat the black tortoise dragon turtle, he would not end up in such a passive and dangerous situation. Qin Hao's desire to become stronger at this moment is unprecedentedly strong. Long Jingye stood on the head of the Xuanwu dragon turtle, looking down at Queen Medusa and the nine-tailed fox king who were trapped in the sea of fire. The situation has been decided. If you give up resistance, I can consider letting you suffer less physical pain. Queen Medusa's eyes flashed with an unstoppable rage. She struggled hard but could not break through the sea of fire. To be honest, it was because Qin Hao was not strong enough that she was limited in her performance. Besides, this was originally a war with a huge disparity in combat power, and the Imperial Army came well prepared. At this time, more aircraft carriers and Air Force reinforcements rushed in and formed a huge encirclement around the Sea of Fire. Before Qin Hao came, he could probably guess this outcome, but he didn't regret it. On the contrary, he would regret it if he let Queen Medusa fall into such danger alone. Shangguan Feiyu walked to Long Jingye, pointed his finger at Qin Hao who was not far away, and said gloomily, "Captain Long, that man in black robe is a disaster. I see unprecedented bravery in him." Long Jingye disagreed, "He is just a clown. His ability to control beasts is not strong, and his combat experience is particularly immature. He can't even activate the strongest form of Queen Medusa." Shangguan Feiyu's face was full of seriousness. He pondered and said, "There are two kinds of bravery in the world. One is the bravery of a common man, and the other is the bravery of wisdom. The courage of a common man speaks with his fists and strength. Intelligent courage can lead the crowd, relying on brains and vision. This man in black robes can see through the hidden weaknesses of the mechanical Sea King Leviathan. He can also command 100,000 magical beasts of the divine Python clan and easily defeat the first line of defense we set up. And he also forced you to use the second beast control, didn't he? When Shangguan Feiyu said this, Long Jingye lost his composure. It happened that Long Kuei was nearby, and Long Jingye ordered, Kuei, kill the men in black robe. Yes, father. Out of military instinct, Long Kuei agreed readily. But when Long Kuei looked at the men in black robe, the determination in her eyes turned into hesitation. The king's order cannot be disobeyed, there are no fathers and daughters on the battlefield. Long Kuei had no choice but to approach Qin Hao, but she was conflicted and hesitated to take action. It definitely wasn't him, so why not kill him? Long Kuei kept giving herself psychological hints, but she still didn't have the courage to kill. Qin Hao was in inner torment. He guessed that Long Kuei was already doubting his identity. You are such an indecisive girl, let me do it. Yang Dianfeng swung the red thunder battle axe, dropped from the sky, and smashed towards Qin Hao on the head. Faced with the S-class wizard, the already weak Qin Hao had no power to fight back and could only wait for death. At this critical moment, a deafening dragon roar suddenly came from the depths of the dark clouds. Long Jingye and others looked up at the sky, fear appearing in their pupils. The next moment, flames shot out in all directions, and the raging fire burned between heaven and earth. A giant dragon with a body covering the sky rushed out of the clouds, flapped its wings, and a strong wind swept across thousands of miles of sea. The giant dragon swooped down like a meteorite covered in flames. There was a deafening roar, and half of the sea water evaporated. The giant dragon's iron claws stepped heavily on the back of the black tortoise dragon turtle. The black tortoise dragon turtle let out a cry of pain and was unable to move. Queen Medusa was shocked, her lips trembling. Ancient dragon species, the flame dragon king. The nine-tailed fox king was shocked, could it be that the men has also appeared? On Donghuang Island, thick smoke billowed and the scene was in a mess. When the dust settled, everyone's eyes turned to the execution platform. In the center of the execution platform, Qin Hao raised his head and saw a tall and burly man standing in front of him. The man only left Qin Hao with his back. He held the sword in one hand and blocked Yang Dianfeng's red thunder battle axe. Yang Dianfeng's face turned pale, revealing a horrified expression, King Yan. Shangguan Feiyu was intimidated, tisk tsk, this man seems to have not appeared for a long time. The last time I saw him was during the Second Demon Control War. Long Jingye frowned, why did the God-devouring organization intervene in this matter? Could it be that the black-robed man has a close relationship with King Yan? At this moment, Qin Hao didn't know that the man who saved him was the leader of the God-eating organization, King Yan. King Yan, the man ranked first on the Yanxia Empire's wanted list. He was once the strongest warrior of the Empire's army and was known as the 10-star Beast Tamer. Later, he rebelled and founded the God-devouring organization to oppose the Yanxia Empire. Yang Dianfeng was sweating profusely. He was facing King Yan. He felt fear from the bottom of his heart and roared, why are you here? Every time you show up, you only bring chaos. King Yan chuckled, do you know the benefits of chaos? It can bring fairness and maintain justice. With a crisp snap, Yang Dianfeng's magic device broke into two pieces. Yang Dianfeng felt helpless. The man in front of him was too powerful. The sword in King Yan's hand is made of the reverse scales of 10,000 dragons and inlaid with magic crystals of ancient dragons. It is known as the most powerful magic weapon in the world. Dragon Slayer Sword. Queen Medusa transformed into a human form, rushed to Donghuang Island, and landed on the execution platform. Little devil, let's go. Queen Medusa took the opportunity to pick up the weak Qin Hao by the waist, jumped up, and took the opportunity to escape from Donghuang Island. Seeing Queen Medusa fleeing, Long Jingye locked his sights on King Yan and shouted, why did you intervene in this matter? King Yan looked at Long Jingye and said with a smile, long time no see, Commander Long. I can still vividly remember the days when we drank tea and played chess together. Traitor, don't try to get close to me. Long Jingye gritted his teeth and shouted, all troops, follow my orders. Chase Queen Medusa and don't let her escape. All the warships on the sea pointed their guns at Queen Medusa. King Yen, Commander Long, I will take care of this matter. The dragon roared, the sea surface shook, and all the warships were submerged by huge waves. The black tortoise was unable to hold on and was pressed to the bottom of the sea by the dragon's iron claws. The entire Donghuang Island sank instantly. Qin Hao did not forget to look back when he fled the battlefield. Seeing the huge dragon beating the black tortoise dragon turtle, the shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. The 9-turn dark eyes was temporarily ineffective, and Qin Hao was unable to query the data template of this giant dragon. But he only knew that this giant dragon was an ancient dragon species, the king of dragons, the flame dragon king. A man who can control this kind of beast is obviously a big boss among big bosses. The Lanling Sea was filled with smoke and a sea of fire. After an unknown amount of time, the black tortoise resurfaced. The Donghuang Island on its shell had been shattered, and the Navy headquarters palace had also turned into ruins. Long Jingye looked around. The men and the Flame Dragon King had already disappeared. On the sea, there were countless wreckages of warships floating. Fortunately, there were no casualties because the sailors could all swim and would not drown. A soldier ran up to Long Jingye, looking extremely terrified. Report. Mission failed. Queen Medusa, the 9-tailed Fox King, and the men in black robe have escaped. The military suffered heavy losses, with financial and material losses estimated at more than 3 billion, but fortunately there were no casualties. It is unbelievable that there would be no war without casualties. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Queen Medusa's goal was only to rescue the 9-tailed Fox King and she had no intention of harming humans, otherwise at least hundreds of thousands of people would have died. Long Jingye's eyebrows were twisted into knots, and even the blue veins on his arms were clearly visible. No matter what, the failure of the mission was his responsibility, which meant that he would be demoted. Shangguan Feiyu came over, patted Long Jingye on the shoulder, and consoled him, it's not your fault. If that man hadn't shown up, we would have captured Queen Medusa alive. Mr. Shangguan, why do you think King Yen saved that man in black robe? This question is difficult to answer. According to my initial guess, the men in black robes may be a core member of the God-devouring organization. King Yen may even want to train him to be the successor of the God-devouring organization. Don't think too much. This matter is beyond our control. Let's go back to the Imperial City District to report the battle situation and issue a warrant to capture the men in black robes as soon as possible. This battle is enough to go down in history. The Imperial army was defeated, the 9-tailed Fox King was rescued under the noses of 2 9-star Beast Tamers, the mysterious black-robed men appeared for the first time, and the leader of the God-eating organization, King Yen, showed up on his own initiative. The world pattern has changed because of this. Everything was caused by Qin Hao. But no one could have guessed that the man in black robe was Qin Hao. At sunset, on a small island in the Warcraft territory. In the cave, Qin Hao lay in the arms of Queen Medusa with his eyes closed. After escaping from the battlefield, Qin Hao fell into a coma and has not woken up until now. Luoya, thank you and Qin Hao for this time. We are all family, no need to be polite. The 9-tailed Fox King transformed into a human form and looked at the unconscious Qin Hao, feeling ashamed. Puff. Suddenly, a large amount of blood spurted out of the 9-tailed Fox King's mouth, his face turned pale, and his vitality quickly dissipated. Hongxiu, what's wrong with you? The 9-tailed Fox King held Queen Medusa's hand and smiled sadly. I don't have much time left. Don't talk nonsense, we finally rescued you. It's no use. I'm going to die anyway. Queen Medusa was stunned and suddenly realized something. Hongxiu, could it be that you? Yes, I have had children with humans. I have a daughter. Queen Medusa's eyes were dull and her heart felt heavy as if it was filled with cold lead. The 9-tailed Fox clan has a very special physique. Once they have children with humans, their organs will fail faster and their lifespan will be shortened dramatically. In fact, Hongxiu's body had already collapsed because there were still some things she hadn't explained. Hongxiu dipped her fingertips in the blood at the corner of her lips and drew a military map in the palm of Queen Medusa's hand. Luoya, this is the core secret of the Imperial Army. This conspiracy is more terrifying than we imagined before. As long as we have this map, our efforts over the years will not be in vain. Queen Medusa's eyes were red and swollen, and she hugged Hongxiu tightly. Silly, don't be sad. Let's be sisters in the next life. Hongxiu stroked Queen Medusa's hair, her eyes dim, and she said regretfully, I beg you to do me a favor. Please help me take care of my daughter. Queen Medusa said in a hoarse voice, okay, I promise you. Hongxiu took another look at the unconscious Qin Hao. Luoya, since you are willing to be his beast, it means that he is a man worthy of trust. If possible, let my daughter become his beast as well, as a reward to him. Queen Medusa was so choked up that she couldn't speak and could only nod. Qin Hao slept for a long time, and when he woke up, it was already dark. Sasha. The moment Qin Hao woke up, he shouted the name of Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa saw Qin Hao wake up and forced a smile. Great, you finally woke up. Qin Hao was very excited and opened his arms to hug Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa also put her arms around Qin Hao's waist. After surviving the disaster, the relationship between the two became even deeper. After the hug, Qin Hao looked around. Where's Sister Hongxiu? Queen Medusa lowered her head in silence, holding a purple magic crystal in her hand. Qin Hao was struck by lightning. Sister Hongxiu, she's dead. Qin Hao couldn't believe it, but the facts were right in front of him. The magic crystal in front of you is the magic crystal of the nine-tailed fox king. Sasha, what happened? We went through so much trouble to rescue her, why? Qin Hao, she left behind a daughter. She hopes her daughter can become your beastmaster. Qin Hao was silent. After a long while, Qin Hao asked, where is her daughter? Late at night, Jiuyo Mountain. This is a mountain range close to the western border of the Ensues Empire. The deep mountains and old forests are full of ferocious monsters. Deep in the woods there is a thatched hut inhabited by humans, which seems out of place with the surrounding environment. After a long journey, Qin Hao and Queen Medusa finally arrived at the door of the thatched hut. Sister Hongxiu's daughter lives here. It should be here.